Average. Only a few movies in the history of cinema had reached that amount in ticket sales. But compared to Kazir's filmography, Batman Begins was indeed on the average side, especially when Shadows Beneath was getting close to $800 million. Some people from the management were holding a grudge against him. Nothing new. While Kazir was busy with The Dark Knight, Grey Pictures announced their movies for 2007, which were John Wick, Chapter 3 and Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. After the success of La La Land, Fremont Smith decided to film the third movie of the John Wick franchise. In fact, he had been filming it since last year. Grey Pictures only had 2 projects this year, as the third season of Game of Thrones had a buffer of 2 years because the production cost of that TV show was almost comparable to a movie. As for how to solve the financial trouble, Grey Pictures either had to use their own money or take out a loan from the bank. Well, Stella was a great leader, so she probably had an idea of what to do. Chapter 502. From January to March, Kazir did nothing but work on The Dark Knight. His schedule was so packed that his sleep routine was only 5 hours at best. If there was something great, it was the fact that Scarlett was in the same workplace to support him. Kazir was known as a professional director, and he made sure to stay professional even though he was working with his girlfriend. Although there were some instances when they cuddled in the trailer. While Kazir was busy with the project, Hollywood kept spamming movie releases every week, particularly on weekends. Movies such as Stomp the Yard, Epic Movie, and Shadows Beneath were released in January. Hannibal Rising, Norbit, Music and Lyrics, Bridge to Terabithia, Ghost Rider, Hot Fuzz, and The Number 23 were released in February. Bridge to Terabithia was a great movie, but this movie was not for depressed people. As for Ghost Rider, this Marvel character was currently in the hands of Sony Columbia, long before Marvel Comics was acquired by News Corporation. Obviously, Marvel couldn't include Ghost Rider in their upcoming cinematic universe because of copyright issues. As long as Sony Columbia was interested in Ghost Rider, the character would stay with them. Sony Columbia realized the power of a superhero movie, so they decided to make another franchise, hoping that they would have another Spider-Man-like success. They spent $110 million on the budget just to make sure Ghost Rider would have a better outcome. Well, the box office of Ghost Rider was $334 million worldwide. Sony Columbia cast Nicolas Cage just to make sure the movie would have strong box office appeal. Sony Columbia was dissatisfied, but they could understand why the movie only grossed $334 million. After all, the director of Ghost Rider was not Kazir Grey. Perhaps this dissatisfaction was one of the reasons why the sequel Ghost Rider, Spirit of Vengeance took 5 years to happen. The movie was enjoyable though, and $334 million was not a bad performance. In March, Wild Hogs, Zodiac, 300, Premonition, Shooter, TMNT, Blades of Glory, and Meet the Robinsons were released. Zodiac was a movie directed by David Fincher. The movie was based on a true story about the Zodiac Killer. Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert Downey Jr., and Mark Ruffalo starred in this movie. Another important thing was 300. The movie adaptation rights of this comic were first acquired by Grey Pictures before Kazir sold them to 20th Century Fox. Kazir's intention in buying the rights to 300 was to hire Zack Snyder and indirectly stop him from working with Warner Brothers to produce the DCU. His plan had some rough surfaces, but things happened, and now Zack Snyder worked with 20th Century Fox to direct the movie. The movie would perform great at the worldwide box office, grossing $456 million. A few months from now, 20th Century Fox would probably thank Kazir again and act friendly with him. As for the premiere, Kazir didn't attend it since he was busy. He was also not comfortable meeting Zack Snyder because their last meeting was kinda awkward. Kazir invited Zack to work with Grey Pictures, but Zack Snyder chose Universal Pictures. To be fair, Zack was the one who was embarrassed to meet Kazir after that meeting. When April arrived, news broke out and Kazir received many congratulations from people. In April, Kingsman, The Secret Service successfully grossed over $1 billion. This news broke on almost every TV station as news shows covered it. Kingsman, The Secret Service was the third movie that grossed $1 billion among those released last year. The Bourne Ultimatum grossed $1.03 billion. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest grossed $1.06 billion. Kingsman, The Secret Service grossed $1.01 billion. These three movies easily occupied the top three highest-grossing movies last year. Furthermore, these three movies were all from the same studio. It meant that Grey Pictures released high-quality movies with high success at the box office. Flabbergasted was not enough to describe how shocked Hollywood was. The Big Six also regretted their decisions for the nth time. There were some posts on the internet about kidnapping Kazir to force him to write movie scripts and direct movies. Of course, these posts were just humorous jokes, right? The only one from the Big Six who won was 20th Century Fox because 30% of that $3 billion went to their pockets. They were just the distributor and couldn't maximize the profit since they didn't own any copyrights of the three movies. Still, 30% of $3 billion amounted to $900 million. Only insane people would be dissatisfied with that amount of money. With that, Grey Pictures became the center of attention again. Even Sony Columbia offered another acquisition plan just to convince Kazir to sell another portion of his company. Of course, Kazir didn't entertain it, so the acquisition didn't happen. Another fact was that Shadows Beneath was slowly crawling up to $900 million. The Big Six shuddered as they realized that Grey Pictures could make another $1 billion movie this time. But if that happened, the biggest winner would probably be Universal Pictures since Grey Pictures could only get 5% of that amount. But does it even matter? Shadows Beneath only spent $17 million, yet it already profited $80 million from the get-go, plus a 5% worldwide box office share. A win is a win, no matter how small it is. After that jaw-dropping news, Hollywood slowly adapted to Grey Pictures' monstrosity and focused on the summer schedule instead. When May arrived, almost all moviegoers were excited to watch three particular movies. Spider-Man 3 would be released on May 4th. Shrek the Third would be released on May 17th. Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End was going to be released on May 24th. It was clear that May was packed with strong movies that could easily surpass $900 million at the box office. Chapter 503. Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 were directed by Kazir after the directors signed a two-movie deal with Sony Columbia. It was the best decision they had made, as this business deal elevated their studio. It helped them discover how they could survive in the industry. Kazir changed how Hollywood looked at superhero movies. Now, many studios were interested in trying the genre because of what Kazir did. The success of Spider-Man allowed Sony Columbia to keep up with the other giant studios and maintain its relevance. Kazir was a major factor in that. Unfortunately, Kazir expressed that he wouldn't direct the third Spider-Man movie because he had other plans. Sony Columbia did its best to convince the director, but he wasn't budging. They offered him a better contract, but Kazir was already a billionaire at that point. A lot of people were disappointed to hear that Kazir wouldn't direct the third movie, including the fans. Sony Columbia was disappointed, especially the executives. Even the management of Marvel Comics was disappointed. They had a good relationship with Kazir, but feelings were hard to control. In the end, Sony Columbia had to hire another director for Spider-Man 3. It was sad news for Spider-Man fans all over the world. Perhaps Sony Columbia could find a way to include Kazir in the project. They did try. Sony Columbia hoped that Kazir would participate in the project. They even wanted to hire him as the head of the editing team for Spider-Man 3. They resorted to competing to buy Shadows Beneath just to convince Kazir, but their plan didn't work. Universal Pictures got the last laugh. By the way, Sony Columbia was actually not confident that Shadows Beneath would be successful at the box office considering its genre. Horror movies were also considered Kazir's weakness in his filmography. Sony Columbia didn't expect that the horror movie would become the highest-grossing horror movie of all time. They regretted not doing their best to acquire the rights to this movie. Everyone believed that The Sixth Sense, the best horror movie of all time, would lose its position as the highest-grossing horror movie after Shadows Beneath was released. After all, The Sixth Sense had an amazing plot twist that shocked people even today. But Shadows Beneath also had a plot twist. This just proved that Kazir was the guy. The director was breaking records after records like it was a Sunday morning. At this point, fans may hype the director, but he would still be recognized as underrated. The stats were not lying. As of now, Shadows Beneath had grossed $891 million at the box office after 5 months of screening. It made the movie the highest-grossing horror movie of all time, unless another movie could defeat it. The second highest-grossing horror movie was now The Sixth Sense, which grossed $672 million at the worldwide box office. If something was terrifying about these facts, it was the fact that Shadows Beneath would probably continue making more money as the movie was still screening all over the world. Anyway, Sony Columbia released Spider-Man 3 on May 4th, and it was a success. In just 3 days, the movie casually grossed $151 million. No one would deny that the movie was a success. Spider-Man 3 was almost the perfect copy of the original Spider-Man 3 from Kazir's timeline. Kazir worked with Marvel Studios to write the script, and Kazir had strong authority in making decisions. Also, he was the best scriptwriter in Hollywood, so it was easy to convince Sony Columbia to make the original version of Spider-Man 3. As for why Kazir didn't change the plot of Spider-Man 3, he had a simple reason. He had no idea what to write. He also had no idea what to change. Kazir was just a person, after all. He couldn't come up with great stories like artificial intelligence. Sad to say. In his opinion, Spider-Man 3 was perfect the way it was. Sure, it had a lot of downs, but it was still a great movie, and Kazir enjoyed it. Because of that, some fans had mixed reviews regarding the third movie. Still, Spider-Man 3 was making huge money. In just 10 days of screening, Spider-Man 3 grossed $240 million. It was close to recouping their production cost, which was $258 million. It cost a lot to make Spider-Man 3. Sony Columbia kept promoting the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man on many platforms. When May 17th arrived, the movie grossed $258 million. Now they were starting to make a profit. Too bad because a strong rival was released on May 17th. It was none other than the most handsome ogre of all time, Shrek. To be precise, Shrek the Third. Shrek the Third was a computer-animated movie produced by DreamWorks Animation, led by Jeffrey Katzenberg. Shrek was the first computer-animated movie that DreamWorks released, and it was a massive success. Since then, Shrek became one of the franchises that made DreamWorks Animation relevant. If not for this bad-mouthed green ogre, DreamWorks Animation would be long gone. Shrek the Third grossed $122 million after 4 days of screening. It was weaker compared to the performance of Spider-Man 3, but it was still an amazing feat. Also, because of Shrek the Third, Spider-Man 3 only grossed $29 million between May 17th and May 20th. Having two powerful movies released in the same month was tough to look at because one would lose while the other would win. This month of May was tougher to look at because 3 big movies would compete to dominate the month. When May 24th arrived, Shrek the Third had grossed $150 million, while Spider-Man 3 had grossed $289 million. And on the same day, Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End was released in cinemas. Chapter 504. Under the warm summer evening, fans lined up at the theater while wearing pirate hats to pay homage to the franchise. Most of them were Grey fans, while others were avid fans of Pirates of the Caribbean. It was an amazing night for many of them. It was memorable. The atmosphere made them excited as they knew that a few hours from now, they would witness the third installment of Pirates of the Caribbean. The red carpet was dazzling as the flashes of cameras were everywhere, almost blinding the evening. Next, a 10-foot pirate ship became one of the centers of attraction on the red carpet. The pirate ship was a prop created just for this event to make the red carpet match the theme of the movie. The cast of the movie arrived in grand fashion, as usual, exiting from expensive cars or limousines, depending on the kind of entrance they wanted to make. Even Geoffrey Rush, aka Captain Barbassa, stepped onto the red carpet with a small monkey on his shoulder. The small monkey was also cast in Pirates of the Caribbean as Jack the Monkey. The main attraction on the red carpet was undoubtedly the famous cast, such as Keira Knightley, Orlando Bloom, and Kazir Grey. However, most fans were most excited to see Johnny Depp. They started screaming like crazy when they saw the actor stepping out of the limousine. Johnny was wearing a tailored suit just for the occasion. Johnny Depp had been in the industry since the 80s, a few years before Kazir also started his career in showbiz. Johnny had many significant roles that boosted his career, such as Edward Scissorhands, Willy Wonka, and Donnie Brasco. However, he could say that his role as Jack Sparrow was probably the best thing that had happened to him. People started going crazy over him when Pirates of the Caribbean was released. Everyone acknowledged his talent after he performed as the unique pirate captain. And for that, He thanked Kazir for giving him a chance to be part of the massive success of Pirates of the Caribbean. It was true that Johnny had never watched his own movies, but he decided to watch the third installment of Pirates of the Caribbean since he knew it would be a box office hit. The movie was directed by Kazir Grey, after all. The media were having a blast as they took pictures upon pictures of the cast. The cast also interacted with their fans. Some signed autographs, while others took pictures with the fans. Overall, the red carpet was a memorable experience for everyone. 10 days had just passed since the premiere of Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. The movie grossed $217 million as of June 3rd, which was the 10th day of the movie's screening. Nobody was surprised by this fact, as they knew that the movie would perform amazingly at the box office. The second movie, Dead Man's Chest, grossed over $1 billion, and it determined what kind of success the third movie would achieve. Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End, would probably gross over $1 billion, not just because of its past success, but because of the movie itself. At World's End was a masterpiece that perfectly tied the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy together. The fantasy element, the stunning visuals, the exciting action stunts, everything was perfect. No one could deny how great it was. Fans would 100% recommend the movie to anyone, no matter the age. This factor was also one of the reasons why Pirates of the Caribbean was well received. The movie was for all ages. At the moment, Kazir was on his way to the filming set of The Dark Knight. He was looking at documents regarding Pirates of the Caribbean while his bodyguard, Anderson, was driving the car. With this kind of success, people will watch another sequel of Pirates of the Caribbean. Kazir only intended to direct the trilogy of Pirates of the Caribbean. As for the next movie, he wanted to hand it off to another director. In fact, he was thinking of selling the copyrights of Pirates of the Caribbean to another studio. He knew that the huge sales of the franchise came from the first 3 movies. As for the 4th and 5th movies, they were just sequels made for the sake of making money. Well, Walt Disney still made a lot of money from the 4th and 5th movies. The problem with the latter movies was that they were mediocre compared to the first 3, and even the fans could agree to that. For now, Kazir wouldn't make a hasty decision. The copyrights of Pirates of the Caribbean would remain in their film library. "Sir, did you say something?" Anderson looked in the rearview mirror. "No, I'm just talking to myself." Kazir chuckled. The two were peacefully going about their day until a speeding car came up behind them. "Sir, hold tight." Anderson saw what was coming and prepared Kazir for a collision. Kazir instinctively grabbed the handle next to his seat. A second later, a strong impact sent their car spinning through the air and crashing a few meters away from the road. The crash was so loud that Kazir was left with a lasting tinnitus. Everything happened so fast that Kazir lost his senses and his vision went dark. Kazir groaned as he closed his eyes. The impact had been so strong that he stopped breathing for a while. The air was forcefully expelled from his lungs. His senses were slowly returning. The creaking of their broken car could be heard along with faint screams from the surroundings. When he opened his eyes, he realized that his blurry vision was upside down. No, the car was upside down. As his vision cleared, Kazir saw a man approaching their car. It was their attacker. Kazir felt like he recognized the person. However, that information didn't process well in his mind because the attacker was holding an AK-47 in his hands. Chapter 505. Kazir was scared, his breathing erratic. It didn't help that his body was aching. He probably had some broken ribs. Blood was flowing from his forehead, obscuring his left eye, making his vision half red. He coughed. The sound of footsteps jolted him awake. After a long time, he felt like death was knocking on his door again. He had experienced death before, and it was something so painful. Getting hit by a truck was excruciating. The blessing was that after enduring the pain for a few seconds, Kazir had returned to 1994 to redo his life. This time, Kazir was not sure if that would happen. Having another second chance was too much to believe. Once in a while, Kazir felt like everything was just a dream. Perhaps this whole regression was merely a fantasy his brain created before he died. Maybe he was already dead, and there was no regression at all. However, the fact that he felt a sense of dread at this moment gave him the understanding that he wanted to live. This also made him understand that he was alive. He was not dead, he was alive, and everything he had experienced was real. And today, he didn't want to die. His will to live ignited. and Kazir forgot about the physical pain he was suffering. He pulled off his seatbelt, and his head fell first onto the ceiling of the car. Some of the glass shards cut his head, but he didn't care at the moment. He then proceeded to kick the cracked window to escape. He wanted to live. He was desperate. He kicked the window twice with more strength. The cracked window shattered. The attacker saw that Kazir was still alive. He roared and aimed his gun at him. "Kazir, you motherfucker." These words were so frightening to hear in this situation. The attacker had a grudge against Kazir for some reason. If words could kill, the attacker would have already won. Kazir shuddered and heard the gun clattering. He instinctively closed his eyes. He squeezed a breath. He hoped that his death would be quick this time. Then, a gunshot reverberated, and he flinched. Kazir was breathing hard. His body was shaking. His heart was beating so fast that he felt like he was having palpitations. The silence lasted for 2 seconds before Kazir realized he was still alive. He opened his eyes and looked at his body. Except for the injuries he suffered from the car crash, he was fine. He didn't find any bullet holes. He looked at the attacker and found him lying on the ground. Blood was slowly spreading beneath the body. The attacker was dead, unmoving. "Director, are you okay?" Kazir looked around quickly. He saw Anderson walking with difficulty, limping toward him. The bodyguard had a hard time moving his left foot, almost dragging it. Anderson was holding a pistol, the firearm he had used to kill the attacker. "B. Anderson. Thank you. Thank you." Kazir's voice cracked as he sobbed. Kazir didn't know why, but tears just rolled down his cheeks as he frantically came out of the car. He thought he was going to die. This was probably one of his most traumatic experiences. The first was his mom, the second was his first death, and then third was this incident. Anderson nodded when he confirmed that his boss was fine. When the car hit them, Anderson had flown out of the windshield and rolled down the road. His left leg was broken. Still, he immediately stood up to find Kazir despite his injury. When Anderson saw the attacker carrying a firearm, he pulled out his pistol and didn't hesitate to shoot him. People started approaching them. Some of these bystanders had witnessed the whole scene, and it was like an action movie, but a terrifying one. Some of them started calling the police and the ambulance. Others were murmuring and curious about the incident. Kazir weakly sat down, followed by Anderson, who had also lost his adrenaline. They were both in pain right now. He stared at the attacker. Now he remembered. He recognized this person. This man had left a strong bad impression on Kazir. He was one of the extras in Pirates of the Caribbean. The reason Kazir recognized him was that this person had been speaking badly about him and Scarlett. Kazir had kicked him off the filming set because of that. In fact, Kazir also remembered his name. Aquino, Kazir weakly muttered. A few days before the incident, Aquino slammed his fists against the table out of anger. Why? Why didn't they include my scenes in the second and third movies? Aquino was one of the extras that Grey Pictures had hired to work on Pirates of the Caribbean. However, his job on set quickly ended when director Grey fired him. He kinda understood where the director was coming from. But because of that incident, Aquino lost the remaining favor of his sugar daddy, the person who helped him find jobs in showbiz. Since then, Aquino had held a grudge against director Grey. Aquino was also a cocaine user, and that didn't help. He had been a heavy user since he stepped into the industry. Hollywood was famous for drugs, after all. At first, Aquino was so delusional that he believed Kazir would include him in the movies. He had a couple of scenes where his face was shown. He hoped that this opportunity would give him a comeback. He was super high on cocaine when he thought of these scenarios. When the second Pirates of the Caribbean movie was released, Aquino was angry that he was not included. Thankfully, his rationality was still active, and he kept his composure. He believed that director Grey was saving the best for the last. Aquino believed his scenes would be in the third movie. But when the third movie was released, Aquino decided to personally fix things. He would settle the grudge. John Lennon, Christina Grimmie, Rebecca Schaeffer, Tupac, Johnny Versace, Sharon Tate, the notorious B.I.G. There were so many celebrities who were killed by their fans or haters. Aquino wanted to be part of that list. Chapter 506. The incident blew up. The media became so excited with this news that every news station talked about it. This was a big scoop, something that would catch the interest of America, especially when there was footage of the incident, although most of the footage was in the hands of the police. Assassination was not a new thing in showbiz. Heck, 4 U.S. presidents had been assassinated in the history of America. So it was not a surprise that celebrities could experience the same thing. And actually, many celebrities had been killed for varied reasons. In Kazir's case, it was revenge. The suspect attacked Kazir because he was fired from his job. These were the headlines that were circulating in Hollywood. They made it look like Kazir was a bad person. The CCTV cameras near the incident caught almost everything, from the car crash up to the moment when Aquino, the suspect, stepped out of his dented car holding an AK-47. By the way, owning an AK-47 was not legal in Los Angeles, so Aquino probably got it from someone. Kazir was in the hospital while the media were having a blast with the news. Some of the reporters and paparazzi tried to infiltrate the hospital, but Grey Pictures hired guards to make sure that no one could disturb Kazir and Anderson, the bodyguard, who was currently in the ICU having surgery for his left foot. Some people who lived in constant defeat saw this situation as a way to cancel Kazir. This was one of the rarest moments where they could pull Kazir into deep waters. Obviously, the news painted Kazir with a bad reputation. They said that Aquino was justified because he lost his job. It was also disappointing that Aquino died. He didn't deserve it, the media quoted. In the mid-2000s, when the internet was still just starting, the media was the strongest entity that influenced people. Most people heard information from television. Right now, the media giants were making sure that they would control this situation in their favor. They didn't care if Kazir was a good person. If they wanted Kazir to be the most vile person in Hollywood, then they would make him one. Hollywood blacklisted Brendan Fraser for speaking about sexual harassment, Richard Gere because he spoke about Tibet. They also canceled Johnny Depp, Janet Jackson, and many celebrities who obviously didn't deserve it. Now, Kazir was being labeled as one of the worst bosses in America because he fired an extra. As for the reason why he did that, who gives a fuck, right? Only Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox helped Kazir and protected his name. Not even Universal Pictures helped Kazir. Funny, because Shadows Beneath had just grossed $1 billion at the worldwide box office. Universal Pictures acted like they weren't even doing business with Kazir. Perhaps Universal Pictures believed that Kazir wouldn't survive this ordeal. Anyway, Universal Pictures could afford to pay Grey Pictures that 5% box office share, then consider it done. Unfortunately, the media giants had a hard time convincing people. From the footage they saw, it was clear that Aquino was the bad guy. He was clearly insane. Furthermore, it was heartbreaking to see an injured man fighting for his life under the threat of an AK-47. They saw how Kazir crawled out of the car just to survive. Now that was amazing. It was hard to paint him as a villain when he was doing his best to crawl in order to survive. The footage spoke for itself. Kazir was the victim. Kazir's will to live and his determination despite the terrifying weapon before him. Everything resonated with the people. Even those who were doubtful about whether Kazir was a good person admitted that the director displayed courage, something they were amazed by. RN. As for the grudges between the two, who gives a fuck? At this point, Kazir was too famous to get canceled. Scarlett was in tears as she stared at Kazir sleeping. The guy had bruises on his face and some stitches on his head and arms. Based on his appearance, he had suffered a terrible accident. Kazir slowly opened his eyes and found Scarlett crying. "You're awake." Scarlett's voice was trembling as she sighed in relief. Kazir weakly smiled and wiped her tears. "Don't move. I don't want your wounds to open up," Scarlett muttered and wiped her own tears instead. She was happy that Kazir woke up. "I'm fine. They're just small cuts." Kazir chuckled, a faint smile on his face. But deep inside, he was scared. He recalled what had happened a few hours ago, and his face subconsciously paled. What about the filming today? To forget about the terrible memory, Kazir decided to change the topic. "You're hurt. You don't have to think about other things." Enrico canceled the shooting. Scarlett was part of the cast, so she heard about it firsthand. "Good thing that we are just a week away from finishing the shoot. We can afford a few days of day offs," Kazir muttered. But he shut his mouth when he saw that Scarlett was concerned about him. "Don't think too much," she said. She had already been on set when she heard that Kazir was in a car crash. When she heard that, she immediately asked if Kazir was okay. She went to the hospital the moment she found out he was staying there. "It's fortunate that you weren't with me at that time. I don't know what I'd do if something bad happened to you." He smiled and looked at the ceiling. Then, Scarlett sobbed again and kissed Kazir's hand. "Don't talk like that." "Sorry." The two stared at each other before they shared a kiss. A moment later, Kazir's relatives and friends also showed up. The room had been quiet for a reason, and the couple were acting awkward when the people showed up to check if Kazir was doing fine. Chapter 507. The room was a bit lively as more people visited. Kazir was not in a grave situation, so he was allowed to have more guests. Besides, he was in one of the most expensive private rooms in the hospital, where he could host up to 50 people if he wanted to. Honestly, Kazir preferred this lively situation compared to being alone. If he were alone, there was a strong chance he would recall the traumatizing incident. Most of the people who visited him were from business dealings, such as the people from Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox. These two studios didn't show any hostility despite having a chance to demean Kazir. Well, Warner Brothers needed Kazir to continue directing the Batman trilogy. They could also afford a week or two of vacation for Kazir. Kazir was thankful for that. As for 20th Century Fox, they were considered partners since Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox exchanged shares. Even though 20th Century Fox was just the distributor of Grey Pictures movies, Fox was still making a lot of profit. Furthermore, they needed Kazir to continue writing scripts for Final Destination and the upcoming Paranormal Activity. Kazir's family also showed up. Victor and Aaron were so happy to see that Kazir was not badly injured. A day after the incident, so many people showed up to check on Kazir that the hospital had to implement a strict policy. Scarlett realized that there were people who cared about Kazir, and she was happy about it. She wiped her tears, but this time, they were tears of joy. When Kazir started feeling tired, the people bid farewell. Only Scarlett and the Grey family members were left in the room. Kazir had been through so much, and this incident was probably one of the toughest obstacles in his life. Kazir weakly smiled as he returned to sleep. He decided to place importance on his life. Once he was done with the Dark Knight, Kazir would go somewhere nice and peaceful. The next day, Kazir heard that Anderson's operation was successful. His left foot was saved, but he needed 3 months of recovery, which Kazir gladly gave his bodyguard. Kazir also promised that he would cover all of the expenses. He even thought of buying Anderson a house and a car. He could afford to buy them anyway. No amount of money was comparable to his life. But since Anderson needed time to recover, Kazir needed to hire another bodyguard. In fact, Kazir believed he needed at least 2 bodyguards. Salvatore and Erica were looking for the best people. They had to make sure their moneymaker was safe and sound. Yeah, it was true that Kazir was the reason why Salvatore and Erica earned so much money every year. Kazir was their friend, so they also didn't want him to get hurt. The horrifying attempted murder of Kazir was so huge that police had to intervene and take it seriously. When the incident happened, the giant studios just thought it was simple revenge. They heard from one of the ex-employees he got fired and paid fines because he broke the NDA from Kazir's production team that Aquino exacted revenge on Kazir because he was kicked out of the project. That was clear, and everyone thought it was mostly the truth. As for the reason why Aquino was hired, no one cared about it. The media didn't explain it at all for obvious reasons. Because of that, the Big Four took this chance to try and destroy Kazir's career. So many people believed them, but many also sympathized with Kazir. Just because he fired someone, it didn't mean he deserved to die. Kazir had experienced so many scandals in his career, yet he survived all of them. People believed he was innocent since he was still not blacklisted in Hollywood. But everything came to a halt when the police found something interesting on Aquino's computer and phone. At first, the police were curious how Aquino got an AK-47, since that kind of firearm was illegal in Los Angeles as of 2007. They confirmed that the AK-47 came from Aquino's friend, an executive from Universal Pictures. The AK-47 was meant to be used as a prop and should have been destroyed after being used in a movie, but the executive left dozens of AK-47s as collectibles. They were not registered, by the way. Sometimes, production teams needed to use real guns as props, although they used blank bullets. Furthermore, it was cheaper to use real guns than making fake ones. An Epsilon. This executive gave one to Aquino as a gift. Everyone thought the incident would end there. But no, there was more to it. The police found an interesting conversation between Aquino and the executive. He humiliated you. Kazir thinks he is above everyone. That's why he didn't include your scene. You deserve better. Don't ask me why your asshole is itchy. We're done since last year. No one would blame you if you were going to teach Kazir a lesson. That arrogant director needs a proper lesson. I know we're not friends anymore, but if you need money to do it, you can ask. It was mild and hidden, but the executive was indirectly pushing Aquino to kill Kazir by blaming Kazir for Aquino's failure. The executive said that Kazir intentionally didn't add Aquino's scene because he offended the director. Aquino was a cocaine addict and didn't realize he was being manipulated. The executive told him their conversation should be deleted, but Aquino was too high to do that. Another thing, the executive gave Aquino a car and even told him Kazir's usual locations. Yes, this was an assassination. The public thought. This was just a simple tragedy, not a planned assassination. Even the Big Four didn't expect this outcome. To make it worse, the executive was a close friend of Harvey Weinstein. Chapter 508. The revelation shocked Hollywood. The police were hesitant at first, since this information could put their careers in jeopardy. This was not a simple assault, but an assassination that involved an executive from Universal Pictures. The Hollywood and showbiz industry was so deep that some information was not allowed to spread. Thankfully, the LAPD gave the go signal. They were doing the right thing, and they had nothing to fear. Hence, the situation became chaotic. Who would have thought that this incident was instigated by one of the higher-ups at Universal Pictures? An executive planning to kill a director, a shocking situation. News stations and publishers loved this moment and went all out. The news spread so fast that when Kazir woke up the next day, he sensed that something was going on. His father and brother were acting strange. Even Salvatore and Erica were in the hospital room, whispering. Scarlett made tea for them. If something was surprising, it was the fact that Stella Willow was also in the room, waiting for Kazir to wake up. For the record, Stella and Kazir were friends, but Stella was so busy that she probably didn't have time to visit the hospital early in the morning. What's going on? Kazir asked them. The group of people looked at each other. Scarlett sighed and gave a cup of tea to Kazir. She then passed a newly published newspaper to him. Kazir actually preferred coffee or cappuccino, but it seemed Scarlett was going for a healthy beverage. The tea was a gift from Stella. Anyway, Kazir read the newspaper and bitterly smiled. Well, the bitter tea was one of the reasons why. People will go as far as to kill someone just for profit, he said. Scarlett held his hand. This is not simple. The culture of this industry is so toxic that they feel like they can get away with anything. Don't worry, I'll do my best to make sure this will not happen again. Stella was the first to reply. She was disgusted by the fact that Hollywood let something like this happen. Thanks, Stella. Kazir smiled. Just a day after the news spread, Universal Pictures acted fast and fired the executive. They even stated it publicly in front of the media. They announced that they had no connection with the assassination and that they promoted healthy competition. Many people were mad about it, and even the movie critics felt disgusted. Universal Pictures had to solve this problem and protect its image. The executive was caught by the police and admitted the crimes. Except that, he didn't say anything else and kept his mouth shut. He accepted every backlash from the public as if he was threatened to take full responsibility. Truthfully, Universal Pictures had no intention of killing Kazir. They never resorted to killing people. This was America, and they never liked violence. Unfortunately, stuff just happens. The scandal also made the Big Four face some backlash. People were not stupid. The Big Four tried to destroy Kazir's career after the director suffered a near-death situation. People realized that the Big Four would do anything just to bury their rivals. As for Kazir's side, the director was advised by his PR team to stay quiet and away from the spotlight. He just released a statement that was crafted by his PR team. The one who delivered the words was Erica, who faced the reporters in front of the hospital. Director Grey said that he is grateful to be alive. He thanks the people for supporting him. A very short statement. Kazir's PR team advised him not to speak about the Big Four, as Kazir might have a chance to work with them again. This was from a business viewpoint, and Kazir understood. In Hollywood, there was no eternal enemy. People in the industry would always do things for their benefit, and Kazir understood that. However, he would probably not work with Universal Pictures anymore after this. He thought their relationship would improve after Shadows Beneath, but it seemed that he was wrong. Brad Grey personally talked to him on the phone and said that Universal Pictures never thought of killing him. Based on Brad's voice, he was probably not lying. Still, Kazir was determined to keep his promise this time. This was a painful betrayal that he didn't want to experience again. As for the other studios, it depended on the circumstances. He had to accept the fact that Hollywood would never change. This industry was so messed up from the roots that it was impossible to change it. No one could change Hollywood, not even Kazir, nor the Big Six. Hollywood was always the city of sin. Kazir asked for a 2-week break from Warner Brothers, and the studio gladly supported him. They were already happy that their studio was not part of the scandal. Furthermore, they used this chance of public sympathy to promote The Dark Knight. Whenever they talked about news related to Kazir, Time Warner always included that Kazir was the director of The Dark Knight. Yeah, a free promotion. Nothing to be surprised about. Within those 2 weeks, Kazir spent his time away from the paparazzi. He was in the house most of the time, together with Scarlett. His family and friends visited him once in a while. Kazir was actually bored the whole time. He realized that he preferred working on his film instead of staying at home and doing nothing. Well, taking a rest was not that bad once in a while. On top of that, he and Scarlett cuddled a lot, so definitely not that bad. Chapter 509. Dear God, why are you doing this to me? I've never been a bad person. Harvey Weinstein stared at the ceiling, talking to a higher existence, asking why he was receiving suffering after suffering despite being a good person. Harvey was a narcissistic bastard who couldn't see the wrongs in himself. In his opinion, he was one of the good guys in Hollywood. Yet the fact that he was being judged didn't sit well with him. After his friend went to jail because of a failed assassination, people started looking at him like he was a criminal. For the record, Harvey Weinstein wasn't part of the crime. It was true that he wanted Kazir dead, but he wasn't crazy enough to hire a hitman. This was an unwritten rule in Hollywood: no killings. He was indeed friends with the executive and had attended some nice parties that included illegal dealings. They were also friends with Jeffrey Epstein and Diddy, but that didn't mean Harvey Weinstein was a bad person, right? Just like he believed, he was on the good side of Hollywood. Harvey believed there were far worse people in Hollywood, and what he did was incomparable to their monstrosities. Anyway, now that his friends had been caught, people were blaming him for some reason. He became part of the scandal, and reporters and paparazzi kept pestering him like he was some kind of rapist who deserved to go to jail. Because of this incident, Harvey Weinstein had no choice but to lay low again. He decided to hide from the media and rarely left his house. Harvey felt like the social connections he had worked hard to build were crumbling as his reputation kept sinking lower and lower. He had an inkling that if he got into another scandal, the people around him wouldn't help him anymore. He would probably go to jail the next time. After 2 weeks of rest, Kazir was so excited that he woke up early just to greet the day when the production of The Dark Knight would restart. He looked out the window. The sun was just rising, and the sky was still dark blue. He kissed Scarlett's forehead. The woman was still sleeping. All of Scarlett's scenes had already been filmed, so there was no reason for her to attend the shoot. Take care. I'll visit you after I wake up, Scarlett grumbled and returned to sleep. Kazir chuckled and left the house. In front of his home, 3 tall men seemed ready for action. These were the 3 bodyguards that Salvatore and Erica had found to protect Kazir. Anderson was still in the hospital. Kazir nodded at them, a bit awkward that these 3 strangers would be following him to every event from now on. The 3 bodyguards were Dane, Ronan, and Vince. Their presence was a bit intimidating. Kazir knew that they could beat a person in a gunfight or a street fight. Either way, it seemed that Kazir would be safe with them. Sir, I'm your driver/bodyguard, Dane Fan. The car is ready. Dane introduced himself. Oh, thanks, Kazir said as he entered the new car. This car was a bulletproof vehicle that he had recently purchased. He had to admit he was traumatized by the incident and didn't want to experience it again. RB. As for the other bodyguards, they would follow in another car. Both vehicles were bulletproof. Kazir spent $2.4 million to buy these 2 cars for his safety. It was a great investment. After all, he only had one life. He had experienced 2 lives, but it didn't matter. The meaning was still there. Life is important. When he reached the studio, the crew members were already busy. They were checking equipment, adjusting the lights, setting the cameras, and even preparing snacks and drinks in each cast member's trailer. When Kazir showed up, they greeted him with good mornings and expressed their concern about what had happened. Kazir smiled and said he was fine. He had suffered a few injuries from the car crash, but he was doing well. Even the stitches on his head were mostly healed. His hair covered the wounds, so they weren't obvious. Kazir started the day with 3 bodyguards around him, scanning the surroundings and looking at Kazir, making sure there were no hidden threats. The crew members felt awkward, but they had to adapt. This was their new normal now that Kazir had almost died in an assassination attempt. Kazir could also see that the crew members were afraid to approach him because of the stern gazes from his bodyguards. However, he couldn't stop the bodyguards from doing their job. They just had to adapt until everything became normal. It was normal for the cast to show up later than the filming crew. Most of the cast of The Dark Knight were famous celebrities, so they had the privilege to do what they wanted. Filming was scheduled to start around 9 a.m. But most of the cast who were part of the scene were still not present. Kazir was used to this. Most celebrities showed up late for some reason, as if they wanted to be the star of the set by arriving last. It was 11 a.m. when filming finally started. The cast first greeted Kazir and asked about his well-being. Kazir answered truthfully. Because Kazir had asked for a 2-week break, the schedule was adjusted. It was fortunate that there were only a few remaining scenes to film before the production moved into post-production. Chapter 5:10. A week later, with Kazir's fast and consistent filming, the production of The Dark Knight was on its last day. The sky was dark that night, and the cold breeze was all around. The crew members felt the chill, but they remained quiet. The set came to a halt, and everyone kept their mouths shut. Kazir was sitting behind the scene, staring at the monitor that displayed the scene from 6 angles. They were filming in an old building in Los Angeles that had been rented by the crew. The building was scheduled for demolition in a few months, and its desolate atmosphere was the perfect vibe to depict Batman's decision to throw away his mantle as Gotham's vigilante. "Batman, Batman!" James Gordon's son shouted at Batman, the hero who had saved their lives. However, Batman didn't respond and continued running away. "Why is he running, Dad?" the young boy asked. "Because we have to chase him. He didn't do anything wrong." The child was confused, remembering how Batman had jumped in to save him. "Because he's the hero that Gotham deserves, but not the one it needs right now. So we'll hunt him. Because he can take it. Because he's our hero. He's a silent guardian, a watchful protector." The Dark Knight. The whole place was quiet. Everyone looked at Kazir. He was the boss. They had already filmed this scene 4 times and were just waiting for Kazir's approval to know if the scene met his criteria. One of his bodyguards stood next to Kazir, tall and strong like a pillar. The other 2 bodyguards were dozens of meters away, checking the perimeter as if they were in a war zone, expecting possible attacks. Honestly, the tension on set was still present, even 3 weeks after Kazir had almost died. The crew members were still not used to people monitoring their every movement like they were some kind of criminals. In fact, one of the bodyguards also had to taste test the food and beverages given to Kazir whenever the director was hungry or thirsty. Fortunately, this would be the last time working with Kazir this year, since the director only filmed 1 movie per year. 1 movie per year was amazing, by the way. It was even more impressive that Kazir had filmed 2 movies the previous year, and both had grossed $1 billion. Kazir was the abnormal one here. Kazir frowned while rewinding the tape. The people around him waited for the verdict. Even the cast, such as Christian Bale and Gary Oldman, were waiting. Christian Bale was still in his Batman suit and sweating quite a lot. A few seconds later, Kazir clapped his hands. "Okay, that's it. The filming of The Dark Knight is done." The crew members screamed in joy and cheered. "We prepared a small party back at the studio tonight. I hope everyone will attend. Let's all have fun." Enrico Pucci, the producer of The Dark Knight, stepped in and announced the party, prompting another loud cheer. They would eat and drink till they couldn't anymore. Arnu. Kazir also smiled. He had promised that once filming was done, he would apply for a month's vacation before starting the post-production of The Dark Knight, which was the editing stage. He had already spoken with Warner Brothers, and the studio understood why he asked for the break. He really needed it after the incident. 2 weeks hadn't been enough to calm his nerves. He still experienced mild PTSD whenever he stepped into a car. Scarlett said she was interested in visiting Europe, especially Italy and France. May had been a rough month for Kazir. Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End, was released and became a massive success, but that wasn't the reason May was rough for him. A week after the premiere of Pirates of the Caribbean, Kazir was almost killed by an extra. The motive behind the crime was that Aquino was angry about not being included in the final cut. Also, Aquino had been subtly brainwashed to kill Kazir. After that, June served as a rest month for Kazir, since he only worked for a week during that time. He spent most of his time recovering at home from the injuries he had sustained. However, while Kazir was recuperating, blockbuster films such as Knocked Up, Ocean's 13, Surf's Up, Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, 1408, Evan Almighty, Live Free or Die Hard, and Ratatouille were released in June. Fantastic Four was a property 20th Century Fox had acquired a decade before Marvel Comics became part of the Disney family. Hence, 20th Century Fox had already approved the project and filmed it a year before the MCU was created. It would have been a waste of money not to release the movie, instead of trying to include it in the MCU. Surprisingly, Fantastic Four was a success, so 20th Century Fox and Marvel Studios decided to make a sequel, which was Rise of the Silver Surfer. The movie grossed $353 million at the box office. As for Evan Almighty, it was the sequel to Bruce Almighty, a film Kazir had written. When Jim Carrey announced he wouldn't reprise his role as Bruce Almighty, Kazir knew the franchise's future was bleak. Therefore, he barely participated in the scriptwriting. Because of this, he wasn't included as the screenwriter for the movie, which was fine with him. Regardless, Evan Almighty grossed $214 million at the box office. Not bad. Something is strange. I feel like I forgot something, Kazir said to himself while reading a newspaper in a pastry shop in Italy. Perhaps you're talking about tipping. I'm not sure if Italy has a tipping culture or if that's just a US thing, Scarlett replied while enjoying her croissant and latte. I'm not sure. I feel like another big movie should be released this month. Chapter 511. Kazir looked at the newspaper for the second time, frowning as he felt like he had forgotten something big. It's probably a big movie in my past life. Strange. I'm confident in my memory whenever it's about movies. Scarlett saw that Kazir was thinking seriously. However, they were on vacation right now, and both of them had promised that they wouldn't think about their jobs. They had been busy for a year, and Kazir had also experienced a terrible accident, so they needed to detox from Hollywood. The two were currently wearing shades to hide their identities, as both of them were quite famous. Scarlett passed a cheesecake to Kazir and said, "You've been stressed since we got on the plane. Maybe you're just jet-lagged?" "Yeah, I think you're right." Kazir sighed and grabbed a spoon to munch on the cheesecake. The reason why he had been uncomfortable the whole flight was because of his trauma. It had only been 3 weeks since the incident, and Kazir was still trying to heal from his mental trauma. He glanced at the next table and saw 4 people drinking coffee, but constantly on the lookout. These 4 were Erica, Dane, Ronan, and Vince. They were following Kazir and Scarlett on their vacation, just for safety purposes. Erica was no longer a bodyguard, now serving as an assistant, but she had decided to follow Kazir on his vacation because she felt guilty for not being present when her boss was attacked by a lunatic. To make up for it, she chose to protect him on this trip. Unsurprisingly, the 3 male bodyguards didn't belittle Erica. They showed her respect. Well, Erica had a scar on her face, and her 6-foot height was enough to intimidate people. Kazir returned to his cheesecake after looking at the 4 tough-looking bodyguards. He wasn't used to this kind of situation, but he didn't have a choice other than to compromise. One assassination attempt was enough. He had no intention of disregarding his life just because he didn't want bodyguards following him. I should probably try learning how to use a gun. Kazir didn't have a license, so he would have to apply for a permit. Now he understood why having a gun for self-protection was a valid opinion. He didn't want to experience another moment of helplessness, unable to defend himself during an assassination attempt. At that time, he had deeply regretted not having a gun to protect himself. After eating, the couple decided to walk around and go window shopping. The 4 bodyguards followed them a few meters behind. "Does this dress look good on me?" Scarlett asked while holding a white dress that ended above her knees. "Babe, everything looks good. On you. Did I tell you how much I love you?" Scarlett blushed and decided to buy it. The shop didn't accept credit cards, so Scarlett had to count the cash before paying. Of course, the people who carried their shopping bags were the male bodyguards. "I think hiring some bodyguards isn't so bad," Kazir said while looking at the shopping bags the bodyguards were carrying. All of them had been bought by Scarlett, who loved shopping. Kazir knew that his 2 arms wouldn't be enough to carry everything she bought. Now, he was thankful that he had brought the bodyguards. "Babe, I promised I'd buy your niece a toy." "Alyssa likes Barbie dolls," Kazir reminded her. They found a toy shop. Scarlett looked around for toys to buy for Alyssa while Kazir glanced at the front door. Then, Kazir suddenly recalled the big movie that should have been released this month after seeing a toy model of Optimus Prime at the entrance. "Transformers!" he shouted. "Babe, are you okay?" Scarlett rushed back when she heard Kazir yell. "And no, I'm fine. I just remembered something important." Kazir was embarrassed when he realized his mistake. Even other people were staring at him because of the commotion. "Is it about movies again?" Scarlett gave him a stern look. "Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't help but think about my job. I know I promised that we wouldn't think about anything job-related while on vacation." "Ah, it's all right. Don't be sad." Scarlett approached him and cupped his face. "You're right. I should be relaxing right now. But you know how my brain works. That's why I like you," Scarlett giggled. "Your love and strict passion for filmmaking impress me. You're so attractive whenever you're focused on your goals." "Thanks. But this time, we should enjoy and relax." "I will," Kazir nodded. "So, what were you thinking earlier, and why did you shout?" Scarlett curiously asked. "I thought we weren't going to bring our jobs on this vacation." Kazir glanced at her and chuckled. Scarlett was so adorable that it didn't matter. He just kissed her forehead before answering. "It's about Transformers. I remembered that Paramount wanted to make a movie adaptation of this famous toy line. I thought they were going to release the movie this month. Isn't that the project Michael Bay is trying to get?" Michael Bay's last movie, The Island, had been a failure at the box office, so the director's career was on the edge. Kazir stared at Scarlett. He knew that Scarlett had starred in The Island and had worked with Michael Bay. "Hey, it's not my fault that the movie was a disaster. I'm just an actress. You should blame the editor and director for making a boring plot like that," she defended herself. "But you earned $2 million starring in that movie." "That's right, but it's still not my fault." She pouted. The Island had a cost of $126 million, but only grossed $162 million at the box office. DreamWorks had been so disappointed that they had no intention of working with Michael Bay again. Chapter 512. You're so cute when you're angry. "Oomph. I'm not going to fall for your trick this time," Scarlett grumbled and started looking for Barbie toys. Kazir followed closely. "Of course, I'm not blaming you. Most of the time, the reason why a movie fails is because of the wrong decisions the directors make. You're just an actress. All you can do is follow the script. You can't control how the movie will be created." Kazir tried to appease the woman. "Besides, it's amazing that you got $2 million. She gave him a playful glare. "I do know that I was blamed in that movie for being an emotionless actress who can't perform well. I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Scarlett sighed and passed a box of Barbie dolls to Kazir. Her frustration was gone as she realized that she was actually being childish. "I forgive you. I always will. Now make sure you make up for it," she added. "Okay, cool. I'm gonna eat that tang later." Okay. I'm just joking." Kazir chuckled as he saw Scarlett glaring at him for making a dirty joke. Kazir followed Scarlett while holding a few boxes of toys for little girls. "Anyway, Paramount invited me to direct Transformers, but I'm kinda busy. However, they decided to adjust their schedule, hoping that I could direct Transformers." Kazir explained their meeting. "If you didn't agree, Paramount Pictures would hire Michael Bay instead?" Scarlett giggled while looking at Kazir, who was doing his best carrying the toys. "That's right. I have no problem with it. I already have a lot of projects to do. So what's your decision? Are you not interested in directing Transformers?" Scarlett asked. Based on Kazir's tone, it was obvious that he was interested in directing the movie. Kazir paused after paying for the toys. He used cash again. He slightly smiled at Scarlett. "At first, I was interested. I can see the potential in Transformers. It has the potential to make billions at the box office. Furthermore, Hasbro will pay top dollar just to hire a director like me. But I decided that it's not for me." "But why?" "Because I don't like Paramount Pictures. For now, I won't work with that studio." Scarlett nodded and understood Kazir's reasoning. When Kazir was in the hospital, getting treated for his injuries, Paramount Pictures was one of the studios that berated the director and tried to cause a scandal. Paramount Pictures expressed that Kazir was an arrogant director who kicked out a poor extra, and he deserved what happened to him. Even Scarlett had been livid while listening to that news report. Their team already filed lawsuits to those people, but it would probably take a while for a result to happen. Everything comes down to who has more money. Thankfully, Kazir had still been asleep when that news aired. But based on Kazir's decision, It was obvious that he held a grudge against what Paramount Pictures did. I guess Paramount Pictures regrets what they did. Now they closed the negotiation before it even happened, Scarlett said, making fun of Paramount Pictures. I guess so. They were not far from being right. As of now, Paramount Pictures felt like they had shot themselves in the foot after the revelation about the assassination attempt on Kazir. Even the public was making a mockery of Paramount Pictures, Walt Disney, Sony Columbia, and Universal Pictures. Kazir suddenly laughed. I just remembered something. It's so ironic that a few years ago, Sony Columbia and 20th Century Fox protected me when the scandal involving Tobey Maguire and me spread. At that time, Warner Brothers was one of the studios that tried to destroy my career. But now it's the complete opposite. Warner Brothers is protecting me while Sony Columbia is lashing out at me. New Omicrondo. It was all about benefits. For now, Walt Disney could see the benefit of helping Kazir, so the studio did its best to protect him. There were no eternal enemies or allies in this industry. Everyone was doing it for their own benefit. The industry itself was a hypocritical system filled with lies, yet people couldn't help but adore show business. Many wouldn't hesitate to sell their souls just to become celebrities. Honestly, some famous people indeed had sold their souls, such as the people related to Diddy. If Paramount Pictures tries to invite me again after this incident, I'll give them a massive middle finger. Kazir was not some weakling that the Big Six could bully, not anymore. He could determine his own future without bowing his head. As for Transformers, unfortunately, Kazir decided to drop that project from his hands. If Paramount Pictures decided to hire Michael Bay, so be it. But since the release of Transformers was delayed, Kazir was not sure if the movie would experience the same success as in the original timeline. Scarlett and Kazir returned to the United States in the last week of July. Kazir had a premiere to attend around this time, so their vacation only lasted 1 month. Furthermore, Kazir had to start the post-production of The Dark Knight. Once Kazir stepped on American soil, his mind immediately shifted back to work-related matters. Despite the incident, it was fortunate that some things never changed. While Kazir was gone, movies such as Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Hairspray, I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry, and The Simpsons movie were released in theaters. 20th Century Fox was the distributor of Grey Pictures movies, but Fox also couldn't disregard their own projects. Because of that, Grey Pictures movies were usually released in late July, August, or September, depending on the schedule. This time, John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum would be released on July 31st, Tuesday. A rare date to release a movie. The promotion was in full force. Tabloids, billboards, and movie trailers were almost everywhere. Chapter 5:13. On July 31st, Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End grossed over $361 million at the North American box office after 70 days of screening. The movie also grossed $423 million internationally. The franchise achieved massive success internationally following the outstanding performance of the second movie last year. Since then, the franchise has gained millions of fans all over the world. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl grossed $650 million when it was released in 2003. At that time, it was considered a miracle since pirate movies were typically regarded as box office failures. Last year, in 2006, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest grossed over $1.06 billion. It was a worldwide success that launched an amazing franchise beloved by people everywhere. And now, Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End has grossed $784 million. No one would deny that the third installment of the franchise would gross over $1 billion. Because from the looks of it, the movie would indeed surpass the $1 billion mark. So far, Kazir has made 4 movies that grossed $1 billion at the box office. They were Wanted, Spider-Man, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, and Shadows Beneath. No one could replicate what he did. Perhaps only people like Christopher Nolan, James Cameron, and Michael Bay could follow in his footsteps, as these 4 directors had strong selling factors in their filmographies. Anyway, despite this good news, Kazir had complicated thoughts. Regarding the success of Pirates of the Caribbean, he was unsure if he should sell the franchise or perhaps milk it until it was dry and dirty. At first, Kazir wanted to keep the copyrights since it was a successful franchise. But the tragedy he experienced left him traumatized. The police concluded that Aquino held a grudge against Kazir because he didn't include his performance in the final cut, which was sort of useless, by the way. After all, Aquino only had a 2-second scene where he was walking and carrying a box. That was it. Fucking not relevant at all. Because of what he suffered, Kazir felt like Pirates of the Caribbean would always remind him of that terrible experience, and for the sake of his mental health, he considered selling it. By doing that, they would lose most rights regarding merchandise sales and other peripherals. I gotta talk to Stella and the management regarding this. But they will probably be against selling such a gold mine. The best compromise they could reach was that Kazir wouldn't direct the sequels, and Pirates of the Caribbean would be shelved for a few years. They wouldn't film another installment until perhaps 2011. What are you thinking? Scarlett sensed that Kazir was deep in thought and worried it was about the incident a month ago. Kazir chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing. I'm thinking of Pirates of the Caribbean. I wonder what the next step should be. I'm sure you'll figure it out. You're the best director in Hollywood, after all. Hearing his girlfriend's praise, Kazir couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, everyone recognized him as the best director. Not even the newcomer Christopher Nolan, the once-a-decade James Cameron, nor the explosion addict Michael Bay could be compared to him. Kazir was at the top of the filmmaking industry. Even if Kazir suffered a career-ending scandal and lost everything, studios would still hire him because of his profitability. His name alone was enough to attract audiences to buy tickets. Thanks. Kazir held Scarlett's hand. The two were in a limousine, on their way to the red carpet for John Wick. Chapter 3, Parabellum. Tonight was a busy night for them, as the premiere would be filled with avid fans ready to watch another action-packed movie. Then, the two reached their destination. They already saw people lining up and reporters snapping pictures at the limousine, waiting for the next celebrities to show up. Kazir was the first to open his door and extended his hand to Scarlett, who followed after grabbing his hand. Another deafening cheer echoed as the two walked the red carpet, quite literally. The scene was spectacular. Fans lined the streets, screaming and waving posters and pictures of the cast, particularly Viggo Mortensen with his iconic long hair and beard. Kazir and Scarlett, fresh from their vacation in Italy, stood at the center of this applause. They were calm and composed as they followed standard procedure. They had attended movie premieres so many times that they were accustomed to what to do. Still, they had to admit that every CCU red carpet was always hype and energetic. After posing for pictures, the couple reached the next stage, interviews. Director, does the assassination attempt make you think of how to respect your employees better? A very bold question, but not surprising. Of course, interviewers loved asking scandalous questions that could trigger celebrities. At this point, this was the career path of most reporters and paparazzi. They loved making celebrities mad so they could make money off it. Kazir smiled at the reporter who asked the question. He nodded. Yes. One word, but it could imply many things. What do you mean, yes? Kazir didn't bother answering because Scarlett pulled him away from the scene. She glared at the reporter before walking off. Kazir was still suffering mentally from the incident, and that low-class reporter decided to remind him of that terrible experience. Of course, anyone close to Kazir would be angry. Chapter 514. Scarlett was fuming as she held Kazir's hand. The two went to the theater, and Scarlett was clearly in a bad mood. Kazir smiled slightly. He realized that the woman cared about him. Those hyenas, they ask anything just to get a reaction. Hyenas, vultures, parasites, names that could describe paparazzi and low-class reporters. Sometimes, they would ask about topics not even related to the celebrity, such as politics, gender studies, race, and religion. Why did they even have to ask an actor about gender studies and race? It had no connection to the movie at all. Scarlett stomped her feet, and Kazir couldn't help but laugh. He was not offended by what the reporter asked. It wasn't that deep. It's fine. Let's just focus on watching John Wick. The fans are excited to see the movie. This time, it was Kazir who took Scarlett's hand and led her to their seats. The plot of John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum was almost the same as the original, although some CCU scenes were added. If there was something that caught people off guard, it was Winston's betrayal in the last part of the movie. Winston shot John Wick, which caused John to fall from the building. Honestly, it was a miracle that John Carter survived. As expected of the Baba Yaga, one thing was certain, the fans loved the movie. They kept chanting John Wick's name as they came out of the theaters. When the first 24 hours ended, John Wick, Chapter 3 grossed $36 million. It wasn't a surprise. This was the average performance of CCU movies. If anything was surprising, it was the fact that the figure was lower than expected. The last 3 movies that Grey Pictures released each grossed over $1 billion. So it was a bit surprising that John Wick, Chapter 3 only grossed $36 million on its first day. Perhaps it was because the excitement had ended with Kingsman, the Secret Service. The protagonists defeated a strong organization, and thus, the fans were less excited to watch the latest movie. Also, Brian Mills died in Kingsman, the Secret Service, so many fans were still mourning. Anyway, $36 million was a huge amount of money no matter what angle you looked at it. 5 more days passed, and it was now August 5th, Sunday. John Wick, Chapter 3 had grossed $133 million after 5 days of screening. It was a success for everyone who worked on the project. The budget for the movie was only $75 million, plus a $25 million budget for advertising. Overall, Grey Pictures spent around $100 million on John Wick, Chapter 3. In just 5 days, the movie had already surpassed its production cost, and anything beyond $100 million would be profit. Everyone knew this was just the beginning of John Wick, Chapter 3's performance. The movie would surely make more money. Within the same week, August 1st to 5th, Underdog was released. It was a superhero movie about a dog. The movie was produced by Walt Disney. The studio was desperate to make relevant live-action movies. Unfortunately, Underdog was easily beaten by John Wick, Chapter 3. Underdog only grossed $11 million in the same week that John Wick, Chapter 3 was released. This $25 million movie lost to John Wick, Chapter 3. It couldn't compete against the CCU movie, which had a steady fan base that watched it daily. If there were movies that could threaten John Wick, Chapter 3's domination of August, they were probably Rush Hour 3 and Mr. Bean's Holiday. These two were the big movies scheduled for release in August. However, analysts believed that John Wick, Chapter 3 had a higher chance of earning more than Rush Hour 3 and Mr. Bean's Holiday, since CCU movies averaged $500 million at the box office. Just like that, days passed, and it was now August 12th. Within the same week, Rush Hour 3 was released, and it grossed $49 million. The movie had only been in theaters for 3 days. Compared to John Wick, Chapter 3, Rush Hour 3 had a better opening weekend. As for John Wick, Chapter 3, the movie made another $79 million, bringing its total to $212 million at the North American box office. Despite having a weaker first 3-day performance compared to Rush Hour 3, John Wick, Chapter 3 was still making steady money. Another week passed, and it was August 19th. Underdog grossed $31 million. Rush Hour 3 grossed $87 million. John Wick, Chapter 3 grossed $256 million. Also, the movie was released internationally in many major countries, earning another $92 million. Another week passed, and it was now August 26th. Mr. Bean's Holiday was released and grossed $9 million. This comedy couldn't compete against John Wick, Chapter 3. As of August 26th, John Wick, Chapter 3 had grossed $281 million. Additionally, the international box office reached $172 million. That made John Wick, Chapter 3's total gross over $453 million after 27 days of screening. That was a great performance. Based on statistics and common sense, John Wick, Chapter 3 dominated the month of August and was the movie that earned the most money. Grey Pictures celebrated this success, and Kazir had to take some time out of the editing room, as he had spent almost a month in post-production for The Dark Knight. He had to talk to Heath Ledger for the nth time this month. When the dubbing of lines started, Kazir decided to talk to Heath Ledger more often to keep the man lively. Unfortunately, Kazir was not the outgoing type, so he wasn't sure if his methods were effective. One thing was certain, Heath Ledger was still affected by the heavy role of the Joker. Chapter 5:15. The success of John Wick -3, Parabellum brought happiness to Grey Pictures, of course. They worked hard to produce a high-quality movie and hoped that it would bring them profit. Even though John Wick, Chapter 3 had a lower performance compared to the last 3 movies they produced, it was still undoubtedly a huge amount of money. So far, the movie had already grossed $600 million worldwide at the box office after 50 days of screening. At the same time, the summer season had ended more than 2 weeks ago, and the major studios hadn't released any huge movies except Resident Evil, Extinction, and The Game Plan. While the September days rolled on, and some people were asking to be woken up once September ended, Kazir focused his time on the post-production of The Dark Knight. Kazir attended the dubbing sessions of the cast and listened to how they delivered their lines. Sometimes, due to poor audio recording, the cast had to re-record their lines in a cleaner version. Hence, Kazir spent time with the cast. He also had the chance to talk to Heath Ledger. They even had a drink together at a bar that Kazir loved to visit. Knowing the future, Kazir was worried about the impending doom that could happen to Heath Ledger. Kazir understood that he was not a superhero, and he wasn't exactly a good person either. He followed his own set of morals. If doing good things endangered him, he wouldn't do them. Examples: preventing 9/11 and saving Princess Diana. Once in a while, Kazir wondered whether things might have changed for the better if he had saved Princess Diana or prevented 9/11. But he was just a human, and he was afraid of the consequences. He didn't try to meet Princess Diana a few years ago nor save her, because he had an idea about the people who were behind her death. Everyone had an idea of what happened. So Kazir didn't want to be part of that complicated mess, because he could die if he tried. As for preventing 9/11, Kazir could have contacted the CIA and told them that a group of people was planning to attack the country, but that could have cost him his career. These professional CIA agents could trace the message back to him. Also, he was afraid of being interrogated by the CIA. There were also rumors that the CIA already had intel that a terrorist attack was coming, but they failed to prevent it. See, even the CIA knew about the impending doom but failed to stop it. Also, if the information Kazir provided prevented Al-Qaeda's terrorist act, there was a possibility that he would be assassinated the next day. A single person like Kazir couldn't prevent some things from happening. He was not a god, after all. Perhaps it was the wrong decision, but putting yourself first before others was not a bad thing. In this case, Kazir just placed more importance on his own life than the strangers who had no obvious connection to him. So I'm going to ask you the same question. If you traveled back in time and became successful in your career, became a millionaire, and had a great loving family, would you endanger your life, your family, and your career just to prevent a tragedy? Rich people can't get assassinated. Sorry, but a CEO of an insurance company was assassinated, so that statement was false. Kazir had made his decision. But Heath Ledger was a different story. Heath Ledger didn't die from assassination or a terrorist attack. If Kazir saved Heath Ledger, no one would be mad at him or try to kill him. So this time, Kazir decided to save someone's life. Besides, he was working in the entertainment industry, and this place was already far from his original timeline, so no worries about changing things. While looking at the dozens of monitors, with editors cutting scenes, Kazir was thinking about Heath Ledger and his role in The Dark Knight as the Joker. Was Heath Ledger's role as the Joker one of the factors in his untimely death? Kazir asked himself. He also had an answer to his question. The answer was yes. The Joker was a role that placed a heavy burden on Heath Ledger's mental state. The role was mentally taxing. A crazy clown mass murderer who lacked empathy. For Heath to embody this role, he sometimes had to assimilate his mind with how the Joker thinks. It was a frightening experience. Hence, Heath suffered and began experiencing sleep deprivation. This was a factor in why Heath relied heavily on sleeping medication. Heath Ledger died from an overdose of prescribed painkillers, anti-anxiety drugs, and sleeping pills. However, Heath's role as the Joker is not the major reason he died. It's because he was too reliant on medications that he succumbed to death. Kazir concluded. Although the Joker was a factor, based on his recent interactions with Heath, he knew that Heath's mental state was strong and that he could overcome the role. In fact, Heath Ledger was actually working on another project currently, which was the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. Kazir, should we add this scene? The editor asked about the scene where the Joker pushed his head out of the car window to feel the wind. It showed his carefree attitude despite the abominations he had committed. Kazir looked at the scene. He was still amazed at how Heath portrayed the Joker. Heath Ledger deserved the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. That he won. Unfortunately, he wasn't there to receive it. This time, Kazir decided to change the future so that he would witness the moment when Heath stood on the podium to accept the award. Chapter 516. Alexa Nguyen was humming while fixing the robotic suit of Iron Man. She inspected the golden paint on the suit, making sure it wouldn't fall off during shooting. This was the fourth version of the suit because the first three versions didn't last long due to work-related issues. She looked at the suit. It looked like a real metal robotic suit, but it was actually made of rubber and other lightweight materials. She nodded as she confirmed that the suit looked real. Alexa was a student who studied at the California Institute of the Arts and hoped to become an actress. She finished college and worked in the industry. Unfortunately, she couldn't find jobs as an actress because of her appearance. The best she could get were nameless extra roles that placed her in the background. In this industry, appearance was the biggest factor in determining whether an actress would become famous or not. Most of these actresses were gorgeous, fit, and young. Only a few female actresses failed to meet the three criteria and still became successful, such as Whoopi Goldberg, Tilda Swinton, Barbra Streisand, and others. No offense, just a personal opinion. We could also add Ellen DeGeneres to that list, considering the talk show host has some questionable conduct. As for why Hollywood prefers beautiful, fit, and young women, the answer lies in beauty standards. The media pushes some impossible beauty ideals that people believe to be real. They don't know that actresses and female models often have to starve themselves just to maintain their figure. Anyway, Alexa didn't pass the criteria for becoming an actress. It wasn't because of her race, just the simple fact that she was not blessed in the beauty department. After years of failure trying to become an actress, Alexa couldn't let go of her dream of working in Hollywood. She decided to work as a costume designer instead. After years of hard work, she found herself hired by Marvel Studios as the costume designer for Iron Man's suit. To be honest, Alexa had read a few comics, but she had never heard of Iron Man before. Because of her job, however, she read a few comic volumes just to understand the character's design. One thing she realized while looking at Iron Man's appearance in older comics, his original version was wacky as hell. He looked like a walking medicine capsule, red on top and yellow at the bottom. She cringed while looking at Iron Man's old design. Thankfully, Iron Man's appearance in the newer comics looked much better. This was also the design Alexa followed while improving the suit's visual aesthetics. Marvel Studios had already started releasing a newer version of Iron Man a few years ago as preparation for the upcoming MCU. Filming for Iron Man was ongoing, and the management had hired an ex-convict to play the protagonist, something that surprised Alexa. This was her biggest job so far, so she wanted it to succeed. She was skeptical at first when she heard that Robert Downey Jr., an actor who went to prison, would play Tony Stark. However, when Alexa met the actor, she realized that Robert was more approachable than his co-star, Terrence Howard. Alexa had a few conversations with Robert. Their topics were mostly about the suits, the costume's comfort, and how to improve them. To be fair, most celebrities were arrogant, so Robert was a refreshing experience for Alexa. She even had a delusional classmate who bragged that she was Kazir Grey's sister. At least arrogant celebrities had a valid reason to be arrogant, unlike that bitch. Anyway, based on what she heard, Robert Downey Jr. was actually recommended by Kazir Grey to star as Tony Stark. Some people in Marvel Studios management were against it, but Kazir was one of the leaders of the MCU, alongside Avi Arad and Stan Lee. Also, Kazir was the best director in Hollywood, so the management decided to trust him. They cast Robert Downey Jr. as the billionaire Tony Stark. Of course, Marvel Comics made sure that Robert wouldn't use any drugs while working on Iron Man, a clause that was written into the contract. If Robert failed to comply, he would have to pay damages to Marvel Comics and would be fired. So far, Robert was doing well in his job. In fact, his acting as Tony Stark was superb. People believed that the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a huge project that 20th Century Fox, Marvel Studios, and Grey Pictures were working on together, would prosper. Aside from Iron Man, Marvel Studios was also working on another project, The Incredible Hulk. The studio had hired Mark Ruffalo to play Bruce Banner. If Iron Man was somewhat of a nobody in comic popularity, then Hulk was a famous comic character that many people already knew. These two superheroes would serve as the audience's introduction to the MCU. Marvel Studios spent millions on these two projects, hoping to turn the once bankrupt company into a profitable one. Oh, News Corporation and 20th Century Fox were expecting good news from them, and Marvel Studios management couldn't help but feel nervous and pressured. The DCU that Warner Brothers was developing had already failed due to Superman and other factors, so the MCU didn't have a direct rival, except for the CCU, of course. Chapter 517. While Alexa Nguyen was busy fixing the Iron Man suit, she heard that a small commotion was happening. She left the dressing room and saw some people murmuring, "God, I hope I get his autograph this time. I heard that his autograph can be sold for $10,000. I even heard that the spoon he used at the cafeteria was sold for $50,000. Can you imagine that?" Alexa furrowed her brows as she listened. She wondered which celebrity would show up. She had read the cast list and already met most of them. She had seen Terrence Howard. The actor was a celebrity through and through, and Alexa didn't dare talk to him. He was unapproachable. As for Gwyneth Paltrow, Alexa was scared of her. Aside from Tony Stark and Jeff Bridges, the antagonist of Iron Man, Alexa hadn't had any interaction with the cast. Her job was to design the armor suits for Iron Man and Ironmonger. She was a costume designer. Gosh, I want to meet him. I heard he's so super handsome, even though he's in his late 30s. I'd ride that hot body despite the age gap. Alexa heard one of the young female makeup artists squeal in excitement. She became curious about the person they were talking about. Suddenly, the conversation stopped and a tall man walked into view. It was director Kazir Grey. Kazir, along with his 4 bodyguards, Erica included, showed up at the Iron Man studio. Alexa was surprised. She was a big fan of Director Grey. Just like the others, she admitted that Director Grey exuded strong sex appeal to the opposite gender. It didn't help that he was tall, handsome, and fucking rich. Kazir walked through the hallway and saw people greeting him. He had no idea who they were since this crew was mostly under Jon Favreau's team. Jon Favreau was the director of Iron Man. He was also part of the cast. He played Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's bodyguard. Kazir stopped walking when he recognized an Asian woman. "Are you Alexa Nguyen?" "Yes." "Ah, yes. Yes, that's right." Alexa was surprised. That Kazir recognized her. "If I remember correctly, we met at the dinner party after the premiere of John Wick, Chapter 2 a few years ago." "That's right. I was one of the lucky fans who got the chance to meet you after the premiere." Alexa was so excited that she smiled. "So, you're also working in movie production?" "I'm the costume designer for Iron Man." "Wow, that's amazing." Alexa slightly blushed. "Well, since I also work on the MCU, perhaps we'll meet again." Kazir excused himself and his entourage followed. Once Kazir was gone, the people around Alexa started interrogating her about how she met the director. "Autograph?" "Yes, I have an autograph from Director Grey from a few years ago." "No, I'm not going to sell it." She answered their questions as best she could. B. Kazir was sipping tea. He had decided to stop drinking coffee and go with a healthier lifestyle. He was influenced by Scarlett and Stella Willow. He was reading some documents related to Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk. He glanced at Stan Lee, who was sitting across the table. "At first, I was skeptical of your decision, but based on what I've seen, Robert Downey Jr. fits the role of Tony Stark perfectly. I'm glad we followed your recommendation. Stan, just like you, I want the MCU to succeed." Of course, Robert Downey Jr. went to prison because of drug-related crimes. He was arrested several times during his career. After that depressing arc, Robert had a hard time finding work in Hollywood. His role in Iron Man was his first big role in years, and he didn't want to mess it up. He signed a contract stating that he wouldn't touch drugs while working on Iron Man, which would last for a year. Also, if he was involved in any scandal that could negatively affect the movie, he would have to pay damages. It was a tough contract, but Robert signed it nonetheless. What about the other cast members? Well, Gwyneth Paltrow is nice. She's playing her role right. As for Terrence Howard, he's also a great actor. No, he's a fantastic actor. But I have a feeling that he'll ask for a higher salary in the next movie, Stan Lee sighed. Kazir remained silent. He had been against casting Terrence Howard. He knew what happened in the original timeline. Terrence didn't appear in the second movie due to a dispute, and Don Cheadle was recast in his place. However, due to management disagreements, connections, and social networking, Terrence Howard was cast. It didn't help that Kazir had been busy with The Dark Knight when the decision was made. 20th Century Fox and Marvel Studios held a grudge because they didn't like that Kazir was working with DC, So perhaps this was a silent protest or act of treason. Now the production would suffer because of that decision. Kazir looked at the documents and saw that, despite being the protagonist of Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. only received a salary of $500,000. Terrence Howard received $3.50 million. Gwyneth Paltrow received $750,000. Jeff Bridges received $2 million. See the difference? Despite being the face of Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. had the lowest salary among the four. Since Kazir knew that Iron Man would be successful, Robert Downey Jr.'s salary would likely quadruple, at the very least. As for Terrence Howard, the actor would definitely not settle for less. Kazir had an idea of what was going to happen. He bitterly smiled. If there's any good news, it's that this problem can be fixed since Marvel Studios managed it in the original timeline. Still, it was painful to see Kazir fail to prevent this issue. He did his best, but at the end of the day, some decision-makers were simply against him. Not everyone liked Kazir. Chapter 518. It was true that Marvel Studios was owned by News Corporation, but most of its business was strongly related to and dependent on 20th Century Fox. In fact, after Kazir signed a contract to lead the creation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, News Corporation slowly sold shares of Marvel to 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox saw this as an opportunity, so they acquired shares of the company. They now owned around 15% of Marvel Entertainment. As for Grey Pictures, more precisely, Kazir, he also had shares in Marvel. It was 6%, and he bought them. Marvel Comics and Marvel Studios were under the larger company called Marvel Entertainment. Kazir and 20th Century Fox now held shares in the company. Actually, Kazir was begged by the management to buy shares in the company because they were afraid he would leave the project if he didn't receive enough benefits. So yeah, they had to convince the director to buy shares so that Kazir would stay motivated to make the company successful. Kazir happily agreed. Most of the shares were privately owned, and now he had a chance to buy them. Now that he had that opportunity, he might as well take advantage of their goodwill. He knew Marvel Entertainment's worth would skyrocket a decade from now. News Corporation slowly let go of Marvel since they were focusing more on media-related businesses. Of course, they still held substantial shares. Rupert Murdoch was the major shareholder of Marvel. Anyway, because of these benefits and selfish reasons, some people wanted to include their friends and acquaintances in this upcoming cinematic universe. One of the outcomes of that was the casting of Terrence Howard. Kazir fought for Don Cheadle, but some people didn't like that, so Terrence was cast, for a salary of more than $2 million. In Kazir's opinion, it wasn't worth it. Iron Man was just the start of their massive cinematic universe, and they couldn't afford to spend a huge amount of money on the cast. That's why Kazir preferred Don Cheadle. He was less expensive but a worthy casting because Don was a great actor and excelled in his role. If there was any good news, it was the fact that Mark Ruffalo was cast as Bruce Banner in the Incredible Hulk. This change would help them a lot in the future. Kazir knew how important this change was. He was the only one who knew about the original MCU. If the fans in the original timeline heard of what I did, they'd probably be happy since I correctly connected the Incredible Hulk to the MCU. He recalled that when he first watched The Avengers, he was confused as to whether Mark Ruffalo's Hulk was the same as the Incredible Hulk. The actor was different. Even the kids were confused. At that time, he hoped they would have kept the original actor, which was Edward Norton. But Kazir changed his mind. Mark Ruffalo was easier to work with than Edward Norton. Kazir fixed a problem that only he knew existed. He didn't receive thanks from anyone, as they were oblivious to the fact. Viggo Mortensen waved his hand while people cheered his name. He was in Australia. His name was quite famous in this region because of The Lord of the Rings. Viggo Mortensen was part of the cast of LOTR. He was Aragorn. The Lord of the Rings was filmed in New Zealand, a neighboring country to Australia. Because The Lord of the Rings was famous in Australia, Viggo Mortensen received strong support while promoting his new movie, John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum. Viggo's career had risen again after starring in this franchise. Even now, he was thankful that director Grey had cast him as John Wick. He admitted that he was grateful, especially when he heard that. Harrison Ford also auditioned for the role. He knew damn well he couldn't defeat Harrison Ford. Even now, the veteran was still more famous than him. After John Wick, Viggo starred in The Lord of the Rings as Aragorn, and it was a huge success. After that, Vigo starred in other movies, but he had to admit that his peak performances were probably as John Wick and Aragorn. Lately, Vigo had been trying to do drama movies. He wanted to stay away from action films. Despite getting tired of action movies, he admitted that the pay wasn't bad, especially for his role as John Wick. His salary for John Wick, Chapter 3 was $17 million. Currently, that was the biggest salary he had ever received. So even though he was tired of doing action movies, he had no intention of dropping the mantle of John Wick, since it was his way to maintain popularity and the salary was huge. Sometimes he was curious why Liam Neeson let go of his role. Based on Bryan Mills' popularity, Grey Pictures had no problem extending the contract and paying him top dollar. Unfortunately, Liam Neeson said he was done and planned to work on new projects away from the CCU. While people were cheering for him as he entered the car, his assistant passed him a newspaper. Vigo waved at the fans one last time before leaving the cinema. He looked at the newspaper and smiled when he saw that John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum had grossed $582 million worldwide. Of course, he was happy that his movie was successful. It meant more status for him. If there was one thing he regretted, it was that he couldn't get a cut of the box office. In the next movie, Vigo and his team would try to negotiate for a box office share deal. It didn't matter if it was a 5% North American box office share or smaller, that amount would still be huge. Chapter 519. Truth be told, despite being one of the protagonists of the Continental Cinematic Universe, Viggo Mortensen didn't have a strong box office appeal. His best roles were John Wick and Aragorn. His role in The Lord of the Rings was well-loved, but the franchise ended in a trilogy, and Viggo couldn't take advantage of that opportunity. His salary was also average at best when he took the role of Aragorn. John Wick and The Lord of the Rings were well-known franchises, but they didn't catapult Viggo into stardom. He heard that Peter Jackson was interested in starting J.R.R. Tolkien's series called The Hobbit. It was the prequel to The Lord of the Rings. Viggo was not sure if he would have a role in that franchise. Despite being recognized as an action star because of John Wick and Aragorn, Viggo only had an average salary of $4.5 million per movie, which was not bad, no matter how people looked at it. Still, it was smaller compared to his salary in John Wick, Chapter 3, which was $17 million. He was the star of this franchise, so obviously, he made a lot of money. Honestly, Viggo had no problem with that amount. But if he could earn more, why not? So, in the next installment of John Wick, Viggo wanted a box office share. Was it a bad decision or not? Did he deserve it? The answers depended on the parties involved. Grey Pictures wouldn't like it, but Viggo and his agency would absolutely love it. For now, I should look for scripts that interest me. I heard that some directors want to compete for the Academy Awards. Maybe I can work with them. Being an actor, Viggo obviously wanted to win the Best Actor award. Every actor in Hollywood dreamed of that at least once in their lives. For that, actors had to star in artistic films. He might have to go for the role of a mentally unstable person to win the Best Actor award. After all, the members of the Academy Awards love that kind of character. While he was contemplating and reading the newspaper, the assistant next to him handed him a phone that was ringing. "Sir, it's Martin." Martin was Viggo's agent. After Viggo's success, many agents were interested in representing him, and Martin got the part. Martin was from the United Talent Agency, UTA. "Viggo, I have interesting news. Maybe you want to hear it. Is it a script?" The actor curiously asked as he heard his agent chuckling on the phone. "Yeah? Have you heard of Thor? Of course, he's from Norse mythology, right?" "No. Haha. I'm not talking about that Thor." "Well, yeah. I'm also talking about Norse mythology Thor. Anyway, the Thor I'm talking about is Thor from Marvel Comics." Martin was not surprised that Viggo knew the Norse mythology Thor instead of Marvel Comics Thor. After all, Marvel Comics Thor was not that famous. "You want me to audition for a superhero role?" Viggo immediately understood the agent's intention. Viggo slightly frowned. To be honest, his opinion regarding superhero movies was not that great. Besides, he heard that Marvel Studios was making a cinematic universe. This superhero Thor was probably part of that. Viggo was already part of a cinematic universe, and he felt like working with another one would be troublesome. "I got a spot for the audition for you. I also have a copy of the script. It's not finalized, though. I'll fax it to you. If you're interested, call me. If not, then it's fine. If you get the role, We can easily make a contract of $15 million from the studio. They know your capabilities. Thanks, Martin. Vigo just nodded. He was not sure about it. But we are talking about 8 digits here. Vigo had no problem starring in a shitty movie as long as the salary was worth it. A lot of actors could relate to that. Actually, Tom Cruise was the first choice that Marvel Studios wanted for the role of Tony Stark. They tried to pitch the role to Tom, and the actor was interested. The actor knew that his friend, Kazir, was one of the leaders of this project, and he knew that Kazir wouldn't screw up his own creation. Unfortunately, the deal immediately fell apart when conversations about salary started. Iron Man was an important character for the MCU, and he would appear in many movies. Also, the Iron Man franchise would have at least a trilogy. Marvel Studios couldn't afford Tom Cruise's salary, which was usually around $20 million. It was undeniable that Tom Cruise had a strong box office appeal. Furthermore, Tom had won the Best Actor award a few years ago, so he was not that simple anymore. So yeah, no Tom Cruise as Iron Man. Because of that, Marvel Studios listened to Kazir's recommendation. They cast Robert Downey Jr. In a few years, they would thank God for listening to Kazir's advice. Furthermore, they hired Robert for just a mere salary of $500,000. Of course, if Iron Man performed well at the box office, Robert would receive a bonus. The bonus depended on how much the movie grossed. Based on Kazir's memory, in Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. earned around $2.5 million overall. The $2 million was the bonus he received. Chapter 520. It was undeniable that Iron Man was the reason why Robert Downey Jr. became famous. Well, before going to jail, Robert had already made a name for himself, but his popularity was nothing compared to the peak he reached with Iron Man. That was his most famous role for a reason. It was the turning point of his life. With the same logic, the other MCU actors also became famous because they starred in the MCU. Chris Evans was known as the Human Torch in Fantastic Four before becoming Captain America / Steve Rogers. However, if you asked every kid in the 2020s, most of them would tell you that they only knew Chris Evans as Captain America, nothing else but that superhero. Chris Hemsworth also had the same situation. Even Scarlett Johansson was in the same boat. They became Hollywood icons because of the MCU. No one could deny that fact. They were already celebrities, but starring in the MCU movies changed their lives for the better. Because after the success of the Avengers, these actors had easy access to finding other projects for themselves, earning millions per year. The MCU was a blessing for these actors. Kazir attended another meeting regarding the Marvel Cinematic Universe project. Avi Arad and Stan Lee were obviously present, as were other people from 20th Century Fox. For their first phase, their 2 initial movies were Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk. Both were already near the end of production, and the projects were doing well. No major mishaps. Robert Downey Jr. was easy to work with, and so was Mark Ruffalo. Now, this meeting was for the preparation and approval of their next projects. No money was invested yet, since many parties were still testing the waters. If Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk didn't reach their expected outcomes, which was making money at the box office, Marvel Studios would have to think twice before continuing this ambitious project called the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After all, they needed money to make these movies, and 20th Century Fox wouldn't just sit still and let them waste money. Perhaps they'd have to focus on animated movies. If Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk failed at the box office, the MCU might not happen. So, for the time being, no money would be spent on the next projects, which were Captain America and Thor. This meeting was just to solidify their plans. They talked about the scripts, their expectations, and also their target audience. They also discussed the possible cast, especially the actors who would take the roles of Captain America and Thor. You're asking me who should be Captain America? Kazir realized that people were looking at him, waiting for his response. Some of them had already talked about the actors they wanted to hire to be Captain America. But of course, they also wanted to ask Kazir. I remember a few years ago, someone recommended Tom Cruise to be Tony Stark, but the idea didn't last long. There were many factors as to why the negotiation didn't reach the final stage. He listened to their conversation about the actors they believed could take the mantle of Captain America. Some said that Sebastian Stan could fit the role. Sebastian Stan will be Bucky Barnes, so nope. Let's not make it complicated. We will hire Sebastian Stan. but not for the role of Steve Rogers. Some said that John Krasinski fit the role. Let's see. I can see the possibilities, but let's not make haste here. John Krasinski is still needed in the office. I don't want to destroy that franchise by hiring him. Some also said that Jensen Ackles could fit the role of Captain America. Yeah, I can see Jensen pulling off Captain America. His role in The Boys as Soldier Boy has some resemblance with Captain America, after all. Unfortunately for Jensen, Kazir had no intention of changing the cast. He wanted to keep Chris Evans as Captain America. If you're going to ask me, I think Chris Evans has what it takes to be Captain America. When Kazir expressed his thoughts, some people nodded, while others frowned. Kazir, you do remember that we have no intention of making a third movie for Fantastic Four after the mixed reviews we got from Rise of the Silver Surfer. Beta. That was right. 20th Century Fox saw that Fantastic Four had lost its potential after the second movie, so they decided not to make another one. Chris Evans was the Human Torch in that movie, and it might be confusing to the audience if Chris Evans showed up in the MCU as Captain America. I won't change my opinion, though. In my opinion, Chris Evans is the perfect actor to take the role of Captain America. He has the charisma, the appearance, and the body to be Captain America. Besides, Chris is having a hard time finding roles these days. He won't settle for a huge salary. Kazir was not sure about the latter part of his answer. He didn't remember any memorable roles that Chris Evans took in the late 2000s aside from the Human Torch. So are the other actors we recommended. One member of the 20th Century Fox management snickered. Some chuckled at hearing that. My opinion still stands, though. Kazir was one of the heads of Marvel Studios. He was also the best director of the era. No one could disregard his opinion. So even though some of the people in management didn't like him, they took note of what he said, especially when they sensed the conviction in Kazir's answer. After working on the Dark Knight trilogy, Kazir understood that some people in management believed that he had betrayed them. Kazir only had one response: fuck them. He earned more than $100 million in the first movie, Batman Begins, alone. Everyone with common sense could see that he had made the right decision. Chapter 521. The meeting room was silent for a while. Some people glanced at each other, while others kept their heads low, not joining the conversation. Avi Arad bitterly smiled as he sat up straight and fixed his posture. He decided to change the topic. Captain America is still in the approval process, so let's not make any final decisions for now. Avi Arad sensed that some people had their own motives regarding the casting. Well, everyone had their own motives. But they shouldn't prioritize personal interests over the success of the movie. He suddenly recalled one of the higher-ups who promoted Terrence Howard to be part of the movie. Sure, Terrence Howard had box office appeal, but his salary was tough to take, especially when Marvel Studios intended to create a trilogy out of Iron Man. Avi's left eye slightly twitched as he remembered the conversation. The higher-up had said that as long as Kazir was working on the MCU, the projects would always succeed no matter what. Let's remember that Kazir was the one who pushed for casting Don Cheadle because he believed the franchise would be safer with Don as War Machine. But those arrogant old farts believed the movie would still be a success even if they changed the cast. Here's the deal. Casting an actor for a certain role could determine whether the movie would be successful or not. Casting Heath Ledger as the Joker in The Dark Knight was a perfect choice. Casting Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker was also a great choice. Casting Jared Leto as the Joker in Suicide Squad was a bad move. His portrayal didn't sit well with the audience. See the difference? Casting was an important part of a successful movie. If the audience felt unimpressed with the actor and their performance, that could lead to failure. In Terrence Howard's case, he performed his role greatly, but the salary was the biggest problem. Yeah, I just remembered. I'm interested in casting Viggo Mortensen as Thor. You're close with Viggo, right, Kazir? Why don't you talk to him and convince him? Kazir, who had kept silent for most of the time, frowned when he heard that. He looked at Leo Roy, the studio president. In huge media conglomerates like 20th Century Fox, Walt Disney, and other production studios, there were multiple studio presidents who managed different divisions. 20th Century Fox currently had 3 studio presidents who handled departments: live action, animation, and TV networks. The person Kazir was looking at was Leo Roy, the studio president of 20th Century Fox's live-action movies. For a movie to be approved, his signature must be acquired, as long as he was in the position. Kazir's relationship with this guy was non-existent. But lately, Leo had been showing disapproval toward his opinions. Kazir also heard that Leo was one of the people who hired Terrence Howard. Kazir sighed. He could see the picture where Viggo was holding Mjolnir. It didn't look bad. Viggo could definitely act in the role. However, the problem wasn't whether Viggo could act or not. It was all about money. Even if Viggo agreed, we would have to pay him at least $10 million. Furthermore, it's very hard to convince him to sign a trilogy contract. I'm sure none of us here want to give a box office share to the actors. Box office shares meant less money. They didn't want that. Leo kept his smile and nodded. Thor is still not approved, so let's talk about that later, Kazir added. However, Kazir felt like he had to work harder on the MCU or else this cinematic universe might not happen. He would promote Chris Hemsworth and Chris Evans to take the roles. Thankfully, Kazir had worked with Chris Hemsworth in Shadows Beneath, so he could easily contact the actor. He had to make sure that both Chris's would get the roles. This was the safest method to ensure the Marvel Cinematic Universe would happen. Months passed, and now it was December again. This year was probably the most death-defying one that Kazir had ever experienced, quite literally. What happened in May was something that Kazir and his relatives would never forget. Probably most Americans would also remember that incident. The news regarding the assassination attempt spread all over the world, making Kazir famous again, in a sad way. Still, he admitted that he felt blessed to have survived another year. Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End, had already ended its screening in North America, and the worldwide box office was now over $1 billion. Funny how that franchise almost killed Kazir. As for John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum, after 4 months of screening, the movie had already grossed $700 million worldwide. Unfortunately, this was probably the best that this action movie could reach. Well, $700 million was still huge, so definitely not bad for Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox. Kazir also finished the post-production of The Dark Knight. He met Heath Ledger many times and saw that the actor was getting better. It seemed that the psychology of the Joker was vanishing from Heath's mind, which was a good thing. Kazir and Heath became close enough that Kazir recommended he stop using pills. Heath accepted his concern, but he still kept using them. Chapter 522. Sometimes, Kazir felt like there was a reason why he time-traveled back to 1994. He felt like he had a purpose. However, after living more than a decade after the regression, Kazir still couldn't find it. Was there a higher being that gave him a mission to fulfill? Or perhaps this was just a dream? Kazir had witnessed and experienced many things. He had also reached the peak of his career. Almost everyone in Hollywood knew his name. He also survived a failed assassination, which, in a way, was a good thing. He contemplated his life, but he still couldn't find the answer. All he wanted was to keep making movies. This job gave him happiness. December 24th, 2007. Despite the holiday atmosphere in the office, Kazir and the management were talking about their next plans for 2008. For the upcoming year, Wanted 3 and The Equalizer 2 would be released. These two movies had already been in production for months. In fact, The Equalizer started filming around the time Kazir was in the hospital. Wanted 3 would be the last part of the Wanted franchise since Ben Affleck's contract would end after that. Wesley Gibson, the protagonist of Wanted, already found a conclusion to his story in The Kingsman, The Secret Service. Wanted 3 would be the last time he appeared in the Continental Cinematic Universe. Unless Grey Pictures hired him again, they would have to pay him a huge salary. For Wanted 3, Ben Affleck's salary was $21 million. Yeah, it was obvious why Grey Pictures couldn't afford the actor anymore. Furthermore, the studio also had to give a bonus to the actor if the movie performed well at the box office. This was sort of a standard procedure done by many studios to encourage actors to work with them again. Despite being bound by a contract, the salary still had to be raised to motivate the actors. The contract was just there as a binder. After all, the actor could still say no and not sign for a sequel, and Grey Pictures would have no way to remedy that, even with a contract. They could go to court, but that would be a lose-lose situation for both sides. So Grey Pictures had to allow some leeway for the actors to work with them again. Honestly, if they followed the contract strictly, Ben Affleck and Viggo Mortensen would probably earn around $10 to $15 million in their third movies. It was an acceptable range, but the actors might not show up on set. Remember, the face of the franchise was the leading actor. If the leading actor didn't cooperate, the movie was basically incomplete. The studio could use some CGI, but that could lead to a lawsuit if the actor didn't give approval. It was tough to work with celebrities. Ben Affleck was done with the CCU, and the only way to make him come back was by offering top dollar. His character, Wesley Gibson, was not dead but would not appear in CCU movies anymore. As for The Equalizer, Denzel Washington had a great work ethic and was nice to work with. The salary of $18.5 million was worth it. Grey Pictures' revenue this year was $2.8 billion, and their profit was around 30% of that amount, which was around $840 million. The people in the meeting clapped their hands while staring at that number. The employees would definitely get a bonus this year. After this meeting, Kazir talked to the management for a while before ending it. He left the building as 4 tough-looking bodyguards followed him. Anderson had just recently come back after his injury healed. Kazir was so happy to see him again. Of course, his 4 bodyguards would receive a huge bonus for keeping him safe these past few months. He comfortably sat in the car as they drove through the streets. It was very traffic-heavy, and the road was congested. Kazir wondered if he would reach Christmas Eve with his family. Thankfully, they reached Beverly Hills at night. His house had Christmas lights flickering all around. He found his family waiting for him. Even his niece happily hugged him as he entered the house. Scarlett and the others were talking. The woman smiled and kissed him before they reached the dinner table, where a bunch of dishes were prepared. This month had been smooth sailing, and Kazir felt like time was moving fast. He had a meeting with Warner Brothers last week about the marketing strategy they would use for The Dark Knight. Warner Brothers actually wanted to hire Stella Willow to hear her marketing plans, but the woman was busy with her own projects. The woman had an allergy to working with other studios after what happened to Kazir. Stella felt betrayed after she helped Universal Pictures set a marketing strategy that made Shadows Beneath earn $1 billion at the box office. Then, the next month, she heard that one of the executives at Universal Pictures tried to kill her boss. She felt disgusted and didn't want to experience that again. It was much worse than the time she was betrayed by her co-workers. The marketing strategy that Warner Brothers proposed was identical to what most studios do to promote their movies, by using the media. Actually, Kazir had an idea, but he didn't share it. He remembered how Warner Brothers used Heath Ledger's death as a method to promote the movie. It was a genius tactic, but Kazir was not a fan of it, especially since he wanted to save the actor. Funny, because a few years ago, Grey Pictures used Robert Ludlum's death to promote the Bourne Supremacy. Kazir didn't have a problem with the marketing strategy at that time. Well, people change, and Kazir was also changing. Now he was not a fan of it. Chapter 5:23. Christmas was nice for Kazir and his relatives. His niece was now 11 years old and loved talking about girly stuff, which meant that the men in the family couldn't entertain the kid. Thankfully, Scarlett and Aaron's wife were there to talk to the girl. As for the men, the topic naturally shifted to Kazir. Both Aaron and Victor asked Kazir when he would have a kid, or if he even wanted one. Kazir answered that he did want a kid, but they still weren't ready. Victor reminded Kazir that he was already 37 years old. Kazir just nodded. In his past life, he didn't have a child because of his trauma. Also, he was still affected by the sad truth that he could have been a father 13 years ago if Cassandra had decided not to abort the baby. Kazir was thinking about the what-ifs. In his past life, that tragedy affected Kazir so deeply that his life was basically ruined and impossible to recover. Sometimes, he thought that if he had time-traveled a year earlier, in 1993, perhaps Kazir could have saved his child. But alas, there were things that people couldn't control. In his past life, Kazir had some romantic relationships, but none of them became serious. Here, you can see in the list of celebrities that Director Grey worked with. He loves to work with nobodies. Kazir raised his brows as he listened to the television. There was a holiday special on a cable channel that focused on movies and directors. Kazir was a bit interested, so he decided to watch it. He didn't expect that the topic of the program would be about him. The host further explained, almost all of the time, Director Grey casts new faces to star in his movies. His first box office hit, Napoleon Dynamite, Director Grey chose Reese Witherspoon, Ed Helms, and Pedro Pascal. After the success of Napoleon Dynamite, the careers of these 3 improved greatly. Kazir sipped his tea and slightly agreed. Well, the reason why he cast those 3 was because he knew the future. The same with The Hangover. Director Grey cast nobodies like Jack Black, Bradley Cooper, and Enzo Park. Honestly, who the fuck were these people? They weren't famous, but Kazir made them famous. Especially Jack Black and Bradley Cooper, their careers took off after the Hangover trilogy. Are they saying that I can discover talents? Kazir thought to himself. Based on what you can see, Director Grey has a knack for discovering talented actors. Let's not even talk about Viggo Mortensen. Who? Emilia Clarke. Who? Rem from Re-Zero. Who? Never heard of that blue-haired woman. Even his newest horror movie, Shadows Beneath, had 4 new faces. Yet the fact that Director Grey did the impossible and created the first horror movie to surpass $1 billion at the box office shows that his talent is out of this world. So we have to look at it from 2 sides. First, Director Grey knows how to film blockbuster movies. Second, he can discern whether an actor will be famous or not. So, for all the young aspiring actors out there, why don't you try auditioning for Kazir's movies? Maybe the director will cast you in his next film, and you'll become famous. I think you need to change the channel. I don't like this program. Scarlett frowned as she continued listening. The host was getting over the top with his explanation. Why? This program seems interesting. This is the first time I've seen a TV program that talks about movies and directors. But I don't like what he's saying. He's basically encouraging women to audition for your movies. And you know how desperate people are just to become famous. Besides, I feel like he's downplaying your talent in filmmaking. The biggest reason your movies are successful is because of you. The host clearly wants you to become a talent agent instead of a director. Kazir chuckled and agreed to change the channel. Honestly, what Scarlett said was kind of true. In fact, it had happened to Kazir so many times. God knows how many actresses tried to flirt with him in the audition room just to get recognition. These actresses were too shameless and didn't care about the other people in the room. Heck, one even took off her clothes just to make a statement. That woman was quickly blacklisted by both 20th Century Fox and Grey Pictures. Although Kazir later heard that she became famous in the adult video industry after that incident. The list of the top 10 highest-grossing movies of 2007 was published, and the news spread quickly throughout Hollywood. Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End, was the champion this year, grossing over $1.1 billion. The third installment of the franchise showed its dominance. This proved that Kazir was him. In second place, Shadows Beneath earned its spot by grossing over $1.08 billion. This was the second movie Kazir had released this year. It was a horror film, the first of its kind to gross over $1 billion. This further proved that Kazir was the best director of his time. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix was the third highest-grossing movie, earning $941 million at the box office. In fourth place, Spider-Man 3, after some new calculations, actually grossed around $895 million. This movie was supposed to be directed by Kazir, but it didn't work out, obviously. Sony Columbia held a grudge. Anyway, the reviews regarding the movie were mixed. Some liked it, while others hated it. They said Kazir could have cooked up a better Spider-Man 3, but Sony Columbia didn't hire him because they didn't like him. The people who knew the inside story understood that this conspiracy was far from the truth. Kazir simply didn't want to direct the third Spider-Man movie, even though Sony Columbia was ready to pay top dollar. Chapter 524. The fifth spot was taken by Shrek the Third. This franchise was produced by DreamWorks. Shrek was DreamWorks' first big success in 3D animation and probably the franchise that started their steady business. The movie grossed $813 million after months of screening. The sixth highest-grossing movie of 2007 was John Wick. Chapter 3, Parabellum, an action film set in the Continental Cinematic Universe, produced by Grey Pictures. The movie grossed $709 million. Ratatouille took the seventh spot. The movie was about a rat who could cook. Yeah, people had no idea what substances the writers at Pixar inhaled while thinking up this movie. Ratatouille was a 3D cartoon movie, and kids loved to watch that kind of thing. Even adults watched it. Naturally, Ratatouille grossed $623 million. As for the eighth spot, I Am Legend was about a man who lived in a zombie-apocalyptic world. Starring Will Smith, the movie grossed $585 million. The ninth spot was taken by The Simpsons movie, which grossed $536 million. The 10th spot was taken by National Treasure, Book of Secrets. The movie grossed $459 million. This franchise had potential, but Walt Disney decided to drop it for some reason. 300, Zack Snyder's second movie, actually took the 11th spot by grossing $456 million. The director was happy, and so was 20th Century Fox. Even though the movie didn't reach the top 10, for a mid-budget film, 300 earned quite a lot of money. With that, the top 10 highest-grossing movies of 2007 were listed. Based on the list, the biggest winner this time was still Grey Pictures. It wasn't surprising anymore. 3 of the movies on the list were produced by Grey Pictures. They were Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End, Shadows Beneath, and John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum. These 3 movies grossed over $2.89 billion. This amount of money was hard to comprehend for the average person. 99% of the population would never acquire this kind of money. But for Grey Pictures, this was their yearly average revenue. Unfortunately, Shadows Beneath was technically owned by Universal Pictures, since the copyrights to the movie were sold to them by Kazir personally. Grey Pictures only earned around $150 million from the transaction. Some people thought that this business deal was a stupid move for Grey Pictures. And honestly, they weren't wrong. If Kazir had decided to keep the copyrights and just let 20th Century Fox distribute the horror movie, Grey Pictures would probably have earned more money. But for Kazir, who had so much money in his name, a few $100 million were basically nothing. This statement was too offensive to hear, not going to lie. Kazir was at the point in his life where money meant nothing. He just wanted to feel the thrill of making transactions with big studios. Enzo Park wiped the sweat from his forehead after practicing the stunt choreography with a stuntman. He was breathing hard after the training. The choreography for Ninja Assassin was intense. Despite the fatigue, Enzo nodded to himself, knowing that this training was worth it. Besides, he loved doing stuff like this. He loved being active and working out. He had been training for 4 months and now remembered almost every stunt he needed to perform. For this movie, Ninja Assassin, Enzo Park said that he would personally participate in the stunts. He felt like he was slowly becoming a ninja. He even studied the way of ninjas. He was excited to see his stunts on the big screen. Of course, due to the insurance policy, he was not allowed to take part in dangerous stunts. The stunt director of the movie was his brother, Taewon Park. By the way, Enzo Park was just a stage name. Enzo's real name was Haewon Park. Hollywood was not a fan of Asian names, so Asian actors had to adopt Western names to be part of the circle. Taewon Park made sure that every action stunt would match Enzo's expertise in martial arts. They had to promote Enzo's mastery in martial arts. This was a form of marketing. A lot of men liked martial arts, and that was a way to garner fans. As his brother, Taewon was proud of what Enzo had achieved in Hollywood. Now, Enzo Park would star in his own action movie after so many years in Hollywood. The movie was also going to be directed by Kazir Grey. Look at that. How many actors would salivate in jealousy at the idea of working with director Grey? Jackie Chan and Jet Li used to do difficult stunts to make a name for themselves in Hollywood, and Taewon Park set the same road for his brother. This strategy was approved by Kazir to follow the usual steps of Asian action stars in Hollywood. Of course, he had no intention of adding dangerous stunts that could endanger lives. These kinds of stunts would be taken on by professional stuntmen. Unlike most CCU movies that followed literal explosive scenes with tons of destruction and heart-palpitating stunts, Ninja Assassin focused mostly on close combat. There would also be some cameos from The Rock and Paul Walker. Currently, The Rock was still not that expensive to cast, while Paul Walker was still finding his footing in Hollywood, so more jobs meant more exposure. Enzo had already achieved a certain level of fame in Hollywood, but his name was still not at a household level where everyone recognized him. And even if people did recognize him, they mostly called him by his CCU name, which was Rezo. Chapter 5:25. In 2008, Grey Pictures had 3 projects scheduled for release. These projects were Wanted 3, The Equalizer 2, and Game of Thrones Season 3. These 3 were huge franchises that brought millions in profits to the company. As for Kazir, there were 3 movies outside of Grey Pictures that were connected to him and set to be released in 2008. The first was the superhero movie he directed, The Dark Knight, a movie about Batman and how he confronted the Joker. Kazir poured effort into this film because he knew that The Dark Knight was the true beginning of an amazing trilogy. Some people could even argue that the Dark Knight trilogy was the best trilogy of all time, with only a few able to compete, such as The Godfather and The Lord of the Rings. Aside from The Dark Knight, two other superhero movies would also be released this year, both of which were connected to Kazir. Kazir was one of the head executives at Marvel Studios and also the executive producer of every MCU movie. Naturally, he was connected to Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk. These two Marvel movies would compete against The Dark Knight this year for the title of Best Superhero Movie of 2008. Well, almost everyone already knows which movie won. All three superhero films were great, but The Dark Knight ultimately won the battle. In this timeline, Kazir was the one who directed it. His fanbase was practically a cult at this point, and they would consume anything he released. The performance of The Dark Knight would exceed everyone's expectations. Funny enough, these three superhero movies released this year were all connected to him. One was personally directed by him, while the other two were built with his help. Because these three movies were all in the superhero genre and related to Kazir, both studios decided to schedule their release dates in separate months. Someone from 20th Century Fox and Warner Brothers personally negotiated to make things clear. In the end, the two studios reached an agreement. They even signed contracts to ensure that both sides would keep their word. As a result, Iron Man was scheduled for release in May, though no exact date had been announced at the moment. The Incredible Hulk was slated for release in June. Just like Iron Man, it didn't yet have a set release date. As for The Dark Knight, Warner Brothers had already confirmed the release date as July 18th. Just like that, the three movies were spaced 1 month apart. This was to ensure that they wouldn't compete at the box office since they all targeted the same audience. Imagine if all three movies had been released in the same month. It would have been detrimental to all of them because they couldn't maximize their profits. People would have had to choose between the three superheroes, and that wasn't good for business. It was a good decision by both sides to talk about the release schedule. Even though DC Comics and Marvel Comics were rivals, they understood that working together, for now, was the best move. By the way, when The Dark Knight began its promotion, some people were actually confused. They thought it was another epic movie set in the medieval era or something. But once they realized the film was about Batman, the confusion subsided. Still, fans were puzzled about why the production chose to name it The Dark Knight instead of simply Batman. As for Kazir, since he had already completed The Dark Knight, he decided to begin production on Ninja Assassin. The Dark Knight was already finished. Warner Brothers had conducted a private screening, and the people who saw the movie fell in love with it. Some hardcore Batman fans even cried during the final scene. Some were devastated watching their hero seemingly lose to the villain, but they also understood that Batman had actually won. It was just a matter of perspective. Still, it was a hard pill to swallow. It was clear that Warner Brothers and DC Comics had mixed opinions about the direction Batman had taken. Some members of management blamed Kazir for it, but all they could do now was hope Kazir would revive the franchise. After all, Superman Returns had been a failure, and their only hope was The Dark Knight, and to trust in the best director, Kazir Grey. There were some minor edits that Warner Brothers requested, and Kazir made those changes easily. Overall, The Dark Knight had a very promising future. Anyway, now Kazir was on the set of Ninja Assassin, watching Enzo face off against stuntmen in ninja costumes. He had promised to direct the movie, and he kept that promise. The budget for this film was $75 million. Kazir easily took $20 million of that as his salary. He didn't ask for a box office share, since Grey Pictures was his own company. Enzo Park's salary was $11 million, while the remaining cast shared a total salary pool of $8 million. That left $36 million to complete the film. Not bad. Knowing Kazir, everyone at Grey Pictures was confident he wouldn't overspend. That $36 million was more than enough to finish the movie. After all, the biggest reason why movies became expensive was the cast salaries. If the budget wasn't enough, Kazir could reduce his own pay to make it work. He wasn't in need of money. If he wanted to, his salary could go down to $1 and it wouldn't affect him. However, his agents would probably never approve of that kind of deal. Chapter 526. A few years ago, Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl received a couple of nominations from the Academy Awards. These included Best Actor, Best Art Direction, Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design, Best Makeup, Best Original Score, and Best Visual Effects. Out of all those nominations, none won an award. Look at that, 7 nominations, but not a single win. This just showed how prejudiced the Academy Awards were. Johnny Depp was actually excited when he found out he got a nomination, but the Academy didn't care for box office movies, so they didn't give him a real chance. The members of the Academy gatekeep their small community of rich, hypocritical bastards in Hollywood. 5 years later, Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End received a couple of nominations from the Academy Awards. Unfortunately, Johnny Depp didn't get another nomination since he had already received one before. Hey, even getting an Oscar nomination was already a big achievement. Only a few actors get nominated each year. This year, Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End got 2 nominations from the Academy Awards. The announcement came on January 22nd, and only a few people from Grey Pictures attended the small gathering. Everyone knew that even if the movie got nominations, it would be difficult to win even one. It's funny because At World's End was the highest-grossing movie of the previous year. The movie garnered a massive fan base all over the world, and many of those fans were probably disappointed that the Academy Awards didn't give a damn about box office success. The members of the Academy were only interested in maintaining their status and power within the organization. A decade from now, the Academy Awards would become a laughingstock. They even let a guy who caused a scandal and slapped a host win the Best Actor award, showing they had no common sense at all. Man, it was just a bald joke. Why go so far as to assault someone? As for the Academy Awards, yeah, not cool. They essentially supported an assault, and their organization's reputation would be tarnished forever. Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End received nominations in 2 categories, Best Makeup and Best Visual Effects. These were considered minor awards. When Kazir heard that the Academy took pity on the movie and gave it 2 nominations, he just laughed. Honestly, he thought At World's End wouldn't receive any nominations this year. As for John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum, it would be a miracle if this action-packed, bloody, raw, and testosterone-fueled movie got any nominations. Only something truly unique like Taken would earn that privilege, since that movie had a bigger cultural impact. In January, only 3 movies performed well. Again, this month was not considered ideal for releasing films. Only a few high-quality movies could make money during this time. At best, movies released in January could hope to earn around $200 million. 27 Dresses was released in the 3rd week of January. It was produced and distributed by 20th Century Fox. The movie grossed over $206 million. In the same week, Cloverfield was released. This movie was interesting and unique. It belonged to the found footage genre, with a bit of a documentary vibe. Produced by Bad Robot and distributed by Paramount Pictures, this alien invasion film grossed over $201 million. As for the 3rd movie that performed well in January, it was Rambo. For some reason, this installment didn't include a clear number to indicate which sequel it was, so audiences were a bit confused. Though avid fans of the franchise knew this was the 4th movie. After Carolco Pictures went bankrupt, the rights to the Rambo franchise were acquired by Miramax. Naturally, the distributor of the movie was Miramax. Miramax had international distribution lines, which was the main reason the Big Six felt threatened by the studio, eventually leading Walt Disney to acquire Miramax to ensure it wouldn't flourish too much. If Grey Pictures had followed Miramax's footsteps and acquired distribution lines, the company would probably have been taken out by now or acquired by one of the Big Six. The latter still happened even though Grey Pictures didn't have its own distribution lines. As of now, Grey Pictures still relied on 20th Century Fox to distribute its movies, and the partnership remained strong. In a certain location in Los Angeles, the night sky was dim due to the pollution the city produced daily. It didn't help that the location was covered in artificial mist from fog machines. Extras wore ninja suits and looked intimidating. They carried prop weapons, made of rubber, but designed to look like real blades. Kazir Grey sat a few meters away from the scene, holding a megaphone. They had secured a permit to film on this street, but only for tonight, so the schedule was tight. Enzo, standing in a relaxed posture despite having fake blood smeared on his face, waited for Kazir's signal. All right, I'm looking for raw action. This part is where Rezo shows why he's the best ninja in the clan. Enzo nodded, taking the director's reminder seriously. After that, the set grew quiet as the assistant director, Everest, clapped the clapperboard and announced the scene and take number. Scene 28. Fighting the ninjas in the downtown. Take 8. The camera rolled. Enzo and the extras sprang into action. Enzo moved with acrobatic grace. He was trying to follow in the footsteps of most Asian actors in Hollywood, doing most of his own stunts. Thankfully, Enzo was an expert in martial arts, so he didn't struggle with the movements. They had rehearsed the stunts so many times, and that preparation really paid off during filming. Chapter 5:27. Man, you should take care of yourself. Taking those pills, even if they're prescribed by your doctors, is unhealthy if you consume them too much. Look at you now. You look like a fucking dead person. 2 people were talking in front of a 7-Eleven at night, each holding a can of beer. Shut the fuck up. I didn't invite you here to talk about my circumstances. You said you had a cameo scene for me, so here I am. Is there a line I should remember or something? Where's the script? You're the one who asked for a cameo, not me. I just gave you one to keep you entertained. Thanks, I guess. Suddenly, a group of shadows passed by, and a strong gust of wind almost knocked the 2 of them over. Holy shit. What was that? The 2 were shocked as they stared at the dark street. The shadows were moving like people. Cut. Everest announced it, and the crew members started clapping their hands. They were praising their boss, Kazir. The director had started this tradition of making a cameo in every CCU movie. This time, his cameo scene was with Heath Ledger. The 2 had become friends after filming The Dark Knight. Heath had once asked for a cameo in the CCU, though he said it as a joke. But Kazir took it seriously and wrote a short conversation about Heath dependent on pills. This was actually the first time Kazir directly brought up Heath Ledger's health and addiction to pills. Most of the time, they talked about other things and rarely touched on the subject of addiction. This was Kazir's subtle way of reminding the actor to avoid overdosing. By framing it as part of an act, Heath wouldn't be offended. Though Heath actually sensed something deeper in the script, he went along with it. It wasn't an invasion of privacy, if the purpose was to help someone. With that, Kazir and Heath finished their scene. Funny enough, Tom Cruise had also asked for a cameo in the CCU, but Heath Ledger got one first. In Tom's case, Grey Pictures was hesitant because they feared the audience would be confused if he appeared in the CCU. The audience might think Mission Impossible was now part of the CCU. Now, that might be an interesting idea, but it would be extremely hard to pull off. First of all, the relationship between Paramount and Grey Pictures had soured last year. Furthermore, Paramount would have to be desperate or insane to give up a profitable franchise like Mission Impossible. God knows how much money Paramount made from that series. Sorry, Tom. I'll play golf with you next time to make up for that, Kazir thought to himself. He glanced at Heath Ledger, who was currently signing autographs for the crew members. When you work on a movie production, there are many chances to ask for autographs. However, some actors and actresses have clauses in their contracts prohibiting autograph requests on set, which is understandable. It seemed Heath was comfortable signing autographs. I did my part. At the end of the day, Heath is the only one who can save himself. If he doesn't stop using pills, the outcome won't change. But it's the last week of January now, and Heath is still alive. That should be good news. Heath Ledger died on January 22nd in the original timeline, which was 5 days ago. But now, Heath Ledger was standing a few meters away from Kazir, smiling at the crew. Kazir couldn't help but smile too. Not going to lie, he was proud of what he'd accomplished. Perhaps his intervention had changed the outcome. Heath Ledger wasn't paid for his cameo. It was just a 30-second scene anyway. It was all in good fun. Kazir had even promised they'd play Guitar Hero together when both were free. January ended and February began. Some notable things were happening around this time. Barack Obama was still going strong in his presidential campaign and seemed to have a lot of support. Barack had filed his candidacy last year and had been busy ever since. His main political opponent for the presidency was John McCain, a Vietnam War veteran and former prisoner of war. Since Kazir was from the future, he already knew that Barack Obama would win the 2008 election. Obviously, Kazir and Grey Pictures took advantage of this knowledge. Kazir openly supported Barack, even accepting interviews to show his support. As for his real opinion about Barack, well, only Kazir knew the answer. And when it came to what he experienced during Barack's presidency, again, Only Kazir knew the answer. Did the economy improve? Was there peace? Did the people love Barack? Only the citizens of the United States could answer that. Using politics to your advantage was never a bad thing. Tons of CEOs and millionaires did it for their own benefit. Kazir was just ahead of the curve. Some people opposed Kazir's political stance, but it didn't go deep enough to destroy any meaningful relationships. Not when Kazir had such a high status in Hollywood that no one could touch him anymore, except for that one time when he was almost assassinated. Days passed, and Kazir continued filming Ninja Assassin. He didn't care much about politics. However, one day, breaking news shook everything, and Kazir realized that life wasn't so simple. He was stunned as he witnessed how. Chapter 528. In February, the Writers Guild of America strike ended. This was the shocking but positive news that Kazir received today. What? Did you think it was another sad news story, like an actor being found dead in his hotel room because of an overdose? Nah. The Writers Guild strike was a long labor dispute that lasted around 100 days because many sectors in the industry couldn't make a decision. The strike started on November 5, 2007, and ended on February 12, 2008. The Writers Guild is the organization that represents writers in television, radio, and films. This organization ensures that writers are protected and not bullied, in a way. Also, the Writers Guild is an organization that helps protect the scripts that scriptwriters make. That's one of the reasons why Kazir joined the organization and also registered his scripts in the WGA, Writers Guild of America. There were several reasons why many writers went on strike and stopped working. First was the issue of residuals for digital distribution. Now that the internet was slowly dominating, like streaming and downloads, writers wanted a cut of that profit. Obviously, the big studios were against this and said that the profit from digital distribution was still questionable, which was a fair point since it was still 2007. However, the WGA and major studios eventually agreed and gave writers 1.2% of the distributor's gross revenue for digital rentals and purchases. The second issue was home video residuals. Writers were paid a fixed percentage of revenue from DVD sales, a rate that hadn't been updated since the 1980s. The contract between DVDs and videotapes was different. In the 90s, videotapes slowly lost relevance, and DVDs became the go-to method for watching movies at home. Writers demanded a higher percentage, arguing that DVDs had become a massive source of income for studios. In the 80s, writers could only get 0.3% whenever a DVD was sold. That means writers could only get a few cents every time a $20 DVD was sold. By the way, Kazir also had this kind of contract, but his rates were higher for obvious reasons. Unfortunately for the WGA, major studios stood firm on their decisions and never agreed to increase the residuals. Studios make money from selling peripherals, and it would be hard for them to accept giving more to writers. What the studios didn't realize was that in the next decade, digital distribution would become the best way to consume content, and since then, writers could get at least 1.2%, depending on the contract. People stopped using DVDs around the 2015s. This strike impacted a lot of projects in showbiz since most projects needed writers. Shows that needed scripts were delayed. Some TV series had fewer episodes compared to last year, and some shows were even canceled. Especially for the film industry, this section heavily needed writers, and many projects were canceled or delayed. Movies such as 007, Quantum of Solace, G.I. Joe, Rise of Cobra, and Star Trek were some of the movies affected. Also, this strike caused a huge economic loss. Los Angeles alone lost $1.2 billion in revenue because many projects were badly affected. In Kazir's and Grey Pictures' situation, they suffered slightly, but not too much. Why? Because Kazir agreed to most of the requests that the WGA listed. Furthermore, Kazir was also a writer and a highly respected one at that, so the organization didn't give him any trouble. In fact, most screenwriters in Hollywood dreamed of becoming someone like Kazir Grey, where they could sell scripts for millions of dollars. Grey Pictures increased the DVD residuals up to 0.5%. A small increase, but still an increase. As for profits from digital sales, Grey Pictures had the same contract with most studios, which was 1.2%. Seeing the strike end was a good thing. At least people had jobs again, which was good for the individual and the economy. The filming of Ninja Assassin ended, and surprisingly, Kazir had the time to watch the 80th Academy Awards. Scarlett said that she would arrive later. Kazir watched the show while prepping dinner for both of them. Most of the time, Kazir hired chefs to cook their meals, but the chefs were gone today because both Kazir and Scarlett hadn't expected to come home tonight. They were always busy and rarely met at the house. They usually stayed in hotels. This was a rare, relaxing moment for the couple, so Kazir decided to make it special. He cooked steaks. The two had been working so hard, and they understood that staying at home with warm food was one of the best things that could happen after a tough job. Anyway, No Country for Old Men was the biggest winner this year. The film won Best Picture. The Coen brothers, directors of No Country for Old Men, won Best Director. Javier Bardem won Best Supporting Actor. The film also won Best Adapted Screenplay. Obviously, the movie was invested in and produced by none other than Miramax. Miramax had always been the star of award shows. At this point, the Academy Awards was basically a business for Miramax. As for the two nominations from Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End, nothing. This pirate movie didn't win either of the two. Kazir chuckled as he watched the ending credits. As usual, nothing surprising. Miramax knew how to cook the Academy Awards. A few minutes later, Scarlett arrived. The couple hugged each other before having dinner. Then, they cuddled while watching a horror movie. Chapter 529. February. Within this month, only 5 movies had the performance to exceed $100 million at the box office. Fool's Gold, starring Matthew McConaughey and Kate Hudson, grossed over $130 million when its screening ended. The movie was distributed by Warner Brothers. Jumper was a movie about a man who could teleport all over the world. Starring Hayden Christensen, Anakin Skywalker from Star Wars, and distributed by 20th Century Fox, the movie grossed over $257 million. The best performance was in February. The Spiderwick Chronicles was a movie adaptation of a novel that was distributed by Paramount Pictures. Paramount was trying to follow Warner Brothers and Walt Disney's success with Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, and Narnia. Unfortunately, The Spiderwick Chronicles didn't create a strong response from the audience. It only grossed $191 million. Step Up 2. The Streets was produced by Touchstone and distributed by Walt Disney. With only $17 million as a budget, this dance-themed movie grossed $173 million. It grossed 10 times its budget. As for The Last, Vantage Point was distributed by Sony Columbia and grossed $176 million. Every March, a Comic-Con happens in Seattle, Washington. The name of this Comic-Con was Emerald City Comic Con. Now, what is a Comic-Con exactly? Comic-Con, also known as Comic Convention, is a convention or gathering where fans of comic books, movies, TV shows, video games, anime, and other forms of popular pop culture come together to celebrate their interests. Who could visit Comic-Con? Basically, everyone. Everyone is allowed to visit Comic-Con, with no age restriction, except for some booths meant for adults only. Anyway, you can do so many things at Comic-Con. There are panels and Q&A sessions where celebrities, content creators, or professionals discuss topics and answer questions. There is also an exhibitor hall where vendors sell merchandise such as comic books, novels, and other stuff. Of course, Comic-Con wouldn't be Comic-Con without cosplayers. Thousands of cosplayers attend Comic-Con. They are passionate about showing off their cosplays. Comic-Con also promotes movies. Exclusive sneak peeks and movie trailers are released at Comic-Con. In a certain booth where hundreds of people lined up, Kazir was signing autographs for his fans. "Can I take a picture? I'm really a huge fan of yours." A goth girl squealed happily as she passed a DVD case to Kazir to sign. The DVD was Napoleon Dynamite, which was released in 1995. Kazir smiled and signed his autograph on the case. "Of course, I'll be happy to take a picture with you," Kazir then replied as he returned the DVD to the goth girl. One of Kazir's bodyguards took the camera from the goth girl and then took a couple of pictures. The bodyguard returned the camera to the goth girl, and she checked the quality of the pictures. She smiled as she confirmed that they were amazing. "Thank you so much, Kazir. It's nice to meet you." "It's also nice to meet you." The woman actually wanted to hug the director, but the table between them was quite wide, so she settled for a handshake. "God, I'll masturbate to these pictures tonight." Kazir kept his smile as he heard that statement. The woman left happily, and the next fan showed up, and put down a poster for Kazir to sign. Now, why was Kazir not surprised when he heard the goth girl's statement? Earlier, Kazir heard a few of his fans saying that they wouldn't wash their hands ever again after they shook hands with him. That was the least freaky thing he heard during this whole event. In fact, an hour ago, a woman pulled out a dildo for Kazir to sign. The woman even asked if the dildo was the right size of Kazir's stick. This kind of situation rarely happened, but it didn't mean they never happened. Once in a while, something outrageous like that could occur. Heck, no one thought that Kazir would experience an assassination attempt because he was just a director, but it still happened. A fan pulling out a dildo to get signed was surprising, but also not. Kazir just kept his composure the whole time. God knows what the woman would do with that dildo. I guess having a good-looking face is bad in some situations. Kazir thought to himself. Kazir, which of the two do you like the most? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Kazir was having a monologue, so the question didn't sink in. He looked at the young boy in a Sonic costume/pajama, probably around 8 years old. The boy was holding 2 comic books while his father was next to him. Based on their expressions, the father and son were his fans. The young boy showed the 2 comics, which were comic books of Batman and Spider-Man. Between Marvel Comics and DC Comics, which of the two do you like the most? Kid, you're not a paparazzi, right? What's a paparazzi? The boy innocently asked. Never mind, Kazir chuckled. He signed the comic books. Kazir directed Batman and Spider-Man, so it wasn't surprising that someone showed these to him to sign. I like them both. Just to be safe, he didn't choose either of the two. After all, he was working with both sides, and it would be a problem if he only chose one. That's understandable. Both are great, the boy replied. Exactly. Are you going to their booths later? My dad said that he would take me to watch the trailer for The Dark Knight and Iron Man. Of course. Kazir lied as he breathed, keeping his smile. Chapter 530. The line of fans continued to lengthen. Each of them was excited to meet Kazir and get their memorable autograph. Some were holding DVDs and videotapes, some were holding posters, and some were holding merchandise related to Kazir, such as comic books. He could hear the excitement from the fans. Kazir appreciated them. These people stayed standing in line just to meet him. That was dedication. Unfortunately, not all of them would be lucky enough to meet Kazir. Speaking of comic books, Grey Pictures signed a contract with a publisher to make CCU comics to expand the universe. The contract ended 2 years ago, and now the publisher of CCU Comics is Marvel Comics. Honestly, the profits they earned from the comics were not that much, but these were essential to fans to make sure they would be reminded of the Continental Cinematic Universe. As long as people remember you and your works, then you're still relevant. Hence, the constant release of comic books. Kazir's booth was actually one of the most popular parts of Comic-Con. So many people lined up just to see him. However, his schedule for today was quite hectic, so they had to cut the line, and they didn't accept any more people to join the line. Kazir had to attend a program later. When he was asked earlier, Kazir lied. He knew that he couldn't attend both programs of Marvel and DC. He could only choose one because both programs would happen at the same time. It would be impossible for Kazir to attend both unless he cut himself into 2. He'd be dead at that point. Anyway, DC Comics was in the left section of the Comic-Con while Marvel Comics was on the right. As of right now, both sides were actively entertaining the fans. DC Comics and Marvel Comics had fans all over the country, and these fans were interested in getting their comic books signed by their favorite comic artists. After this meet-and-greet session, both would start promoting their movies. They would show trailers for their upcoming films. For DC Comics and Warner Brothers, they were promoting one movie, which was The Dark Knight. The movie was directed by Kazir Grey. As for Marvel Studio and 20th Century Fox, they had 2 movies, Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk. Because of the schedule conflict, Kazir could only attend one of the 2 programs. After talking to his PR team and his agents, the best conclusion was to attend The Dark Knight. Kazir was the director of the movie, and his presence was greatly needed. He also signed a contract stating that he had to join the promotion. As for Marvel Studio, even though Kazir had a position in the company, he didn't contribute much to the creation of the 2 movies except for the scriptwriting part. To be clear, he was not the scriptwriter, but he helped in creating the script. Not just the script, Kazir was part of the creation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe overall. Someone from Marvel Comics and 20th Century Fox would probably be mad that he didn't attend. Kazir had no choice. He had to make it up to Marvel Studio and 20th Century Fox next time. He already promised that he would direct the Avengers. It was a verbal promise at first, but the two companies wanted him to sign a contract, which Kazir accepted after thinking about it. That was his intention in the first place. As for the salary and box office share, that would be a different negotiation. After signing for the last fan who attended the meet and greet, Kazir excused himself as he had to go to the DC Comics booth to promote The Dark Knight. He apologized to the fans who didn't make the cut. When he reached the place, he already saw some of the cast. Christian Bale and Heath Ledger were already there. Scarlett couldn't attend because she had a modeling gig today. Scarlett's role in this movie was Rachel Dawes. Her role died in the movie, and this would be the last time she would be part of the Dark Knight franchise. After that, Scarlett would become part of the MCU. She would become Black Widow. Kazir already talked about it with Stan Lee and the others, and they were not against it. They agreed that Scarlett fit the role. Furthermore, she had training experience, so action was nothing new to her. A few minutes later, the program would start. Most of the cast of The Dark Knight were wearing casual clothes since this was not a formal event, but a meet and greet instead. They were introduced one by the host. The cast was charismatic, especially when Christian Bale's name was announced. The fans were cheering. It was an obvious reaction since Christian Bale was the star of this movie. Perhaps, Kazir also received strong applause from the fans. After that, some lucky people had a chance to ask the cast about anything related to the movie. Most asked Christian Bale about his experience while filming. One of the fans asked Kazir a certain question. Director, the first movie is called Batman Begins. Why did the title change to The Dark Knight? I wanted to put emphasis on the change of tone and theme of the franchise, hence the change of the title. Also, it's a homage to the old comic Batman, The Dark Knight Returns. This movie is heavily inspired by that. The cast answered the questions with no problem. Some of these questions were rehearsed and kind of expected, but once in a while, some fans would ask freaky questions. Christian, which ass do you prefer? Catwoman's or Wonder Woman's? Was this kind of question allowed at Comic-Con? Well, it depends. Catwoman. Christian laughed and answered. Even the cast was asked the same question. Chapter 531. After the question and answer portion, the host smiled and announced the next segment. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, the exclusive first trailer of The Dark Knight. The fans cheered, but they quickly turned quiet as the lights turned off. The projector screen lit up and the trailer for the movie began to roll. Kazir turned around and looked up. The angle he was watching from wasn't the best, so he just laughed. Well, he was the one who created this trailer, so he already knew what it was all about. The low, dark, haunting sound played. Then Batman appeared on top of a building. He fell and glided into the Dark Knight. The logos of Warner Brothers and DC Comics flashed on the screen. Then came the Joker's monologue while scenes of the chaos he created played out. Explosions and cars rolled around like toys, while the Joker's maniacal laughter echoed in the background. The Batmobile made its cool appearance. Bruce Wayne talked to Harvey Dent. Then the climax of the trailer began as the Joker appeared and hijacked a party, holding a shotgun. The music intensified. More explosions followed. A monologue between the Joker and Batman. In the final second of the trailer, the release date of the movie was revealed. July 18, 2008. And yeah, the trailer was only 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so it didn't last that long. Still, it was enough to satisfy the fans, who screamed and clapped their hands once the lights returned. The cast bid their farewells after promoting the movie. Let's see each other on July 18th. You will witness Batman's glory. That was what Kazir said before leaving the venue. As expected, the Marvel section also ended their programs around the same time, and Kazir couldn't attend. Marvel Studios also hoped that fans would watch Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk in theaters. March passed by, and Kazir spent most of his time filming Ninja Assassin. This was just the norm for him, and he liked what he was doing. The production crew had already adapted to Kazir's work ethic and knew that the director was the liveliest when he was sitting in his director's chair. This was confusing because almost everyone agreed that sitting in a director's chair was uncomfortable. Anyway, only 3 movies performed well at the box office in March. They were 10,000 BC, a movie distributed by Warner Brothers with a budget of over $100 million. The movie grossed over $269 million by the end of its screening. It received mixed reviews regarding historical inaccuracies. Overall, its performance was great, and audiences liked it. The second was Horton Hears a Who, a movie based on Dr. Seuss's work. It was a 3D animated film, produced by Blue Sky Studios and distributed by 20th Century Fox. This studio was getting stronger after 3 of its movies received great attention from moviegoers. The movie grossed over $383 million, while having an $83 million production cost. The third and final movie was 21. Yes, the title of the movie was 21. It was a drama heist about making money in Las Vegas using card-counting strategies. The movie only had a $36 million budget, but grossed over $187 million. In April, Kazir continued the filming of Ninja Assassin. Whenever he had free time, he would spend it with his girlfriend. The promotion of summer movies intensified, and people could see posters and billboards promoting films everywhere. Many comic-related materials spread around this time. Perhaps this was a signal, since 3 superhero movies would be released in the summer. As for the movies released this month, they were basically weak, and none surpassed $200 million, so it didn't matter if they were listed or not. Just like that, May 2nd arrived, and Iron Man had its premiere. Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox did their best to promote the movie. They knew that Iron Man was not a popular superhero, so they had to spread Iron Man comics across the United States. They basically gave the comics away to catch people's attention. The budget of Iron Man was around $140 million, and they hoped the movie would make at least double that amount to make it worthwhile. In the original timeline, the distributor of Iron Man was Paramount Pictures, but 20th Century Fox took that role this time. Perhaps this change could affect Iron Man's performance. Since Kazir couldn't attend the promotion at Comic-Con, he had to make up for it by attending the premiere. He had a stake in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, so he couldn't disregard the premiere. In fact, Grey Pictures had a 3% box office share and a 6% peripheral profit share with Iron Man, since they technically owned the copyrights to the character. Even though Grey Pictures didn't invest a single cent in the movie, they were still qualified to receive a share of the profits. Sometimes, people were amazed at Kazir's prediction. The director probably saw the potential of Marvel characters and bought them. As for Ninja Assassin, Kazir had already filmed most of the scenes. The movie was not heavily reliant on CGI, so Kazir could probably end the production in 3 months. That was fast, as expected. As for his next film, Kazir had no idea. Perhaps he would take a year's rest since he had been working too much for 2 decades now. He never had a chance for a long break. Chapter 532. The theater was packed, every seat occupied by moviegoers. Today was the first day of Iron Man in theaters, so it was not surprising that the place was full. Some of them were fans of Iron Man and had read the comics, while others were curious audience members who had seen the trailer. However, most of the audience were young boys, ranging from 5 to 17 years old. Well, the movie was meant for young guys anyway, since it was a superhero movie. The anticipation filled the place as the Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox logos appeared on the screen, followed by the pounding beats of AC/DC's Back in Black. A father and his young son sat in the middle row, sharing a large bucket of popcorn. The father, dressed casually in a t-shirt and jeans, leaned back in his seat. He glanced at his son, who barely reached the seat. The boy was 8 years old. The two had a father and son bonding moment and decided to watch a movie. Surprisingly, today was the first day release of Iron Man. The kid had been hearing about this movie from his friends. He also watched the trailer on television. So when he found out that the movie would be released today, he told his dad that he wanted to watch it. Of course, the father agreed. Thankfully, they bought the tickets quite quickly despite the long line. I'm excited. My friends kept talking about Iron Man, the boy whispered, his eyes glued to the screen. The audience watched the movie. Some laughed during Tony Stark's banter with the soldiers in the Humvee. The father and son also laughed along with them. As the movie progressed, the audience's reactions grew louder. Gasps filled the room when Tony Stark was ambushed and injured. It was quite a shock as they witnessed how the Humvees turned around after getting bombed. Not related, but when Kazir saw this scene in a small screening, his heart almost stopped beating because he remembered that time when their car rolled over because Aaron hit them. The boy leaned forward, holding the popcorn. He didn't expect that outcome, where Tony and the soldiers were attacked. "Is he going to be okay, Dad?" he whispered anxiously. "We'll see," the father replied. He had no idea, honestly. He didn't know who Iron Man was and had never read the comics. But considering that this was a superhero movie and rated PG-13, Tony Stark would probably be fine. The movie continued. When Tony first wore the bulky Mark I suit to escape the cave, the theater erupted in cheers. The boy's eyes widened as flames shot out from the suit, and Tony launched himself into the air despite the obstacles. "Whoa!" the boy exclaimed, almost spilling his popcorn. When Tony perfected the red and gold suit, Mark III, and soared into the sky for the first time, the audience burst into applause. By the way, Mark II was a pure silver-colored design. "This is so cool," the boy said, his face lit with pure excitement. He suddenly imagined himself having an armored suit like Tony Stark. The climactic battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger had everyone on the edge of their seats. The boy gripped the popcorn bucket, its contents long gone. When the credits rolled, the theater erupted into applause once again. The boy turned to his father, his face glowing with excitement. "Dad, did you see that? That was the best movie ever." Almost every kid in the theater had the same reaction as him. The father chuckled. "Yeah, it was pretty amazing. You liked it, huh?" "I loved it," the boy said, practically bouncing in his seat. As the father and son exited the theater, still excited from the movie, they were greeted by some people who were doing a survey about Iron Man. They said they liked the movie and gave it an A+ rating. Dad, the boy saw something across the street. A toy store had set up a huge display featuring Iron Man merchandise. There was even a 1:1 replica of Iron Man's suit on display. Action figures, helmets, and even comics were on the shelves. There was also a large cardboard cutout of Iron Man standing at the entrance. The boy's jaw dropped. "Dad, look," he pointed excitedly. The father followed his son's gaze and chuckled. "Well, buddy, can we go look? Please? Just for a minute." The boy tugged at his father's hand, his eyes pleading. All right. Let's check it." "Ow." The father agreed, smiling. He knew that his son would ask him to buy a toy. He just hoped it wouldn't be expensive. Inside the store, the boy went straight to the Iron Man section. He picked up a shiny red and gold action figure, turning it over in his hands. "This is so cool. Look, it even has lights," the boy said, showing it to his father. The father knelt beside him, examining the toy. He looked at the price. It was $17. He confirmed that he could afford it. "That is pretty cool. What do you think? Should we get it?" The boy's face lit up. "Yes." The father smiled, pulling out his wallet. He was happy that his son didn't ask for something more expensive. He glanced around and saw an Iron Man helmet that cost $78. He was happy that his son was already satisfied with one toy. As they walked out of the store, the boy hugged the toy tightly, grinning from ear to ear. "Thanks, Dad. This is the best day ever." The father ruffled his son's hair. "You're welcome, buddy." The boy nodded, still clutching his new toy. Today was something that he would never forget. He cherished this moment forever, because a week later, his dad died in a car accident because of a teenager who drove a car under the influence. Chapter 533. At the Ellen DeGeneres Show. The set was great, decorated in shades of red and gold, with a large LED screen behind Ellen displaying Iron Man's poster. The audience was buzzing with excitement as the talk show host, Ellen DeGeneres, a charismatic person, adjusted her expression and introduced the guests. Ellen was the most good person in Hollywood. She was good to her employees and never raised her voice at them. She was never a bully, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the cast of Iron Man. First up, he's the genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, on screen, of course, Robert Downey Jr. The crowd erupted in cheers as Robert Downey Jr. walked onto the stage, his trademark smirk plastered on his face. Dressed in a suit, he waved to the audience, making a playful bow before taking his seat on Ellen's white, comfortable sofa. Next, the man who performed the role of Ironmonger, Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges stepped out, his bald head shining under the stage lights. He greeted Robert with a hearty handshake and shared a laugh with Ellen before sitting down. And finally, she's the heart of this movie, the brilliant and beautiful Gwyneth Paltrow. The audience clapped loudly as Gwyneth walked gracefully onto the stage, dressed in a red dress. She gave a warm smile and a wave before taking her seat beside Robert. What an amazing lineup of a cast. Now, Robert, I have to ask, what was it like in the role of Tony Stark? Did you feel any pressure? Robert Downey Jr. leaned against his seat and smirked. Pressure? Nah. I mean, sure, it's a big deal to play one of Marvel's most iconic heroes. But let's be honest, Tony Stark and I have a few things in common. We're both handsome. The audience laughed, and Robert gave a flirty wink at the camera. Ellen smiled, and then asked the other cast members. Jeff, your character, Obadiah Stane, brings a lot of weight to the story. No pun intended. How did you approach playing such a morally complex character? Ellen's question made it sound like Iron Man was a serious movie and not a superhero genre. Well, Jeff played along. After all, they attended this show to promote the movie. Jeff Bridges nodded and replied, well, you know, Obadiah isn't just a villain. He's a man who believes he's doing what's right for business. I wanted to bring out that humanity, even if he's, you know, building a giant suit to take down his young friend. The host chuckled. He kind of expected that Jeff would respond seriously to a serious question. As for bringing out humanity, Ironmonger was just a jealous guy who wanted an Iron Man suit for himself. However, no matter how simple the characters were, actors had to be professional and understand the characters' inner hearts. So perhaps Jeff Bridges really found humanity in Ironmonger's character. Gwyneth, you play Pepper Potts, who is not just Tony's assistant, but also his leading lady. How is it working alongside Robert and bringing that dynamic to life? Honestly, Pepper Potts was a fucking ugly name. Like, it was a level lower than Cassandra Hocrap. Robert made it so easy. He's so quick and witty that our scenes felt like a real back and forth. Pepper is a simple character, so it was a fun contrast with Tony's better-than-anyone persona. Gwyneth giggled, giving a side look at Robert. Ellen's questions were standard at best. The show was actually paid to promote Iron Man, so the director already prepared safe questions for the cast. The audience clapped, clearly enjoying the chemistry between the cast. These were the only ones who attended the talk show because the other cast members had different jobs to promote the movie. Actually, Terrence Howard was expected to attend the show, but he had a disagreement with Marvel Studios. Ellen turned to the audience. Now, before we wrap up, I've heard we have an exclusive sneak peek of Iron Man. This is different from the trailers you've seen on TV, exclusive here on the Ellen DeGeneres Show. The crowd erupted in cheers as the lights dimmed, and a never-before-seen clip from Iron Man played on the screen. The audience gasped as they watched Tony Stark take flight for the first time and unleash a beam of light. Then, on the trailer, Ellen was free-falling in the sky while wearing a clown costume, and Iron Man had to save her. As the lights returned, the audience gave the cast a standing ovation. Iron Man, now in theaters. Make sure you don't miss it. Your kids will love it. You will love it. You'll make love to it. The cast waved to the audience, smiling and laughing as they exited the stage. The buzz of excitement lingered after they were gone. Now after interviewing the cast of Iron Man, everyone, let's all welcome my lovely friend. I attended most of his parties because his parties were amazing. Let's welcome P. Diddy. Just like what LeBron said, there's no party like Diddy's party. Ellen smiled to the fullest. As the introduction to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man received a great reception at the box office. On its first day, May 2nd, the movie grossed $38 million. The people related to the creation of Iron Man were already jumping when they saw the first day's result. However, they were still not confident. After all, the first day's result was just the start, and they couldn't determine the trajectory of the box office in just the first day's result. They had to wait for a week to see a clear prediction. On Saturday, May 3rd, Iron Man reached $76 million. On Sunday, May 4th, Iron Man grossed over $102 million. The first weekend seemed great, and people grew confident in the movie. On the fourth day, Monday, May 5th, Iron Man grossed $109 million. The movie earned around $7 million on Monday, which was not bad, honestly, since weekdays were not popular days to watch movies in theaters. Tuesday, May 6th, the movie grossed $115 million. Wednesday, May 7th, the movie grossed $121 million. Thursday, May 8th, the movie grossed $126 million. After 7 days of screening, Iron Man grossed over $126 million. This time, both Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox were celebrating since the movie had a promising start. Chapter 534. Disney had their quarterly meeting. In the conference room, the important figures of Disney and its related companies were having a meeting. The conference room at Disney's headquarters was buzzing with murmurs as executives shuffled papers and sipped coffee. They had been in this meeting for 2 hours straight now, and the best they could do was sip hot coffee in between. A projector lit up on the board, displaying a bar graph. They were comparing box office earnings of animated films from Disney, DreamWorks Animation, and Blue Sky Studios over the past years. At the head of the table, Bob Iger, Disney's CEO/chairman, leaned back in his chair, his expression calm but thoughtful. He had been in this position for many years now, and had honed his decision-making. People grew to respect him. Alongside him was John Lasseter, Chief Creative Officer of Pixar and Walt Disney Animation Studios. The guy was scrolling through documents with detailed breakdowns of recent animated film performances. John was also the co-founder of Pixar together with Steve Jobs. Pixar was acquired by Walt Disney around 2006, and the relationship between Pixar and Walt Disney Animation Studios became close after that. They were like a married couple. The room was quiet as a senior analyst stood to deliver the presentation. As you can see, Blue Sky Studios' Horton Hears Who has just grossed $383 million globally, on a budget of $83 million. That's more than A for return on investment. Meanwhile, DreamWorks has consistent output, especially with Shrek the Third and other projects. DreamWorks has solidified its position as a major player. Disney Animation, on the other hand, hasn't seen that kind of dominance since The Lion King. Pixar continues to hold strong, but Bob Iger slightly raised his hand, interrupting the analyst. The analyst stopped talking, a bit nervous. He was doing his best to talk professionally and was afraid the big boss might roast him. Traditional animation is outdated and nobody likes it. We should focus more on 3D animation. The huge success of The Lion King is hard to replicate. Besides, who the fuck likes 2D animation anyway? Horton Hears Who seemed promising, but this movie will probably have no sequel. Impossible to make a franchise. But we can't deny that Blue Sky Studios has Ice Age and Kung Fu Panda to depend on. DreamWorks, though, they're hitting the audience with humor and unique movies. It's obvious that Shrek was created to mock Disney. However, Pixar also has its identity. We prefer wholesome movies that can stir emotions instead of common comedies. John Lasseter joined in. He spoke quite long, so he reached for a bottle of water to wet his mouth. Exactly. Pixar has its identity. We are innovative and have emotional storytelling. Disney Animation needs to strengthen its footing. Bolt is coming later this year, but it's not enough to keep us ahead of the race. Bob added, Walt, Disney decided to disregard traditional hand-drawn animation and focus on 3D animation instead. Their first 3D animated movie was Chicken Little, released in 2005, with the collaboration of Pixar. However, Disney currently had a hand-drawn animation project that they intended to release next year. If this movie became a success, they might continue with hand-drawn animation projects. The name of this project was The Princess and the Frog. They're taking advantage of franchises. Ice Age is a cash cow for Blue Sky Studios, and they'll probably keep milking it. DreamWorks is doing the same with Shrek. Franchises are proving to be their saving grace. Well, Pixar also had a franchise they could continue, such as Toy Story. In fact, Walt Disney was still the biggest animation studio, so their status remained strong despite the rivalries. Toy Story is not enough. We need to develop a new franchise, Bob Iger announced, and the management agreed. Should we try to talk to Kazir? He is the scriptwriter and executive producer of Kung Fu Panda. Maybe he has more ideas that we can work with. The one who said that was still new in the management. When Kazir's name was spoken, almost everyone in the conference room turned quiet. Bob sighed and rubbed his forehead. He glanced at the newbie. This new guy won't last long in the company. Honestly, Bob wanted to collaborate with Kazir, but that would probably be impossible. Perhaps in a different timeline, they could do so. When the atmosphere became awkward, they decided to change the topic and talk about other stuff instead. Because Walt Disney was sort of the father of animated fairy tales, by animating so many old fairy tales. Walt Disney hand-drew fairy tales such as Snow White, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, and many more. The new 3D animation studio wanted to revive more fairy tales and give them modern twists. Hence The Princess and the Frog and Tangled, which was currently in production, were their introduction. By the way, Tangled was based on an old fairy tale called Rapunzel. After an hour of interaction, Bob Iger decided to jump to the next topic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we should talk about the acquisition plan for Lucasfilm. Bob grinned, and so did the others. They were like hungry wolves ready to devour a small bunny. Lucasfilm had IPs that Walt Disney was eager to acquire. Star Wars and Indiana Jones were two big IPs. In fact, Star Wars was one of the biggest IPs in the world. Furthermore, Lucasfilm also had ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, which was a famous studio that focused on visual effects. Walt Disney was ready to devour these poor little things and ravage them badly. This was not an understatement. They basically fucked Lucasfilm, even ILM. Chapter 5:35. May 2008. Well, let's just say that a lot of historical things happened around this time, particularly in the United States. The California Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage. This decision made California the second state in the U.S., after Massachusetts, to legalize same-sex marriage. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama battled for the Democratic presidential nomination. In this nomination, Obama gained a lead over Hillary Clinton. It solidified his position as the nominee for the Democrats. The third biggest event was still probably the 2008 economic crisis. By May, the country was already in a deep crisis, as many Americans lost their jobs, and unemployment was a severe case. The housing market also collapsed. Lehman Brothers, one of the biggest investment banks in the country, filed for bankruptcy. Sometimes, it was a mystery how banks filed for bankruptcy. People thought banks were the last entities to go bankrupt, but it still happened. Anyway, America, in 2008, was suffering from many problems. However, some industries were not affected by the economic crisis. Since many people were depressed around this time and had few hobbies to do, most Americans decided to go to theaters to watch movies to escape reality for a few hours. And since May was in summer, the movies released this month were thriving. The first movie that benefited from the summer schedule was Iron Man. After 10 days of screening, this movie had grossed over $177 million. Maid of Honor was also released on the same day as Iron Man. It did well despite the competition. Perhaps its genre of romantic comedy helped. The movie grossed over $26 million after 10 days of screening. For a movie with a budget of $40 million, this performance was not bad since Sony Columbia was not expecting much from this romantic comedy. In the second week, Speed Racer and What Happens in Vegas were released on the same day. Speed Racer was an action/adventure/sports movie. Sports was not a typical movie genre, so most movie lists placed Speed Racer in the action/adventure category. The movie grossed $30 million after 10 days of screening. By the way, one of the cast members of Speed Racer was Rain, a Korean actor and the original star of Ninja Assassin. What Happens in Vegas was a romantic comedy starring Cameron Diaz and Ashton Kutcher. The movie was produced by 20th Century Fox. Ashton Kutcher had a lot of romantic comedy movies. The film grossed over $40 million after 10 days. In the third week of May, Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian was released. This was the franchise that Walt Disney chose to compete against Harry Potter. The first and second Narnia movies had a great reputation. The fact that Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian grossed over $90 million in 10 days showed that this franchise had strong potential. In the fourth week of May, an iconic character showed up in theaters. It was none other than Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was produced by Lucasfilm and distributed by Paramount Pictures. The director of this franchise was, of course, Steven Spielberg, one of the best directors of all time. Steven Spielberg and Paramount had a close relationship, so it wasn't surprising that Paramount Pictures became the distributor of the movie. This movie grossed a whopping $202 million in just 10 days. It was shocking but not surprising, since Indiana Jones had been a famous franchise since the 80s. In the fifth and also the last week of May, Sex and the City was released. Produced by Warner Brothers, this comedy movie grossed $99 million in 10 days. The dimly lit editing room echoed with click-clack noises as a group of people continued editing the footage of Ninja Assassin. Multiple monitors glowed with footage of high-speed action sequences. Kazir Grey sat in the center of the room. He leaned against his chair as his eyes focused on the central monitor. He was like a boss, or perhaps the front man from Squid Game who facilitated the operation. Bad comparison. Around him, the editing team worked quite efficiently, with some people sipping Red Bull or coffee, depending on their tastes. Each person focused on their assigned task. A large whiteboard in the corner listed the film's key scenes and the status of each one. They had to light up the room to read the list. "All right, play that scene again," Kazir said. He yawned while saying it. The head editor, Rector, nodded and hit a key. The screen displayed a fight scene. Enzo Park, slicing through enemies in an awkward motion. Kazir watched closely, his brow furrowed. "Stop. Use a different angle," he said, and one of the members found the footage that recorded a different angle. This time, Rezo's movement seemed breathtaking. "Nice. We'll choose this footage." "Right." While many things happened in May, Kazir spent most of his time in the editing room at Grey Pictures. He had never been so happy to do so. "I want a close-up of the katana. I want to see the reflections of the enemies on the katana." Sir, that would be hard to do." "Then edit it and make it natural. It doesn't have to be long. Just a 3-second scene," Kazir said, and the group started it again. They didn't have to ask ILM or other visual effects studios to do it since they could handle it themselves. Kazir was satisfied with his team, although he was a bit guilty that he had locked them in this room for 3 days straight to edit the movie. Well, he paid them top salaries, so they were not against the idea of working for days. This was different from last year when Kazir had 2 projects and caused some editors to resign. Chapter 536. June arrived. This year, only a few movies performed well in June despite the summer schedule. The Big Six released their movies this month, but only a few received a great reception from the audience. It also didn't help that Kazir affected the timeline, hence the changes. In the first week, Don't Mess with the Zohan was released. Starring Adam Sandler and distributed by Sony Columbia, Don't Mess with the Zohan grossed over $38 million in its first 3-day release. The movie had a budget of $90 million. In the second week, The Happening and The Incredible Hulk were released. The Happening was a thriller/suspense/horror movie starring Mark Wahlberg. The story was about a toxin that killed people. The toxins came from plants. The writers were probably on some kind of psychedelic when they came up with this plot. Anyway, the movie had a budget of $48 million and it grossed over $30 million after 3 days of screening. As for The Incredible Hulk, this was the second movie that Marvel Studios released for its ambitious crossover called the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The premiere and red carpet were so star-studded that many famous celebrities showed up, including Kazir, who had a complicated relationship with Marvel Studios. There were some newspapers that talked about Kazir's relationship with DC and Marvel and his hypocrisy. He gained another bad reputation, but Kazir was already used to this kind of treatment, so he didn't care at all. People were allowed to have their opinions. However, this ambiguous relationship between DC and Marvel made the people related to Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox respect him less. The Incredible Hulk had a budget of $150 million. The movie was heavily reliant on special effects, so it was not surprising that the budget surpassed $100 million. If The Incredible Hulk failed at the box office, Marvel Studios would have to think twice about continuing the MCU. Fortunately, the movie grossed over $55 million after 3 days of screening. This boosted the confidence of Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox. On top of that, Iron Man also grossed $297 million at the North American box office after 45 days of screening. Also, the international box office grossed over $125 million after 3 weeks of screening, giving a worldwide box office total of $422 million. A massive win for Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox. Warner Brothers and DC felt threatened when they saw the results. They hoped that The Dark Knight would give them great numbers. They believed in Kazir's capabilities. However, they were also afraid that Kazir would sabotage them. A lot of them were against Kazir's script, especially the part where Batman lost against the Joker. It didn't sit well with the management. This version of Batman was quite dark for the fans to accept. The only reason they agreed was because of Kazir's strong box office appeal and the contract they signed. They were also afraid that if they forced Kazir against his will, he might never work with Warner Brothers again. Kazir could breach the contract and pay the damages if he wanted to, but that would be the last time Kazir worked with them. Warner Brothers didn't want that, so they gritted their teeth and accepted his decision. In the third week, Get Smart was released starring Steve Carell. The movie was distributed by Warner Brothers and had a budget of $80 million. This movie was actually funny, so it was not surprising that it grossed $38 million after 3 days of screening. As for the fourth week, nothing big happened, which was a bit surprising. June, which was a famous summer schedule, only had 4 movies that performed well. Why did that happen? Kazir changed the timeline, so some huge movies were not released this time. Kung Fu Panda. This animated movie was released 3 years earlier because it was now owned by Blue Sky Studio instead of DreamWorks Animation. WALL-E. The script for this animated movie was now registered to Kazir's name instead of being owned by Pixar. Blue Sky Studio had a plan to produce this movie in 2 years, but the plan was still not approved by 20th Century Fox. It was ironic because Pixar actually contacted Kazir regarding buying the script for WALL-E. Kazir still owned the script, so the future was still unclear. Anyway, WALL-E was not animated this time because Kazir owned the script. Wanted was meant to be released in 2008, but Kazir produced it in 2000 instead and added it to the Continental Cinematic Universe. These 3 movies, Kung Fu Panda, WALL-E, and Wanted, were meant to be released in 2008, but Kazir changed the timeline. Batman. Please, forgive me. It's not a big crime. It's just jaywalking. Don't break my legs. What you did is a crime. No, it's just a small crime. Please. Justice for Gotham. Cut. Kazir stopped the filming. The Batman in question stopped acting and took off his mask. It was Justin Timberlake behind the mask. Director, are you sure this is how you portray Batman? Justin asked. Justin, I'm the director. You shouldn't ask me why. Just trust me. Kazir replied, and then yelled, Where the fuck is my bowl of grapes? You, woman, feed me grapes. The crew members scattered in fright. Scarlett Johansson showed up with a bowl of grapes and fed Kazir. Munch, munch, munch. Justin, let's retake this scene. Also, make your voice growlier, like you're smoking 10 cigarettes underwater. But that doesn't make sense. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, Batman is a hero who never kills. That's right, Justin nodded. Instead of killing the criminals, Batman makes sure that they wake up in the hospital in a near-death state. It doesn't matter what your crime is, Batman will send you to the hospital. Okay, let's reshoot this scene. Justin, don't forget to scream justice for Gotham. Kazir was in SNL, Saturday Night Live, to promote The Dark Knight. For this segment, he was making fun of Batman. He actually had no idea why Warner Brothers agreed to this kind of promotion. Don't blame me. The writers of SNL want to make fun of Batman, and I'm just an actor this time. This was some kind of breaking the fourth wall or something. Chapter 5:37. The studio lights dimmed for a moment before the camera moved to reveal a new figure stepping onto the chaotic set. A man in a purple suit with a painted white face and smeared red lipstick. It was Heath Ledger, fully in character as the Joker. He walked toward Kazir and Justin Timberlake. Oh, Batsy, look at you, breaking jaywalkers' legs. Why so serious? Heath giggled, his voice hinting at mockery. Kazir, still seated like a tyrannical director on an uncomfortable chair, nodded. Scarlett stuffed another grape into his mouth. Finally, someone who gets it. Joker, my man, at least you understand that justice is nothing but rules and regulations. Justin Timberlake, still in his Batman costume, dramatically turned to Heath. Joker, what are you doing here? This isn't your scene. We talked backstage. The Joker, Heath Ledger, gave a sinister laugh and pointed at Justin. This is my scene, Batsy. The writers are gone for a year because of the writers' strike. Kazir and I wrote the script. You're just a guest star in my show. Perhaps that's really the reason why this segment is so stupid, Kazir thought to himself while playing along. Kazir clapped slowly. Bravo, Heath. I mean, Joker. That's the energy we need. Justin, take notes. Suddenly, the sound of heavy boots echoed. Christian Bale appeared from the darkness, wearing his full Batman suit. He looked edgy as fuck. The real Dark Knight had entered the stage. Christian walked straight up to Justin Timberlake, towering over him. "What is this?" he growled in his iconic Batman voice, pointing at Justin's cheap imitation costume. "This is a disgrace to Gotham. What's the difference between you and me? I don't wear hockey pads." "What? Never mind," Christian replied quickly. "I am just doing what the director told me." Justin stammered, his fake Batman voice cracking. He pointed at Kazir. The director was still munching grapes that Scarlet offered. Christian turned to Kazir. "Kazir, what is this nonsense? Eating grapes? Jaywalking arrests? Beating the shit out of a small criminal? Justice for Gotham? This isn't Batman." Kazir stood up dramatically, pointing a finger at Christian. "Listen, Christian, I'm the director here. You're just an actor. You want to talk about Batman? Sit down and let me teach you how to say justice for Gotham properly. We live in a society." Heath Ledger joined in. Their performance in SNL was chaotic, but it was obvious that they were having fun. A week from now, The Dark Knight would be released in theaters, and the cast was getting busy promoting the movie. One of the reasons why they played along with SNL's segment. The production crew of The Dark Knight had already prepared a hotel for the cast to rest in after attending SNL. Kazir and Scarlet stayed in one room, while Christian and Heath had their own respective rooms to rest. Before they went to sleep, they were invited by the producer of SNL to have a drink, and the cast complied. Kazir talked to Heath and Christian. Some of the cast of SNL 2008 also talked to them. Some even asked for autographs, and most of them asked for Kazir's autograph. The cast of SNL changed every season, although some people stayed, especially if the audience liked them. The cast of SNL tried to talk to Kazir, hoping that the famous director had roles for them in his new projects. However, Kazir had no intention of working next year. Some female actresses tried to flirt with him, but Scarlet was there, so no one succeeded. Kazir never entertained any woman, so it was impossible for something to happen. Tomorrow, the main cast of The Dark Knight would attend a charity event for children who had cancer. Celebrities attended this event to help raise money for the kids. Batman was a superhero, and kids loved him. Obviously, Warner Brothers would use this chance to promote the movie by attending a charity event for children. However, there was nothing wrong with helping cancer patients, especially children. The next day, Kazir and Scarlet woke up naked and decided to go to the shower at the same time. They spent quite a while in the shower since they knew they still had time to play around. After that, they wore casual clothes. They had to meet the designer and the makeup artist that the production crew hired before changing into formal attire. That preparation would take them at least 2 hours. Kazir and Scarlet came out of the hotel room. Christian was already waiting for them. "Did you just come out?" Kazir asked. "Yeah, I slept till 11 a.m. What we drank yesterday took a toll on me. That's why I told you not to drink too much," Kazir chuckled. "Let's meet Heath. I'm sure that guy is also having a hangover." They reached Heath's door and knocked on it. A few seconds later, no one responded. Christian knocked again, but nothing happened. Perhaps Heath already left the hotel and went early. "Maybe he's still sleeping," Scarlet added. However, Kazir had a different opinion. His heartbeat started going crazy. "Scarlet, I want you to contact the hotel manager and tell him to bring the spare key to room 305. "Huh, but why?" "Just trust me." Kazir's expression was so serious that Scarlet instinctively nodded. "Make it fast." When Scarlet entered the elevator, Kazir tried to open the door. "Dude, just chill. You don't have to be serious." Christian was getting nervous as he watched Kazir taking a few steps backward. Christian was shocked when Kazir kicked the door so hard, but it didn't budge. "Bro, what the fuck?" "Christian, help me open the door." Chapter 538. Christian hesitated for a second. He thought Kazir was just overreacting. However, Kazir was the director, and Christian usually followed his instructions, so he instinctively nodded. "Okay." The look on Kazir's face told him everything. Something was wrong. Perhaps it was just intuition or maybe a false prediction. Besides, if they broke the door, the worst thing that could happen would be paying for the damages and being blacklisted from the hotel. Christian took a deep breath. He stood next to Kazir and nodded. On 3, Kazir counted down. Together, they kicked the door with all of their strength. The doorknob shook, but held. Again, the two kicked the door. This time, the doorknob snapped. The door swung open. The room was dimly lit. Their eyes were adjusting to the dark. Kazir found the light switch and turned the lights on. "Oh God," Christian muttered. They saw him. Heath Ledger was lying on the bed. His skin was pale. His lips were slightly blue. On the nightstand, there were bottles of prescription pills. Heath. Christian rushed forward, grabbing his friend by the shoulders. Come on, man, wake up. Kazir was also shocked, but he kinda expected it. He hated himself for acting normal in this situation. But at the same time, he was thankful. At least he could think straight. Kazir quickly assessed the situation. Heath was breathing, but barely. His pupils were dilated, and he was unresponsive. Call 911. Now, Kazir said. Okay. Christian fumbled for his phone. His hands were shaking as he dialed the emergency number. Hello? Yes, 911. Perhaps because of the situation, Christian started speaking in a British accent. Kazir wasted no time. He knew basic first aid. After what happened to him last time, he decided to attend some first aid lessons. If the patient was unconscious but breathing, place him in a recovery position, which meant putting him on his side with his head slightly tilted back. He rolled Heath onto his side to prevent him from choking. Heath, can you hear me? Stay with me, man. Kazir checked his pulse. It was weak, but there was a pulse. Fortunately. Yes, room 305. The New Place Hotel. He's breathing, but barely. Just send someone fast. Please. Christian was talking to the emergency operator, telling them their location. Kazir checked the pill bottles. He recognized painkillers, sleeping pills, and anti-anxiety medication. A dangerous mix. Scarlett appeared at the doorway. The manager is coming with security. Oh my God. Oh my God. She started tearing up as she witnessed the situation. He's alive, Kazir said firmly. But we need paramedics here as soon as possible. He grabbed a wet towel from the bathroom and pressed it to Heath's forehead, trying to cool him down. Stay strong, Heath. Minutes felt like hours, but finally, they heard the sirens wailing outside. Kazir and the others sighed in relief when they heard the approaching medics. Christian and Scarlett were still in shock and had a hard time adapting to the situation. Hotel security arrived first, followed by paramedics who rushed into the room with their medical gear. Kazir stepped back as they worked. He watched as they administered oxygen and checked Heath's vitals. He's overdosed, one of the paramedics confirmed. We're taking him to the hospital. Now. Jesus Christ. Christian ran a hand down his face, exhaling deeply. Scarlett held Kazir's arm tightly. If we hadn't checked on him. Her lips trembled. Kazir nodded grimly. Yeah, he'd be dead. Kazir, thank you. If you didn't force me to help you break the door, perhaps it would have been too late. Christian sat down, like an inflated balloon. He was still talking in his British accent. They watched as Heath was carefully placed onto a stretcher and wheeled out of the room. He was still unconscious, but breathing. Kazir exchanged a glance with Christian and Scarlett. All of them were in shambles. They couldn't attend the charity event today. Today was something that all of them could never forget. The television screen turned on. A news anchor appeared in the newsroom. Her expression was somber yet focused. Good evening, everyone. This is Stay Tuned with breaking news. In a shocking turn of events today, actor Heath Ledger, known for his iconic roles as the Joker in The Dark Knight and Ines Del Mar in Brokeback Mountain, was found unresponsive in his hotel room earlier this morning. The actor, who had been in New York for promotional work ahead of the movie's release, was discovered by co-stars Christian Bale and director Kazir Grey. The screen switched to footage of the New Place Hotel. The cameras zoomed in on the hotel where the incident had occurred. Police cars and ambulances were visible in the background. Sources reported that Heath Ledger was found in his hotel room around 11 a.m. He was exhibiting symptoms of an overdose. His co-stars and close friends, Christian Bale and Kazir Grey, arrived at the scene and found Heath Ledger unconscious with symptoms of overdose. We've learned that Kazir, a renowned director, took immediate action to save Ledger. He administered first aid until paramedics arrived. The footage then cut to an interview with an unnamed witness, an onlooker from the hallway. I saw two people kicking the door. I didn't recognize them at first. I thought they were thieves or something. They started kicking the door. I called the reception and told them that something was going on in room 305. Then paramedics showed up. That's the moment I realized that the people in room 305 were actually celebrities. Kazir Grey, Christian Bale, and even Scarlett Johansson. Man, I wanted to ask for autographs, but I knew the situation wasn't right, so I returned to my room. The screen now showed a clip of Kazir walking out of the hotel, his face tense and tired, followed by Christian Bale and Scarlett Johansson. The camera zoomed in on them as they exited the building. Both Kazir and Bale have not made any public statements, but sources close to the situation indicate that Kazir and Christian, who had worked closely with Ledger during filming, were deeply shaken by the incident. The camera returned to the reporter in the studio, her expression serious but normal. She had seen so many kinds of tragedies, so this was just a Tuesday for her. The screen faded to black. Chapter 539. The whole country was shocked by the news. Celebrities having drug overdoses were quite common, but still surprising news. Celebrities had many scandals, but drug overdose was usually connected to death. Marilyn Monroe and Elvis Presley, two very famous celebrities whom even foreigners recognized by name and face, died because of an overdose. This showed how serious the topic was. Marilyn Monroe died of a barbiturate overdose, and the police deemed it a classified suicide. Some rumors said that it was not a suicide and that someone wanted her dead, but no evidence could prove this information. Because of multiple drug prescriptions, Elvis Presley suffered a heart attack in his bathroom. These were just some of the celebrities who died because of drug overdose. What happened to Heath Ledger made Americans more conscious of what they were consuming. Furthermore, the fact that Heath Ledger was still unconscious for 3 days straight made the incident the focus of the nation. So many people were waiting for Heath to wake up. However, it had been 3 days, and there was no positive news coming. Fans started gathering at the hospital where Heath was confined, hoping to hear the good news first. If you didn't know the context, you might think that a riot was happening in front of the hospital because of so many people gathering there. Because of this, many news stories related to drug overdose started spreading. Warner Brothers was one of the factors that contributed to this. Of course, it couldn't be helped that news related to drug overdose spread, as many publishers joined the topic. News publishers loved latching on to sensational events like this. However, Warner Brothers also fanned the flame and made the topic even bigger. Naturally, they always included terms such as Heath Ledger and his relationship with the Dark Knight as the Joker. Articles such as Heath Ledger becoming depressed because of his role as the Joker were published. They said that taking the role of the Joker made Heath use prescription drugs to adapt to the role. Many people became curious about his role in The Dark Knight. They wanted to know what kind of role made Heath succumb to prescription drugs. However, sources reported that Heath Ledger had been using prescription drugs long before his role in The Dark Knight. He was suffering from insomnia and used sleeping pills. But it didn't matter. Warner Brothers wanted to make sure that anything related to Heath Ledger and drug overdose would lead people to the theaters to watch The Dark Knight. For a moment, some people in the management of Warner Brothers felt that Kazir's decision to highlight the Joker's role in the movie was the right move. With this, the audience would understand how serious the role of the Joker was. They were thankful that they followed Kazir's edited version. The Joker's performance in The Dark Knight was outstanding. No one would expect Heath Ledger to pull off the role. In a way, this was Warner Brothers' method to support Heath Ledger. Actors wanted to see their roles loved by the audience. It didn't change the fact that Warner Brothers took advantage of Heath Ledger's situation, which was a dick move in terms of morality, but an amazing move from a business standpoint. Still, everyone was hoping that Heath Ledger would wake up. Even his co-stars were waiting for him to wake up. His family was seriously worried about him. But 7 days after the incident, Heath Ledger was still in a coma. This caused the community to further focus on the situation. People were praying. People were holding charity events. Even illegal drug usage was lowered because of this incident. People became scared of suffering the same fate. As for the crew members and the cast of The Dark Knight, they were bound by contract to attend the premiere of the film. On the red carpet, many things focused on Heath Ledger. Most of the interviews were related to him. It was not a lie that Warner Brothers used Heath Ledger as the main focus of their promotion. They even created a short video about Heath Ledger and all the good things he had done, and released it on their TV network to stir the hearts of the people. For the record, the actor was just in coma, not dead. I hope Heath will wake up. We miss you, man. Christian Bale replied and went to the stage with a somber expression. This whole week was too much for everyone involved. Christian had a hard time sleeping because of the incident. He thought of taking sleeping pills, but he immediately said no to the idea. The cast of The Dark Knight was busy. He had complicated thoughts about using Heath Ledger as a form of promotion because he felt like he was taking advantage of a man currently suffering from a dangerous situation. Unfortunately, Warner Brothers was adamant about including it. Yet it couldn't be denied that the emotions of the people were at their peak because of this incident. They were all sad yet ready to consume a superhero movie as a way to support Heath. By the way, Warner Brothers announced that 3% of the profits from The Dark Knight would go to charities and drug awareness campaigns. Yes, this was a form of tax deduction. Warner Brothers was really taking advantage of the situation. Heath's tragedy happened a week before the release of The Dark Knight, and Warner Brothers was going all out to make sure that people wouldn't forget it. Chapter 540. The theater was packed. Fans of Batman, comic book enthusiasts, and casual moviegoers bought tickets to watch The Dark Knight, which would be recognized as one of the best superhero movies of all time. The atmosphere in the place was quite complicated. Some were happy and excited, while some were sad about the fact that one of the cast members of this movie was currently comatose. That was the biggest factor why they wanted to watch this movie, because they felt bad for Heath Ledger. Also, there was news spreading that his role in The Dark Knight affected him mentally, hence, he became dependent on prescription drugs. They had their own reasons why they bought tickets. However, it didn't change the fact that they were all curious to see the movie. Most of them carried popcorn buckets to enjoy the film. As the lights dimmed and the first scene appeared on the massive screen, the crowd fell silent. No one whispered. Their eyes were on the screen. The movie went on, and then they were captivated by the Joker's appearance. I'll make this pen disappear. From the very first moment that Heath Ledger's Joker appeared, the audience fell in love. His voice was chilling, playful yet menacing. His actions were unpredictable. This showed how dangerous he was. The audience now had an idea of how heavy this role was for Heath to perform. Whenever the Joker showed up on screen, the audience was all eyes and all ears on him. It was as if Ledger had disappeared completely. He wasn't just playing the Joker. He was the Joker. For 2.5 hours, the audience sat on the edge of their seats. Every moment, every line, every confrontation between Batman and the Joker felt like something special. Then the scene where Rachel Dawes died showed up. Oh my God, dear Lord. Dad, I'm scared. The One Piece is real. The theater was filled with gasps. Batman was racing to save Rachel. The tension was unbearable as the clock ticked down. The audience held their breath as Harvey Dent struggled against his restraints. His voice was desperate. No. Why? Why are you here? Even Batman was stunned. Yet his body instinctively moved and saved Dent. And then, the explosion. A blinding flash of fire. The screen shook. The sound was deafening. The theater fell into stunned silence. Some fans instinctively leaned forward in their seats, unable to process it. This movie was rated by MPAA as PG-13. With that scene, where Batman had to choose between his love and justice. Rachel died in an explosion. Batman had gone to the wrong location. He had tried to save Rachel, but the Joker had deceived everyone. No fucking way. A woman in the crowd covered her mouth and whispered. They actually killed her? Some sniffles could be heard in the dark, a few wiping their tears. Others sat frozen, shocked by the brutality of the scene. The next scene played. Harvey Dent woke up in the hospital. Half of his face was burned. The theater was still heavy with the weight of what had just happened. Nobody had expected this. The movie had just proved it wasn't playing by the rules. This was not a simple goody-two-shoes superhero movie. It was a completely different kind of superhero movie compared to Spider-Man, which Kazir directed a few years ago. And then came the final scenes. The Joker, hanging upside down, delivered his final speech to Batman. His voice was full of madness. Then, the final moments with Harvey Dent and Commissioner James Gordon. Batman made the ultimate sacrifice. He became the villain Gotham needed so that hope would survive. The music score intensified, and Hans Zimmer's amazing composition filled the theater as Batman disappeared into the night. Then something happened. Soft sniffles and sobs echoed. In the darkness of the theater, fans wiped their eyes. Some tried to hide their emotions, others didn't bother. For some reason, they couldn't help but cry. Were they affected by Batman's decision to sacrifice himself? Was it because Rachel died in the middle of the movie? Or were they sad because Heath Ledger was still unconscious and couldn't watch his movie? Some people clapped their hands. Others simply sat still. They were staring at the screen, unwilling to leave. That was incredible, but it hurts. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in a superhero movie. The Dark Knight wasn't just a movie. It was a moment in history. A masterpiece wrapped in tragedy. Outside the theater, People kept talking about the movie. All of them had the same thought. Heath Ledger's performance is out of this world. It would be a crime to hide this movie from the people. The fans were determined to invite their friends and relatives to watch the movie and witness how great it was. On the first day, July 18th, The Dark Knight grossed $67 million. Everyone in Hollywood was not surprised since Heath Ledger's situation was still trending. Furthermore, The Dark Knight was directed by Kazir Grey and his box office appeal was strong. On the second day, July 19th, The Dark Knight easily surpassed $100 million. To be precise, the movie grossed $114 million. On July 20th, Sunday, the movie grossed $158 million. In just 3 days of screening, The Dark Knight grossed over $158 million. That was massive. You know what else is massive? That's right, low taper fade. Anyway, The Dark Knight was raking in money like there were leaves in the garden. On the same day, July 20th, Iron Man grossed $314 million at the North American box office. As for The Incredible Hulk, the movie grossed $131 million at the North American box office as of July 20th. Chapter 541. By Monday morning, the entertainment industry was in a frenzy. Every news network, news publisher, and even internet bloggers were talking about The Dark Knight. Box office analysts were predicting that the film was on track to make a lot of money. Its first weekend alone screamed success. They won't be surprised if the movie surpasses $700 million. The fans couldn't stop talking about Heath Ledger's legendary performance as the Joker. It was amazing. There was something about his performance that captivated them. The best superhero movie of all time. Spider-Man who? X-Men? Iron Man? Nah, these superheroes are nothing. Heath Ledger deserves an Oscar. His performance is outstanding. I don't care if The Dark Knight is a superhero movie. The Academy Awards should let go of their prejudice and let Heath win the Best Supporting Actor award. That ending broke me. Batman sacrificed his identity as the protector of Gotham so that the city wouldn't crumble from within. Headlines flooded the internet. Even film critics rated the movie 10 out of 10. Some of them were paid to rate it high, but some of them actually believed that The Dark Knight deserved a perfect rating. Facebook and online forums were dominated by discussions about the film. They compared Iron Man, The Incredible Hulk, and The Dark Knight, and all of them agreed that The Dark Knight was better than any of the two Marvel movies in terms of plot and entertainment. Monday, July 21st. Warner Brothers headquarters, Burbank, California. Executives at Warner Brothers were so happy. They knew the film would be successful since Kazir Grey directed it. But this was beyond expectations. Marketing teams worked hard to adjust their strategy. They didn't need to promote the movie too much. Word of mouth was already so strong. The public was doing the job for them. They just have to maintain the level of promotion. The tragic circumstances surrounding Heath Ledger had already made The Dark Knight a huge event, not just a blockbuster. The executives of Warner Brothers popped champagne. They knew that the movie had just started screening and they couldn't determine its final box office. However, they were confident that it would reach at least $700 million. Anyone could see that. But behind the celebration, there were complicated emotions. Kazir Grey, Christian Bale, and the rest of the cast had mixed feelings. They were proud of the film, but Ledger's condition didn't become better. The actor was still unconscious for 8 days. It doesn't feel right, Christian Bale admitted in a quiet moment with Michael Caine and Gary Oldman. They were promoting the movie on a local TV network. Yeah, Gary Oldman nodded solemnly. Let's hope Heath will wake up. Across the country, fans kept returning to theaters. Some watched The Dark Knight twice. Some 3 times. Some even watched it the whole day. They spent money on buying tickets. It didn't matter if it was 3D, traditional, or IMAX. They were happily consuming the movie. People were dissecting every scene. They paid close attention to Ledger's every mannerism, his voice, his movements. They were like experts in psychology who were studying a specimen. I can't believe this was the same guy from Brokeback Mountain, one fan said to his friend as they left the theater. Heath Ledger is the Joker, another fan declared, and the people around him nodded. Well, some said that Joaquin Phoenix was also an amazing Joker, but Joker 2. The Ugly musical destroyed that idea. So yeah, Joaquin Phoenix is nothing compared to Heath Ledger. This isn't acting, this is something else. Something legendary. The numbers kept climbing as days went by. By the end of Monday, The updated box office numbers were in $182 million in just 4 days. The industry was shocked. Monday was a work day and a school day. People rarely visit theaters to watch movies around Monday to Thursday. They have jobs, schools, and responsibilities, so box office ratings on Monday usually take a nosedive. However, this Monday was different. Despite being Monday, The Dark Knight grossed $24 million, hence it reached the $182 million mark in 4 days. People started asking, could The Dark Knight become the second superhero movie to reach $1 billion? And from the same director? Spider-Man grossed $1 billion at the box office. The movie was directed by Kazir Grey. And now, The Dark Knight, which was also directed by Kazir Grey, could possibly reach $1 billion. Kazir Grey sat in his office, staring at his computer. He was stressed lately. He had already received multiple messages from Warner Brothers congratulating him on the film's success. He knew they wanted him to direct another Batman movie. They wanted to stay true to the contract. But right now, all Kazir could think about was Heath. He sighed. Am I gay by thinking of another man? Well, it depends. Anyway, Kazir was depressed because he did his best to change Heath Ledger's fate, but the actor still suffered from drug overdose. The only difference was that Heath didn't die, but instead in a comatose. If he died, then everything that Kazir did would be nothing. It showed that his interference with the timeline was not successful. Perhaps I can't prevent people's death. But if that's true, then my dad should have died for years ago. He scrolled through news articles. The media was obsessed with Heath Ledger's performance. While Kazir was proud, he couldn't shake the feeling that Warner Brothers was still using this situation to their advantage. He sighed. Hollywood will always be Hollywood. They would use everything to make money. It didn't matter if Heath lived or died. They just needed him to make money for their benefits. Chapter 542. Inside the wide conference hall, where a long table had people talking about their plans, a nervous person started discussing their second quarter profit. He read the documents. In this second quarter, the company's revenue was $1.8 billion. That was huge. Grey Pictures' annual revenue was around $2 billion, sometimes less, sometimes more. But they usually had revenue of more than $1 billion. Yet 20th Century Fox's second quarter, April to June, grossed $1.8 billion in revenue. This was the power of 20th Century Fox, one of the big six of Hollywood. In 3 months, the company made $1.8 billion. The Big Five probably earned at least $1 billion in revenue in these 3 months. April, May, and June were part of the summer schedule, and this was the season when a lot of people visited the theaters and watched movies. Big movies such as Iron Man, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian, and The Incredible Hulk were released within these 3 months. 2 of these movies were distributed by 20th Century Fox. Perhaps this was the reason why the company had revenue of $1.8 billion. By computation, around 35% of this amount would be their profit. As of today, July 21st, Iron Man grossed $315 million, while The Incredible Hulk grossed $132 million at the North American box office. Other than that, there are other movies that performed well this summer such as Indiana Jones and Narnia. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull grossed $313 million, while The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian ended its screening in North America with $139 million. Even though Lucasfilm had a close relationship with 20th Century Fox, the distributor of Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was Paramount Pictures. Steven Spielberg and Paramount had a strong relationship, so it was not surprising. The Chronicles of Narnia was the franchise that Walt Disney chose to follow the trend of adapting novels into movies. The presenter licked his lips and clicked the next page. The slideshow went to the next slide, which was a pie chart. This year, there are 3 superhero movies that were released. 2 of them are from us, and they performed well even internationally. Iron Man grossed $513 million worldwide. The movie is already losing its popularity. The expected box office is around $580 million. As for The Incredible Hulk, it has a lower box office compared to Iron Man, but it's still a success nonetheless. $259 million is not a small amount. The presenter paused. Continue, Tom Rothman said, and the presenter nodded. After 14 days of screening, The Dark Knight grossed $351 million. Furthermore, the movie was released internationally and grossed $241 million. 2 weeks of screening. The overall box office of The Dark Knight is $592 million. In just 2 weeks, the movie grossed more than $500 million. The atmosphere in the conference room turned cold, and everyone became quiet. All of the people inside looked at Kazir, one of the people responsible for the success of The Dark Knight. Kazir shrugged. He had nothing to explain. He was hired by Warner Brothers. Hence, he had to do his job. Besides, he earned more than $150 million directing The Dark Knight as of now. Once the box office of the movie reached its limit, which was expected to be around $800 million, Kazir would probably earn $200 million. On top of that, Kazir had peripheral profit to earn in a few years, which would probably be $70 million at least. So yeah, even though some people didn't like Kazir's decisions, it was clear that Kazir won. The money he earned was absolutely worth it working with Warner Brothers. That fact was not liked by 20th Century Fox. In fact, Kazir could see some people glaring at him. Tom Rothman. Weekly sighed. His salary was actually smaller than Kazir's, which was understandable since Kazir was one of a kind. The presenter could feel the tension, so he decided to continue his presentation. For our next plan, in August we will release Mirrors, The Rocker, Babylon AD, and Wanted 3. In September, we only have one movie to release, which is The Equalizer 2. As expected, Wanted 3 and The Equalizer 2 would be released in less popular schedules because they were not prioritized by the company. However, the profit they made by distributing CCU movies was around $500 million every year. The meeting continued, and the atmosphere became better. Overall, they were satisfied with what they achieved this quarter. The company was doing well. The meeting then reached the next topic, which was the approval of projects. They approved the filming of Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian, Final Destination 3, Machete, and WALL-E. 20th Century Fox bought the script for Kazir's WALL-E, and the director agreed because he didn't want to sour their relationship further. Now that I think about it. Kazir, I still don't know what your next movie is. You seem kind of free lately. Most of the time, after you're done with your project, you immediately start a new project, Tom Rothman said to Kazir, 2 chairs away from him. Tom, have you forgotten what we talked about a week ago? I said I had no intention of directing a movie in 2009. I want to take a rest, Kazir explained. What? I thought you were joking. We are talking about you, Director Grey, the workaholic director who films a movie every year. Are you sure you're doing well? Tom asked curiously, a bit worried. Everyone knew that Kazir had experienced some horrible stuff within these past months. Last year, Kazir also got killed. 3 weeks ago, he saw his friend almost dying. It wouldn't be a surprise if Kazir wanted to take things slow and take a rest. Tom Rothman apologized after realizing that he was being rude. At the end of the day, Kazir was a person, and he needed rest after so much shit. If possible, I just want to lay on my bed all day and do nothing. Completely relatable. Chapter 543. Then, since you're not going to film a movie for a year, how about doing your job to the truth this time? Tom touched his chin and nodded as he agreed with the idea he had just thought of. What do you mean? I'm talking about your job as an executive producer. You will help Blue Sky Studio in making WALL-E. I still haven't agreed to that. I haven't even signed a contract. You're the scriptwriter of WALL-E. You're also a talented director. The scenes are probably already done in your head, and we need that to help us animate WALL-E. I honestly want you to direct the movie, but that's asking for too much. You're just bitter that The Dark Knight is making a lot of money compared to Marvel movies. You are damn right. Don't worry, we'll pay you at least $5 million for your position as the executive producer. Let me talk to my agent first. That's good to hear. This showed that Kazir was not against working on WALL-E animation. However, Salvatore would probably increase the salary to $7 million before things became official. Tom Rothman knew that some of the executives were angry at Kazir because of his so-called betrayal and understood why. However, he knew that Kazir didn't betray them. The fact that Kazir was still working with them showed that his intention toward 20th Century Fox and Marvel Studios was good. He knew that the biggest reason why The Dark Knight was making huge money right now was because of Heath Ledger's situation. The Big Six competed against each other, but none of them wanted to hurt or kill one another because that was not morally right at all. Making up false rumors to destroy someone's reputation was acceptable. Blackmailing celebrities to get what they wanted was acceptable. Doing some sex trafficking? Yeah, fine. Hollywood loves that. Secret sex parties? The orgy was all right. But adding kids to those sex parties was downright wrong. Apparently, Hollywood was fine with that and deemed it normal. Anyway, killing a person was bad. That's where they drew the line. Showbiz was business, not a war where you had to kill your opponent. Tom Rothman didn't wish for anyone to suffer, not even his worst enemies. This was the reason why everyone in Hollywood hated the executive who tried to assassinate Kazir, because that incident blemished Hollywood badly. Yes, Hollywood was not pure, and it had a lot of dirty secrets, but there were limits to the sins they could accept. What happened to Heath Ledger was not something Tom Rothman wanted to happen to other celebrities. But I'm not going to lie, Warner Brothers found a diamond with their promotion. They took advantage of the bad news to promote The Dark Knight. Warner Brothers was monetizing grief because they were a corporation. It's a sad thing that Heath Ledger was comatose. But have you seen his latest work, The Dark Knight? Dude, watch it. You will understand why Heath Ledger became depressed and dependent on prescription pills. This was the common conversation. By the way, some of the information was just rumors with no clear evidence to back it up. I heard that some people are blaming Kazir because he's the one who pushed Heath to take the role of the Joker. I guess I can understand why he needs a rest. Their meeting ended after that. The hospital room was quiet, except for the faint, rhythmic beeping of machines. Heath Ledger lay still, pale, and unmoving. He had been in that state for 18 long days. Outside the hospital, fans gathered. They were holding signs and pictures of Heath as the Joker. Some carried flowers, others held candles. The situation was getting overdramatic, as if Heath had already died. Well, a certain corporation wanted to keep it dramatic. They even paid some people to cry in front of the hospital. I just want him to wake up. I want him to see how much we love him and his films. I've watched The Dark Knight 3 times now. He is incredible. It's heartbreaking that he can't see what he's accomplished. Some fans had their heads bowed, whispering prayers. Others held each other, united by grief and hope. Across the world, people were talking about Heath Ledger. News anchors delivered updates on his condition with solemn faces. Why was Heath's situation still trending even after 2 weeks? Well, Time Warner was keeping the issue alive. Time Warner was one of the major media conglomerates in the world. 5 media conglomerates dominated globally: Time Warner, Comcast, Walt Disney, Paramount Global, and News Corporation. It wouldn't be hard for Time Warner to keep Heath's story alive for a month if needed. The Dark Knight continued to dominate the box office, but fans were still worried about Heath Ledger's health. The world watches and waits, praying for his recovery. Talk show hosts discussed his performance with praise. He transformed into the Joker. It's scary. I've never seen anything like that. He's not just acting. It's as if the Joker was real. But behind every compliment, there was sorrow. Heath wasn't awake to hear any of it. Later that evening, Christian Bale, Michael Caine, and Gary Oldman visited the hospital. They had just finished a press conference but couldn't go home without seeing Heath. They stood at the doorway, hesitant to enter. He's not going to die, right? If he was going to die, then the build-up of this story arc would be useless. Hush, his family is inside. Let's go in. Chapter 544. The 3 actors entered the hospital and found Heath's relatives. Every one of them was worried about Heath's situation. The 3 men paused at the doorway. No matter how many times they experienced this, they were still uncomfortable. The atmosphere was too depressing. Actually, even though it sounded messed up, Warner Brothers and their agents encouraged them to visit Heath once in a while, especially now, when Heath's situation was trending. This was a form of promotion and also a way to show a positive impression to the public. The fact that the 3 actors showed up and the people saw them going to the hospital was publicity. They were building the image that they were good people who visited their co-star, who was comatose. Honestly, this was great publicity. People liked kind-hearted actors. The 3 nodded at each other and greeted Heath's family. Heath's mother sat by his bedside. She was gently brushing her son's hair. She had a pale face. She nodded at them and weakly smiled. Heath's father stood behind her, his hand on her shoulder. The dark bags under his eyes proved the sleepless nights he had endured. Michelle Williams sat quietly next to them. She was holding Matilda in her lap, whispering comforting words to her daughter. The innocent 2-year-old girl was sometimes asking when her dad would wake up. She thought Heath was just sleeping. Heath and Michelle Williams were in a serious relationship. Their relationship started during the filming of Brokeback Mountain. She starred in movies such as Brokeback Mountain, Blue Valentine, My Week with Marilyn, Manchester by the Sea, and many more. The two had a daughter named Matilda Rose Ledger. Honestly, the three actors were not that close to Heath or to his relatives. They were just co-workers, after all. However, this was a way to promote their movie, so they had to visit Heath. Christian Bale cleared his throat, breaking the heavy silence. How is he today? Heath's father looked at him, his eyes hollow. No change, he whispered. The doctors said, it's a waiting game now. Their expressions didn't seem good. Even the three actors felt the negative vibes in the room. This was awkward. However, every one of them hoped that Heath would wake up. None of them wanted to see a person suffer. Particularly Christian Bale. He was with Kazir and Scarlett when they discovered Heath's overdose. After what he experienced and what Heath experienced, he was hoping for good news. Anyway, the actors talked to the relatives to ease up the situation. They had to stay in the room for at least half an hour to show their sincerity. After that, they would leave through the front entrance of the hospital so that people would see them. Yeah, they were farming publicity. As the room fell into another silence, only Heath's breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Heath's fingers twitched. His eyelids fluttered just barely. Heath, his mother gasped. She dropped the comb she had been using to brush Heath's hair. Michelle's eyes widened. She also saw it. Oh my God. Heath. Heath Ledger's eyes slowly opened, unfocused at first. Everyone was silent for a second. Then, Christian Bale immediately came out of the room to call the nurses and doctors. I'm gonna call the doctors. Heath blinked his eyes. His eyelids were heavy, but he could see. His gaze drifted before settling on his daughter. His lips moved, and he weakly smiled. Then, the family started crying in happiness. Heath's father choked back a sob, while his mother cried as she hugged her son. Heath woke up. The camera cut to the modern newsroom, where a newscaster sat at a polished white desk, papers neatly arranged in front of her. These papers were just props, by the way, because the newscaster only read the teleprompter behind the camera. The headline of the segment was, Heath Ledger Awakens. A Miracle in Hospital. They always use caps lock whenever they write a news headline. Good evening. In a heartwarming development that has captivated Hollywood and millions around the world, actor Heath Ledger has awakened from his coma. After spending 18 agonizing days in an unresponsive condition at the hospital, Heath Ledger's eyes have finally opened, marking a miraculous turn in his recovery process. The screen next to her shifted to live footage of the hospital exterior, where people were celebrating and some even kissed. The people who kissed were both men. After the success of Brokeback Mountain, many gay fans became devoted supporters of Heath. The scene then changed to a brief clip showing Heath Ledger's family gathered around his bed. Sources confirm that Heath Ledger, known worldwide for his portrayal of the Joker in The Dark Knight, is now responsive. The medical staff reports that while his condition remains serious, his return to consciousness has sparked hope among his family, friends, and fans. Ledger's sudden awakening has ignited a wave of relief and celebration, with many calling it a miracle. A split screen showed a clip of Christian Bale, Gary Oldman, and Michael Caine outside the hospital, their faces a mix of relief and happiness. In related news, Warner Brothers, which has closely monitored Ledger's condition, released a statement expressing joy and support for Heath Ledger. The studio noted that while Ledger's recovery is encouraging, they are continuing to work with the hospital to ensure his health. As the story develops, we will bring you further updates on Heath Ledger's progress. The newscaster paused while fixing the thin stacks of paper in her hands. Stay tuned for more updates on this recovery. For now, fans worldwide are rejoicing at the news. The legacy of Heath Ledger's incredible performance in The Dark Knight continues to inspire people. The camera slowly faded to the network's logo as the segment ended, leaving viewers with a sense of optimism. Chapter 545. Continue to inspire people? Isn't Heath's role about a psychotic serial killer? What the fuck is Warner Brothers cooking? The Joker is not a positive role model. Bob Iger grumbled as he turned off the television. He was happy that Heath Ledger woke up. This was a good thing for Hollywood itself. Hollywood and celebrities had been glorified to the point where people saw celebrities as gods above others. Heath Ledger's incident made this status even better. Now, people would look at celebrities with sympathy and perhaps awe. As long as people glorified celebrities, movies would continue to make money. Hence, the Big Six loved it whenever something like this happened. However, Robert was also bitter that Warner Brothers was earning a lot of money because of this incident. Walt Disney had been losing its edge these past few years. Because of this, the company was desperate to acquire Lucasfilm, since Lucasfilm owned profitable IPs that Walt Disney was salivating to get. Bob Iger sighed and leaned back in his chair. He looked at the ceiling. He knew that interesting stories could shape public perception. Warner Brothers was capitalizing on Heath Ledger's ordeal perfectly. They were turning a tragedy into a marketing goldmine, and The Dark Knight was reaping the benefits. They're milking this for all it's worth. I wouldn't even be surprised if they interview Heath while he's still in the hospital. He muttered. Frustration was evident in his voice. He stood up and gazed out of his office window. The tall buildings in Los Angeles were towering across the city. If Disney wanted to compete, they needed something bigger. Something that would dominate the box office. They already had the answer. His eyes narrowed. Lucasfilm was the key. He just needed to make it happen. We will acquire Lucasfilm. Then we will make the worst Star Wars franchise and shit on the fans. Yeah, I can see it happening. Who gives a fuck anyway? It's all about money. Robert laughed like a devil. The fans of Star Wars would probably be devastated once they heard the news. Robert felt like the future would be rough if they failed to acquire Lucasfilm. He heard that Blue Sky Studio was planning to animate WALL-E, which was a story written by Kazir. Blue Sky and DreamWorks were rivals of Pixar. After spending so many resources, Robert successfully acquired the complete version of the WALL-E script, and he was amazed by how Kazir portrayed the dystopian future in the script. Acquiring a complete version of a movie script was tough, especially when it was still in production. A person had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. But Robert paid his way to get a copy. Secretly, he wanted to call Kazir to ask him if he had more interesting scripts, but he knew that the director would probably not work with them, which was infuriating. Now that I think about it, Heath is super famous right now. Maybe he is interested in working with Disney. Kazir was having a good time. He was smiling the whole day. The answer to why Kazir was happy was because his friend woke up from a coma. Another reason why he was happy was that he changed the future. Heath Ledger died in the original timeline, but now the worst thing he suffered was a coma of 18 days. Kazir and Scarlett had already visited Heath 2 days ago and had a conversation with the actor. Heath was thankful to Kazir because he saved his life. Heath learned that Kazir, Christian, and Scarlett saved him. Heath even cried. It was a heartwarming moment for Kazir. It was a good thing that Heath woke up. Kazir sat on his couch, his eyes glued to the television. News about Heath's miraculous recovery was everywhere. He watched as reporters enthusiastically covered the story. Some were speculating about Heath's future projects and his return to Hollywood. They're already building him up as a legend. He's not even fully recovered yet. Kazir shook his head, a small smile on his face. Scarlett entered the room, carrying 2 cups of tea. She handed one to Kazir and sat beside him. She looked at the television. The two had been spending their time together a lot lately. Both of them agreed to take a rest for a year and lay low on working. They'll keep milking this for a while. But at least Heath is alive. That's all that matters, Scarlett added. Kazir nodded, his heart feeling lighter. Yeah, that's all that matters. The last week of August arrived, and Wanted 3 had its premiere. Wanted 3 would probably be the last installment of the franchise for a while, unless Ben Affleck himself showed interest in making a sequel. His 3-movie contract had ended. His contract lasted for 9 years since the filming of Wanted in 1999. It was a long commitment, so it was understandable why Ben Affleck had no intention of renewing the contract. The story of Wanted 3 was about Wesley Gibson learning about his father's past and the secret his mother had been keeping from him. Of course, there were action sequences every 10 minutes to hype the movie. Wesley Gibson was one of the most wanted criminals in the world. In the last scene, everyone thought that Wesley Gibson died, but he actually survived and changed his name. Also, he was now a rich person living in a tropical country. His life story ended in a positive way. The premiere of Wanted 3 was a grand event. Fans lined up outside the theater, eager to see how Wesley Gibson's story would conclude. Reporters swarmed the red carpet, flashing cameras capturing every moment. Kazir watched from the sidelines. He was satisfied with the situation. The film was already generating buzz, and he was confident it would be a box office hit, as always. As the lights dimmed and the movie started, he glanced at Scarlett, who sat beside him. Scarlett held his hand. He whispered, "You think this will be the biggest hit of the year?" She smirked. "I wouldn't be surprised. You wrote it." Chapter 546. Billy and Wallace cheered as they witnessed how Wesley Gibson found his peace. Billy and Wallace had been fans of Kazir since the release of Napoleon Dynamite. Since then, they had watched every movie Kazir released. They also watched every CCU movie. In fact, they even built a fan base. Naturally, Billy and Wallace witnessed how much suffering Wesley experienced in the trilogy. They were happy because Wesley found his peace at last. They also understood that this would probably be the last time they watched the Wanted franchise because Ben Affleck's contract had ended. However, they might still see him once in a while in other CCU movies as a cameo appearance. Still, the fans were a bit melancholic. Brian Mills, Jason Bourne, and Wesley Gibson were the first three protagonists of the CCU, and now only Jason Bourne was still active. Brian Mills had died, while Wesley Gibson retired. As the credits rolled, Billy and Wallace remained seated, basking in the afterglow of the final moments of Wanted 3. The theater was filled with excitement, with fans discussing their favorite scenes and speculating on the future of the CCU. The theater was rented by the Grey fans to watch Wanted 3. The fact that everyone was wearing a suit made it look like they were in a business meeting inside a movie theater, out of place, but entertaining. "I can't believe it's over," Wallace muttered. He was a bit sad. Wanted was a huge franchise and had gathered so many fans all over the world. At least Wesley got a happy ending. He deserved it, Billy nodded. They didn't leave right away. They waited a few more minutes for the post-credit scene. The scene was about The Equalizer 2, the movie set to be released in September. Wanted grossed over $1.11 billion worldwide in 2000. This was the updated box office after every country had submitted complete data. Wanted 2 grossed $821 million and was considered a success despite a lower box office performance compared to the first movie. And now, people were wondering at what number the box office of Wanted 3 would stop. Would it reach $700 million? Perhaps only $600 million? August 29, 2008, Friday. Wanted 3 grossed $39 million. August 30, 2008, Saturday. Wanted 3 grossed $86 million. August 31st, 2008, Sunday, also the last day of the month. Wanted 3 grossed $122 million. In 3 days of screening, Wanted 3 grossed $122 million. Everyone would agree that Wanted 3 was a success. This kind of performance was expected from a CCU movie. Nothing to be shocked at. By the way, as of August 31st, The Dark Knight had grossed $889 million worldwide. The movie had been screening for 45 days and was still going strong. September 1st, 2008, Monday. The industry was already having discussions about Wanted 3's strong opening weekend. Analysts predicted it would easily cross $600 million worldwide, solidifying its place as another Continental Cinematic Universe success. Kazir Grey, however, was more focused on the future. He sat in his office, going through final preparations for The Equalizer 2. He was reviewing documents related to the movie. Wanted 3's post-credit scene had created excitement among fans, and expectations were high. Meanwhile, Warner Brothers was celebrating The Dark Knight's unstoppable momentum. Executives were confident it would surpass $1 billion, making it the highest-grossing film of the year, unless a new opponent joined the battle. The battle for box office supremacy continued. After doing his job, Kazir decided to read the newspaper and found an article about Wanted 3. Wanted 3 delivered a thrilling and satisfying conclusion to the action-packed trilogy. Ben Affleck shines once again as Wesley Gibson. He brought depth to a character who has endured loss, betrayal, and redemption. The film masterfully balanced intense action sequences with emotional storytelling. It gave fans a fitting farewell to one of the Continental Cinematic Universe's original protagonists. The intense fights, stunning cinematography, and well-crafted plot kept audiences engaged until the very end. While it may not surpass the original, Wanted 3 provided closure. It left fans both satisfied and nostalgic. A must-watch for action lovers and longtime CCU fans. Kazir looked at the name of the writer who wrote the article. Bribe Minor? Isn't that the movie critic we paid to write positive reviews on our movies? No wonder this article seemed paid. Well, the article seemed on point, though. The article didn't tackle much about the movie, since the content of Wanted 3 was non-existent. The author didn't know what to write or add about the plot. Kazir then tackled the next topic that the company had to face. Grey Pictures ventured into TV shows around 2003 to 2004 by making Game of Thrones. Now, Game of Thrones was in its third season and still going strong. It had gained so many fans. It was popular, and Fox TV also profited from the show. Because of this success, Grey Pictures was interested in starting another show. This time, they asked Kazir if he had a comedy TV show in his arsenal. Well, actually, they were right. Kazir had a few on his list. He had written some comedy sitcoms. However, he was genuinely confused as he realized something big had happened without his knowing. The fact that some of these shows did not exist in the current timeline is shocking. The list was Modern Family, Parks and Recreation, Brooklyn 99, The Big Bang Theory, How I Met Your Mother. Looking at the list, Kazir was shocked that The Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother did not exist in this timeline. Meaning, Kazir could make them if he wanted to. Chapter 547. Kazir was deep in thought. The realization that The Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother didn't exist, yet was both exciting and overwhelming. He realized that he had changed another thing in the timeline without even knowing it. Kazir loved movies, but he rarely watched TV shows. He didn't have time to watch TV, so he was clueless that his interference in the timeline had erased The Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother from existence. The two shows were famous in the USA and basically two of the most well-known shows. If I play this right, I might make another successful show. If I remember correctly, sitcoms are less expensive than high-quality shows like Game of Thrones. Sitcoms average $2 to $3 million per episode, while high-quality shows like Game of Thrones and Stranger Things had an average of $15 to $20 million per episode. Yes, sitcoms were less expensive. By the way, sitcoms were TV shows that usually had the same settings, where episodes happened mostly in a single location. Also, sitcoms were comedy shows that had a laugh track, a sound of people laughing in the background whenever the cast made a joke. The best examples of sitcoms were Friends and The Big Bang Theory. He picked up a pen and jotted down potential ideas. If we start production now, we could have one of these on air by next year, he murmured. His mind raced with possibilities. However, he realized something: he only had to choose one. Furthermore, even though The Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother were famous shows, they were not considered the best. If we are talking about natural humor that doesn't need a cringe laugh track in the background, then Modern Family is the best option. Modern Family was filmed in a mockumentary style. It was a humorous show if done right. It was different from a sitcom, but it was a comedy show nonetheless. We also have Parks and Recreation and Brooklyn 99, Kazir added. These two were also popular shows. The question is, which of them should we make? They could make all of them at once, but that would be too much for Grey Pictures to handle. So, for now, they had to choose only one. Kazir could keep the other projects in the script library until they needed another show to make. Or perhaps Kazir could sell the projects to another production company, and they would make the show in exchange for a profit percentage. Kazir had to think about it carefully. For now, I'll have to wait for the poll to have a clear answer. Was that a fourth wall break? Kazir closed his notes. He had at least a week before making a decision. At that time, the answer would be clearer. A successful sitcom could generate steady revenue for years, unlike movies, which relied on box office performance. For clarification, TV shows have stable profits, while movies have short but explosive profits. It depends on what angle you look at it. But both options were great as long as they generated enough profit to satisfy all parties involved. Whichever show we choose, it has to be the right one, he muttered. He decided to consult with his executives and trusted writers. Their insights might help him make the best choice for Grey Pictures' future. This was different from filming a movie where Kazir was confident. TV shows were a different market, and Kazir didn't have enough experience to make a bold decision. Fortunately, he had Stella Willow to make up for his shortcomings. Even now, Stella is helping me with managing the company. I'm grateful for what she did. Kazir also heard that Stella's dating life was getting better, so that was good news. A happy person means less stress. September 7th, 2008. 10 days after the release of Wanted 3, the movie grossed over $203 million at the North American box office. The industry was closely watching Wanted 3's box office performance. A $203 million domestic earnings in just 10 days was undeniable proof of its success. At Warner Brothers, executives were relieved that The Dark Knight still held strong, but Wanted 3's numbers reminded them that the CCU was a force to be reckoned with. They regretted the fact that they had messed up their cinematic universe because Superman Returns was a failure profit-wise. Thankfully, The Dark Knight had now grossed over $900 million, and it was a cause for celebration. They invited the cast of The Dark Knight for a celebration party. Heath Ledger was also included. Even though The Dark Knight was losing its energy at the box office, the movie still had strong potential to surpass $1 billion. As expected, Kazir Grey was amazing. Warner Brothers didn't regret working with the director. Not anymore. They knew that Kazir hadn't sabotaged them. The Dark Knight was a blockbuster. At Universal Pictures, some regretted sabotaging Kazir back when he was still a novice. They also hated the fact that many people were hating their company because one of their executives had issued an assassination order against Kazir. Yeah, they were hated by the public. Meanwhile, Walt Disney was taking notes. They were still hoping that Kazir would give them some crumbs to feast on. If Kazir announced that he would sell a script for a TV show, Walt Disney might be the first to buy it. 20th Century Fox, on the other hand, was very happy. Even though Wanted 3 was not owned by them and they didn't have the copyrights, they had a share in the box office, which was 25%. Chapter 548. Kazir Grey sat across from the executives of Blue Sky Studio in their conference room. Because he was guilt-tripped by Tom Rothman into working on WALL-E, Kazir decided to accept the position of executive producer. Unlike most of the time when Kazir's position was only a title, this time, Kazir promised that he would visit Blue Sky Studio every 3 days to check on their progress and help them whenever they needed assistance. Kazir knew that his position at 20th Century Fox was getting awkward because he worked with other studios, which was not illegal, by the way. Kazir, as a person, was allowed to work with other studios unless he signed an exclusive contract with 20th Century Fox. Company politics was a difficult game to play, but Kazir's position as one of the shareholders of 20th Century Fox forced him to join it. To make up for it, Kazir decided to work on WALL-E to appease some people who were growing a grudge against him. It might look obvious, but Kazir didn't want anyone to hold a grudge against him. The last time someone held a grudge against him, he almost died. Of course, since Kazir agreed to become the executive producer of WALL-E, he had a salary. 20th Century Fox, or to be precise, Blue Sky Studio, paid him $5 million just to hire him. In their opinion, this amount was too small compared to the box office appeal that Kazir could bring to the project. They should be thankful that Kazir was not that greedy. Furthermore, Kazir was a director, so he knew what to do. Kazir, thank you for working with us. It's an honor. Nah, it's cool. The meeting had been arranged to discuss the progress of WALL-E. Unlike most 3D animated movies that focused more on comedy, WALL-E was an emotional cartoon. It had the same vibe as Nemo. In a way, Blue Sky Studio had a concrete plan for WALL-E. They wanted to compete for Best Animated Feature at the Academy Awards. Blue Sky Studio wanted to show that their studio also had the capability to compete in prestigious awards such as the Oscars. Let's see. WALL-E is promising, but we have to set up the atmosphere, Kazir said, and the executives nodded in agreement. Well, everyone in the conference room had already thought of that, but they wanted to hear more from Kazir since he was an expert in this category. He was a director, after all. The atmosphere is important. You need to make WALL-E's experience resonate with people, and that means crafting every scene with intention. The first few minutes should be depressing. It should be slow with the right amount of melancholy. Let the audience feel WALL-E's loneliness. He paused and sipped the warm tea next to him. The executives had heard that Kazir liked tea, so they prepared high-quality tea for this meeting. The music needs to blend right with the movie. Think of it as an emotional guide. The room fell quiet, the team absorbing his advice. Kazir's experience was undeniable. They had heard this kind of explanation so many times since they were all working in the same industry, but it sounded profound when Kazir said it. At this point, they were just being bootlickers. Kazir smirked. And for that, We need a director who will oversee this creation. Everyone nodded. However, one by one, they all looked at Kazir. If there was a director who could create a masterpiece, it would probably be Kazir. He could turn WALL-E into a masterpiece. Everyone in the room looked at Kazir, and the director realized his mistake. Why are you looking at me like I'm the Messiah? Kazir coughed. I'm planning to rest for a year, and I don't have the intention of directing a movie. We should find someone who will direct WALL-E. WALL-E was approved by 20th Century Fox, but that didn't mean everything would happen so fast. First, they had to calculate the budget to make the movie. For that, many people had to come together and find the right amount. Producers, production managers, studio executives, financial analysts, and even completion bond companies had to study the project and come up with a budget. So yeah, it was not surprising that WALL-E still didn't have a director to oversee the project. Unfortunately, it's impossible to hire Andrew Stanton to direct WALL-E. He is a key figure of Pixar animation, and he will not work with a rival company. I guess I'm an oddity, huh? Kazir chuckled. Unlike Andrew Stanton, who was loyal to Pixar, Kazir worked with other studios. Anyway, Andrew Stanton was the director of Finding Nemo, Finding Dory, A Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, and Monsters Incorporated. It was not an understatement to say that Andrew Stanton was good at his job. He was the original director of WALL-E. Although in the original timeline, Andrew Stanton had a flopped movie called John Carter. John Carter, 2012, was a bad movie in terms of box office, and that was also the last time Andrew Stanton worked on live-action movies. Director, if we pay you $25 million plus 15% box office share plus 5% peripheral profit share, will you still decline? One of the executives asked Kazir. Some of them frowned because that amount was too huge to let go, but they also knew that Kazir's salary was usually higher than that amount. Kazir shook his head and declined, unfazed by the generous offer. I appreciate the faith you have in me, but my decision is firm. I need a break. Directing is exhausting, and I don't want to burn out. For a director who filmed at least one movie per year, that was the most bullshit statement that Kazir had ever said. The executives exchanged glances. Some were clearly disappointed. Then who do you think should direct it? We need someone with a clear vision. One of them spoke up. Kazir looked at his tea. He was contemplating and didn't answer. We need a director who understands emotion and storytelling, not just animation. What about Andrew Stanton? Another executive joined in after realizing that Kazir was in deep thought. He's at Pixar. It's almost impossible to hire him. And even if we hired him, he would probably ask for a huge salary. Another one answered. Kazir smirked and realized something. Then we just need to find someone who is great at storytelling but not expensive. Chapter 549. There were a lot of directors who were amazing at storytelling and stirring the emotions of the audience. In fact, this was one of the criteria to determine if a director was talented. If a director couldn't affect his audience, then he didn't have the qualifications to be a director. A director's job was to make a movie to entertain the audience. The movie would be useless if the audience felt nothing. Anyway, the best directors in the industry were good at storytelling and stirring the emotions of the audience. Some of the directors who had a talent for emotionally powerful storytelling were Steven Spielberg. Almost everyone would agree with this fact. Steven Spielberg was very good at storytelling, and he could make his audience cry. He was basically the goat of heartwarming movies. He directed Schindler's List, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Saving Private Ryan, and many more. Hayao Miyazaki was also a director who was great at stirring the audience's hearts. He might not be a Hollywood director, but even Hollywood agreed that Hayao Miyazaki was an amazing director. He directed Grave of the Fireflies, Spirited Away, My Neighbor Totoro, and many more. Kazir had to admit that he was not good at making emotional films. The best emotional film he did was The Revenant, and that wasn't even comparable to what Spielberg and Miyazaki created in their filmographies. Kazir was just making circus movies, and he was proud of that fact. WALL-E needed a director who had great storytelling skills and could make impactful scenes. Kazir knew someone, and he was one of the best in that category. The person Kazir was talking about was Christopher Nolan. In Kazir's opinion, Christopher Nolan was comparable to, or perhaps even better than, Spielberg and Miyazaki in creating amazing movies. His filmography was filled with critically acclaimed films. He was the best director that Kazir could ever hire. Furthermore, Christopher Nolan was still finding his footing in Hollywood, so he might be interested in Wall-E. I also heard that Christopher Nolan is still looking for interesting projects to do. Kazir actually felt guilty about that. He had the script of Inception registered in the Writers Guild because he was interested in it. To make sure that everything would work fine, Kazir even bought the live-action adaptation rights of Paprika just to be safe. Years passed, and Kazir realized that he didn't have the time to film Inception. When Christopher Nolan was done with Taken 3, his agent called Kazir and hoped that they could buy the script because Christopher Nolan was interested in Inception. Kazir agreed and let Salvatore and Nolan's agent negotiate. However, both sides didn't reach an agreement. I will give the script to Christopher Nolan for free if he directs Wall-E. It is originally his anyway. Kazir nodded. The executives felt like Kazir was cooking something, so they were waiting for his response. Kazir looked at them and shrugged. Christopher Nolan is the perfect director for Wall-E, he said firmly. The executives exchanged uncertain glances. They had heard about this director. The fourth director who had a $1 billion movie in his filmography after filming Taken 3. They also heard that Christopher Nolan was very serious about choosing scripts. Even though the Big Six invited him to sign a contract, Christopher Nolan maintained his silence because he couldn't find the perfect script to film. This time, they were not sure if Christopher Nolan would agree to work on an animated film. Nolan? But he's known for live-action movies, not animated films, one of them pointed out. Kazir smirked. That's exactly why we need him. He understands atmosphere, emotion, and visual storytelling better than most directors. Wall-E isn't just an animated film, it's a cinematic experience. If anyone can make it unforgettable, it's Christopher Nolan. I'll personally reach out to him. He paused before adding. When Kazir said that, the executives sighed in relief. Kazir was known for hiring the perfect director for the job. If Nolan agrees, we'll have to adjust our approach. He's known for practical effects and grounded storytelling. Do you think he'll be comfortable working in animation? One of the executives adjusted his glasses. Nolan is a perfectionist, but it doesn't mean he won't adapt to the changes. He'll push for perfection, but he will maintain the essence of the film, which is to entertain the kids and the parents, and that's exactly what we need. Wall-E's world should feel like it could happen in the future. If he agrees, expect him to work closely with the animators to ensure every detail is perfect. The executives nodded, starting to see the vision. They decided to trust Kazir. All right, one of them said. If you can convince him, we're on board. Okay. By the way, I haven't seen Carl Ludwig today. This is a business conference. He should be here. The guy is on vacation right now and can't be contacted. Kazir was a bit jealous. He had promised himself that he would relax for a year, yet now he was still working. Kazir let out a sigh, rubbing his temples. What a life, he muttered under his breath. Maybe I should take a break too. Please don't. We need you here. We paid $5 million. One of the executives nervously chuckled. Kazir smirked, but didn't deny it. $5 million was a huge amount. His mind was already running through how to approach Nolan. He needed to make the offer enticing, not just with Wall-E, but by giving him full creative control. I'll set up a meeting with Nolan and his team, Kazir said. Let's hope he's interested. As the meeting ended, Kazir stood and stretched. Maybe he really needed a vacation. Chapter 550. September arrived. On September 9th, Kazir had his 38th birthday. He didn't have an extravagant birthday party. He just invited his friends and relatives to enjoy the day. Kazir's father was the only one who attended this time because his brother was busy with the company and currently out of the country. He took his wife and daughter to enjoy their time in a foreign country. Anyway, Kazir had fun. He realized that he felt blessed to be alive. He further understood how important life was. He had experienced quite a lot in his 2 lifetimes, so he cherished the moment. As the evening settled in, Kazir sat on the balcony of his home. The view in Beverly Hills was average, not going to lie. Kazir chose a house that had a mediocre location. He didn't care, though. He was sipping a glass of wine while watching the city lights twinkle in the distance. His father, Victor, sat beside him, holding a bottle of beer. You've done well for yourself, son, the old man said, his voice filled with pride. He was a bit tipsy and emotional. He was proud that his children could stand on their own. Thanks, Dad. I've been lucky. Kazir chuckled. His father shook his head. Luck only takes you so far. Hard work and determination got you here. Kazir nodded, appreciating his words. Honestly, Kazir still couldn't explain his regression, so he kind of thought of it as his luck. As the night grew quieter, he made a silent wish, not for more success, but for more moments like this, where he could see everyone around him happy. In the second week of September, The Equalizer 2 had its premiere. Kazir and Scarlett naturally attended the red carpet. The red carpet was filled with excitement as cameras flashed and reporters scrambled to interview the stars. Kazir, dressed in a sharp black suit, walked hand in hand with Scarlett, who was stunning in an elegant emerald green gown. Reporters immediately swarmed them. "Kazir, how does it feel to be back on the red carpet?" one journalist asked. "It feels great. The Equalizer 2 is an amazing project, and I'm happy that the franchise is doing great." Kazir chuckled. "Tonight will be wonderful." Scarlett smiled beside him. The couple posed for a few more pictures before heading inside, ready to enjoy the premiere. As they took their seats, Kazir glanced around the packed theater. The energy in the room was electric, filled with excitement and anticipation. Denzel Washington, the film's lead, caught Kazir's eye and gave him a nod. Kazir returned the gesture with a smile. The lights dimmed, and the 20th Century Fox and Grey Pictures logos appeared on the screen. The audience quieted down as the movie began. Kazir leaned back in his seat, watching the film unfold. He had already seen the early cut, but experiencing it with a live audience was different. The reactions, excitement, cheers, and shouts of the people made the experience special. The Equalizer 2 was about Robert McCall, a former DI operative who now works as a vigilante, helping those in need. When his close friend and former colleague, Susan Plummer, is murdered while investigating a case in Brussels, McCall sets out to uncover the truth. His search leads him to discover a conspiracy involving his former partner, Dave York, who has turned into a mercenary. As McCall takes down York and his team, he also mentors a young neighbor, Miles, steering him away from a life of crime. The film ends with McCall avenging Susan's death and continuing his quiet life as a protector of the innocent. ChatGPT. To make it a bit spicy, Kazir changed some parts of the plot, such as Dave York becoming part of the High Table. Yeah, this was the best he could do to include the franchise in the Continental Cinematic Universe. Perhaps the third movie would be a direct confrontation against the High Table. On September 12th, Friday, The Equalizer 2 grossed $15 million. On September 13th, Saturday, the movie grossed $39 million. On September 14th, Sunday, the movie grossed $56 million. After 3 days of screening, The Equalizer 2 grossed over $56 million on its first weekend. Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox both agreed that the start of The Equalizer 2 was promising. Based on their calculations, The Equalizer 2 would gross at least $200 million at the North American box office once done. However, they had a lot of factors to consider, so this $200 million was just an estimation. Either they would earn more or less than that amount. By the way, as of September 14th, The Dark Knight had already grossed over $517 million at the North American box office, and its international box office was $429 million. After 60 days of screening, The Dark Knight had already grossed $946 million worldwide. Everyone could see that the movie would reach $1 billion. As for Wanted 3, after 17 days of screening, it grossed $255 million at the North American box office as of September 14th. The momentum of Wanted 3 was still ongoing, while The Dark Knight was already losing its gas. Unfortunately for 20th Century Fox, The Dark Knight had a stronger potential to reach $1 billion, unlike Wanted 3, which would probably reach $800 million at best. Well, a win is still a win. Both sides were winning, and nothing to be salty about. Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox kept a close eye on the numbers, but they weren't overly concerned. Wanted 3 had already exceeded expectations, proving that the franchise still had strong appeal. Meanwhile, The Equalizer 2 was gaining momentum, and industry insiders believed it had strong legs at the box office. Chapter 551. Aside from movies, September had some important events that happened. Some were related to the 2008 financial crisis. First was Lehman Brothers. This major investment bank filed for bankruptcy as of September 15th, and it triggered a global financial collapse. This was just one piece of the domino effect that caused the 2008 economic recession. The global stock market was badly affected. Kazir didn't take advantage of this opportunity because he was not an expert in the stock market or how it would move. He just decided to keep his old stocks and continued investing in his favorite companies. Because of the financial crisis, banks were reluctant to lend money because they feared that more banks would collapse. Let's just say that they didn't trust people during the economic crisis because many people were poor at that time. Hence, the recession continued. Aside from the economic crisis, another major event happened in September. Barack Obama and John McCain's presidential campaigns were going strong. This time, the citizens of the United States would determine the future of their country with their own hands by voting. This was an important event. Despite the economic turmoil, Hollywood remained a temporary escape for many people. Box office numbers showed that audiences still went to theaters. People were seeking distraction from financial worries. The Equalizer 2 continued its strong performance, and Wanted 3 maintained its momentum, proving that action-packed movies were still in demand. Meanwhile, The Dark Knight was close to its most awaited $1 billion. While aware of the financial crisis, Kazir focused on his company. Grey Pictures had a stable cash flow. Thanks to careful budgeting, the company avoided unnecessary risks. The projects they released every year were profitable, and they had nothing to worry about. Industry insiders speculated whether the recession would slow down film production. Some studios tightened budgets, but major franchises remained unaffected for now. Even WALL-E, which was approved, had a budget of $180 million. Most of the budget would be spent on the animation. Animating 3D cartoon movies was always expensive. Hollywood would still make movies no matter what the status of the economy was, simply because people liked watching movies. Showbiz is probably one of the industries that would keep doing well no matter how bad the economy got. Kazir Grey sat at the table in a restaurant in Beverly Hills. Across from him was Christopher Nolan, the director of Wanted 3, the movie that grossed $1 billion 2 years ago. The two directors had worked in the same industry for years, but this was their first time talking in a restaurant. When Kazir hired Christopher, the one who actually did the job was Stella Willow. She convinced the director to direct Wanted 3. The salary was huge, so Christopher had no reason to say no. After that, Kazir and Christopher had some conversations, but they were not really that close. Out of all the directors in Hollywood, Kazir was only friends with a few directors, such as George Lucas and David Fincher. Christopher Nolan was wearing a t-shirt, the same as Kazir. This meeting felt like nothing serious at all. By the way, the one who chose the meeting place was Christopher. Apparently, he liked the tacos in this restaurant. So, Kazir, Christopher said and put down his coffee. You mentioned something interesting on the phone. You want me to direct an animated film? He tilted his head, quite confused. Not just any animated film. The title of the movie is WALL-E, Kazir replied. Animated films. Animated movies. 3D. Cartoons. Computer-generated movie/film. You can say it in many ways. A film about a lonely robot left on Earth after humanity has abandoned it. He spends his days cleaning up the planet. Until one day, he meets another robot, Eve, and it changes everything. Kazir grinned and put the script on the table for Christopher to check. Christopher Nolan raised an eyebrow. Actually, when he received a call from Kazir, he was surprised. They were acquaintances at best. They were not close at all. However, being a director, Christopher respected Kazir's dedication to art. He was surprised when Kazir wanted to talk to him about filming an animated film. He had already heard about it from his agent, but he didn't know the specifics. It would be a lie if Christopher said that he was not interested. For Kazir to meet him, the owner of Grey Pictures and the best director in Hollywood, Christopher couldn't help but take it seriously. He opened the script and read it. An animated sci-fi film with environmental themes? Interesting. He nodded and then looked back at Kazir. But why me? Animation isn't exactly my area of expertise. Do you know the reason why we hired you to direct Wanted 3? Kazir asked. Isn't it because you don't like filming a trilogy? You prefer hiring other directors to film the sequels of your movies. Yes, that's also one of the reasons. Kazir coughed. Anyway, I'll say the reason why we hired you. You have a unique way of blending grand spectacle with deep, emotional storytelling. WALL-E really needs that essence, and you're the only one I know who can do it. It's not just a kid's movie. It's a story about loneliness, purpose, and love, set in a dystopian future. Christopher Nolan was speechless. He didn't expect that Kazir had such high respect for his filmography. He suddenly wanted to blush or something. A top director like Kazir recognized his talent. He took that as an achievement. Of course, he was happy to hear these praises from Kazir. Christopher cleared his throat, regaining his composure. He tapped the script with his fingers and smirked. "I'm very flattered, Kazir." Chapter 552. Christopher Nolan looked at the script, his fingers slightly rubbing the edge of the document. He glanced at Kazir. During this whole conversation, he was still surprised that the famous director wanted him to direct an animated film. Did Blue Sky Studio know about this? Maybe they won't agree. Blue Sky Studio was one of the best 3D animation studios in Hollywood right now. They animated Ice Age and Kung Fu Panda. You don't have to worry. The executives and I talked about it. We all agreed that we need a director like you. Kazir chuckled. Christopher hesitated, glancing at the script again. I've never done animation before, but the concept is fascinating. A robot protagonist. Emotional visual storytelling. It's within my capabilities. Exactly. So are you in? Kazir smirked. Christopher exhaled, then smiled. I'll seriously consider it. But I have one last question. You're also a director, so why don't you direct it instead? You have a stronger box office appeal than me, and I'm sure both 20th Century Fox and Blue Sky Studio would prefer you to direct the movie instead of me. A valid question. Furthermore, Christopher Nolan hadn't heard any news that Kazir was taking on a project, so he probably had free time to direct WALL-E. Well, I want to take a rest and relax my artistic sense. I've been filming movies every year for more than a decade now, and I need a year to relax. Wow. Christopher was shocked. So the most workaholic director in Hollywood also wanted a year-long vacation. That was probably the most shocking thing he heard today. Then, Christopher looked at the script. I'll contact my agent. That's great to hear. The two shook hands. The meeting was fruitful. A few days later, Christopher Nolan's agent was deep in negotiations with Blue Sky Studio and 20th Century Fox. Christopher set up some clauses regarding working on WALL-E. While Christopher was intrigued by the project, he wanted certain creative freedoms, especially regarding the film's tone and cinematography. Here's the thing. Directors might become friends and talk about filmmaking, but they don't want another director to influence their creations. They want full authority and creative freedom when doing a film. When Kazir heard about it, he laughed and understood Christopher's intention. Kazir was the executive producer of WALL-E, so perhaps this was Christopher's way of telling him to let him cook. Animation was a new experience for Christopher Nolan, but he wanted to approach it with the same care he gave to live-action films. Kazir reassured both the studio and Christopher that he would have the space to bring his vision to life. He even suggested that Christopher collaborate with the top animators at Blue Sky to ensure the film's aesthetic and storytelling aligned with his signature style. By the end of the week, the deal was finalized. Christopher Nolan was officially set to direct WALL-E, making headlines across Hollywood. Many were surprised by his decision. Some of them thought that his choice was quite fast and risky. Live-action and animated films were two different things. Naturally, since Christopher Nolan was one of the few directors who had directed a movie that grossed $1 billion, his salary was not simple. Blue Sky Studio agreed on the contract, and Christopher had a base salary of $21 million plus a 13% box office share. That was a huge amount of money, considering that Christopher Nolan had had no project for 2 years. Nolan's team actually hoped they would get a peripheral share, since this was where most of the money came from. But Blue Sky Studio was adamant about protecting this cake. Anyway, $21 million plus 13% box office share was already a satisfying contract. Grey Pictures had a meeting for the next project that the company wanted to produce. Grey Pictures was interested in trying a comedy show, since the owner, Kazir Grey, was a talented comedy director. Kazir agreed and knew that the company had to expand its projects for more money. He decided to write 5 scripts that had the potential to turn into a comedy show. Most were sitcoms. Modern Family, Parks and Recreation, Brooklyn 99, The Big Bang Theory, How I Met Your Mother. However, since Kazir was not an expert on TV shows, he decided to let the executives read the first 3 episodes of each script to determine what was the best choice. Stella Willow read them. She laughed at some of the jokes while she cringed at others. Anyway, she admitted that Kazir knew how to write comedy. Stella had been in the TV industry for most of her career, and she could see the potential of each script. Unfortunately, Grey Pictures had limited resources to produce all of them. They could only produce one show. She understood that if Kazir wanted to sell some of the scripts to other studios in exchange for a profit share, that would be a great business deal. After looking at everything very thoroughly, Stella and the executives of Grey Pictures felt that Modern Family was the best option. It won the poll voted by the higher existence. Kazir nodded when he heard the executives' decision. Modern Family had a unique comedy with its mockumentary style, and it had broad appeal across different demographics. If executed well, it could become a long-running hit. All right, let's go with Modern Family, Kazir said. Once Hollywood learns that we have another TV show, TV networks will probably go crazy and beg us for broadcasting rights, Stella smirked. The idea alone made her happy. ABC, NBC, Fox, it doesn't matter. As long as the money is right. Chapter 553. Spy. What is a spy? A spy is a person who secretly gathers information, typically about a government, organization, or individual, often for political, military, or economic purposes. Spies can work for governments, intelligence agencies, corporations, or private entities and may engage in activities such as espionage, surveillance, infiltration, or sabotage. This time, Grey Pictures experienced the danger of a corporate spy. 2 days ago, Kazir and the executives of Grey Pictures had a meeting and approved the production of Modern Family. It was a TV show. So far, the project was still not in production, nothing was even planned. However, for some reason, a company got the news that Grey Pictures wanted to produce another TV show. Even by information leak standards, this was too fast. Thankfully, the information they got was incomplete. The news shocked the Big Six and even the major TV networks in the country. The first 2 seasons of Game of Thrones grossed $1 billion in revenue. Even though each episode cost $8 million on average to film, the profit that Fox TV and Grey Pictures earned from Game of Thrones was astronomical. This kind of money could only happen because Game of Thrones was popular. The average viewership per episode was 16 million. It meant that while Game of Thrones was being broadcast, around 16 million televisions were airing the show. For Game of Thrones to become successful, they had to give Kazir some of the credit. And now, people heard that Kazir wrote a script for a TV show. Can you imagine the reactions of the Big Six and major TV networks when they found out? The leak sent shockwaves through Hollywood. Executives were curious to find out what kind of show Kazir Grey was working on. Was it another high-budget fantasy like Game of Thrones? An emotional drama? A groundbreaking new concept? As long as it could bring in more money, they wouldn't say no. ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox TV, and even cable networks started bombarding Grey Pictures with questions. They were like a hungry pack of hyenas ready to devour a small bunny. This situation seemed bad because Grey Pictures was caught off guard. It was just 2 days ago when they approved the project, yet many TV networks were already knocking on their door. How could they even react? Stella Willow frowned as she reviewed the situation. She was uncomfortable with it. Being the CEO of Grey Pictures, she didn't like that rats were scrambling in her territory. This leak isn't just a coincidence, she told Kazir. Someone inside leaked the information. Kazir sighed, rubbing his forehead. Corporate spies were nothing new, but this situation gave them ideas on what not to do. Then we need to find out who. Grey Pictures was officially hunting for a spy. There were only a few people who knew about the project, most of them executives. However, they couldn't disregard the possibility that the executives shared the content of the meeting with their subordinates, hence the situation. Kazir leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. We need to keep our next moves tight. No more leaks. I'll have IT check for any unusual emails from our employees. We'll also keep track of who discussed the project outside of the conference room, Stella added. Who benefits the most from leaking this? The TV networks are obviously interested, but it had to be someone inside Grey Pictures who passed the information. If we don't find the spy soon, it could happen again. Stella folded her arms. Grey Pictures had some information that they wanted to keep secret. No company would be happy sharing their company's secrets. They decided to conduct a quiet internal audit, keeping the investigation discreet. The executives and their subordinates felt suffocated, but they had to endure the situation. They didn't have a choice but to cooperate. Even Stella Willow and Kazir Grey agreed to be investigated. Perhaps the two accidentally shared the information or something. At the same time, They needed to handle the overwhelming interest from TV networks. Well, since they're all so eager, we might as well use this to our advantage. 20th Century Fox will probably hate me more, but with a situation like this, it's stupid if we don't take advantage of it. Kazir smirked. Stella raised an eyebrow. You're thinking of starting a bidding war, aren't you? Why not? Kazir chuckled. They did it a few years ago, and it was a success. But before we can start the bidding war, of course, we have to make the product first. Modern Family should film at least 3 episodes before Grey Pictures could do the bidding war. Grey Pictures didn't sign a contract with Fox TV regarding their next TV show, so it was fine. However, Fox TV and 20th Century Fox would probably be mad about it. Well, business is business. We focus on production first. That gives us time to find the spy while negotiating with the TV networks. Finding the corporate spy could take a week or a month, or perhaps they would fail to find the spy at all. As for the TV networks, negotiations could only happen once Modern Family had been produced. We keep the project under tighter wraps and only involve a trusted team. No unnecessary leaks, no external contractors until we have enough episodes to show. Kazir nodded. We should also mislead the spy or spies. That way, we can see where the leaks come from. Kazir nodded. He actually hadn't thought of that. Over the next few weeks, Grey Pictures moved carefully. Thankfully, all of their movies had been released this year. Only Game of Thrones Season 3 hadn't. Grey Pictures made sure that Game of Thrones would be protected. Meanwhile, the people responsible for the investigation quietly monitored email logs and office conversations. They were determined to catch the corporate spy. Chapter 554. Are we cooked? Bob Iger talked to himself. Walt Disney's situation was not bad, but also not that good. Especially in live-action movies, they had a hard time penetrating the market. At the moment, the only relevant franchises Walt Disney had were Chronicles of Narnia and National Treasure. Except for that, they had nothing. Still, their situation was not that bad if you compared it to Sony Columbia, which was still clinging to the past glory of Spider-Man. After the trilogy ended, Sony Columbia was having a hard time finding a profitable franchise. I heard that Sony Columbia is interested in rebooting the Spider-Man franchise. Bob muttered. He leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. A Spider-Man reboot? It made sense. Sony Columbia was desperate for a hit, and Spider-Man was still one of the most recognizable superheroes in the world. But reboots were risky. Audiences had just seen Tobey Maguire's trilogy conclude. Would they accept a new actor so soon? Perhaps Sony Columbia had to rest Spider-Man for a few years before restarting the franchise. Anyway, Disney had its own problems to solve. Pixar was still dominant in animation, but their live-action division needed a true blockbuster franchise. Chronicles of Narnia and National Treasure had done well, but they lacked the pop culture dominance of Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, or even Fox's Game of Thrones. If only we had Marvel. Bob sighed. To be fair, Michael Eisner was still in control of Walt Disney when Marvel Comics was acquired by News Corporation, so Bob couldn't even interfere with the acquisition. If only we had Grey Pictures. He sighed again. As for Grey Pictures, Michael Eisner fought for the acquisition but failed. These were just wishful thinking. He couldn't return to the past and change history. But what if? What if he could travel back in time and change the course of history? Yeah, I'd probably be the most influential person in Hollywood. The idea made him laugh. Unfortunately, there was no what if. Or perhaps only a few lucky people could get the opportunity to experience that what if. After all, not everyone could get a second chance in life. Even though Walt Disney's current situation seemed sad, the studio was still recognized as one of the best studios in Hollywood. Walt Disney and Warner Brothers were still vying for the #1 spot every year. Walt Disney didn't fall off. Furthermore, the acquisition of Lucasfilm was progressing positively. Although it might take years, Bob Iger was confident that Lucasfilm would fall into the hands of Walt Disney. As for the fans, their opinions didn't matter. Hollywood had a motto: fuck the fans. They can suck dick all they want. Fans of Star Wars were fucked in the ass, figuratively, of course. Minecraft fans suffered badly because of the bad adaptation. DC fans had a stroke, figuratively, of course. The Last Airbender fans had a lobotomy because the adaptation was shit, figuratively, of course. These were just some examples of how Hollywood never gave a fuck about the opinions of the fanbase. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons why people lost interest in Hollywood in the 2020s. Bob Iger smirked to himself. Walt Disney actually loved fucking around with the fans, to the point that the fans wanted to slam their heads against the wall. Why? Because these fans could never affect the decisions of Hollywood, no matter how much they protested. After all, fans were just a mindless source of profit from their perspective. No matter how ugly the movies they produced, fans would still watch them. Sonic Trilogy was a miracle because the production team listened to the fans. Hollywood had a long history of disregarding fan expectations, yet the industry still thrived. People might complain, but they still bought tickets. This was the ugly truth. However, everyone knew that times were changing. The internet was getting influential. The presence of television and newspapers was getting weaker. Hollywood needed to adjust. But from the looks of it, Hollywood would never give a fuck. No matter what the fanbase of Star Wars and Indiana Jones say, they can't prevent the acquisition. They just need to sit still and eat the shit we are going to feed them. Lucasfilm was a priority, but Disney needed more. They needed something to break through the market. They couldn't rely on animation forever. If they wanted to dominate Hollywood, they needed a game changer. Sigh. I've been sighing a lot lately. Bob Iger was stressed. There were a lot of factors why he was stressed, such as work-related stuff and seeing a rival company having a successful movie. He looked at the newspaper on his table and sighed. As of November 7th, The Equalizer 2 grossed $492 million worldwide. Wanted 3 grossed $702 million worldwide. These two movies were produced by Grey Pictures and distributed by 20th Century Fox. Based on their box office numbers, Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox were going to make money. But this was not the main reason why Bob Iger was sighing. He turned the next page and found an article about The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight officially grossed $1 billion as of November 7th. Obviously, Warner Brothers would outrank them again this year. Bob Iger pinched the bridge of his nose. He wanted to sigh, but that would only make him more depressed. Warner Brothers had done it again. The Matrix, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, and now The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight wasn't just a success, it was a phenomenon all over the world. Audiences and critics were praising it as one of the greatest films ever made. Meanwhile, Walt Disney was still struggling to break into the live-action movie market. This is not fair. The Dark Knight is too strong. He knew what this meant. Warner Brothers would defeat them. They would control the superhero market in Hollywood. And worst of all, they had a foothold in the superhero genre, something Walt Disney desperately lacked. We need our own billion-dollar franchise, Bob said to himself. The question was, could they even get one? Chapter 555. It was understandable why Bob Iger was in distress. He knew that every studio was progressing, and so was Walt Disney. However, he was afraid that their progression would be slower compared to their rivals. Particularly, he was afraid that their dominance over the animation market would weaken. Even though it was still a company secret and 20th Century Fox/Blue Sky Studio did its best to protect the information, the news about Blue Sky Studio's new project spread. They hadn't heard the title nor gotten a glimpse of the script. But they heard that Kazir was the scriptwriter and Christopher Nolan was the director. That was a powerful combo. Of course Bob Iger was afraid. Kazir was famous for his profitable scripts, while Christopher Nolan's last movie grossed over $1 billion at the box office. If this project turned out to be a massive success, it could shake Disney's hold over the animation market. That was painful to acknowledge. Walt Disney has been the dominant force in the animation industry since its creation. After all, Walt Disney started as an animation studio. Pixar was still dominant, but competition was heating up. DreamWorks was growing steadily, and if Blue Sky Studio delivered a billion-dollar animated film, it could change the landscape entirely. Bob Iger needed more information. He clicked his tongue. He grabbed his telephone and contacted his assistant. Talk to our contacts at 20th Century Fox and Blue Sky Studio. I want to hear more about their current animation project, he instructed his assistant. They had to find out what Blue Sky Studio was planning. If they couldn't stop it, they had to counter it with something even bigger or sabotage it. Perhaps they could corrupt the data on their computers or something. Maybe snatch their key employees? For the first time in years, Walt Disney's animation empire felt threatened. Bob Iger tapped his fingers against the table. He was deep in thought. Sabotage was risky. If they got caught, it could turn into a disaster. They didn't want to risk their reputation, and they could face a lawsuit. Walt Disney was a rich company, so they could probably pay the damages, but still. On top of that, Disney had built a reputation as a family-friendly company, and corporate espionage didn't exactly align with that image. Most of the time, they sabotaged projects discreetly, but it would probably be hard to interfere with Blue Sky Studios' management and production. Anyway, business was business. If Blue Sky Studios' project was truly groundbreaking, Walt Disney needed a counterattack. There were ways to fight Blue Sky Studio. Perhaps they could release their blockbuster movies at the same time as Blue Sky Studio. In that way, they could prevent Blue Sky Studio from making money. However, that method would also prevent them from making money as they couldn't maximize their profits. The best they could do was release a B-tier movie against Blue Sky Studio, but that would be useless then. Perhaps I'll contact the other studios. Maybe they are interested in suppressing Blue Sky Studio. What am I even saying? They were talking about an animated film, so not every studio would be interested in fighting Blue Sky Studio. Besides, the Big Five would probably be happy if Walt Disney lost against Blue Sky Studio. This means they would have fewer enemies to face. Ah, what a life. Bob Iger sighed again. He realized that he couldn't rely on the other studios. If anything, they would be happy to see Walt Disney struggle. The only real option was to strengthen their own projects to keep up with the competition. Perhaps this was the best choice and also the right thing to do. After all, this was just business, not war. Only crazy people would hire a gunman to assassinate their rival. Ahem, Kazir Grey suffered badly. Pixar was already working on Up, which had potential, but they were not sure if the movie was strong enough to defeat Blue Sky Studios' project. In fact, they were not sure if Blue Sky Studios' movie would be released in the next year or two. Maybe it's time to greenlight the fairy tale revival, he murmured. He was talking about the live-action version of their fairy tale movies. Disney had been hesitant about live-action movies with musicals. Most of their live-action movies had no musical segments, but fairy tales were a different thing. Fortunately, Enchanted, which was released last year, was a success. Enchanted was a live-action original fairy tale movie that Walt Disney produced. Of course, it had musical segments. With a budget of $85 million, the movie grossed $340 million, and it was a success. Fairy tale movies with musicals were still relevant. Furthermore, with The Princess and the Frog in development, perhaps they could reignite interest in the genre. Suddenly, Bob recalled something. He called his assistant again to ask about the matter regarding Grey Pictures' upcoming TV show. Contact our spies in Grey Pictures and ask them for more information about Modern Family. If possible, I want a copy of their scripts. I want to know if Grey Pictures is interested in working with ABC. ABC, American Broadcasting Company, was the TV network that Walt Disney owned. Yes, sir, the assistant said on the telephone. Having corporate spies in their rival companies was nothing new. In fact, Bob Iger also knew that the Big Five had also planted spies in Walt Disney. I'm probably not the only one who's thinking about it. I'm sure the other studios also planted spies in Grey Pictures. Grey Pictures was growing stronger, and Kazir Grey proved to be one of the most influential figures in Hollywood. That could be a threat or a blessing, depending on perspectives. If Modern Family turned out to be a massive hit, it could give Grey Pictures even more leverage in the television industry. And if that show was broadcast by ABC, then it would be amazing. ABC and every TV network needed amazing shows, and if ABC had a chance to collaborate with Grey Pictures, they would be happy. It could also prevent a rival network from benefiting. Disney had to act. His assistant returned the call a moment later. We'll have an update soon, the assistant said. Bob nodded. Whatever Grey Pictures was cooking, Walt Disney wanted a taste of it. Chapter 556. The living room was dimly lit. The glow of the television cast shadows on the walls. Jane and Wallace were sitting on the couch. There was a bowl of popcorn resting between them. After a few years of dating, the couple decided to take the next step 6 months ago. They were now married. They had just finished watching a show, and Wallace decided to change the TV channel to see if there were interesting shows on the other TV networks. Then, the screen stopped at Fox TV. Coming this December, The War for the Throne continues. Jane sat up, her eyes widened. She recalled something. Yeah, I just remembered. Game of Thrones Season 3 will be released this December. Jane was the head of the makeup team in one of the production crews in Grey Pictures. Since Grey Pictures had 2 to 3 projects every year, They had a production crew for each project. Jane was under Kazir's production crew, although sometimes she worked on other projects such as Game of Thrones. In fact, Kazir had already announced that he had no project for 2009. Because of this, his crew members looked for other jobs since they were not like Kazir, who was a billionaire. Jane and the others worked on Game of Thrones Season 3 for the time being. Wallace nodded. He was the vice president of Grey fans, and he had heard about Game of Thrones Season 3. He reached for a handful of popcorn. "I'm excited to see this show," he said. Even though he had a close connection with Grey Pictures, and his wife was even working in the company, Wallace didn't know the exact contents of Game of Thrones Season 3. Jane was quiet about it because she had signed a non-disclosure agreement. The screen cut to black before bursting into a montage of epic scenes. Wars, dragons, sword fighting. Daenerys stood before her army. Jon Snow trudged through the snow. A narration played in the background. A quick flash of Tyrion Lannister. The music intensified, building to the dramatic final shot. The title card showed up. Game of Thrones, Season 3, premiering this December. Only on Fox TV. This editing style, Kazir probably directed this trailer. Jane chuckled. She recalled that Game of Thrones Season 3 had 3 trailers and Kazir directed one of them. The promotion ended. Then it transitioned to a commercial about Doritos, where a guy set a mouse trap, but a human guy wearing a mouse costume appeared instead and started beating him. "I guess we have to watch Season 1 and Season 2 as a recap. Thankfully, we bought the DVDs," Wallace said. "Yeah, you bought the uncut version." Jane glanced at her husband, and Wallace acted like he didn't hear a thing. The uncut version was expensive, but it had more content. Furthermore, this version had nude scenes. Fucking sweet. Jane found it awkward that her husband bought the uncut version of Game of Thrones, especially when Jane was part of the production crew and helped with the filming. In fact, she even talked to the cast, and the fact that her husband had the uncut version was very uncomfortable. However, most of the nude scenes in the show were done by body/stunt doubles. They just did a few edits to make it look like the cast did the nude scenes. Anyway, she snuggled against Wallace after that. Since the news that Kazir had no project for 2009 spread, the Big Six saw the opportunity to invite him for possible cooperation. Of course, Kazir didn't agree with their proposals. He was determined to relax next year. The Dark Knight had already lost its selling power, but it grossed $1.01 billion. It was a success. Naturally, this success could be credited to Kazir's strong box office appeal. After all, Kazir had 6 movies that grossed over $1 billion at the box office. Wanted: Spider-Man, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End, Shadows Beneath, and now The Dark Knight. The Big Six couldn't imagine how a director could carry so many blockbuster hits in his filmography. He was like Midas, who could turn anything into gold. Because of this, even though Kazir had no intention of filming in 2009, the Big Six still couldn't help but fester him. They just had to because Kazir's profitability was worth billions. They had to be shameless. Every few days, another executive from a studio would try a different approach to convince him. Some flattered him, some offered outrageous deals, others tried to beauty trap him. Heck, someone even kneeled down and begged him. It was eventful. But Kazir wasn't taking their options. Kazir couldn't deny that he enjoyed the attention he received. He was even amused when one of the executives from Walt Disney begged him. It was fun. Perhaps Kazir was slowly turning into a tyrant? No one knows. The studios were fine with him choosing the project he wanted to film. In fact, it would be amazing if Kazir used his own script. Of course, it would also be fine if Kazir adapted a novel or a comic book. After all, he directed The Bourne Identity and Spider-Man. One of the studios that hoped Kazir would work for them was Paramount Pictures. To be precise, they had been asking Kazir to become the director of Transformers. They had been festering the director since last year. That showed how seriously they needed Kazir. Paramount Pictures wasn't giving up. Michael Bay was one of their first choices, but his films lately were stale, especially his last movie, which was The Island. Paramount Pictures was hesitant because they knew that there was a better director. The studio wanted more. They believed Kazir could elevate this toy line into a true cinematic juggernaut of a franchise. Unfortunately, no matter how much money and how many benefits they offered, Kazir was unresponsive. Money was nothing to him. This year alone, The money he earned from The Dark Knight was worth $300 million. Although this amount of money wouldn't be paid all at once, it would probably take Warner Brothers at least 2 years before paying the full amount. Usually, it took a longer time to settle the account regarding box office shares. But Warner Brothers and Kazir still had one last movie to collaborate on, which was The Dark Knight Rises. Warner Brothers didn't want to sour the relationship, so the faster the payment, the better for both parties. Chapter 557. Money was not the problem for Kazir, but it was different for Paramount Pictures. Transformers was a toy line owned by Hasbro, and they hoped that a talented director would handle the filming. After all, they hoped that their toys would become popular once the movie was released. Their best option was Kazir Grey, so Hasbro and Paramount were eager to hire the director. Despite Kazir's silence, Paramount Pictures refused to give up. They knew he wasn't motivated by money, but what about creative control? What about an offer he couldn't resist? Heck, Paramount Pictures even offered him women. There were many aspiring actresses who wouldn't hesitate to form a relationship with a famous director like Kazir, by the way. But that option didn't work. Meetings were held. Executives debated. It was a great deal for them. Yet, when the offer reached Kazir's ears, he simply chuckled. Tempting, he admitted. But I already told you. I'm taking a break. Kazir said that to their executive, word for word. Paramount was left stunned, as if they were a high school girl rejected by their crush. Very painful, but they had to swallow the truth. They didn't have the sex appeal to attract Kazir, him, figuratively, of course. They also understood why Kazir wanted to rest. He almost died last year, and it would be such a waste if he didn't live his life to the fullest. With that, being heartbroken, Paramount Pictures had to move on and find another crush to lean on. The director they chose was Michael Bay. Michael Bay was one of the best directors in Hollywood. Furthermore, Paramount Pictures knew that Transformers had a lot of explosion scenes, and Michael Bay was an expert in that stuff. Paramount Pictures was still bitter, though. They couldn't help it. As of November 2008, Michael Bay took over the position of director of Transformers. With Michael Bay leading the creation of Transformers, Paramount quickly started their jobs. They knew Michael Bay wasn't Kazir, but Michael Bay had his own strengths. His ability to deliver intense action and adrenaline-rushing explosive scenes was undeniable. Negotiations moved fast, especially since Michael Bay was trying to prove himself because of his last failure. He agreed to a salary of $10 million plus undisclosed box office and merchandise shares. Actually, the success of Transformers earned Michael Bay around $75 million. That was in the original timeline, 2007. Transformers was supposed to be released in 2007, which means that the past estimation was practically useless since it was already 2008 now. By December 2008, pre-production for Transformers was in full swing. Hasbro was still invested, albeit with slightly less enthusiasm. They had dreamed of Kazir Grey elevating their toy line into cinematic history, but they had to settle for a different vision. Meanwhile, Kazir barely paid attention to the news regarding Transformers. In fact, he already forgot about it. He was too busy planning his next year. First, he had to tackle Ninja Assassin, then visit Blue Sky Studio once or twice a week. Then perhaps he and Scarlett could go to a tropical country to relax. Hollywood was always taking a step forward. By the way, the top 4 movies released in November 2008 that grossed the highest worldwide box office were 1. Madagascar, Escape to Africa. This animated sequel produced by DreamWorks Animation was a box office hit, earning $603 million worldwide. 2. 007, Quantum of Solace. This was the second Bond movie starring Daniel Craig. It grossed $589 million globally. 3. Twilight. This novel adaptation of a vampire romance was a phenomenon for the female audience, especially teenagers. However, in the next decade, people would make fun of this franchise for some reason. Anyway, the movie earned $408 million worldwide. 4. Bolt. This was a Disney animated film about a dog that believed it had superpowers. The movie grossed $310 million worldwide. Just like that, December arrived, and Game of Thrones Season 3 started. Game of Thrones Season 3 premiered on Fox TV with high ratings. The anticipation was massive, and fans were eager to see how the battle for the throne would unfold. Each episode was amazing, and the fans' love for the show grew stronger. The cast also became popular. Hopefully, this timeline will fix the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones. The fans were glued to their screens, watching the TV show. Obviously, the more people watched the show, the better it would be for Fox TV, Grey Pictures, and Game of Thrones. As long as the show was popular, it would keep making money. A 30-second commercial on a primetime TV network could cost around $250,000 to $300,000. However, only Fox TV gets paid, while Game of Thrones couldn't get a share of that commercial fee. While Grey Pictures didn't earn from the commercials directly, they made money in other ways. The success of Game of Thrones Season 3 could lead to a surge in DVD sales. Merchandise deals and international distribution agreements also brought in significant revenue. While Game of Thrones was having a blast on TV, Hollywood movies were also having a blast in December. December was always a competitive month for Hollywood, with studios releasing their biggest films to capitalize on the holiday season. One of the biggest hits of the month was The Day the Earth Stood Still, a sci-fi remake starring Keanu Reeves. Despite mixed reviews, the film performed well at the box office, grossing over $230 million worldwide. Another major success was Marley and Me, a heartwarming family film starring Owen Wilson and Jennifer Aniston, which resonated with audiences and earned $247 million globally. Gran Torino, a movie directed by and also starring Clint Eastwood, grossed $340 million. Chapter 558. Aside from these 3 movies, there were also The Reader, a drama starring Kate Winslet and Ralph Fiennes. The film, based on Bernhard Schlink's novel, explored themes of love, guilt, and post-war Germany. The film grossed $108 million worldwide. Also, Kate Winslet's performance in the movie earned her the Academy Award for Best Actress. Yes Man, a comedy movie starring Jim Carrey. It was a box office success, earning over $223 million worldwide. The film follows a man who decides to say yes to everything. Imagine how hilarious and eventful that would be. And yes, the movie presented the concept very well. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. Starring Brad Pitt and Cate Blanchett, the movie was about a man who aged in reverse. The movie was directed by David Fincher, Kazir's friend, and the director who directed Say 7 On. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button was the 3rd collaboration between Brad Pitt and David Fincher. The two had first worked together in Say 7 On, 1995, the second was Fight Club, 1999, and now The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, 2008. The movie grossed over $335 million worldwide. It earned 13 Academy Award nominations because the movie had a unique plot. Other movies that were released in December, such as 7 Pounds, The Tale of Despero, Bedtime Stories, and Valkyrie, grossed over $100 million at the worldwide box office. December 24, 2008. Hawaii, USA. The couple, Kazir Grey and Scarlett Johansson, were walking side by side on the private beach. The sunset made this simple walk appear to be romantic. They were a couple, so it was indeed romantic. Scarlett leaned her head against Kazir's shoulder as they walked barefoot on the warm sand. The sound of waves crashing against the shore filled the peaceful silence between them. "You really needed this break," Scarlett said, squeezing his hand. She had been worried about Kazir since last year. He experienced terrible things, and Scarlett hoped that he could relax his mind once in a while. Kazir almost died from an assassination last year. Then, this year's summer, Kazir witnessed his friend almost losing his life. These 2 events were terrible. In fact, Scarlett was having a tough time adjusting her mind after witnessing Heath Ledger's overdose. She also knew that Kazir suffered more than her since he was friends with Heath. Fortunately, Heath Ledger survived, and now the actor is in a rehabilitation program and showing progress. "Yeah, Grey Pictures can survive without me for a few months," Kazir chuckled. To be fair, most of the management affairs were handled by Stella Willow, but Kazir's presence in the company was still reassuring nonetheless. Furthermore, Kazir still had to go to Blue Sky Studio once in a while. Because of this, the couple decided not to go overseas to celebrate Christmas. They agreed to have a fun short vacation in Hawaii instead. Last Thanksgiving, the couple celebrated it with Kazir's family. So this time, the couple planned a holiday only for themselves. You say that, but I bet you're just avoiding Paramount Pictures. I heard they are still sulking over your rejection of directing Transformers. She smirked. It is what it is. Let them sulk. I don't want to work hard lately. Kazir shrugged. Well, I'm glad you chose to be here instead. Next to me, Scarlett said. Kazir smiled, wrapping an arm around her waist. Me too. The work could wait. Kazir rarely had the moment to enjoy the fruit of his success. In fact, this was the first time he rented a private beach for himself. He found it expensive, but the experience was something noble, so it was not that bad. Grey Pictures indeed rented a private beach, but it was always for filming purposes. The sun slowly disappeared. The two were wearing jackets since they knew that evening would arrive and prepared for the cold sea breeze. The lights turned on and, together with the stars in the sky, illuminated the beach. The two looked at the sky where endless stars were shining brightly. The sea reflected their lights. Scarlett looked at Kazir, who was staring ahead. Perhaps Kazir was thinking about his life. Being his girlfriend, Scarlett learned about his life experiences. She learned about Kazir's childhood, where he never experienced love and affection from his mother. She learned about his teenage life. At the time Kazir stepped into middle school, his father's company was facing hardship. Hence, Kazir lived an average life. Scarlett also learned that Kazir was rejected by his high school crush when he confessed, only to then meet her in a 7-Eleven store 2 decades later. That time, it was Kazir's turn to reject his delusional ex-crush. Furthermore, Scarlett also knew about Kazir's painful divorce. That event probably broke him to pieces. The wound in his heart was very hard to fix. Even now, Scarlett could still see the pain in his eyes. That was also probably the reason why Kazir rarely opened his heart to anyone. Then the failed movies in his early career. Then the false accusations. So many false accusations. Kazir never hurt his ex-wife, not even once. Yet he almost lost his career because of her false accusations. Kazir also never used his status to have sex with the actresses. The actresses were the ones who wanted to have sex with him. Last but not least, Kazir is not gay. Then the assassination attempt last year, and the traumatic experience of witnessing his friend's overdose this summer. Scarlett sighed. This man suffered so much, she thought to herself. She was amazed at how Kazir stayed strong despite so many setbacks in life. What she didn't know was that Kazir was never strong. He was just hiding his weakness and vulnerability. In the depths of his depression, he thought of killing himself so many times. He thought of ending everything. The only reason he was alive today was because of perseverance. She squeezed Kazir's hand while looking at the stars. As for her other free hand, it was fiddling with the pictures in the pocket of her jacket. She didn't know how to tell him about the fact that. Chapter 559. She glanced at Kazir, his face illuminated by the soft glow of the beach lights. Would he be happy if she told him the news? Would he be shocked? Or perhaps overwhelmed? Taking a deep breath, she whispered, Kazir, there's something I need to tell you. Thank you. Before Scarlett could say her words, Kazir said his thanks. Scarlett, thank you for being here with me. Thank you for loving me. There was a time in my life when I thought I would live my life all alone. Kazir slightly smiled and continued. His hand cherished her hand as he spoke. At that time, I thought it was all right. I've lived so many years in loneliness that I felt normal about it. Thank you. I'm starting to see that there is meaning to my life. You helped me see it. Listening to Kazir's sincere appreciation, Scarlett almost sobbed, but she held back her tears. Indeed, Kazir went through a lot. Scarlett promised that she would do her best to make him happy, to never let him feel lonely, and to never let him regret living. She smiled and weakly sniffed. She pulled out the pictures in her pocket. Kazir, there is something I want to tell you. Kazir noticed the slight tremble in her hands as she handed him the pictures. His brows furrowed in curiosity. But as he looked down at the ultrasound images, he found himself almost stopping from breathing. For a moment, he didn't move. His mind processed what he was seeing. Then he looked back at Scarlett, his eyes wide with shock. Is this? Scarlett nodded, her eyes glowing with emotion. Yes. Kazir, I'm pregnant. A rush of emotions flooded Kazir's heart. Disbelief, joy, and fear. But above all, an overwhelming sense of love. Scarlett gave him the pictures, and Kazir carefully held them. He looked at the ultrasound. He couldn't see nor decipher where the baby was based on the pictures. All he could see were black and white with spots here and there. Still, strong emotions were stirring in his heart. He was speechless as he looked at Scarlett. Scarlett wiped the tears as she couldn't control her emotions anymore. She was affected by Kazir's sentimental speech earlier, so her emotions were erratic. "I'm 6 weeks pregnant," she said as she touched her belly. Kazir exhaled, his breath shaking. His fingers tightened on the ultrasound images as if holding himself to reality. 6 weeks. A life was already growing inside Scarlett. Their child. He glanced back at her, his throat dry. I don't know what to say." Scarlett let out a soft laugh, wiping the tears at the corner of her eye. Kazir was usually a calm and collected person, so it was rare for Scarlett to see him getting agitated. She enjoyed watching his reaction tonight. "Then don't say anything. Just tell me what you're feeling." Kazir took a deep breath. His heart pounded, his mind raced. He was shocked, but when he looked at Scarlett, a warmth spread through his chest. Slowly, he reached out and placed a gentle hand over her stomach. "I'm happy," he whispered. I'm also happy. The doctor said that the parents should express their happiness because the babies can sense it. Studies showed that a baby in the womb could sense their parents' emotions. "Yes, I'm really happy." "Wait a minute, did you say?" "Babies. We are having twins." The ultrasound confirmed it. Although we still don't know if it's fraternal or identical. We need to wait for another month to know that. Wow. Kazir was too stunned to speak. "A twin? I'm going to be a dad of 2 kids? Am I in a romance novel or something? Perhaps fanfiction? Maybe a what-if?" It was understandable why Kazir was surprised. Kazir combed his hair, letting out a chuckle. "Twins. I don't even know how to process this." In the first place, Kazir never experienced being a dad. He was excited but also afraid. Scarlett giggled, seeing his reaction. She intertwined her fingers with his. "Well, you have about 7 months to figure it out." He nodded his head. He was still in utter shock, but he smiled. "I was just starting to think that being a father of 1 baby would be tough. And now you're telling me I'm going to have 2? This feels surreal." Scarlett squeezed his hand. "You're going to be a great dad, Kazir. I believe in you." His heart stirred at her words. He had his fears, but seeing the trust in her eyes, he replied, "I'll do my best. I'll make sure to take care of our kids. I'm going to be the best dad in the world." The two giggled and kissed. Scarlett was so happy, feeling the warmth of Kazir's love and sincerity. When they pulled apart, she rested her forehead against his chest. In this close distance, Scarlett heard Kazir's heartbeat. His heart was beating so fast. Scarlett didn't know if she would cry or laugh. Clearly, Kazir was strongly affected by this surprisingly good news. "We'll figure this out together. I'm also clueless on how to be a mother, but I'll do my best," she whispered. "Yeah, I guess I should start reading parenting books, huh? I'll probably ask my brother about his experience." Kazir chuckled. Scarlett laughed. That would be a good start. Under the starlit sky, with the waves gently crashing in the background, they embraced their future as a family. "Scarlett, thank you. I love you," Kazir muttered as the couple gently swayed like they were slow dancing. I love you too," the woman replied. Chapter 560. January 2009. After Kazir and Scarlett's holiday vacation in Hawaii, the couple returned to Los Angeles to resume their work. Scarlett didn't have any serious projects lately. Most were commercials and modeling. However, she planned on taking a rest to stay healthy. Furthermore, once the baby bump started showing, she had to postpone her modeling jobs, unless the products she promoted were related to pregnancy or babies. As for Kazir, he promised that he would take the year less seriously. But he couldn't help but work hard. He suddenly felt the pressure of becoming a father, and it pushed him to work harder to make more money. When Scarlett saw his seriousness, she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "Work hard? You must make more money since we're going to have twins. Kazir, you're already a billionaire. You don't have to worry about money," she said to Kazir when they had a conversation. "I know, but I feel like that's not enough. I want to make sure that I can provide everything for our kids. I don't want them to experience what I experienced." That was Kazir's reply. Overall, the two agreed that they would take a rest this year and prepare for the pregnancy. Despite their decision to take things slow, Kazir found it impossible to fully step away from work. He couldn't help but think about making money to ensure his kids' future. His mind constantly thought of ideas for new projects, investments, and ways to secure a better future for his growing family. In fact, he decided to buy more properties. Now, he had 2 more houses in Los Angeles. Scarlett, on the other hand, focused on maintaining a healthy lifestyle, attending prenatal checkups, and reading every book she could find about pregnancy. One evening, as they sat on the couch while watching Game of Thrones, Scarlett placed Kazir's hand over her stomach. "You don't have to do everything alone, Kazir. We're in this together," she smiled at him. Kazir also smiled, feeling an overwhelming warmth. "Yeah, together." As for Kazir's family, they were so happy to hear the good news. Even Victor was so happy that he thought of rewriting his will and adjusting the trust fund for his grandchildren. Now that the internet industry was getting better, Victor and Aaron's marketing company was earning more. They became one of the best marketing companies in New York and possibly in the whole country, earning millions. With their family's support, Kazir and Scarlett felt more confident about the journey ahead. Victor frequently called to check on their situation. He offered financial advice and parenting wisdom. He admitted that he was not a great husband, but he was confident that he was a great father. His two sons grew up great, right? As for Aaron, Kazir's older brother, he teased Kazir about the upcoming sleepless nights and diaper changes. "You think directing is hard? Wait till you're dealing with two crying babies at 3 a.m. Aaron laughed over the phone. He recalled that time when he was taking care of his daughter when she was still a baby. And now, Alyssa was not a little girl anymore. She was already 11 years old. Aaron sometimes regretted that he missed a lot of Alyssa's childhood. He should have been with his daughter more. He also admitted that he missed the vibe of a little kid in the house. Perhaps he could talk to his wife about making another one. By the way, making a baby might be the easiest part of the whole process. The hardest was nurturing and taking care of it. So men, think carefully before you nut in someone's vajayjay. As for women, make sure the man you choose to have a kid with is responsible and has financial stability. Kazir smirked when he heard Aaron's sentimentality. "I'm sure I'll handle my kids well. Also, directing a movie is not that hard. It's probably the best part of production." Spoiler alert, he had a hard time handling the two babies, but that would be another story. Yeah. Just take care of Scarlett and make sure she won't be stressed." Scarlett heard their conversation and smirked at Kazir. "You heard that. You should take care of me." "I will," he replied. Because Hollywood had created some buzz lately, particularly about Heath Ledger's situation, some magazines tackled the box office of the movies released in 2008. 1. The Dark Knight. $1.01 billion. Of course, people were not even surprised. This movie created the most buzz last year, and it also generated the highest revenue. Warner Brothers' promotion and usage of Heath Ledger's unfortunate situation further enhanced the money they earned. Both movie critics and audiences praised The Dark Knight for its dark storytelling, stunning cinematography, and Heath Ledger's legendary performance as the Joker. Many believe that Ledger had a chance to win the Oscar. As of now, Warner Brothers and the Dark Knight team were just waiting for the announcement of the Academy for the nominations of the 80th Academy Awards. Many people believe Kazir was also one of the factors why The Dark Knight had an amazing performance. After all, Kazir was the king of blockbusters. No one gave him this nickname officially, but people would probably agree with it. 2. Wanted 3. $808 million. People might see a pattern. These past few years, movies produced by Grey Pictures were dominating the box office. Because of the past success of the Wanted franchise and the influence of the Continental Cinematic Universe, Wanted 3 had an amazing revenue. 3. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. $786 million. Despite mixed reviews from critics and fans and concerns about Harrison Ford's age, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull still managed to rake in an impressive $786 million worldwide. Nostalgia for the beloved franchise, along with Harrison Ford's return as Indiana Jones, drove ticket sales. Chapter 561. 4. The Equalizer 2. $653 million. The second movie released by Grey Pictures in 2008 and also part of the huge franchise of the Continental Cinematic Universe. 5. Hancock. $629 million. Starring Will Smith. This was a unique take on the superhero genre, featuring a reckless, alcoholic hero struggling with his identity. The superhero genre was dominating Hollywood, and Hancock's uniqueness caught the attention of the audience, together with Will Smith's strong box office appeal. Despite mixed reviews, the movie generated a strong $629 million at the box office. Fans appreciated its fresh premise, though some criticized its bland plot. 6. Mamma Mia. $610 million. Mamma Mia was a surprise box office hit, earning $610 million worldwide. The movie was distributed by Universal Pictures. Based on the hit Broadway show and featuring the music of ABBA, the movie gained a strong reputation. 7. Madagascar. Escape to Africa. $603 million. Madagascar 2 was a successful animated sequel about a talking lion, zebra, giraffe, hippopotamus, and a group of stupid penguins. The animated movie was produced by DreamWorks Animation and distributed by Paramount Pictures internationally. The characters were voiced by Ben Stiller, Chris Rock, Jada Pinkett Smith, and others. It was kind of ironic that Chris Rock and Jada Pinkett Smith had a collaboration once. 8. Quantum of Solace. $589 million. This 007 movie was the 22nd James Bond film and a direct sequel to Casino Royale. Produced by Yoan Productions and distributed by MGM and Columbia Pictures, the film starred Daniel Craig as James Bond. 9. Iron Man. $585 million. Being the introduction to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the performance of Iron Man was already highly respected. This movie started one of the most profitable movie franchises in the history of cinema. Produced by Marvel Studios and distributed by 20th Century Fox, it starred Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark. 10. The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian. $419 million. This was the second installment in the Narnia film series, based on C.S. Lewis's novels. Despite its stunning visuals and epic battles, the movie underperformed compared to its predecessor, earning $419 million worldwide. Even though The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian was in the top 10 of the highest-grossing movies in 2008 because of its expensive budget, which was $225 million, that it hardly generated a profit for Walt Disney. The distributor of this movie was Walt Disney. Still, Walt Disney was adamant about filming the third installment, which was also the last movie of the Chronicles of Narnia franchise. After the third movie, Walt Disney decided to abandon the franchise. Overall, the top 10 highest-grossing movies of 2008 were dominated by the big studios. However, Grey Pictures/20th Century Fox had the upper hand. In fact, whenever the article about the highest-grossing movies was released yearly, the stock price of 20th Century Fox saw a considerable increase. Even News Corporation gained a stock price increase because of it. Kazir sipped his champagne glass before putting it on the table. He was in a mansion in Miami, sitting on the balcony. He could see the beach just 100 meters away. People were playing on the beach. Women were in sexy swimsuits. Even Kazir admitted that Miami was a dangerous place for him to stay because almost every woman on the beach was gorgeous as fuck. Thankfully, he was only here for a day. He also had strong control over his lower body, so he was confident that he wouldn't do something stupid. I'm going to return to Los Angeles after this. Because of the continuous success of 20th Century Fox, a private party was announced on the third day of January. The New Year celebration had just ended, and work would start 2 days from now. Together with the executives of 20th Century Fox, Kazir had to attend this party. In fact, many of the executives invited a few women into a private room to have some fun. Of course, Kazir never joined them. He was just looking at the view while sipping champagne in the middle of the day. He had to be conscious of his alcohol tolerance. "Are you enjoying the party, Kazir?" An old man who was in his 70s approached him and found a chair to sit on. Despite his old age, it seemed that the old man was having fun. Well, his conglomerate was doing great, so he had no reason to be sad. Yes, conglomerate, for the old man who sat across the table was none other than Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch was the biggest shareholder of News Corporation, and he basically controlled the company. This 77-year-old man controlled the media industry, a huge portion of it. In this era, the power of the media was unstoppable. He could destroy a person's public image if he wanted to. Heck, he could destroy a U.S. president's reputation whenever he wanted to. His influence alone showed how powerful he was. And now, Rupert Murdoch was having a conversation with Kazir Grey. Can you imagine that? One of the most powerful people in the media industry was having a conversation with Kazir. Kazir smiled as he placed his champagne glass down. "I can't complain. A private party at a beachside mansion? That's a good way to start the year." Rupert chuckled, nodding approvingly. You deserve it. Grey Pictures has been making waves. Every studio is trying to copy your formula, but they can't replicate success. Cinematic universe. A fictional world where multiple movies exist, where a standalone movie contributes to a larger and whole narrative. Many studios were salivating over this genre, yet they couldn't make one. So far, Kazir had created 2 cinematic universes, and these 2 cinematic universes had a strong collaboration with 20th Century Fox. Kazir leaned back in his chair. Maybe I'm just lucky. I just focus on making great movies. And making billions in the process, Rupert smirked. He paused, looking at Kazir intently. Tell me, Kazir, are you a time traveler or something? Chapter 562. Rupert Murdoch, the emperor behind the conglomerate of News Corporation. In his hands, he held influence over countless media outlets in the world. Some of the famous companies under News Corporation were 1. Television and Broadcasting. Fox Broadcasting Company, Fox, major U.S. TV network. Fox News Channel, 24-hour cable news network. Fox Business Network, financial news network. Fox Sports Networks, regional sports channels in the U.S. Fox Home Entertainment, DVD and digital distribution. 3. Newspapers and print media. The Wall Street Journal, U.S. business newspaper. New York Post, U.S. tabloid newspaper. The Times, UK, British daily newspaper. The Sunday Times, UK, weekend edition. The Sun, UK, British tabloid. The Australian, national newspaper in Australia. Herald Sun, Australia. The Daily Telegraph, Australia. 4. Book publishing. HarperCollins, one of the largest book publishers in the world. 5. Digital media and other ventures. MySpace, once dominant social media platform, declined by 2008. IGN Entertainment, gaming and entertainment website network. Dow Jones and Company, financial news and data provider. And now, Rupert Murdoch, one of the most influential people in the world, was asking Kazir a question. Tell me, Kazir, are you a time traveler or something? Time traveler? Rupert, what are you talking about? Kazir smirked. However, deep inside, Kazir was actually shocked. If he had been drinking his champagne, he might have coughed hard. Thankfully, Kazir knew how to maintain his poker face because of the business dealings he had experienced throughout his entire life. Rupert also laughed. That's right. I'm just joking. If there's such a thing as a time traveler, he would probably use his future knowledge to become rich. Yeah, haha. Kazir awkwardly laughed. He was deeply uncomfortable. Rupert took a sip of his drink, his sharp eyes studying Kazir. But you have to admit, your success is unusual. Every movie you touch turns to gold. Even the way you film, it's like you already know what to do. Kazir shrugged, keeping his expression neutral. It's just a matter of understanding the industry, trends, and audience preferences. Luck plays a role, too. Rupert chuckled. Luck, huh? Well, whatever it is, it's working. He leaned forward. Tell me, Kazir, how did you know about the wiretapping scandal? Rupert became serious. Wiretapping. Kazir was clueless at first. But then, he suddenly recalled their conversation 5 years ago. The scene was not written by the author because he forgot about it. However, it was true that Kazir and Rupert had a conversation 5 years ago. It was the time when 20th Century Fox recently bought 30% shares of Grey Pictures. To celebrate that success, Kazir attended a party and also met Rupert. Kazir and Rupert had a nice conversation. Since Kazir was now part of the family, he didn't want News Corporation to get tangled up in a devastating scandal. The scandal he was talking about was the wiretapping scandal. Back then, Kazir casually mentioned that media companies should be careful about their journalistic methods, especially concerning privacy laws. He subtly hinted that illegal wiretapping could bring devastating consequences if exposed. Rupert was intrigued by what he said and recalled something. Being the head of the hegemonic conglomerate, Rupert had an idea of how some of his companies acquired news. He agreed with Kazir's opinion. Since then, Rupert decided to talk to his underlings and tell them to be more secretive about their dealings and made sure that if the scandal happened, News Corporation would not be dragged into it. Yes, instead of completely stopping this illegal way of acquiring news, Rupert decided to be more discreet. Unfortunately, the scandal still happened. The News of the World phone hacking scandal was a major media scandal that erupted in mid-2008 in a British tabloid owned by News Corporation, Rupert Murdoch's media empire. Journalists and private investigators working for the newspaper were found to have illegally hacked into the voicemails of celebrities, politicians, members of the royal family, and even crime victims to gather private information for sensational news stories. Thankfully, Rupert Murdoch prevented the scandal from getting bigger. The matter was also not taken with much importance because News Corporation wasn't caught in the scandal. Rupert found a scapegoat to take all of the damages. Because of this, News Corporation survived the biggest problem they experienced that could have weakened their organization, and the trajectory changed. News Corporation didn't have to sell 20th Century Fox anymore. Now, Rupert was staring at Kazir with a knowing look. "You warned me, Kazir. How did you know?" "Rupert, you're right. I remember our conversation at that time. But it's just a coincidence. I swear on my mother's soul, it's just a coincidence. May the gods strike her with lightning if I'm lying." Kazir secretly sighed in relief. So it was about the wiretapping scandal. He thought Rupert knew that he was a time traveler. As for their conversation 5 years ago, Kazir could defend that it was a coincidence. You know, there's a scene in Wanted 2 where Wesley Gibson wiretapped a government agency. That's the reason why we started talking about wiretapping. You remember that, right? Yeah, I do remember that. Rupert nodded. Indeed, maybe it's just a coincidence. Besides, do you really believe that I'm a time traveler? Well, time traveler or not, I'm happy that you're now a part of News Corporation. Rupert was convinced. He knew that time travel was just a myth, and he didn't believe it at all. He was just curious about their conversation 5 years ago and how it helped him avoid a disaster. Kazir smiled, raising his champagne glass. "I'm glad to be part of the family, Rupert. Here's to more successful years ahead." Rupert chuckled and clinked his glass against Kazir's. "To success," Rupert said, taking a sip. The tension in the air eased, but Kazir knew he had to be more careful. If someone as sharp as Rupert Murdoch was suspicious, then others might start asking questions too. "By the way, Kazir," Rupert continued, his tone casual, "what's your next big project?" Kazir smirked. "I have a few ideas, but I have to relax for a year first. Maybe I'll contribute to the MCU as my next project." "That's good to hear. I'm looking forward to your next project." Chapter 563. Fan Expo New Orleans, 2009. The massive hall was packed with many fans. Fans dressed in fanciful medieval outfits. Some females even had white wigs as they cosplayed a certain character from a TV show. Banners of Game of Thrones hung on the walls, and a giant screen played highlights from Season 3. The moment George R.R. Martin stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted into cheers. The author smiled widely as he waved his hand. Who would have thought that 5 years ago, he was just a simple author with no worldwide influence? George R.R. Martin was actually a TV writer in the 80s and early 90s before pursuing his author career again in 1996. Basically, George experienced how hard it was to break through in Hollywood, so he decided to return to being a novelist. Before he published the A Song of Ice and Fire novel series, George had written novels such as Dying of the Light, Windhaven, Co-Writer, Fever Dream, and The Armageddon Rag. Out of all the novels he had written, A Song of Ice and Fire was the most successful. Of course, the influence of Game of Thrones was one of the reasons why he achieved his status now. The fans went crazy as the famous author stepped onto the podium. Today, he attended this Comic-Con to associate with his fans. George adjusted his cap and grinned as he leaned into the microphone. Well, he said, scanning the enthusiastic crowd. "I see a lot of Targaryens out here. Should I be worried?" The audience laughed, some waving their banners. The host smiled beside him. "George, Season 3 of Game of Thrones has been a massive success. Did you ever expect your books to become this big? I always dreamed of it, but Hollywood is unpredictable. Yet here we are." George chuckled and nodded. Of course, every author dreams of their novels getting a movie adaptation. Even Lord of the Rings, which was 55 years old as of 2009, miraculously had an adaptation after so many decades. Even Harry Potter's massive success was an inspiration to many authors. Naturally, George thought of his novels getting adapted. However, instead of getting a movie adaptation, his novels got a TV show adaptation, which was not a bad thing. In fact, he knew that a TV show was the better option since his books were quite dark and hard to get a PG-13 rating. He smiled and reminisced about the past. Back in 2004, George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series was already a success. After all, he had 3 volumes published, which meant readers loved the series. He was satisfied, but he couldn't deny that he envied authors such as J.R.R. Tolkien, J.K. Rowling, and Stephen King. The sure way to become a successful author was by having your novels adapted into movies. Because once that happened, your books would receive a sales boost, especially if the movie was a box office hit. Anyway, George was stunned when he received a call from someone from Grey Pictures. Grey Pictures. Despite being a second-tier studio without a distribution channel, Grey Pictures was recognized as one of the best studios in Hollywood. Furthermore, Grey Pictures produced movies such as the Reborn series and The Revenant, which were adapted from novels. Of course, George was happily surprised. He made sure the call wasn't a scam before agreeing to meet the representative. He had a hard time sleeping the night before the meeting. When he met the person who called him, George was surprised that it was Harold Whitsend, one of the best producers from Grey Pictures. This showed that they truly took an interest in his novels. George was a bit disappointed when he realized that Grey Pictures wanted a TV show based on his current series, which was A Song of Ice and Fire instead of a movie. At that time, they still hadn't made a decision about the title of the show. George talked to his agent. His agent was actually against the idea of selling the adaptation rights since Grey Pictures was only interested in turning it into a TV show. However, based on how dark the series was, both George and his agent knew that it would be difficult for it to be successful at the box office. After negotiations that gave him a good amount of profit shares, George R.R. Martin signed the contract. The reason that convinced him was that Kazir Grey personally called him and promised that he would direct the first 5 episodes. George decided to trust the talented director. And now, his trust in Kazir had turned him into what he is now, a millionaire. He earned a lot after the success of Game of Thrones. For that, he was thankful to Kazir. After the introduction and a few comments, the question and answer portion started. Fans who wanted to ask George some questions lined up. First of all, I just want to say I'm a huge fan. Before Game of Thrones became successful, I'd already read A Song of Ice and Fire. I just want to ask, when will the next book get published? George smiled. The last book, which was A Feast for Crows, was released in 2005, which was 4 years ago. It was understandable why fans of the novel were eagerly asking him the question. After all, 4 years of waiting was quite painful. Haha, I also don't know. I'm just joking. So far, I'm already writing the next book, but it needs further improvement. If I'm right, the next book will be published in 2011, which is 2 years from now. Can we know the title? The title is A Dance with Dragons, unless I decide to change it. When the fans heard the title of the next book, ideas started playing in their heads. Perhaps dragons would have a battle, or maybe the dragons would dance. By the way, A Dance with Dragons was also currently the last book of the series because George didn't publish any volume after that. After A Dance with Dragons, George R.R. Martin wouldn't write a continuation for the next 15 years. The next fan asked a question. Can I know why you write slowly? Well, I have 2 answers. The first is procrastination, and the second is perfection. I want my novels to be perfect with no flaws, so I can't force myself to publish an imperfect novel. Chapter 564. In January 2009, some movies grossed over $100 million. In the second week, Bride Wars grossed $148 million. The movie was a romantic comedy starring Anne Hathaway and Kate Hudson. The film was distributed by 20th Century Fox. In the third week, Hotel for Dogs grossed $156 million. The movie was also a comedy, and it was distributed by Paramount Pictures. My Bloody Valentine grossed $125 million. The movie was a slasher horror film starring Jensen Ackles, Jamie King, and Kerr Smith. The film was distributed by Lionsgate. Paul Blart, Mall Cop grossed $244 million. The movie was a comedy film starring Kevin James, Jayma Mays, and Keir O'Donnell. The film was distributed by Sony Columbia. In the fourth week, Underworld 3, Rise of the Lycans grossed $138 million. Despite not casting the absolutely gorgeous, glorious goddess Kate Beckinsale, this action/horror movie about vampires and werewolves performed well. The movie was distributed by Sony Columbia. Kazir Grey and Scarlett Johansson enjoyed the luxury of a relaxing life in January and February. Since Scarlett was pregnant, the couple decided to take things slow and relax more. Although once in a while, they went to places to have some fun. Heck, they almost visited every expensive place in Los Angeles in their leisure. Kazir was so rich that he didn't mind spending once in a while. With no major projects demanding their immediate attention, the two spent their days in comfort. They even took a short vacation in New York to visit Kazir's family. They also attended private gatherings and celebration parties. Overall, they simply enjoyed each other's company. Kazir talked about the idea of marriage, and Scarlett said that should happen once her pregnancy was done. She didn't want to be busy while in her pregnancy. Despite his break from full-time work, Kazir still made time to visit Blue Sky Studios. He was checking in on the progress of WALL-E. 20th Century Fox was positive about this project since it had the complete combo of Kazir Grey and Christopher Nolan. Furthermore, they were preparing for a strong PR campaign because they knew that WALL-E had a strong chance of competing in the Academy Awards. Now that WALL-E was under the direction of Christopher Nolan in this timeline, its creation was affected by his style. Christopher Nolan was shaping it up to be a unique blend of heartfelt storytelling and his signature cinematic depth. Kazir and Nolan had several discussions about the film's tone, pacing, and visual storytelling. Two of the best directors were in tandem with this animated film. While Kazir wasn't directly involved in the production, he was happy and interested in providing insights. He occasionally brainstormed with Christopher Nolan on how to balance the film's emotional weight with its sci-fi elements. Aside from these brief consultations once or twice a week, Kazir was content to step back and let the industry move on its own, at least for now. He knew that his roots in Hollywood were now deeper, and even his influence was strong. His name alone could determine whether the audience would buy movie tickets or not. He wanted to take a year's rest, but it didn't mean that he would retire, obviously. This industry still needed him, and he also needed Hollywood. After all, his love for filmmaking was so strong that he didn't find it stressful. Furthermore, now that there were two babies incoming, Kazir had to work hard to make sure that the kids wouldn't grow up poor. At least he wanted to provide everything for them. Perhaps he felt like being a billionaire was not enough to satisfy his kids. As the weeks passed, Kazir found himself settling into a comfortable routine. His mornings often started with a quiet breakfast alongside Scarlett, who was now doing well in her pregnancy. Sometimes, Kazir spent his time reviewing scripts and taking occasional meetings at Grey Pictures. The pre-production of Modern Family was doing well, and he read the improved scripts for each episode. Stella Willow actually talked to him about filming at least 2 episodes of Modern Family as a method of promotion. Besides, Kazir was also famous for being a comedy director, so it was not a bad idea if he directed a few episodes. Kazir didn't give any assurance. Modern Family was still in pre-production, and even the cast was not completed. Although he remained firm in his decision to avoid directing any project for a while, he had to keep his promise of resting this year. He was enjoying this rare period of peace, something he rarely experienced since his rise in Hollywood. Still, the industry never stopped pestering him. Paramount Pictures may have been done irritating him about filming Transformers, but it didn't mean that other studios were not asking him. Particularly Walt Disney. This studio had been eagerly trying to hire him as a director. Walt Disney even said that Kazir could choose whatever project he wanted to do, and Walt Disney would support him. After all, Kazir had already proved himself by filming comedy, action, and horror blockbusters. Walt Disney was confident that his chosen project would make money. So yeah, studios continued talking to him, eager for his next move/movie. On February 22, 2009, the 81st Academy Awards happened. Many huge films were given the chance to compete at the Academy Awards. Directors, actors, actresses, screenwriters, and many professionals were given the chance to acquire the golden statues, the symbol that signified their status in Hollywood and showed that they were recognized as one of the best in their respective careers. Movies such as Slumdog Millionaire, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, Milk, The Reader, and The Dark Knight received many nominations. The Dark Knight, particularly, received 8 nominations. Some were major categories, while some were minor categories. Still, the influence of The Dark Knight in 2008 was hard to beat, especially when The Dark Knight itself was the highest-grossing movie last year, earning $1.01 billion at the box office. Chapter 565. The Dark Knight was nominated in 8 categories: Best Supporting Actor, Best Sound Editing, Best Cinematography, Best Film Editing, Best Art Direction, Best Makeup, Best Sound Mixing, Best Visual Effects. 2 of these 8 categories were major categories, while the remaining were minor categories. The 2 major categories were Best Supporting Actor and Best Cinematography. The 81st Academy Awards was held on February 22, 2009, at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles. It was one of the most anticipated events of the year. Hosted by the charismatic Hugh Jackman, the ceremony promised a night of celebration and cinematic excellence. As Hollywood's biggest stars walked the red carpet, anticipation buzzed around the nominees and fans, especially The Dark Knight, which had made history with its commercial success. Kazir Grey and his girlfriend Scarlett Johansson stepped on the red carpet. The actress's baby bump was prominent, and the interviewers were interested in talking about their relationship and their upcoming baby. Kazir had been famous, so it was obvious why people were interested in his life. Furthermore, being the director of The Dark Knight, he had to attend the Academy Awards this year. The movie had been nominated for Best Cinematography, and Kazir had to accept the award if they won. Too bad, Kazir knew that The Dark Knight wouldn't win, so he felt that his attendance was useless. But since he signed a contract that required him to attend an award ceremony in case the movie got nominated, he had to stay true to the contract. Thankfully, he was not the main character tonight. The most anticipated person at the 81st Academy Awards was none other than Heath Ledger. The actor was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor award after his amazing performance as the Joker in The Dark Knight. It was an understatement to say that Heath Ledger's presence was the reason why so many people were watching the award show tonight. Heath Ledger captivated the hearts of the audience after his amazing performance. He was praised by movie critics, who acknowledged that his acting capability was vast. Imagine, he was acting as a gay man in 2005, then a psychotic serial killer in 2008. His range of acting was indeed wide. The cameras pointed at him every few minutes to capture his expressions. The director of the 81st Academy Awards knew that the star of the show was Heath Ledger, and that people watched the show to see the actor. Heath Ledger's current appearance was far better than his thin body back when he was comatose. He was far healthier, and he had also stopped depending on prescribed medications. Overall, he was a better man now. Some actors and actresses already congratulated Heath because they were sure the actor would probably earn the Best Supporting Actor award. Even his competitors in the same category admitted that Heath deserved the golden statue, but of course, it was still a hard pill to swallow. After all, every actor poured their soul into their performance just to get a nomination, only for the winner to be decided without a fight, which would be painful to acknowledge. Kazir Grey, sitting beside Scarlett, quietly watched the show. He knew that Heath would win the award, unless Kazir messed up the timeline and caused another change. Regardless of the outcome, Heath Ledger had already left an unforgettable mark in the history of cinema. Furthermore, he received quite a lot of job offers. In fact, James Cameron offered Heath a role in his untitled project about blue alien people. As the night progressed, the Academy awarded the people who won in their respective categories. Kate Winslet won Best Actress for The Reader, finally earning her long-awaited Oscar after multiple nominations. She had been nominated 6 times before winning one award. She was overwhelmed with emotion. She held back tears as she thanked her family and dedicated the award to her parents. Danny Boyle took the stage for the Best Director award, celebrating Slumdog Millionaire's sweeping success. The movie dominated the 81st Academy Awards by winning 8 awards. Then, the biggest moment of the night approached, the Best Supporting Actor. The audience fell silent as the envelope was opened. The presenter took a deep breath, smiling as she opened the envelope. And the Best Supporting Actor award goes to Heath Ledger, as the Joker, in the movie The Dark Knight. The room erupted in applause, a standing ovation sweeping across the Kodak Theater. Heath Ledger was visibly emotional. He rose from his seat as the cameras focused on him. He shook hands with the nominees seated nearby. Some gave him genuine smiles despite their own disappointment. As he made his way to the stage, the audience continued to cheer. They knew how much he had suffered last year. Kazir Grey watched with a small smile, nodding in approval. It was a well-deserved win. Heath Ledger had poured his heart and soul into his portrayal of the Joker, and the world recognized it. As the actor reached the podium, he took a moment to collect himself, gripping the golden statue tightly. "Wow, this is incredible," Heath said, his voice slightly shaky. He had gone through a lot last year. He thought he wouldn't survive. I never thought that playing such a chaotic, unpredictable character would lead me here. But The Dark Knight was more than just a movie. It is a masterpiece, and I am lucky to be a part of it. He took a deep breath, then continued. I want to thank Kazir Grey for trusting me with the role, my fellow cast members for their amazing performances, and of course, my family. I owe them a lot. Also, Kazir, Scarlett, and Christian, if not for you guys, I wouldn't be standing here. The crowd applauded again, and Kazir gave a respectful nod. He was proud of Heath. But as the ceremony continued, his mood slightly soured when Best Cinematography was announced. The Dark Knight lost to Slumdog Millionaire. Kazir sighed. He had expected it, but it was still quite sad. He accepted that Hollywood wasn't ready to reward a superhero movie the best cinematography. Chapter 566. The reason behind the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPA's, reluctance to fully embrace superhero movies, even ones as amazing as The Dark Knight, was rooted in tradition, perception, prejudice, and bias. For decades, the Oscars had been known to go crazy over dramas, biopics, historical epics, and other so-called serious genres that reflected human struggles, political themes, or artistic movements. They basically hated fiction that strayed too far from reality. To many members of the Academy, superhero films were still viewed as commercial popcorn flicks. Mass-produced blockbusters aimed at generating box office revenue rather than serious, profound storytelling and emotionally stirring narratives. Despite The Dark Knight's serious plot, psychological depth, and stunning visuals, the genre it belonged to worked against it. The Academy Awards hated superhero movies, simple as that. They couldn't accept that a superhero movie deserved any major award. Hence, The Dark Knight didn't get nominated for the Best Picture award. The members of the Academy were mostly older voters at the time. They struggled to appreciate newer genres simply because they couldn't relate to them. I bet if another musical movie was released, the old farts in the Academy would go crazy supporting it. They loved the musical genre. That was their era. These people saw Batman as a comic book character, not a vessel for amazing storytelling or cinematic masterpieces. They were also afraid that if they agreed to let a superhero movie win the major awards, this disgusting circus of a genre would flood the Academy Awards, and that would be a disaster. So yeah, the Academy Awards didn't let The Dark Knight get nominated for the Best Picture award. Instead, they gave it a Best Cinematography nomination. Slumdog Millionaire snatched that award, though. If The Dark Knight had won Best Cinematography, or worse, Best Picture, it might have stained the so-called golden reputation of the Academy Awards, even though almost everyone in Hollywood knew that the Academy Awards could be bought. Furthermore, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPA's, was uncomfortable with merging art and entertainment. They were adamant about keeping their false prestige. Sure, The Dark Knight was an absolute cinema, but it was still a superhero movie nonetheless. It was a blockbuster, but it would never become an art film based on their opinions. The Academy will probably stick to their beliefs. Kazir understood that. Even though it was disappointing, he wasn't surprised. The Dark Knight had changed the game in terms of setting the peak of what a superhero movie could be. In fact, no superhero movie could stand against the Dark Knight trilogy. It was a different breed. The fact that many people believe the Dark Knight trilogy was one of the best trilogies in the history of cinema spoke for itself. Unfortunately, even if The Dark Knight was an absolute cinema, the Academy Awards didn't give a damn. At least we won a major award and a minor one, Kazir thought to himself. The Dark Knight won Best Supporting Actor and Best Sound Editing. So yeah, not bad. The biggest winner of the 81st Academy Awards was Slumdog Millionaire, directed by Danny Boyle. The film had entered the ceremony with 10 nominations and walked away with an impressive 8 Oscar wins. The movie dominated nearly every category it was included in. Kazir watched with a calm expression as the crew of Slumdog Millionaire returned to the stage once again, this time to accept the Best Picture award. The film had already won Best Director, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Original Score, Best Film Editing, Best Sound Mixing, Best Cinematography, and Best Original Song. Danny Boyle gave a humble and energetic speech. Obviously, he was happy, and so was the cast and crew of Slumdog Millionaire. By the way, the original distributor of Slumdog Millionaire was Warner Brothers, but they sold the rights to Fox Searchlight before the release. It was unknown if Warner Brothers regretted the decision or not. After all, Slumdog Millionaire earned $378 million worldwide despite a small budget of only $15 million. Furthermore, the movie also won many awards. Also, Fox Searchlight was the first distributor that Kazir worked with. He sold the rights to Napoleon Dynamite to Fox Searchlight. The entire cast and crew of Slumdog Millionaire were beaming with smiles. Kazir couldn't deny that the movie was amazing. He didn't mind that The Dark Knight lost to Slumdog Millionaire. Heck, he would also agree that Slumdog Millionaire deserved to win the Best Picture award. However, he also took pride in his creation, despite copying it, and he believed that The Dark Knight also had a shot at winning Best Picture. So Kazir was disappointed that The Dark Knight didn't even get nominated for the Best Picture award. Scarlett gently placed her hand on Kazir's. He smiled and gave her a nod. "It's fine," he whispered. "We made something unforgettable." Deep inside, Kazir knew the truth. The real award was the legacy The Dark Knight left behind. Besides, Kazir had already won the Best Original Screenplay and Best Director awards a few years ago. Both were considered major award categories, and Kazir Grey had won them. So he was not that bitter regarding the few victories that The Dark Knight earned. As for Warner Brothers' regrets regarding Slumdog Millionaire and The Dark Knight winning only 2 awards for the studio to promote, Kazir didn't care much. He did his job, and he did it well. He even attended today's Academy Awards, even though he knew that their movie would never be appreciated by the Academy. Perhaps they only felt pity toward Heath Ledger. Chapter 567. The next day, Kazir lazily leaned against the chair as he read the newspaper. The main article was about the results of the 81st Academy Awards. Some critics were satisfied with the results, while others were not. Some critics praised the Academy for finally recognizing a performance like Heath Ledger's Joker. Headlines like "Ledger's Joker redefines acting in superhero genre films" and "Heath Ledger overcame tragedy and won Academy Award" echoed through newspapers and online publications. Online news in 2009 was already strong. Some published news-related articles, while others wrote blogs. Also, Facebook and Twitter had already solidified the power of social media. Fans and critics celebrated Heath's win, calling it an iconic moment for superhero films and for actors who take dangerous roles. Because honestly, Heath Ledger's performance was truly worthy of recognition. Anyone would agree to that. At the same time, Slumdog Millionaire received great reviews for sweeping the awards. Some critics admired its direction and powerful storytelling, saying the Academy made the right call. As for The Dark Knight, not getting a nomination for Best Picture, no one talked about it. Kazir weakly smiled. Was it bad that he was disappointed? "Hey, why are you looking like you lost money? The last time I heard, you're richer than me." Tom showed up and found Kazir staring at the newspaper with a disheartened face. "Said the actor who has a $250 million net worth," Kazir replied. As of 2009, it was estimated that Tom Cruise's net worth was over $250 million. Clearly, the actor was successful. "Yeah right. Tom didn't deny or agree with what Kazir said. After all, a huge amount of money was not something to flaunt about. As for his real net worth, only Tom Cruise knew the truth. You shouldn't believe what these reporters say. They don't know the truth. They don't know my net worth, and they don't know how the Academy Awards work their way," Tom added. Kazir chuckled softly, folding the newspaper and setting it aside. "It's not about the truth. It's about their unhidden biases and disgust toward box office hit movies. The Academy has its own taste, and we're not on the menu." That's kind of a weird comparison, but all right. Tom raised an eyebrow. "You made a film that changed the game. The Dark Knight is now one of the best superhero movies. The fans know it. The industry knows it. That's bigger than any golden statue. Besides, you created another genre, which is the cinematic universe. You don't need the Academy's approval. Funny that you said that since you're also one of the actors who went crazy just to win a Best Actor award." Kazir stared sternly at Tom, who was drinking his coffee. They were at a golf clubhouse. Well, Tom Cruise had a point. Kazir changed Hollywood, and no one could deny that. Kazir appreciated the sentiment. "Thanks." Tom stood up and stretched his body. He then looked at his clubs and found that one was slightly bent. Clubs, or golf clubs, were the things that they used to hit the golf ball. Change doesn't happen overnight. Perhaps the Academy will appreciate blockbusters in the next decade, although that might be impossible to happen. Anyway, Trust me, you already made history. Tom patted his shoulder. Let's not talk about the Academy. They are washed anyway, and their influence is not that strong anymore. I'm not even surprised if an actor slapped a host at the Academy Awards one day, Tom said. You don't say? Kazir laughed. We rarely talked last year because I was busy with Tropic Thunder and Valkyrie. All right, so what really happened in the Oprah Winfrey show? Why the fuck were you jumping on the couch like some toddler who snorted cocaine? Tom's smile became stiff. In the original timeline, Tom Cruise had an interview with Oprah on her show. The actor was like an active kid who did so much stupid stuff on the show. That was one of the most unforgettable things that happened in Hollywood back in 2005. Perhaps because of Kazir's timeline interference, this incident didn't happen in 2005, but instead happened last year in 2008. The jumping incident jumped 3 years forward. Let's just say I was so in love with Katie that I didn't know what to do. Also, I wanted to see the audience's reaction if I started doing stupid things in front of them. Tom forced a laugh out of his mouth. Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes started their relationship in 2005, and they are still going strong. Their relationship ended in divorce in 2012. Yeah, right. You sure you're not on drugs or something? Tom narrowed his eyes, grinning as he sat down. You know I don't touch that stuff. Just high on love, and maybe a little too much espresso that day. Kazir burst out laughing. Espresso, huh? Perhaps you shouldn't drink this coffee on the table. I don't want you to go crazy and jump around while we play golf. Kazir ordered tea, while Tom ordered coffee. Their beverages were on the table. All right, I admit it. That whole moment was insane. I got carried away. But hey, people still talk about it. Maybe it worked out in the end. Tom shook his head, chuckling. Yeah, it worked so well. I bet parody movies will parody that scene. I'm not going to be surprised if Scary Movie parodied it in the next sequel. Spoiler alert, Scary Movie 4 parodied the scene where Tom Cruise had an interview with Oprah, and it was crazy. Legacy, baby, Tom smirked. Chapter 568. In February, some movies surpassed $100 million, such as Coraline. The movie grossed $237 million. It was a stop-motion animation. He's just not that into you. A romantic comedy that grossed $209 million. Confessions of a Shopaholic. A romantic comedy that grossed $127 million. Friday the 13th, 2009. An origin story of a classic horror movie. The movie grossed $103 million. Medea Goes to Jail. A comedy that grossed $120 million. These 5 movies were the only ones that grossed over $100 million in the month of February. A monthly meeting was held in the conference room at Grey Pictures. Kazir and other important people in the company, such as Stella Willow, Harold Whitsind, and others, were talking about their next plan for March. But first, they tackled something important. Kazir was given a copy of a document. Information about 3 people was in the documents. 2 men and 1 woman. These were the 3 corporate spies that their management found after thoroughly filtering their employees. It was proven that these people shared important and secret information with other studios. The evidence was also in the document. Kazir read the 10-page document, and his expression turned cold. No one wanted a corporate spy in the company. These spies could sabotage or share information that was crucial to Grey Pictures. Corporate espionage was a serious offense, especially in an industry as competitive as Hollywood. Once it was proven that these employees had leaked confidential scripts, production schedules, and financial projections to rival studios, the consequences were swift and unforgiving. All 3 individuals were immediately terminated from Grey Pictures, their company. Access revoked and legal action initiated. Kazir instructed the legal team to pursue charges for breach of contract and theft of intellectual property. Additionally, Grey Pictures blacklisted their names within the industry, informing major studios and networks. In Hollywood, reputation was everything. Being labeled a corporate spy was a career death sentence. If these people tried to apply for jobs, Grey Pictures would do its best to warn the employers. No one wanted a snitch in their organization. I'll see to it, don't worry. I'm also mad about what they did, Stella added. These 3 people shared information regarding Modern Family with Walt Disney and Universal Pictures. If Walt Disney and Universal Pictures tried to hire these spies, then Grey Pictures would proceed with legal action. They would make sure the 3 spies would suffer some jail time and pay a huge amount of fines before they could even ask for help from Walt Disney and Universal Pictures. As for how the Modern Family information came to Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Sony Columbia, Grey Pictures was still trying to figure it out. Perhaps Walt Disney and Universal Pictures shared the information with them. Or perhaps there were still some unnoticed spies in the company that they failed to locate. Well, Kazir believed that there were more spies. It was just that they couldn't find them because they were too discreet. Anyway, teaching these three people a painful lesson would be a reminder to every employee in the company to never mess around. The three spies went to jail for 8 years. Stella Willow used every means possible to make them suffer. Anyway, the situation regarding corporate spies disappeared after that. Unfortunately, the problems they caused never disappeared. Since it was known that Grey Pictures had another TV show in production, TV networks started causing trouble, hoping that the broadcasting rights to Modern Family would be acquired by them. Fox TV, or perhaps Fox, didn't like that, and they also started pestering Grey Pictures. They eagerly asked them to sign a contract to broadcast Modern Family. However, Grey Pictures was slowing down the negotiations since the company was also fighting for a better business deal. In a way, this corporate espionage gave Grey Pictures some leeway to strike a better deal with Fox. The whole of North America, Canada, and Mexico included, was going crazy over Game of Thrones. Even European countries loved the show. It was not surprising that many TV networks wanted to acquire the broadcasting rights to Modern Family. They knew that Kazir was the writer, and he would create another masterpiece. Imagine how much money they could make from a comedy TV show. For reference, Warner Brothers and the studio behind the TV series Friends earned approximately $4.8 billion. Even The Office, US version, earned over $3 billion after 9 seasons. If Modern Family could earn at least one-third of that amount, it was already amazing. It was a business deal worthy of being taken seriously. Let me guess. If I remember it right, Modern Family earned over $3 billion through ad sales, streaming, DVD, and merchandise. As for ABC, the TV network that broadcast Modern Family in the original timeline, ABC earned $2 billion. Unless my memories are not right. So yeah, I can understand why TV networks want our show. Kazir thought to himself. As Kazir recalled the huge numbers, he couldn't help but smirk. The value of Modern Family was undeniable, and the bidding war between TV networks had only intensified in recent weeks, even though the show was still in production. He knew that Grey Pictures had a unique advantage because of his creative reputation. Every network wanted a piece of that potential gold mine. However, Kazir wasn't about to settle for just any deal. He had learned the power of taking advantage of the situation, especially after the corporate espionage scandal. Now, he was in a position to play hard. Grey Pictures wasn't desperate. Modern Family would be broadcast by the TV network worthy of it. Chapter 569. After tackling the topics regarding Modern Family and corporate spies, the meeting started talking about other matters, such as the success of Game of Thrones Season 3. Kazir smiled as he saw the profit from the show. Even the executives were satisfied. Some of the executives were from 20th Century Fox and were strongly connected to the production of Game of Thrones and its broadcasting rights to Fox TV. They were proud of what they had achieved. Game of Thrones Season 3 was an absolute success, both critically and commercially. With its storyline, shocking twists, and high production value, it acquired high viewership ratings. The season averaged over 14 million viewers per episode, making it Fox TV's most-watched series at the moment. Merchandise sales skyrocketed from collectible figures to clothing and replica swords. Especially the books, they were selling like hotcakes. For reference, Fox TV had produced and aired notable shows such as Family Guy, The Simpsons, American Idol, The X-Files, House, Prison Break, That 70s Show, and many more. Yet their fastest earner was none other than Game of Thrones, the first TV show that Grey Pictures produced. No wonder many TV networks were eager to work with Grey Pictures. International broadcasting rights of Game of Thrones brought in over $150 million alone, while DVD and Blu-ray sales added another $80 million to the account. Fox TV reported that Season 3 had generated over $400 million in combined profits, solidifying Game of Thrones as a cultural and financial dragon. Season 3 had just ended, since it only had 10 episodes due to its huge expenses. Still, the profit was astronomical. In fact, Season 4 was already in production. Grey Pictures had 3 stable production teams. One team consisted of Kazir's most trusted people, such as Renner, Jane, Harold, and many more. They mostly worked with Kazir once a year since the director always had yearly projects. But this time, they would work on the production of Modern Family for the time being. Kazir had no project this 2009. As for the second team, they worked on Game of Thrones. As for the third team, they worked on their CCU movies. This year, aside from Ninja Assassin, Grey Pictures would release Fast and Furious 3. Only Kazir knew that the original title of this movie was Fast and Furious, and it was the 4th sequel of the franchise. For some reason, in the original timeline, the producer and director Justin Lin decided to name the 4th sequel as Fast and Furious without indication of what sequel it was. Because of that, some people were confused between the Fast and the Furious first movie and Fast and Furious 4th movie. To make sure that CCU fans wouldn't be confused, I decided to change the title to Fast and Furious 3. As for why it became the 3rd movie instead of the original 4th, I decided to skip the 3rd installment of the franchise, which is Tokyo Drift. Kazir secretly sighed because of the decision he made. For some reason, he felt like he betrayed the franchise as a fan. But he knew that he didn't have a choice. After all, the Fast and the Furious, Tokyo Drift didn't have strong relevance to the overall plot of the franchise. Except for a single character, Han Lu, and a short cameo of Dom Toretto, Tokyo Drift was nothing but a standalone movie. So instead of adding Tokyo Drift to the Fast and Furious franchise, I decided to make it a standalone movie that is set to be released after Fast and Furious 6 so that it won't complicate the plot of Fast and Furious. In short, Kazir had no intention of erasing Tokyo Drift. He intended to release it in a few years. Maybe I can make another franchise from Tokyo Drift. A franchise strictly based on car racing. Fans of Fast and Furious agreed that Tokyo Drift was the last movie in the franchise where car racing was an important part of the plot. After Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious became all about action and gravity-defying stunts. Imagine a car flying to space. Yeah, that was what Fast and Furious was all about. It was understandable why fans of the franchise missed the simple car racing theme. So yeah, Tokyo Drift would still happen, but not as a sequel to Fast and Furious, rather as a real standalone movie. I bet fans will be shocked once they know that Han Lu will die in Tokyo Drift. He was smirking and staring ahead. The people in the conference room glanced at him and thought the boss was happy. Anyway, money was coming. So of course there was a reason to be happy. Kazir. Tokyo Drift. Ahem, Kazir. Ah yes. Kazir snapped out of his thoughts when Stella cleared her throat and brought up the next topic, the marketing strategy for Fast and Furious 3. With the film set for release later in the year, the team had to plan promotional tours and merchandising products. The cast of the movie had to be active and keep doing promotions. Vin Diesel could spam his motto again, "Nothing beats family." Kazir leaned forward, fully engaged. He was embarrassed that he had been lost in his thoughts earlier. He emphasized a strong international campaign, stressing the importance of the international box office. He encouraged the cast to promote the movie outside of America, especially in Europe and Asia, where the franchise had a huge following. The company had a private jet now, and they could use it for the cast to travel around. Kazir even used it to go to Hawaii 2 months ago. After the topics of Modern Family, Game of Thrones Season 3, and Fast and Furious 3, the meeting continued. A company as large as Grey Pictures had a lot of things to talk about, and it wouldn't simply end unless the boss wanted the meeting to end. Chapter 570. This one seems about right. The casting director muttered after taking the DVD disc out of the DVD player. Everest nodded after watching the actor's performance. He wrote some key points on the actor's resume. Today, Everest, the casting director, and other important people on the production crew of Modern Family were watching audition tapes from the actors and actresses who were interested in becoming part of the cast of Modern Family. They had already reviewed over 50 audition tapes, each actor or actress bringing their own uniqueness for the crew to appreciate. Some actors had potential, while others didn't quite fit the roles they were looking for. To be fair, almost everyone who auditioned had no clear idea about what the show really was. They just heard that it was written by Kazir and that it was a comedy. A few lucky actors from CAA heard the criteria for the cast, but even then, the best they could do was send audition tapes. Almost all of the audition tapes featured actors and actresses doing comedy skits. None had successfully acquired a portion of the script this time. Grey Pictures was strengthening its security. Everest leaned forward as the next tape began to play. A young actor walked into the frame. He delivered lines with a natural charm and nice comedic timing. The room grew quiet, everyone watching intently. After watching so many comedy skits today, their sense of humor had become numb. Even the casting director raised an eyebrow in interest. Meh, not bad, I guess. We can invite him to personally audition and read the script for us, he said. Everest scribbled passable on the actor's resume. The search was long, but moments like this made it worth it. They were currently looking for an actor who could take the role of Phil Dunphy. Yeah, we can send copies of tapes of the promising actors to Kazir so he can see who they are. I also heard that he invited some actors to audition personally next week. Yeah, after some meetings here and there, Modern Family got approval, and even the budget was estimated. For season 1, each episode would cost around $1.5 million. It was cheaper than each episode of Game of Thrones season 3, which was around $6 million. Overall, Modern Family was promising. All right, roll on the next tape. This time, let's look at the actresses who auditioned for female roles. The list of characters was still undisclosed, yet hundreds of actresses had already sent their resumes and audition tapes to attract attention. In fact, one aspiring actress even sent a casting couch type of audition tape. Yes, she literally sent a porno. Perhaps she hoped she could get a role by seducing the male crew members. People heard that a new young director would direct the show, and this time, the same type of tape was shown. The room fell into an awkward silence as the casting director embarrassingly stopped the video from playing. Everest sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. He was visibly annoyed. "Throw it out," he said flatly. He crossed out the name and the resume of the actress using a red pen, meaning the actress failed to pass the audition. Thankfully, this was just a preliminary audition. We're here to find actresses, not scandals. If we hired them because of sex, we might get into lawsuits and even be blacklisted, Everest added. He knew that Hollywood was never good, and he also knew that many people in the industry used sex as a way of trading benefits. Unfortunately, Kazir, the boss, was against this kind of business deal. Yes, unfortunately. Many people in Grey Pictures actually enjoyed this kind of benefit, but they were hiding it from Kazir since the director was never a fan of the casting couch. Everest was still a newbie director with credentials to prove. He didn't want to destroy his career right at the start. As for his opinion regarding the casting couch, well, he kinda enjoyed the treatment. After all, Everest was Kazir's ex-assistant director, so his position was quite high. All right. Fuck these bitches. They think they can seduce us by sending porn. We are not hiring porn stars. Tui. The casting director spat disgustedly. The casting director chuckled nervously and quickly shuffled to the next tape, eager to move on. As the screen lit up with a new audition, a middle-aged actress appeared. The crew was surprised as they realized that the middle-aged actress was playing the role of a mother in her audition tape. The room fell into silence, this time more seriously. "She has potential," Everest said, tapping his pen. The search for Claire Dunphy just got interesting. Everest was Kazir's assistant director after Palenque Simone became the director of Game of Thrones. Everest got the position after being introduced to Kazir. Everest's agent was a close friend of Salvatore Barlow, which made the transition easier. Salvatore was now one of the co-chairmen of CAA, and Everest's agent was Salvatore's lackey. Yeah, this was kind of a reward for Everest's agent. Because of that, Everest easily got the position. After years of working with Kazir, Everest learned a lot of things. He became an apprentice in a way, and now, he had successfully earned the position to direct Modern Family. Kazir had 3 assistant directors that worked under him. All of them became directors. Now that I'm going to direct Modern Family, I wonder who will take over my position as Kazir's assistant director. I bet so many people will die just to get that position, Everest thought. Becoming Kazir's assistant director was a sure way to become a director. That was probably the fastest method to become a director in Hollywood. After all, even though there were thousands of directors in Hollywood, only a few had the chance to direct high-budget projects such as movies and TV shows. Chapter 571. Just as Everest expected, some new graduates and even old small-time directors in Hollywood knocked on Kazir's door. hoping they would become Kazir's next assistant director. Some of them applied for the job, sending resumes to Grey Pictures even though the company didn't post any hiring notice. Some used connections. In CAA, hundreds of small-time directors asked their agents and friends to contact Salvatore Barlow in hopes of getting the position. Some literally knocked on Kazir's door to hand in their resumes in person. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. It meant that someone had pressed the button. Kazir slightly raised his head as he looked at the door. Scarlett was snuggling next to him. They were watching TV. In this era, people had few things to do to pass the time. Watching TV was probably the most common thing to do at home. The internet was still not that advanced, so people preferred television at the moment. You could watch shows, movies, and play games using a television. Most of the time, Kazir and Scarlett were the only ones who lived in the house. Although 3 times a week, cleaners would show up to maintain the cleanliness of the place. As for cooking and such, they sometimes hired a private chef, or they would cook their own food. Anyway, Kazir and Scarlett were having relaxing days. Kazir visited his work sites at least twice a week just to stay updated, especially the Wall-E project. Since he promised to do the job, he might as well do it seriously. He didn't interfere with Christopher Nolan's direction. He just checked the progress. "Who's that?" Scarlett asked. "Did you order a pizza?" "No." "What about you?" "I didn't order. At least not today." Women crave different kinds of food while pregnant. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. "I'll take a look." Kazir stretched his arms as he stood. Kazir walked to the door, half expecting a delivery guy or maybe one of the neighbors. When he opened it, he was surprised to see a well-dressed young man holding a brown envelope and a hopeful smile. "Mr. Grey, sorry for the sudden visit," the man said nervously. Grinning. "I'm Tony from LZ Sign. Anyway, I'm an independent director. I just wanted to personally hand you my resume and also a film I directed last year. It would mean the world if you'd consider me to be your assistant director." Kazir raised an eyebrow but took the envelope. He then looked at the person. "You gotta be kidding me. Your name is Tony, and you're from LZ Sign." "Ah yes, it's a small village in Canada." "Bullshit." "Excuse me." "All right." Kazir sighed and waved his hand. "I'll give it a look," he added. "Thanks." The man bowed slightly, then left without pushing further. He knew he was stepping over boundaries. But in this industry, you had to be shameless to be successful. Some people even had to sell their souls to acquire fame. Kazir closed the door and clicked his tongue. He didn't bother opening the resume nor taking a look at the DVD disc. Instead, he placed them on top of a small mountain of resumes and DVD discs. "This is the 14th time this happened. Where did they get the information that I'm looking for a new assistant director? I'm on vacation, I have no project to work on, so I'm not in dire need of an assistant." Since Modern Family had been approved, the news that Everest would direct the show also spread. Everest was Kazir's assistant director, and he had now become a bona fide director. Because of this, people learned that Kazir took care of his assistant directors, thanks to 3 examples. So yeah, more aspiring directors were doing their best to acquire the position, knowing it was a sure way to stardom. Scarlett chuckled softly from the couch, having overheard the conversation. "You're becoming a myth in Hollywood now, babe. Everyone thinks you're the golden ticket," she teased. Kazir sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, and now my doorstep is the lottery store or something." He walked back into the living room and sat down beside her, picking up the remote again. He had no intention of watching Tony's film. Poor Tony, he's a good person though. "Maybe I should just hire someone random and scare the rest off," he muttered jokingly. "Or you could make a reality show out of it. How about America's Next Top Assistant Director?" Scarlett smirked. "Now that's $1 million idea," Kazir chuckled. Tobey Maguire burst out laughing at the camera after blubbering his line incorrectly. Despite the somber atmosphere on set, some people couldn't help but also laugh. "I'm sorry, I forgot my line. Let's retake it," the actor said. The director nodded and filming resumed. Tobey Maguire had a thick beard and had slightly gained weight for this role to look like a father of 2. By the way, have you ever seen Tobey with a thick beard? Perhaps not. After his success as Peter Parker in the comic-based superhero trilogy Spider-Man, Tobey became a superstar. Almost everyone recognized his face. However, his powerful role as Peter Parker held back his career in the original timeline. Thankfully, Kazir saved him this time. The director recommended him to star in the horror thriller film Final Destination. Toby colored his hair black and slightly changed his appearance so that the audience wouldn't be reminded of his iconic role as Peter Parker. Final Destination was a success, and Toby proved that he was not a one-hit wonder. Unfortunately, his role as the protagonist in Final Destination ended in a single movie. Still, it helped his career. After Spider-Man and Final Destination, Toby was cast in many films. He starred in some dramas and romances, although he strayed far from action and adventure. His salary starring in less popular movies might be smaller compared to the Spider-Man trilogy, but they were still millions per project. So yeah, Tobey Maguire was doing well. This time, 20th Century Fox hired him again. Chapter 572. Since Final Destination was successful and created a path for consistent profit through a bi-yearly sequel, 20th Century Fox was happy and didn't think twice about casting Tobey Maguire for another horror movie. When Tobey received a call from his agent, he was hesitant at first. Being an actor, he wanted to expand his acting range. He thought of trying musicals if possible. He even thought of taking singing lessons. The Academy Awards had a strong love for musicals and realistic movies, and Tobey wanted to try and see if he could compete for a Best Actor or Best Supporting Actor award. It depended. Anyway, he immediately changed his mind when he realized that the script was written by none other than Kazir Grey. The director also wrote some key points about the movie, specifically the found footage genre. When Tobey read the title, he was sold. The Paranormal Activity. Yes, Tobey Maguire was cast in the movie as the father of a newborn baby who was going to be kidnapped by a demon. Unlike the original version of Paranormal Activity, this one had a slightly higher budget and a polished script, thanks to Kazir's involvement. It still retained the core theme and horror feel of found footage, but with stronger thrilling scenes that might cause the audience to shriek in fear. Honestly, Paranormal Activity was not that scary, but it had shocking scenes that could wake people from their stupor. Tobey saw the potential. It wasn't just a jump scare fest. It was psychological and had a chilling atmosphere. A different kind of horror movie than the usual slasher films. Playing a father was a new role for Tobey Maguire, and he was interested in it. Tobey had a baby face, so he had to do some makeover to appear older, hence the thick beard and the weight gain. In a way, he was following Leonardo DiCaprio's steps. Leonardo was also known as a young, handsome actor in the 90s. He always had this young baby face. But Leonardo transitioned, and his appearance now had a mature and older vibe to it. Unlike the 90s, when Leonardo could only take young teenage roles, he could easily snag older and better roles in the 2000s. Tobey called his agent back and agreed after reading the script. Kazir's name was enough to convince him that this could be a game changer. Who didn't like a box office success? If this horror movie made money at the box office, then Tobey would also have strong negotiation power in his next projects. His salary was $3 million and 7% of the North American box office share. With his fame and status, Tobey Maguire could easily get this kind of contract. 20th Century Fox also agreed since they needed a strong actor for this small-budget horror movie. The success of Final Destination could be factored into Tobey's casting, so 20th Century Fox didn't have a problem with a $3 million salary plus 7% North American box office share. In fact, the studio was satisfied that Tobey only asked for $3 million. For a superstar like him, he could easily ask for $10 million. Tobey and his agent decided to trust Kazir. The director was known for being a success magnet. Any project that Kazir participated in always generated profit. The budget for Paranormal Activity was only $10 million, so 20th Century Fox happily signed the contract with Tobey. The studio didn't have any intention of increasing the budget since this was only a horror movie. In the original timeline, the budget of Paranormal Activity was only $15,000. Very, very small. But this time, it was different, with Tobey Maguire as one of the lead actors in the movie and the trust that 20th Century Fox put into the project, the budget increased to $10 million. Including the money 20th Century Fox spent on buying the script from Kazir, the overall expenses for Paranormal Activity were $15 million. It was still February and basically the start of the year, yet some major events had already happened that could have changed the future. Aside from box office movies, events such as the new President of America and the first Bitcoin transaction happened in January. On January 12, 2009, the first Bitcoin transaction happened. The creator of Bitcoin sent 10 BTC to a developer and supporter of Bitcoin. This sort of started cryptocurrency trading. People wouldn't expect that this kind of currency would become massive in the next 10 years. In 2020, the average price of one Bitcoin was $11,116, while the peak was $28,886. Knowing the future, Kazir started farming Bitcoin. Even owning one Bitcoin in 2020 was already fulfilling, so Kazir intended to earn at least 100 Bitcoins. Bitcoin was still useless, so Kazir had no problem farming them. Perhaps in the next few years, his name would also become famous as one of the biggest crypto magnates. Kazir easily earned billions without putting in huge investments. All he had to do was hoard Bitcoins while they were still useless. He quietly built a mining setup in his basement. Even Scarlett was confused about what he was doing. Kazir just explained that he was trying a new hobby. While others chased fame, scripts, and positions in Hollywood, Kazir diversified his portfolio. To the world, he was just a director, a billionaire director. But in the crypto world, he was preparing to become one of the earliest whales in cryptocurrency history. Kazir grinned as he imagined the future. Anyway, aside from Bitcoin, there was another huge event that affected the United States, the presidential election and the winner. Chapter 573. Barack Obama was officially the 44th president of the United States on January 20, 2009. It was a historic moment, not just for America, but for the entire world. Obama was the first African-American president. Kazir watched the inauguration with a knowing smile. Since he knew that Barack would win, he didn't regret showing his support. He wasn't political, but he understood the importance of having strong backing. He might not be a close supporter, but at least Barack knew that Kazir had voted for him. Kazir was taking advantage of his future knowledge, and it was never wrong to use that to his advantage. The fact that he was now farming Bitcoin showed that he was capitalizing on what he knew. Hollywood, too, was changing. More movies about diversity and inclusion were being greenlit. Kazir made a mental note. Movies were about making money, after all. As for the positive and negative effects of Barack Obama's leadership, only people who experienced it could say their opinions. Kazir Grey leaned back on his leather couch. The glow of the flat-screen high-definition ultra-large television illuminated his living room. A half-empty glass of wine was on the table beside him, untouched for the last 10 minutes. On the screen, a live interview was playing. An interview that had caught his attention the moment he heard the word multiverse. The interviewer, a female anchor from a popular science talk show, turned toward the camera. Tonight, we will tackle the question that has puzzled both scientists and storytellers alike. Do parallel universes truly exist? The guest, Dr. Chris P. Bacon, a well-respected physicist with a calm voice, nodded thoughtfully. The multiverse theory, particularly the many-worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, suggests that every choice made creates a new universe. It's not just science fiction, it's rooted in real theoretical physics, though we still lack direct evidence. Kazir's eyes narrowed slightly. Since Kazir was now part of Marvel Studio, he had become interested in the multiverse theory. Phase 4 of the MCU had aspects of the multiverse. Loki, What If, Spider-Man, No Way Home, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. These 4 projects, 2 TV shows and 2 movies, tackled the aspects of the multiverse. Now, sitting as a powerful director and producer, hearing more about this theory could help him. On top of that, there was another reason why he was interested in the multiverse, parallel universe, and many worlds theories. Because of the situation he was in, Kazir knew that his regression had created another timeline, a new world where some events changed while others remained the same. Scientists are exploring anomalies in cosmic background radiation, Dr. Bacon continued. Listening, Kazir had no idea what exactly the scientist was talking about, but he understood the gist. If parallel universes brush against ours, we might one day detect their presence. Kazir chuckled under his breath. If only they knew, he thought. The truth was, Kazir didn't just believe in parallel worlds, he experienced one. He was not sure if he loved his first life because of the many messed up things he experienced, but it was still a novel experience nonetheless. But now, Kazir was starting to live his life again. He was probably at the top of his life. Every time he made a change, every moment he used his knowledge of the future, he was reshaping this reality. Maybe not literal dimension hopping, but it felt the same. Kazir was shaping a new universe, and he was the only one who knew about it. From the moment he regressed back to 1994, Kazir promised that he would not tell anyone about the fact that he was from the future. It was safer that way. On the screen, the interviewer asked, "And what would you say to those who believe that the multiverse is real?" "I'd say, maybe they've caught a glimpse of something, perhaps a Mandela effect." Dr. Chris P. Bacon smiled. Gently, Kazir smiled back as if the scientist were speaking directly to him. The interviewer nodded. "I see. Then, let me give an example. What if our universe is actually not the original? What if we're also part of a multiverse? Let's say Kazir Grey didn't direct The Dark Knight, Pirates of the Caribbean, and many more. What if Pirates of the Caribbean was actually from Walt Disney? So what are we? Perhaps we are What If?" Dr. Bacon asked back, enjoying the conversation. "So what are we, some kind of Hollywood what if?" "Say that again." "Ah yes, this is truly our say that again moment." Kazir wrote the last part of their conversation with a smirk. He understood the reference. Perhaps he could revive it again through Fantastic Four and Suicide Squad. This is truly our Hollywood what if. Maybe Hollywood what if are the friends we made along the way. March came in like a lion. This month, some movies that were released surpassed $100 million. First in the line was Watchmen, a movie that was released in the first week of March. The movie was distributed by Warner Brothers. Watchmen was based on a comic published by DC Comics. The movie was directed by Zack Snyder, and it grossed $339 million. After working on 300 and having a successful collaboration with 20th Century Fox, Warner Brothers saw Zack Snyder's potential in adapting comic-based movies. Warner Brothers was interested in filming more comic-based movies, so they decided to hire Zack Snyder. As their first collaboration, they let the director film Watchmen, a standalone comic series. It was a safe bet. They didn't expect that Watchmen would gross over $300 million. Zack Snyder did his best to adapt the comic into a movie as close as possible. Chapter 574. Zack Snyder's success with 300 had already placed him on Hollywood's radar. At first, no one knew this director, despite him already having directed a horror movie about zombies titled Dawn of the Dead. Kazir was the first to contact him, but they failed to establish a collaboration. However, after the small success of Dawn of the Dead, Zack Snyder was invited by 20th Century Fox to direct 300. The person who recommended him for the job was Kazir. Zack was actually embarrassed when he heard that at first, because he knew he had chosen Universal Pictures over Grey Pictures a few years ago. Anyway, he had to be shameless, so he worked on 300. That decision turned out to be the best thing he ever did. The uniqueness of 300, which was mostly filmed on a green screen, became a success. The action-heavy film grossed over $450 million worldwide on a $65 million budget. It earned Zack Snyder $10 million, including salary and bonuses. He was extremely satisfied with what he earned. Then, Warner Brothers also contacted him. Rumors spread that Kazir was interested in Zack Snyder's talent as a director. Warner Brothers wanted to know if that was true. Besides, with Zack's past success, Warner Brothers had legitimate reasons to hire him. With Watchmen, despite being from a less popular genre, noir, and featuring darker themes, Zack Snyder still negotiated a strong deal through his agent, of course. Although Watchmen had a lower box office performance at $339 million compared to 300's $450 million, Zack earned approximately $6 to $8 million, salary and bonuses included. While 300 proved more commercially successful, Watchmen cemented Snyder's reputation for turning comic books into movies, and his adaptation was highly regarded. Zack Snyder's filmography has ups and downs. Since Kazir was the one who first contacted Zack, it also meant that he knew Zack's capabilities. Overall, Zack's filmography was not perfect. He had some movies that performed terribly at the box office. In fact, his next project, which was already in production, wouldn't perform well at the box office. It was an animated movie, also distributed by Warner Brothers. Yeah, Warner Brothers was trying to understand Zack's talent. They were investing in his future. Anyway, the animated movie Zack was currently working on was Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole. It was about owls fighting in the sky. The movie only grossed $140 million worldwide despite having an $80 million production budget. It wasn't a loss, but it also wasn't a win. It wasn't even average. Let's see. If Legend of the Guardians fails next year, there's a chance that Warner Brothers might lose interest in Zack. Once that happens, maybe we can sign a 3-picture contract with Zack just to keep him away from the DCU. Kazir didn't forget the reason he wanted to hire Zack Snyder. He wanted Zack Snyder to never participate in the DCU. Although the DCU was incomparable to the MCU in terms of profits and movie performance, it was still a strong rival. Now that the CCU was in a great place and the MCU was starting to grow, Kazir didn't want to saturate the market. In his opinion, the cinematic universe should only be dominated by the Continental Cinematic Universe and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Anything beyond those two was considered competition. Zack is also a talented director, so signing a 3-picture deal with him is not that bad, as long as we can keep him busy. A 3-picture deal and a trilogy deal were different. A trilogy meant that a director had to direct 3 movies of a franchise, usually the introduction movie, then 2 sequels. The best example was Kazir's Batman trilogy, where he had to film Batman Begins, then The Dark Knight, and then The Dark Knight Rises. As for a 3-picture deal, it didn't have to be a trilogy. Sometimes, a director could film 3 movies that had no connection to each other. Hiring Zack Snyder for a 3-picture deal was worth it. That was Kazir's opinion. If Warner Brothers were interested in starting the DCU without Zack Snyder, then Kazir couldn't interfere with that. He just hoped it wouldn't perform well for the sake of his own interests. Was it bad that he hoped for the downfall of a rival, even though he admitted that he was also a fan of the DCU in his past life? Well, it depends. Showbiz was often cruel, ruthless, and heartless. Some business decisions outweighed personal preferences. Some actors hated their roles but didn't have a choice but to go along with them because of money. Robert Pattinson hated his role in Twilight, but he made a great amount of money, so he had to swallow his disgust. Halle Berry also hated her role in Catwoman for obvious reasons. Megan Fox also hated her role in Transformers. Although to be fair, she probably hated Michael Bay more than her role because she felt objectified. Still, they chose the money. Kazir did the same. There was nothing wrong with that. He loved DC Comics, but his love wouldn't feed him and his family. His admiration wouldn't pay the bills. The entertainment industry was thriving, and cinematic universe franchises were swimming in gold. Kazir wanted to maintain the exclusivity of the cinematic universe and its market control. If the DCU gained too much fame, it could downgrade the audience's excitement for superhero films, affecting the MCU and perhaps the CCU as well. So, Kazir's plan was simple. Keep Zack occupied, offer creative freedom, and ensure that Warner Brothers never had the chance to weaponize his talent against Grey Pictures and Marvel Studios. Chapter 575. Kazir didn't think of it as sabotage, more like strategic containment. In this timeline, he had the power to shape outcomes, and he intended to use that power wisely. Zack Snyder was a promising director, but his talent alone didn't guarantee success at the box office. If Kazir could redirect Zack's attention towards standalone films, franchises, or TV shows under Grey Pictures or 20th Century Fox, everyone would benefit, especially Kazir. After all, only Kazir knew that Zack Snyder would become an important part of the creation of the DCU. Marvel Studios should thank me for what I'm doing. In others' eyes, what I'm doing might be pointless, but I'm trying to make sure that the MCU and CCU are secured. Well said. So sabotaging Zack Snyder and Warner Brothers was the best decision. If Warner Brothers wanted to start the DCU without Zack, then so be it. Besides, offering Zack the chance to direct original scripts or even adapt lesser-known comics might satisfy Zack's creativity without threatening Grey Pictures and Marvel Studio. Heck, Kazir might hire him to direct one franchise in the MCU. Kazir couldn't help but chuckle at the idea. For him, it was funny and ironic. The spearhead of the DCU might become a pillar of the MCU this time. Although we have to find the right franchise, something that has a darker tone since Zack is into that kind of genre. Kazir knew some comic characters that could suit well with darker tones such as Moon Knight, Daredevil, The Punisher, Venom, Ghost Rider, and even Wolverine, particularly Wolverine's solo series. In the end, it was all about balance. Control the talents, and you control their future. Kazir could now affect the future of talents in Hollywood. After the first week of March and the release of Watchmen, other movies were also released. In the third week, I Love You, Man and Knowing were released. I Love You, Men was a comedy starring Paul Rudd and Jason Segel. The movie grossed over $124 million. Knowing was a thriller suspense movie starring Nicolas Cage. The movie grossed over $214 million. In the fourth week, two more movies also grossed over $100 million. The Haunting in Connecticut was a horror movie that grossed over $103 million. The last movie was produced by DreamWorks Animation and was also the box office winner of March, grossing the highest. Monsters vs. Aliens grossed $493 million, just a few million short of reaching $500 million. However, $1 million was not that simple to acquire, so Monsters vs. Aliens remained under $500 million. The plot of Monsters vs. Aliens was about monsters fighting aliens. Yeah, the title already spoiled the plot. Still, this movie had a lot of memes. DreamWorks Animation was starting to threaten Disney, and that was good or bad depending on whose side you were on. DreamWorks had been releasing banger after banger these past few years. It was understandable why some studios were taking them seriously, especially their animation department. Everyone knew that animated movies usually had a combo of products, which were merchandise, toys, and other stuff. That was where most of the money came from. Naturally, Kazir also paid attention to DreamWorks Animation's momentum. The rise of another animation powerhouse could affect Disney's dominance, which might impact other parts of the industry, including box office competition and merchandising. Now that Blue Sky Studio is also getting better, it means that Walt Disney's dominance in the animation industry will decrease. Honestly, Kazir thought of starting his own animation studio. He was confident that his animation studio could stand equal against big-name studios such as Walt Disney and DreamWorks. He wasn't joking. With the right team, talent, and voice actors, he could have the edge. Even one huge hit animated film could establish a foothold. He already had the resources. Money was not the problem. And with his knowledge of future trends, he could use original IPs from the future and animate them in the current era. However, despite this interesting idea, Kazir decided not to do it. Grey Pictures was already in the limelight, and the Big Six already held some dissatisfaction toward it. If Kazir also intended to start his own animation studio, the future wouldn't be easy. Especially Walt Disney. This company would probably do its best to sabotage him if he tried to build an animation studio. Even 20th Century Fox wouldn't help in this regard since it also had Blue Sky Studio to protect. Grey Pictures was already powerful. In fact, if it had a distribution channel, the Big Six might become the Big Seven. Or perhaps Sony Columbia would lose its privilege and Grey Pictures would become the new part of the Big Six. Anyway, these were just what-ifs. Kazir understood the danger of being greedy. He had no intention of making enemies. The fact that he didn't try to acquire a distribution channel spoke for itself. Being too greedy and ambitious was never in Kazir's dictionary. Having a few $1 billion was already satisfying. Heck, only 0.0000369% of the world's population was a billionaire. That was a small percentage compared to the 8 billion people in the world. In other aspects, only 1 in 2.7 million people were billionaires. That achievement was already amazing. Kazir had no intention of fighting for more influence in Hollywood. Or else he might face the hidden society, which included the Illuminati, Rothschilds, and the BlackRock Corporation. Staying low-key was not bad. With his influence, he didn't need to make more buzz. Besides, it was entertaining to watch others wage war over market dominance in the animation industry. He was interested in seeing which of the current big three of the animation industry would win. Would it be Blue Sky Studio, DreamWorks Animation, or perhaps Walt Disney? Chapter 576. March 2, 2009. Gibson Amphitheater, Los Angeles, California. The soft cranking of the limousine engine was the only sound inside the vehicle. Paul Walker sat back against the leather seat, his fingers happily drumming lightly on his knee as the limousine turned the corner toward the Gibson Amphitheater. Outside, fans were already packed behind barricades, camera flashes twinkling like stars in the night sky. It was a moment that only a few people could savor, people who could personally see their idols. He glanced at the rearview mirror and caught his expression. His eyes showed nervousness, but they were also calm. He was excited but collected. After all, this was not the first time he had experienced attending a red carpet. I still can't believe it. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a dream. Decades ago, I was just an actor who wasn't even well known. But now, these people are waiting outside to cheer me. Paul Walker had been in the industry since the 80s. Despite being in the industry for decades, he still couldn't find his big break. Until he was cast in one of the franchises of the Continental Cinematic Universe, the Fast and Furious franchise. His career had leveled up. The franchise was successful from the first movie, especially since the scriptwriter was Kazir Grey. Although Paul couldn't deny that there were moments he thought the franchise might just fade away. Just another cool street racing flick that lived and died in the early 2000s. Even now, some people were still skeptical about the longevity of the Continental Cinematic Universe. But here they were at Fast and Furious 3, the third installment, bringing most of the original cast back. And the hype? It was super insane. He tugged at the collar of his white shirt. He had no tie. He liked keeping it comfortable, even on red carpets. The navy suit was clean and sharp and made him feel like he was a superstar. Even though Paul Walker hadn't reached the superstar level, he still received annual projects, and his salary was also satisfactory. He owed it all to Fast and Furious. He was actually happy that he had a project he could lean on whenever he needed exposure and money. At least he wouldn't fade away as long as Fast and Furious was relevant. His salary alone was $5 million, plus the studio promised a bonus if the movie achieved a milestone. He also had some conversations with Kazir, the head of the overall CCU project. Whenever Kazir and Paul had a conversation, it always lingered around driving. Kazir adamantly said that having a personal driver was important, especially when going to a party or charity event and drinking alcohol. Having a designated or personal driver was crucial. Paul didn't know why the conversation always veered into that topic, but he decided to listen to Kazir. After all, Kazir had experienced some traumatic stuff, and his opinion regarding personal drivers was valid. So, as much as possible, Paul had a personal driver, especially when he was drunk. As the limo slowed to a stop, the muffled roar of the crowd outside grew louder. He took a deep breath and put on a charming smile. "Let's roll," he said. The driver opened the door, and Paul stepped out into a storm of flashing lights and cheering voices. The cool breeze touched his face as he raised his hand in a waving motion. He offered a relaxed smile that had charmed the audience. "Paul, over here. Paul, give us a smile. Brian O'Connor lives. Paul, you're so fucking cool." He laughed at that last one, pausing to pose for the cameras before making his way down the carpet. The Fast and Furious banner loomed behind him, massive and glowing with lights. His name, Paul Walker, was there, written on the poster, easy to see. He was one of the protagonists of Fast and Furious, after all. He stopped for interviews, nodding and answering with thoughtful pauses. "How does it feel to return to the franchise?" a reporter asked. "It's amazing. There's something about the cast, the crew. Every time we're together, it just clicks. It's not just about cars or action. It's about family." Paul smiled. That word, family. It was more than a tagline now. It was the motto of this whole franchise. Nothing beats family. You can do everything when you're with your family. You can jump onto a running tank if you have a family. You can go parachuting in your car with your family. Also, you can go to outer space with your family. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd as Vin Diesel emerged from his own limousine. Speaking of the devil, the guy who promotes family had arrived. Vin Diesel had projects such as Chronicles of Riddick and Triple X. Out of all the cast of Fast and Furious, Vin Diesel was probably the most successful. The Rock was still steadying his fame in Hollywood in this era. Vin walked over and immediately pulled Paul into a firm hug. Was this a form of promotion or a genuine act? Was Vin Diesel really friends with Paul Walker? Perhaps they were just co-workers? Perhaps they hated each other? Only close friends could know the answer. "Happy to see you tonight, Paul," Vin said. Paul nodded. "Yeah, let's give them a show." They stood together for the cameras, Dominic Toretto and Brian O'Connor, side by side, as they promoted Fast and Furious 3. As they headed toward the theater, Paul glanced back at the sea of fans. He felt grateful, deeply and profoundly grateful, not just for the fame or the franchise, but for the chance to be part of a huge project that people would remember for a very long time. "Let's see where the road takes us this time," he thought, stepping inside with a smile. Chapter 577. Fast and Furious 3 was successful. Most people probably expected it. After all, this was the part where the old cast of the franchise, Dom Toretto and the others, had returned, especially now when Vin Diesel had a good run at the box office and was popular. Dominic Toretto, Vin Diesel, is living in the Dominican Republic, lying low after the events of the first film. After hearing that his girlfriend Letty, Michelle Rodriguez, has been murdered, Dom returns to Los Angeles to hunt down her killer. He reconnects with Brian O'Connor, Paul Walker, who is now working for the FBI and also investigating the same drug cartel responsible for Letty's death. The two reluctantly team up to take down Arturo Braga, a ruthless drug lord who smuggles heroin across the U.S.-Mexico border using high-speed drivers. As they go undercover and race against time and each other, Dom seeks vengeance while Brian is torn between his duty and loyalty to Dom and Mia, Dom's sister. Unlike other CCU movies, Fast and Furious 3 had a down-to-earth plot. It didn't tackle anything about the high table or the terrible terrorist attack in the last arc. Yet despite this simple plot, the audience loved it. Perhaps people were just looking for a not-so-complicated plot. Furthermore, despite having a simple story, the other aspects of the movie were delivered amazingly. Most fans of Fast and Furious were car enthusiasts and also fans of street racing. Every installment of Fast and Furious had street racing, and that was what these people were waiting for. Thankfully, the street racing part of the movie was satisfying. Kazir made sure of that. The chase scenes were cool, the engine roars were loud, and the fast-moving cars delivered that adrenaline rush fans had been craving. Kazir personally watched the editing of this scene to ensure the people would love it. In fact, the whole production crew, Justin Lin included, even attended underground street racing to gain inspiration. The chemistry between Paul Walker and Vin Diesel reignited the core that carried the franchise in its early days. Critics may not have praised the story for its depth, but even they admitted the film had delivered on its promise. The box office was the proof. On April 3, 2009, Friday, the movie grossed $19 million. On April 4, 2009, Saturday, it grossed another $23 million. On April 5, 2009, Sunday, it grossed another $15 million. In just 3 days, Fast and Furious 3 grossed $59 million. That in itself was a testament to its performance. It meant that people liked the movie. The last movie of the Fast and Furious franchise was Too Fast, Too Furious, and that movie grossed $751 million at the worldwide box office back in 2004. Now, people were wondering how much the third installment would make. Usually, the third part of a trilogy had the weakest performance, since most people were not satisfied with the endings. But since Fast and Furious would probably have at least 10 movies, the fans would be deeply happy. Besides, even if Fast and Furious 3 only grossed $600 to $700 million, it was still a victory no matter how you looked at it. As long as the movie makes money, it doesn't matter if the critics hate it. As long as Fast and Furious 3 surpasses $500 million, we already consider that a success. The series will continue to make money for us. Kazir, sitting in his office, glanced at the data that showed the increase in numbers. These increasing numbers signified money. Even the Cinema Alliance called him and congratulated him. Normally, the Cinema Alliance had a closer relationship with the Big Six than with other production studios that didn't have a distribution chain. But since Grey Pictures was a top-notch studio that helped the Cinema Alliance make money, it wasn't wrong for them to befriend him. By the way, the Cinema Alliance was a group of companies that held the majority of cinemas in North America, particularly in the USA and Canada. They controlled how many theaters a movie could be screened in. Their alliance was the reason why even the Big Six couldn't bully them. Kazir and the others from Grey Pictures couldn't help but be happy. The success of Fast and Furious 3 was not just another win, it was validation. Despite the ending of a major CCU arc, the fans were still desperate for more CCU movies. He had taken a risk by pushing for a more grounded story in Fast and Furious 3, focusing on cars and brotherhood instead of over-the-top, out-of-this-world stunts about bullets bending their trajectories and ninjas merging with the shadows. And the audience responded positively. Merchandise sales, soundtrack downloads, and social media buzz all pointed to one thing. The Continental Cinematic Universe was still shining bright, like a diamond. Kazir smiled, knowing that things were still on the right path. With the right balance of bravery, speed, heart, and family, the road ahead for the Fast and Furious series looked unstoppable. When I see you again, Kazir couldn't help but hum the most famous soundtrack of Fast and Furious aside from Tokyo Drift. See You Again was the theme song for The Fate of the Furious, F8. Performed by Wiz Khalifa featuring Charlie Puth, See You Again was a hit song. The song was also a tribute to Paul Walker. At this time, Charlie Puth is still probably a small-time YouTuber. Chapter 578. Aside from Fast and Furious 3, other movies were released in April that grossed over $100 million. In the second week of April, Hannah Montana, the movie, a film based on a popular Disney show, successfully grossed over $234 million. In the third week of April, 17 Again was released. Starring Zac Efron and distributed by Warner Brothers, this comedy film grossed over $169 million. State of Play was also released in the third week of April. Starring Russell Crowe and Ben Affleck, State of Play grossed $106 million. The movie was distributed by Universal Pictures. Compared to summer, where every week had blockbuster movies released, April didn't have much to offer. But once May arrived and summer vacation started, Hollywood would go all out to make as much money as possible. As for Fast and Furious 3, it grossed over $243 million at the North American box office by April 30th. Its international box office also grossed $184 million. Movies these days could be released around the same time as in North America since technology had improved and international distribution didn't need film reels anymore. Heck, you could even send copies of movies online. At the same time, piracy also became popular around this period. People could easily find movies just by searching on the internet. They downloaded the movies without paying for them. This sick move hurt Hollywood. That was the truth. Piracy was bad, but can you really blame the people? They found an easier way to acquire movies, and they also didn't have to pay for them. The answer was obvious. They preferred the free better. Movie piracy became popular because of convenience and accessibility. With the rise of the internet and file-sharing platforms like BitTorrent, people could download full movies from the comfort of their homes. A pirated DVD version and camera recordings of a movie, the ones where you could see people in the background standing, appeared online just days or even hours after a film's release. For many people, especially in countries with limited cinema access or expensive movie ticket prices, piracy seemed like the only and best option. Added to the fact was the lack of global streaming platforms at the time. It was no surprise that people turned to illegal downloads. Hollywood hated it, but the audience simply followed what was easy and free. Fun fact, when slogans against movie piracy spread, more people started to pirate movies online. Back then, only people who were clinically online knew about movie piracy. But when a short ad about shaming movie piracy was added to DVDs and cinemas, people started learning that it was actually possible to pirate movies without paying. So more people started pirating movies. Perhaps you recall the slogan, "You wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a handbag. You wouldn't steal a television. You wouldn't steal a movie." Downloading pirated films is stealing. Stealing is against the law. Piracy, it's a crime. Yeah, this iconic ad was the reason why piracy became more popular. People had no idea that you could actually download movies, but this ad told you that it was possible. On top of that, you could even burn the movies on as CDs and sell them cheaper. This method was super famous in less wealthy countries. Particularly third world countries, they loved buying pirated CDs. Imagine, you could buy a CD that had 12 movies for just $1. That was cheap as fuck. As for CDs, you could also make a D's nuts joke with it. Of course, not everyone took piracy seriously at the time. To many people, it felt like a harmless act, especially when big Hollywood studios were still making billions every year. Some even saw it as a way of rebelling against the system or something. Over time, websites specializing in pirated content exploded in popularity. Sites like the Pirate Bay, Kick-Ass Torrents, and LimeWire became household names for an entire generation of internet users. It wasn't just movies either, TV shows, music, and games. Anything that could be turned into a digital file became fair game. Piracy had become a culture of its own. People supported it for a reason. Around the 2010s, some people who felt bad about pirating movies started subscribing to Netflix, which was still affordable at that time. Netflix was one of the best movies and TV shows streaming platforms, and people didn't have a problem paying a few bucks every month as long as they could watch tons of movies. It was far better than blockbusters and any movie rentals after all. They wouldn't feel guilty anymore since they paid money. But just a decade later, around the 2020s, more streaming platforms appeared, and now the subscription prices were so expensive. Imagine paying $15 for a monthly subscription, but a few episodes of your favorite shows were missing. Imagine you watched Game of Thrones. You're seriously watching it, but you didn't expect that Netflix didn't have the whole season 2. So now you're spoiled that Robb and Catelyn Stark died in the Red Wedding, even though you haven't watched season 2 and were clueless about the whole context. Furthermore, you have to go to another streaming platform and pay a subscription just to watch season 2. Yeah, it was a very terrible event that you wouldn't wish even on your worst enemy. Since streaming platforms such as Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney+, and many more were doing shady business, people grew tired of them, and some people started going back to the good old days, which was pirating movies and TV shows. If buying doesn't mean owning, then piracy doesn't mean stealing. Chapter 579. A new assistant director was holding the clapperboard with clear energy. This was the guy's first project, and he wanted to learn and experience more about filmmaking. Hence, despite a week of working, the new assistant director was still excited. Modern Family had just started filming a week ago, around the last few days of April. The production team was filled with new workers, while some were already veterans in the industry. This team was expected to work on Modern Family for years, since this TV show was projected to run for at least 10 seasons. Anyway, the assistant director clapped the clapperboard in front of the main camera, and the clack sound echoed, making the crew members shut their mouths and go silent as the filming started. They were at the house. Phil Dunphy was sitting on the couch and started talking in front of the camera. I am brave. Roller coasters? Love them. Scary movies? I've seen Ghostbusters like 7 times. I regularly drive through neighborhoods that have only recently been gentrified. So yeah, I'm pretty much not afraid of anything. Except clowns. Suddenly, Phil recalled the moment when Cam was in a clown suit, and Phil's expression was filled with deep, seethed fear. He slowly went to the corner while the birthday party was ongoing. There was a short silence as Phil looked at the camera. I never have a chance to tell that to the fam. I do have an image to maintain. I'm not really sure where the fear comes from. My mother said that when I was a kid, I found a dead clown in the woods, but who knows? Okay, cut. Let's reshoot that scene just to have more comparison. 10 minutes break. Director Everest said, and the crew members busied themselves again. Ty Burrell, the actor who played the role of Phil Dunphy, approached Everest. Most of the cast of Modern Family were less popular actors who were trying to make a name for themselves, and Ty Burrell was also in that stage of his career. Director, is there something you want me to do? Should I stare more at the ground and act timid? Ty asked. Let's see. Everest looked at the footage. He had been Kazir's assistant and learned a lot from him. He realized that a director should always look confident in front of the actors and never show any fear or timidness. His position as a director needed respect to work. This time, I want you to smile at the camera more. But it should be an awkward smile, like you don't know why you're even smiling. Okay, Ty nodded. I can do that. Only a few actors were lucky enough to become famous while having no talent in acting. The list would go on once we listed them, so we might as well not. Most professional actors study how to control their facial expressions, so some awkward smiles should be expected to be done. Well, if an actor couldn't even meet the criteria that the director was looking for, the actor might as well pack his bag and leave. Everest nodded as Ty Burrell left and went to his trailer to retouch his makeup. Kazir should arrive in a few minutes now. Everest recalled that Kazir would visit and inspect their filming site. After all, Kazir was the boss, and he had to see if the product they were making was up to standard. Unlike Game of Thrones, where Kazir filmed the first 5 episodes, Modern Family had been fully taken over by Everest since day one. Perhaps Kazir trusted Everest, and for that, the new director was thankful. I recall that there's a scene where Kazir will have a cameo, but that should be around episode 8, at least a month from now. Kazir decided to do some cameos in Modern Family. In fact, he also had plans of doing a cameo in Game of Thrones, perhaps as a soldier who would get burned alive by a dragon. Might be a unique experience. Everest took a deep breath, mentally preparing for Kazir's arrival. He knew that the boss had high expectations. This project cost millions, and it had to be successful. Though Kazir trusted him, there was always that underlying pressure to deliver the best work possible. Everest checked the schedule again, ensuring everything was on track for the day's filming. In fact, they were actually 4 days ahead of schedule. That was something he could brag about to Kazir. Kazir had been known as one of the most consistent and also fastest filming directors. As long as the scene met his criteria, he wouldn't ask for a reshoot. He also didn't need to experiment or film unnecessary scenes. He just stuck to his plan. In filming, around 30 to 40% of the filmed content was usually cut. That was a huge waste of time. In a way, Kazir's detailed plan prevented unnecessary scenes, so he could finish his movies faster than the average directors who were unsure which scenes would be included in the final cut. Everything that Kazir filmed would be included in the final. Everest recalled what he learned as he looked around. The crew of Modern Family was working efficiently, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were still slow. At least, after his experience with Kazir's team, where jobs were moving so fast that filming a lot of scenes in just a day was the norm, it felt that way. As Everest was lost in thought, Ty Burrell returned from his trailer, a perfect awkward smile plastered on his face. Everest gave a nod of approval. The show was coming together, that was for sure. He was satisfied with the cast as of now. While they were filming, a group of people showed up to inspect their filming site. They were none other than Kazir and his entourage. Chapter 580. Most of the time, whenever Kazir left his house, he was surrounded by his bodyguards. There were 4 tall men around him, making sure that he was safe at all times. 3 years ago, this was not the norm. But after almost dying due to a failed assassination attempt, Kazir felt that having a few people following him around was better than dying. So even though it was uncomfortable having people follow him, he decided to go along with it. Besides, he was now used to it. Now, he had this untouchable aura around him, since there were literally 4 bodyguards surrounding him. No stranger could even get within 2 meters before being apprehended. "Stand ready for my arrival, worms." Kazir weakly muttered. Yeah, he might be LARPing. He had been eager to try saying that line for quite a while now, but he couldn't find the right moment or the right context. Anyway, he might as well say it now, just like how Conquest said it in Invincible. Thankfully, no one heard what he said. Even the bodyguards thought Kazir was just mumbling something random. Kazir stepped into the house. The location they were in was a house, the filming set where the Dunphy family lived in the show. One of the reasons why their expenses were low was because the show was mostly filmed in a few places. Such as now, the crew members were filming in a house. If everything went well, they could probably use this house for a decade to film Modern Family, a very cheap expense. Of course, they also had 2 other houses they had to film in, which were the homes of the Pritchett family and the Tucker family. Anyway, the 3 houses were close by, so the crew didn't have to travel far to film scenes. Kazir adjusted his sunglasses as he surveyed the set. His eyes caught the details of the layout and found that everything was on the right track. Everest quickly approached Kazir, giving a professional nod. The crew members, sensing the presence of the boss, worked even more diligently. Most of them were newly hired workers, so they weren't used to Kazir. However, some of the female crew members couldn't help but steal glances at him. Kazir was a famous director, and he was also handsome. Now that they met the director in person, they confirmed that he was indeed attractive. Kazir didn't speak much while Everest explained the situation. He simply observed. His gaze passed over the cameras, the lights, and the actors in position. Today, the crew had a few scenes to film, and all of them were about the Dunphy family. Naturally, the members of the Dunphy family were present. The 5 members of the Dunphy family were Phil Dunphy, played by Ty Burrell; Claire Dunphy, played by Julie Bowen; Haley Dunphy, the eldest daughter, played by Sarah Hyland; Alex Dunphy, the middle daughter, played by Ariel Winter; Luke Dunphy, the youngest son, played by Nolan Gould. The cast couldn't help but look at the boss. Kazir was more famous than them, so they were starstruck. Now they realized that Kazir had the vibe of a superstar. After a short conversation with Everest, Kazir walked around the house. He was then greeted by the cast. The 2 young girls shyly greeted him, while the young boy awkwardly followed. Then Ty Burrell also expressed his appreciation. As for Julie Bowen, who played Claire Dunphy in the show, she shook hands with the director while blushing. 9 out of 10, an actress would find Kazir attractive, and this checked out. Fortunately, Kazir had no idea about that. He was just focused more on the project. Kazir valued efficiency and professionalism, traits he demanded from anyone who worked under him. After a few moments, Kazir gave Everest a small thumbs up, a rare gesture of approval. Everest exhaled in relief, feeling the weight on his shoulders lighten just a little. God knows how many sleepless nights he had suffered lately. Kazir then moved to the monitor station, where an assistant was replaying the last filmed scene. He was now acting like a supervisor. Well, this year, most of his jobs were about supervising movies and TV shows. He leaned forward, watching Ty Burrell's awkward smile performance. A small approving smirk appeared on Kazir's lips. As expected, keeping most of the original cast was the best decision. Because Modern Family was released early in this timeline, some of the original cast couldn't be found. Heck, one wasn't even born yet. Because of that, they had no choice but to look for other actors to fill the missing spots. Kazir watched Phil Dunphy's scene. The scene had the right tone, matching the mockumentary style he envisioned. He simply said. His voice was calm, but full of authority. The crew members exchanged quick glances, their nerves easing slightly. At least the boss seemed positive about the project. Kazir's approval meant they were doing something right. After a final round through the set, Kazir patted Everest lightly on the shoulder. "Keep up the pace. Don't get complacent," he said before heading out. Everest nodded and led him to his limousine. Everest was acting like he was working under Kazir, which was the truth. Once Kazir was in his car, he asked Anderson about his schedule. "Sir, tomorrow you will go to Blue Sky Studio to check out Wall-E. Then 2 days after that, you will visit Paranormal Activity. A week after that, you have to give a speech to the new graduates of the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA," Anderson listed. UCLA had a film school, which was the School of Theater, Film, and Television. This year, the university had invited him to give a speech. "At least my schedule is not packed this month," Kazir weakly smiled. Chapter 581. Kazir didn't have much work to do this year. Most of the time, he only spent 4 hours doing his job. After that, he was free to do anything. At first, Kazir was not used to this kind of schedule. He was the type who couldn't sit idle with nothing to do. But as time passed, Kazir felt like having fewer jobs was not that bad. He could spend more time doing what he loved. So when he heard that his schedule this month was not packed, Kazir felt relieved. Perhaps he had started hating the workaholic life that he once had. He began using his free hours to read more books, watch old classics, and occasionally play video games to have fun and spend time with Scarlett. Last week, the couple went to the shopping mall to buy stuff for babies. Sometimes, he would stroll through the studios of 20th Century Fox just to observe, offer some advice, or simply enjoy the creative atmosphere. He became a supervisor even though those projects were not related to him. He also took time to write scripts for future projects. Some were realistic, others pure fantasy. This would become his leverage. As long as he had chips to negotiate, he could maintain his status. For once, he didn't feel pressured to chase deadlines. Kazir even started cooking at home again, trying out recipes from books he had bought years ago but never touched. He cooked for Scarlett, and the woman was impressed. This slower pace, surprisingly, brought him a sense of peace. Maybe, he thought, balance wasn't such a bad thing after all. "Sir, we have arrived," Anderson said to Kazir, and the director looked out the window. Since Kazir had done his job for the day, he decided to return home early. Kazir thanked Anderson and went inside. Even though Kazir was fine with 4 bodyguards following him around when he was outside, he preferred to spend most of his time in his house in comfort. So he didn't let them guard his house. That part should be the responsibility of the security guards. Once Kazir was done with his job for the day, his 4 bodyguards were free to go. Kazir recently hired 3 security guards for his house instead. These security guards spent most of their time at the entrance and at the back of the house. An incident happened last month where an aspiring director climbed the wall to personally deliver his job application to Kazir. Kazir still had no assistant director at the moment, so some people were going crazy to get the position. Because of that, Kazir had to hire some security guards. He was actually not comfortable hiring security guards because he preferred a quiet place. Thankfully, the security guards were professional, and they were practically invisible. I almost wrote, title card. Kazir entered his home, and the quiet ambience immediately washed over him like a warm blanket. The soft hum of the air from the air conditioning, this white noise, further proved that he was home. He looked around. No one was in the house except him. Today was not a cleaning day for the maids, and the chef had a day off. The house was quiet, and Kazir appreciated it. Scarlett was not home yet. She was probably still at the prenatal yoga class she had recently joined. Kazir loosened his collar and exhaled. He threw his necktie on the couch like a lazy bum. He headed to the kitchen and opened the fridge. He stayed away from alcohol most of the time unless there was a special occasion. Naturally, he preferred drinking water or tea. He decided to drink cold water this time. After that, he pulled out ingredients for tonight's dinner. Something light but special, maybe salmon with a citrus glaze. Cooking had become a soothing ritual for him. He was confident in his skills. As he began prepping, he glanced at the clock. For once, time felt like his ally, not his enemy. Cooking was a chore that he found relaxing, although cleaning utensils and dishes was not. Anyway, most people probably hated washing dishes, so it was understandable. As the salmon sizzled in the pan, the aroma of citrus and butter slowly filled the kitchen. Kazir moved with ease, chopping herbs, timing the glaze, and plating with surprising finesse. After cooking and letting the dish cool, he wiped his hands and grabbed a book from the counter. There was a new novel he had been reading. He found a book about the entertainment industry where the main character was a talent agent who could discern people's talents. He was so engrossed in reading it. Unfortunately, Kazir realized that the novel was incomplete, and he was eager to read book 2. Too bad, because the author suffered from procrastination and had a hard time writing it. Kazir thought of contacting the author and urging him to write more. If he met him personally, he would probably slap the author's face to wake him up from his laziness. Perhaps he could promise the author that he would adapt his novel into a movie. The idea floated in his mind. Just then, he heard the soft click of the front door. Scarlett was home. Perfect timing. Kazir smiled and embraced Scarlett. "I've cooked some salmon. Let's eat." "Right timing. I'm hungry," Scarlett replied. "Then let's eat. I'm sure you're going to love it." "You're too confident." She giggled. "Of course. I'm confident in my culinary skills." Chapter 582. Kazir stepped onto the stage at the hall, and the soft murmur of students died down as he approached the podium. The vast auditorium, with its arched ceilings and warm lighting, turned silent as Kazir introduced himself. Most of the students practically knew him. Despite being a director, Kazir was famous. Furthermore, UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, had a film school, which further enhanced Kazir's status at the university. Most of the students who wanted to pursue filmmaking aspired to become like him, a director recognized by the whole world. Kazir adjusted the microphone. He was a bit nervous since this was his first time giving a speech to new graduates. He also had no experience regarding college graduation since he never finished college. He took a brief moment to scan the crowd. Some had eager faces, some had notebooks ready, although most students didn't seem to give a fuck. After all, Kazir was a human just like them. There was nothing to be excited about. They were not some crazy fanatics who would go bats hit worshipping celebrities. They wouldn't step that low, right? "Good afternoon, everyone," Kazir began, his voice steady. He had faced much tougher things than this, so he easily recovered from his nervousness. "First of all, thank you for welcoming me here today. It's an honor to stand before such an active and curious group of students at UCLA." A ripple of polite applause followed, then silence. "I was asked to speak about success," he continued. "About what it means, how to find it, and maybe, how to hold on to it. But if I'm being honest, I think we too often ask the wrong questions about success. We believe it's an endpoint. Graduate school, get a job, buy a house, then bam, success. But the real question is, what are you willing to struggle for to acquire success?" He paused, letting that sink in. He had actually hired a writer to help him write his speech because he had no idea what to say. This was different from writing a script. First of all, the scripts he wrote were not originally his. So he understood that he actually had no talent in writing. But of course, he participated in writing the speech since it was his speech in the first place. Kazir leaned in slightly, reading the speech he had prepared, and then his gaze swept the room again. Some students were staring at him, waiting for his continuation, while some were just waiting for the time to pass. Kazir might be a famous director, but it didn't mean that he was a great speaker. Students were also not sure if he could make some jokes to entertain them. Because the truth is, everything worthwhile demands something from you. Your time, your energy, your sanity sometimes, he said with a wry smile. Filmmaking, for me, isn't about chasing fame or fortune. It's about telling stories that matter, or not. But they are stories that kept me up at night, that gave me the perseverance to create films that I can show to the world. But it was not that easy. Sometimes I experienced tough obstacles that I barely passed through. Every struggle shaped me more than any success did. So I ask you today, what's worth the fight for you? The students listened, while others yawned. What Kazir said were some basic encouraging sentences that PE teachers tell their sports teams. Thankfully, Kazir was so absorbed in his speech that he didn't feel that the crowd was getting bored. Today, it was proven that despite his talent in filmmaking, Kazir was not good at giving speeches or encouraging people. If it were a one-on-one conversation, perhaps Kazir could make some sense, but a whole crowd of young people was tougher to convince. Boring. Man, I wonder if Tyrone will be free tonight. He said he wants to play Smash. Skibbity toilet. Who would win between 100 men versus one silverback gorilla? But then, the students started having their own conversations, and murmurs were everywhere. Kazir caught their not-so-enthusiastic expressions. He exhaled softly and looked down at his notes. For a moment, he hesitated. Then, with a small bitter smile, he set the paper aside. The microphone caught the soft thud as Kazir set aside the paper. "All right," he said, his voice more relaxed now. "I'm going to be real with you all." His tone and way of speaking changed. Perhaps it was better to say what he wanted to say instead of following the speech he wrote. His change of demeanor caught the attention of some students. "I have been up here reading a speech someone helped me write. Because, honestly, I had no idea how to inspire a room full of students like yourselves. But here's the thing, I'm not here to sugarcoat you guys. Being a director, being successful in this industry, it's brutal. It's torturous. You probably have to bleed some blood or something." More students listened. "You'll pour everything you have into a project, only for it to fall apart at the last minute. You'll get into scandals if you make enemies. You will face rejection so many times you will lose count. And the truth? Out of all of you sitting here today who dream of becoming directors, maybe only a handful will make it. Perhaps none of you will even become one." Kazir remembered that he was a billionaire. He was also a successful director. He had no reason to impress these students. He had already proved himself. He might as well say what he wanted to say. The room was quiet now, really listening. Kazir gave a mocking smile. "But let's talk about the pros. If you successfully make a huge hit movie, the rewards can be incredible. The money? You can make millions if you film a box office hit. I've made millions from a single movie. And yeah, it changes your life, like literally. But more than that, for me, it's about seeing your vision come alive on screen. Knowing millions of people around the world are watching something that started in my head. That feeling, it's priceless, like I'm in everyone's mind." He grinned. "So, if you're in this for the fame, or the money alone, you might burn out fast. But if you truly love filmmaking, then you can survive this dangerous industry. Be ready to fail, and fail hard. But don't let that stop you. Because every now and then, someone lucky breaks through. And it might just be you." The students stood up and started clapping their hands. This further proved that Kazir was not a motivational speaker. Chapter 583. Kazir stepped down from the stage. The sound of students clapping their hands echoed. Although Kazir was not sure if they appreciated his speech or if the students were just happy that Kazir was done with it. Anyway, Kazir didn't care much. He had already said what he wanted to say. Whether they felt it or not didn't matter. Kazir did his job. He stepped down and found Erica crossing her arms and shaking her head, perhaps disappointed. She was amused, but also felt bad for the students. "What do you think of my speech? Pretty great, right?" Kazir couldn't help but chuckle. He knew he had been truthful about what he said in the latter part of his speech. "Sir, I think you destroyed their dreams of becoming movie directors," she said honestly inside. "They're already adults. They should understand that it's not easy to become successful in the entertainment industry. We can't babysit them." Well, Erica Mendez glanced at the students who were still clapping. Most of them had serious expressions, while the rest were happy that the graduation ceremony was about to end. "It's indeed true that you woke them up to reality. They'll probably remember it. Having a successful career in Hollywood will be tough. They need connections, networking, talent, luck, opportunity, and work ethic. Talent and work ethic are simple. Almost everyone in Hollywood has those two factors. But connections take time to build. while luck and opportunity are the hardest things to find. Indeed, having a successful career in Hollywood was never easy. These students were too innocent if they believed that they could become successful just because they graduated from UCLA. No fucking way. Once they stepped into the real world, society would crush their egos. They would realize that their grades and performance in school were nothing compared to reality. These students had to compete against hundreds of thousands of people with the same or better talent than them. It was better to tell the truth now, better now than later. Otherwise, these students might lose hope. So Kazir might as well give them a pep talk about what they would experience, especially those who were interested in working in the entertainment industry. This industry was treacherous. To be fair, if his speech made them lose hope, then they might as well find another career. Because the entertainment industry was a dirty place, and weak-minded people wouldn't survive in that environment. Even good-hearted people had witnessed things in Hollywood that they couldn't fathom were possible, despite the USA being seen as a representation of freedom and opportunity. Perhaps the country was just hiding its dirty laundry. Well, there was a rumor that a certain president's family was part of a certain flight log. So yeah, rumors, allegedly, the flight log couldn't be trusted, the owner killed himself in the prison cell, conspiracy, blah blah blah. Kazir slipped his hands into his pockets. He touched his wallet, which had a few $100s and some credit cards. His gaze lingered on the students who had stopped clapping. They were now waiting for the last part of the graduation ceremony, where their names would be called, and they would walk up to the stage and accept their diplomas. You know, Erica, he said after a pause, Hollywood isn't just about talent or vision. It's about perseverance. I spent 5 years being a nameless director before I got my first success. It wasn't easy at all. I was so depressed. I was at the worst point in my life, but I overcame it. It depends on how much shit you can take before you break or if you break it all. Actually, adding his past life into the equation, Kazir had been a nameless director for over 4 decades at least. Imagine how painful that was. Erica gave him a sideways look. She knew about Kazir's story, especially about his ex-wife and the betrayal he had experienced. She was Kazir's assistant, and she didn't have a choice but to learn and understand his life. Honestly, she was impressed with Kazir's determination. She would have broken down if she had experienced what Kazir went through. That's not comforting at all. You're just further showing that Hollywood is tough. Kazir smirked. It's reality. I've seen brilliant people crushed, and average ones thrive just because they outlasted everyone else. If my words today make even one student think harder and prepare better, then it's worth it. Let's hope they were listening. Erica nodded thoughtfully. Nothing much really happened in May, except for the Sri Lankan Civil War and the Lisbon Treaty. This month, Kazir followed his schedule loyally since it was not that hard to manage. His job was easier compared to the times when he had a movie to take care of. Thankfully, Ninja Assassin had already been completed, and Grey Pictures was just waiting for its release, which was scheduled for November 25th. The company was just doing some weak early promotions to avoid wasting its marketing budget. Aside from that, Kazir also attended business meetings. The company was finalizing the contract regarding the TV network that would broadcast Modern Family. Many TV networks were still showing their cards, hoping to collaborate with Grey Pictures. Kazir also checked the progress of Wall-E. The production speed of Wall-E was faster than he had expected. If things continued like that, the animated movie might be released next year, around November or December. Since we're talking about May, of course, we couldn't forget about the new movie releases this month. In the first week of the month, Ghosts of Girlfriends Past and X-Men Origins Wolverine were released. Ghosts of Girlfriends Past was a romantic comedy distributed by Warner Brothers that grossed over $128 million. X-Men Origins Wolverine was a superhero movie based on the comics and was distributed by 20th Century Fox. It grossed over $487 million. Both Marvel Studios and 20th Century Fox hadn't expected the movie to perform well, considering that only Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, was in the movie as part of the past X-Men cast. Chapter 584. Unlike Iron Man and other characters from the MCU, the whole X-Men franchise was currently under the ownership of 20th Century Fox. To make it clear, when Marvel Comics was in debt to the bank, the company sold the film rights of X-Men to 20th Century Fox. To make it even sadder, 20th Century Fox got the last laugh since the contract was more in their favor. Marvel Comics didn't have a choice, as they were forced by the bank to sign the contract just to make money. Because of this, even though X-Men grossed over $480 million, 20th Century Fox would take basically all of the profit while giving Marvel Comics some crumbs to lick. Marvel Comics only earned money through licensing fees and merchandise-related revenue, but this amount was still small compared to the overall net worth of X-Men. The analysis was that the net worth of X-Men was around $10 to $15 billion. $6 billion came from the global box office that the franchise generated. Unfortunately, Marvel Comics could only see a glimpse of that money. So yeah, 20th Century Fox won that business deal. Marvel Comics had understandable dissatisfaction regarding that. Even now, despite the two companies collaborating, the contract regarding X-Men still has not changed. Obviously, 20th Century Fox wouldn't change it since it was a huge deal involving money. The company had to ensure that the money would remain theirs. This was business. From Marvel Comics' point of view, it was a loss. But from 20th Century Fox's perspective, it was a win. 20th Century Fox and its executives would be crazy if they agreed to a contract that would lessen their profits. So they maintained the status quo and continued to milk X-Men till the very end. By the way, in the original timeline, one of the reasons why Marvel Comics started its own film studio, Marvel Studios, was because it realized that licensing its characters to other film studios brought limited profit compared to producing films themselves. Of course, Marvel Comics had to shoulder the consequences, but this decision led them to create the best cinematic universe of the era. The Marvel Cinematic Universe was the start of their success. Not even the Spider-Man trilogy gave them that status. But Marvel Studios' path was not that simple. Even though they owned the movies themselves, they still had to work with a distributor to release their movies. And well, the distributor had to take at least a 40% box office cut. Paramount Pictures and Universal Pictures had around 40 to 50% box office cuts when they distributed the first batch of MCU movies. Paramount Pictures distributed Iron Man, Iron Man 2, Thor, and Captain America, the First Avenger. Universal Pictures distributed The Incredible Hulk. Perhaps this deal was because Universal Pictures originally held the rights to Hulk, but due to the failure of Ang Lee's Hulk, 2003, Marvel Comics got the rights back. So maybe, to make it a fair deal, Universal Pictures was the one that distributed The Incredible Hulk. Honestly, Paramount Pictures had a chance to acquire Marvel since they probably saw the potential of their characters. Perhaps another what-if timeline would happen if Paramount Pictures had acquired Marvel instead of Walt Disney. To be fair, Marvel Comics only had a few choices. Marvel Studios was a profitable move, but it still needed backing, so being owned by one of the big six was probably part of the plan. Anyway, Sony Columbia could have been chosen since it had experience distributing Spider-Man and handling merchandise related to the superhero. If Marvel Comics were to choose a mother company, it should have been one that could help their business grow. Almost every character in Marvel Comics was profitable if licensed to be made into sellable toys. Naturally, Marvel Comics was looking for a studio that could help them sell more merchandise and toys related to their superhero characters. Sony Columbia had selling capabilities since they worked with Spider-Man. Universal Pictures also worked on selling Jurassic Park toys. Paramount Pictures also worked on selling Transformers and G.I. Joe. Warner Brothers had DC Comics. God knows how many Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman toys they sold. 20th Century Fox also had X-Men and Fantastic Four to work with. As for Walt Disney, this was probably the best in this kind of stuff, since Walt Disney had so many kid-related products that they sold to the masses. The Big Six had distribution channels. Of course, they could distribute toys and other merchandise. The best choices for Marvel Comics were Warner Brothers and Walt Disney, since these two could help them better than the others. Unfortunately, Warner Brothers already had DC Comics, so Marvel was not against it when Walt Disney started their acquisition. In their opinion, Walt Disney was the best studio they could lean on. That endeavor was fruitful at first, but capitalism destroyed the reputation of the MCU franchise. The early partnership between Marvel Studios and Walt Disney was indeed a game-changer, but as the years passed, cracks began to show. With Walt Disney's aggressive push for rapid releases of movies and TV shows, and boring storytelling, critics and longtime fans started to voice concerns about the franchise's lack of creativity. The MCU was becoming stagnant, especially after Avengers: Endgame. Box office numbers fluctuated, and whispers of superhero movie fatigue grew louder. Yes, people were growing tired of watching superhero movies. When the major characters in the MCU disappeared, the franchise lost its luster. Still, from a business perspective, Marvel's alignment with Walt Disney was probably the right decision. No other studio could have helped Marvel elevate its status the way Walt Disney did. Chapter 585. In the second week of May, only Star Trek performed amazingly. Star Trek had been a famous TV show before it was even a movie. It was comparable to Star Wars. Or perhaps it followed the fame of Star Wars and became successful. Well, history had to say no. Because Star Trek was a powerful opponent, the Big Six didn't release their blockbusters in the same week as Star Trek. That would be a disaster for both sides, and they didn't want that. Imagine if Star Trek and Fast and Furious 3 were released in the same week. The box office sales for both movies would be affected. The two movies would have to divide the market, which was bad. Naturally, to avoid that situation, the Big Six would have some talks and announce the release dates of their top movies. If the other studios were not confident in facing it, then they would let it be and allow the dominant film to take over that week. As for Star Trek, the movie grossed $579 million. For reference, Star Trek was released before Star Wars. The Star Trek franchise began as a television series that premiered in 1966 on NBC, while Star Wars was released in 1977. It was easier to say that Star Trek paved the path for space-type science fiction to become popular. The original Star Trek only had 3 seasons. It was canceled because it was not profitable. But in 1979, after the huge success of Star Wars, the series was revived. Perhaps NBC saw the potential, so they revived the series. In the 80s, 90s, and early aughts, Star Trek had a stable run, and it had a cult following. It was famous for almost 3 decades. The franchise had movies and spin-offs. In fact, the estimated value of Star Trek was $10 to $15 billion. Anyone would agree that it was a huge amount of money. Unfortunately, Star Trek Enterprise, the last TV show of the franchise, ended in 2005 because of lower ratings. Then, for years after that, the franchise was revived as a film trilogy by Paramount Pictures. Star Trek 2009 was the first movie of the trilogy. Based on its performance, Paramount Pictures was confident that they could film the 2 remaining sequels with profit on the line. In the third week, Angels and Demons was released. This thriller/suspense film grossed over $541 million. Angels and Demons and The Da Vinci Code were actually connected. Both were starred by Tom Hanks as Robert Langdon. The Da Vinci Code was a controversial movie, and so was Angels and Demons. Perhaps this was the reason why it performed well. Also, these movies were actually part of a trilogy called the Robert Langdon Trilogy. They were adapted from the novels that Dan Brown wrote. The trilogy starred Tom Hanks and was directed by Ron Howard. The movies were The Da Vinci Code, 2006, Angels and Demons, 2009, Inferno, 2016. Around the same week as Angels and Demons, Terminator Salvation was released. Unlike the other Terminator movies, Terminator Salvation was based on the future, where Skynet was the ruling entity and humans were being killed. Sadly, Terminator Salvation didn't have its iconic robot, the T-800, which meant that Arnold Schwarzenegger was also missing. But hey, we had Christian Bale to fill in the missing spot as John Connor. Despite lacking Arnold Schwarzenegger, the movie still grossed $420 million. The movie was distributed by Warner Brothers International and Sony Columbia Domestic. In the last week of May, Night at the Museum and Up were released. Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian grossed $468 million. Distributed by 20th Century Fox, this sequel of a successful franchise did well at the box office. Also, Night at the Museum was a trilogy, but the third movie would be released in 2014. As for Up, the first 10 minutes of this animated movie were heartbreaking. Walt Disney captured the essence of life by giving us Up. It was not surprising that this movie grossed $1 billion. The movie was just magnificent, majestic, amazing, any kind of adjective you could describe. Overall, Up was a great movie, almost as if you were watching a story about a house flying in the sky using thousands of balloons. Ahem. May was just the start of the summer schedule, yet Hollywood had already shown their cards. The fact that most of these blockbusters grossed at least $400 million showed the power of the summer. You really earned a lot of money around this season. Speaking of Walt Disney, the company was happy that Up was performing well at the box office. However, they were also sad about a certain fact. Why is this always happening to us? Robert Iger slammed his fists against the table as he glared at the executives of ABC. They had been doing their best just to collaborate with Grey Pictures. They contacted the studio, they communicated peacefully, they promised them a good times lot, they promised intense promotion, and they even sent gifts. In fact, they tried to bribe some people just to get the contract regarding Modern Family. Everyone in ABC did their best, but they still failed. Today, Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox signed a contract. Modern Family would be broadcast by Fox TV. Tell me, are there fourth dimension entities that stopped us from getting a collaboration with Grey Pictures? Are they voting and determining whether we have a chance to work with Grey Pictures? Tell me dash. Speak, or else I might say something that could break the fourth wall. The executives from NBC shut their mouths as they looked down. They also didn't know. For some reason, even though they did their best, the outcome was still against them. Perhaps Robert Iger was right. There might be entities that voted in a poll to stop them from collaborating with Grey Pictures. Chapter 586. The executives from ABC were quiet. Honestly, they couldn't help but feel mad. They believed that they had given Grey Pictures every incentive possible, such as licensing fees, co-production funding, primetime slots, rerun opportunities, marketing/promotion, and profit sharing on back-end deals. Unfortunately, Grey Pictures was not enticed. The studio could fund their own projects and didn't like sharing profits. As for licensing fees, Grey Pictures was not stupid enough to sell its licensing rights to other networks. They wanted to keep their copyrights within themselves. As for back-end deals such as distribution, Grey Pictures could find a partnership that was better for them without much hassle. Their products were profitable, after all. As for other incentives, Grey Pictures was not interested. The executives from ABC couldn't see that what they offered was also being offered by other TV networks. Even though some parts of the deal were interesting, Grey Pictures decided to work with Fox TV. The two already had a collaboration, and they both had no problems. So they stuck with the TV network they were used to working with. Besides, Fox TV also offered the same deals as the others. The executives still looked at the floor. They were not brave enough to stare at Robert Iger, who was fuming in anger. Robert Iger took a deep breath, trying to calm his frustration. He knew that these people were innocent. They did their best. It was just that Grey Pictures was too arrogant. Fuck them. Once in a while, Robert felt like Kazir should have died 3 years ago. If that had happened, the playing field would be equal again. Someone like Kazir was a game changer, and Robert Iger couldn't accept that he couldn't control Kazir. So it was understandable why he wished Kazir had died. Unfortunately, some things didn't happen, and now he had to face the reality that their company might be in danger. Robert looked at the executives and sighed. He couldn't blame them for every misfortune they encountered. All right, listen up, he finally said, his voice heavier and more serious. We lost Modern Family, but that doesn't mean we've lost the game. His sharp gaze swept across the room, looking at the executives one by one. We still have Lost, Desperate Housewives, and Grey's Anatomy. They're pulling strong ratings on ABC. And don't forget, Walt Disney has Pixar to milk. The latter part was for his own assurance. He wanted to believe that Pixar would remain the best computer animation studio in the market. We should focus on what we have and make it shine. The executives nodded, reassured. But in the back of their minds, they all knew that missing Modern Family was a painful, strategic blow. They knew in their hearts that they had lost a billion-dollar business deal. They couldn't recover from that fact. While others were going crazy over the decision that Grey Pictures made, the one responsible for the craziness was having the time of his life. Some people might want him dead, but Kazir was still alive and kicking. What do you think? Isn't it cute? Scarlett showed baby clothes to Kazir, and the tall man nodded. Scarlett was already 6 months pregnant, and her pregnancy was prominent. She smiled as she looked at the baby's clothes. The clothes were for baby boys. A month ago, the ultrasound confirmed that the twins were a boy and a girl. A boy and a girl. It was a blessing and a miracle that in just one pregnancy, they already had a boy and a girl. Honestly, Kazir sometimes thought that he was in a novel or something. Anyway, the couple was shopping for baby clothes and other necessities for the babies. They had been shopping so many times that a whole room was filled with baby products. But to satisfy Scarlett and keep her entertained, Kazir had no problem going to different shopping malls with her to buy baby products. He knew that the stuff they bought was more than sufficient for the babies, but since money was not an issue, Kazir let Scarlett buy anything she wanted. It was clear that Scarlett was excited and happy to have kids. Kazir also felt the same. He even created a bank account and trust funds for the twins. He also contacted his lawyer to update his will. As for the paternity test, they already did it. Scarlett was the one who offered to do it. She wanted to give Kazir assurance. The twins were Kazir's. Kazir smiled softly as he watched Scarlett put baby clothes into the cart. This was the 9th outfit she grabbed today. For her next intention, she went to the girls' section. Even though the twins were still not born, she had already prepared clothes for 2 to 3-year-old babies. She was happily exploring the place, and Kazir followed her with a smile. Her excitement was contagious, and he couldn't help but feel the warmth in his chest. He placed a gentle hand on her growing belly. He felt the subtle kicks of their children inside. He was surprised, then smiled further. He didn't expect the babies to react. For some reason, I feel like the kids will probably be too active and mischievous. Kazir murmured, his voice filled with awe. Kids were meant to be mischievous, and he already expected it. Scarlett turned to him. It was obvious in her eyes that she was happy. She rubbed her stomach. Being mischievous is fine. It shows that they are healthy. I can already see the future where they will run around the house and perhaps destroy a few appliances. Kazir chuckled. He was just joking, but what he said was not far from the future. Chapter 587. After shopping for baby products, Kazir and Scarlett went to the parking lot. There were 4 bodyguards following behind them, but the couple had already forgotten their presence. This time, Kazir took the driver's seat while Scarlett sat in the front passenger seat. In the back seats were the baby products that couldn't fit in the trunk. The couple had bought a lot. In fact, the bodyguard's car that followed them a few meters away also had its trunk full to the brim with baby products. In this case, before the twins could even be born, the couple had probably already filled 2 rooms in their house with baby products. Some were toys, some were gear, and some were essentials. While Kazir was driving and having conversations with Scarlett, they passed by a filming location. Hollywood, being the city where showbiz was prominent, had a lot of locations that could be used for filming. Some landlords and hotels even let studios rent their properties to film shows or movies. While passing by, Kazir caught a glimpse of Mel Gibson lighting up a cigarette. The actor's appearance didn't look good, and it was understandable why. Mel Gibson had been blacklisted in Hollywood. The major factor behind that was the things he said when he was arrested for DUI. He made some anti-Semitic and misogynistic comments. That happened in 2002. Despite being a talented and famous actor, Mel Gibson disappeared from Hollywood just like that. If you looked at it carefully, it was scary. It was actually possible to destroy a person's career because they offended a group of people. Of course, no one could defend what Mel Gibson said is right. Did he deserve to lose his job, though? At the end of the day, it depends on how people look at him. Some people said Mel Gibson deserved it, while others said he deserved a second chance. Kazir returned his focus to driving. Mel Gibson's appearance showed that the actor was stressed and haggard. If I remember it right, Mel Gibson's wife of 28 years will file for divorce this month. Perhaps it already happened, which explains Mel's haggard face, Kazir recalled. The divorce cost around $400 million, probably paid by Mel Gibson. The further details were not disclosed, but $400 million was surely a huge amount of money. Mel Gibson had a hard time these past few years. A successful and famous actor was now a nobody. Truly terrifying, Hollywood ran deep. Suddenly, Kazir realized that what happened to Mel Gibson could also happen to him. In fact, Kazir had also suffered from scandals just like Mel Gibson. His scandal was even downright malicious, aimed to destroy his career and image. But unlike Mel Gibson, Kazir bounced back quickly. After so many scandals were thrown at him, Kazir remained innocent. Perhaps that was also the reason why he didn't disappear from the limelight. Even when Kazir was in the hospital after the assassination attempt, some studios still blamed him for things he didn't do. If his enemies had won, he might have been gone by now. He might be just like Mel Gibson, trying his best to live despite the cruel setbacks. Mel helped me and reminded me to stay away from disgusting people here in Hollywood, and I followed his opinion. I owe him that. Kazir could also relate to Mel Gibson because he had experienced what it meant to live at the lowest point of his life. It wasn't easy at all. Some people did hurtful things to him, and even now, Kazir was still fighting it in his mind. So, was Mel Gibson a good or bad person? Only people who knew him could decide. But that didn't stop strangers from forming opinions about him. After all, Mel Gibson was an actor, basically a public figure. People were allowed to say the shittiest or kindest opinions about him. Simple as that. Scarlett noticed Kazir's distant look and gently placed her hand on his. "You okay?" she asked softly. Kazir glanced at her, then gave a faint smile. "Yeah, just thinking. I saw Mel Gibson earlier, and it reminded me how fast things can change. One wrong move, and everything you've built can vanish." Scarlett nodded. She had also seen Mel Gibson, but she didn't think much of it. However, after hearing Kazir, she understood what he was talking about. "But you're not alone, Kazir. You have me, the kids, and people who believe in you." He tightened his grip on the wheel and smiled. "I know, and that's what keeps me going." They drove past the filming location, leaving Mel Gibson behind in the rearview mirror. But the image lingered in Kazir's mind. This was a reminder of both the darkness of Hollywood and the strength it took to survive it. Should I help Mel or not? He thought to himself. Kazir knew that Mel Gibson would make a comeback, but that would be around 2016. Mel Gibson would direct Hacksaw Ridge, and the movie would be successful. It would take years, but Mel would return. As for the current movie that Mel Gibson starred in, it would be a failure. Mel Gibson thought Edge of Darkness would help him return to Hollywood, but he was wrong. When the movie was released next year, 2010, scandals about him resurfaced again. At that time, his conversation with his girlfriend was recorded, where Mel Gibson said some derogatory stuff. So yeah, Mel Gibson might not be a good person, as some people believed. So Kazir asked himself again, should I help him? Chapter 588. June 2009 was eventful. Some important things happened this month, such as Barack Obama's first international trip as president. Obama attended a summit in London and also visited several European countries. Somali pirates hijacked a ship and kidnapped a captain. The U.S. Navy SEALs rescued the captain. This event inspired a movie that was released in 2013 titled Captain Phillips. North Korea launched missiles. The economic recession was still ongoing. The aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis was still happening, and many people lost their jobs. These were just some of the events that happened. Out of all of these, Kazir was concerned about one thing. There was a reported case of H1N1 in the U.S. and Mexico. The H1N1 virus, also known as swine flu, was a new strain of influenza. Kazir was concerned that this virus would affect Scarlett's pregnancy. The couple decided not to travel around this time to stay away from the virus. Kazir knew that H1N1 would spread and that the World Health Organization would declare a pandemic in June. Thankfully, Kazir now had few things to do and he rarely left home. Instead, Kazir focused on spending quality time with Scarlett and preparing for the twins' arrival. He also took the opportunity to work from home, finalizing scripts and checking on the progress of other projects through phone calls. He also put some time into farming Bitcoin. So far, the computers were doing well and could handle the computations. He had already earned a few hundred Bitcoins. The home had become a sanctuary, filled with the soft scent of baby lotion and stacks of unopened packages. Even though these products were in separate rooms, Scarlett opened them at least once a day to see the treasure she had collected. Kazir followed suit and checked the baby gear, such as the crib, stroller, carrier, baby walker, bottle sterilizer, and many more. By the way, he had already checked them a week ago, but since he had nothing to do, he might as well double-check them. If he found malfunctions or faulty products, he wouldn't return them to the store since it was a hassle and time-consuming. He could just buy another one, fast and easy. Money was not a problem for him. Scarlett appreciated Kazir's presence, especially now that her pregnancy was entering a delicate stage. Every night, Kazir would read to her, hand on her belly, feeling the subtle kicks of their unborn children. Doctors recommended that parents talk to their babies in the womb. It helped develop the baby's auditory systems, expose them to language, calm them, and was a form of bonding. Though the world outside was uncertain, inside their home, there was warmth, laughter, and the joy of being a family. Not going to lie, Kazir had already forgotten about his plan regarding Mel Gibson. He was still not sure if he would help the actor or not. Even though the world was going through tough times, people were still looking for excitement and entertainment. Around this time, the internet was already a strong form of entertainment, but internet speed was still in its infancy. Watching movies or TV shows would take time. So, of course, people were still interested in watching movies in theaters. Especially now in summer, there were some huge movies released in June. The Taking of Pelham 123 grossed $187 million. It was an action movie. The Proposal, a romantic comedy starring Sandra Bullock and Ryan Reynolds, grossed $429 million. The movie was distributed by Walt Disney. The Hurt Locker, starring Jeremy Renner, grossed $100 million. The movie won the Best Picture Award, the Best Director Award, and many more at the Oscars. Kathryn Bigelow, the director of this movie, was the first female director to win the Best Director Award at the Oscars/Academy Awards. My Sister's Keeper, a drama starring Cameron Diaz and distributed by Warner Brothers, grossed over $121 million. The performance of the movies this month was lackluster. Only The Proposal by Walt Disney did well at the box office. The answer to this oddity was that Kazir changed the timeline. Hence, some major movies that were supposed to be released this month didn't happen. The first was The Hangover. Kazir had already filmed this movie in 1995, and the movie was released in 1996. Because of this, the Hangover trilogy was released and ended earlier than in the original timeline. The second was Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. This was the second movie of the Transformers franchise. It was supposed to be released this month. But because of Kazir's interference, Transformers was still in production, and the second movie still did not exist. Honestly, the Transformers franchise in this timeline might never become successful because it was so late. Transformers was supposed to be released in 2007, yet Michael Bay was still filming the movie as of this year. A huge time difference. As for Fast and Furious 3, this movie, produced by Grey Pictures and released in April, currently grossed $614 million worldwide. The movie had been in theaters for 84 days, and its theater count in North America went down to 1,400 theaters. The theaters that screened this movie would further decrease every week until Cinema Alliance deemed it unworthy and ended its screening. But overall, the performance of Fast and Furious 3 was satisfying, especially when its budget was only around $100 million. For a movie to be considered profitable, it should earn 2.5 times its production cost. Chapter 589. Angels and Demons was a movie distributed by Sony Columbia. Sony Columbia was also part of the production of the movie, together with Imagine Entertainment, Skylark Productions, and other production studios. The whole Robert Langdon trilogy was produced with the cooperation of these production studios. There were reasons why some movies were involved with multiple production companies. Some movies wanted to lessen the burden of financial risks by having 2 or more studios investing. Some production companies also had specialties such as marketing, funding, and distribution. In this case, Sony Columbia probably took the job of distributing the movie and perhaps invested a share of the overall budget. As for the specifics, it was unsure. The film Angels and Demons, directed by Ron Howard and starring Tom Hanks, was the much-anticipated sequel to The Da Vinci Code. The two movies were recognized as controversial because of the topics they tackled. Perhaps it was one of the factors why The Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons were successful at the box office. The Da Vinci Code grossed over $760 million. Angels and Demons grossed over $541 million. Obviously, Sony Columbia had a reason to celebrate the success. So here I am, attending a celebration of an open-air party, Kazir muttered to himself while looking around. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and the party was glamorous. Champagne, fancy dishes, and ambient lighting set the tone. Kazir recognized some celebrities, such as Tom Hanks, and many more. Tom Hanks was famous, so it was not surprising that Kazir easily recognized him. However, Kazir decided to stay in the corner of this open space party and let the others have fun. He knew that he was not the star of this party. He greeted Tom Hanks, but didn't strike up a conversation. The two were not close. Kazir Grey received a personal invitation, courtesy of Sony Columbia. Sony Columbia had been trying to talk to him about a possible collaboration regarding 21 Jump Street. Kazir was the one who wrote the script for this upcoming project. Though Kazir's main focus had been family and home recently, Sony Columbia valued him as both a director and scriptwriter. Of course, they sent an invitation with the hopes of rekindling their relationship. Sounds gay, to be honest. Kazir's films continued to bring in profit, and Spider-Man alone was still earning money from DVDs and merchandise. No wonder Sony Columbia was interested. Walking through the open space event, Kazir exchanged polite smiles with executives and offered firm handshakes to fellow directors who also attended the party. He wasn't here to network, but it never hurt to be seen. Scarlett had stayed home to rest, and he promised not to stay out too late. As he moved toward the refreshment table, he suddenly noticed a strong, majestic presence. Surrounded by a few bodyguards stood none other than Michael Jackson. The king of pop looked thinner than Kazir expected. Michael was in formal attire, a suit with his hands covered in gloves. Kazir was surprised as he didn't expect to meet this legendary figure at this party. In fact, this was the first time Kazir met Michael Jackson in person. He then realized that Sony and Michael Jackson entered a joint venture and created Sony/ATV Music Publishing a few years ago. Sony/ATV Music Publishing owned catalogs of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Elvis Presley, Eminem, Akon, Shakira, and many more. In a way, Michael Jackson attending a party managed by Sony was not surprising, even though Michael Jackson was more active in the music industry than the movie industry. The movie industry and music industry were two different things, and only a few times did they collaborate. These two industries had their own circles, and it wasn't surprising if actors and music artists rarely interacted with each other. Perhaps they could interact at certain parties, such as the freak-offs in Island Paradise. You know what I mean. Anyway, Kazir was surprised to see Michael Jackson. It was an understatement that he was starstruck. He recalled that in many concerts that Michael Jackson did, the audience would faint and lose consciousness because of his presence alone. Now Kazir understood why. Kazir wanted to introduce himself. This was a rare opportunity. Michael Jackson saw Kazir approaching and extended a gloved hand. He offered a soft smile. Kazir Grey, right? I've seen your movies. My favorite is Napoleon Dynamite. Kazir blinked. I'm honored. I grew up listening to your music. Michael nodded slowly. The two had a conversation. It lasted half an hour before Michael excused himself to talk to one of the executives of Sony. Kazir realized that he might have overstepped, but he couldn't help it. He was happy to meet Michael Jackson. He liked Michael's music, so he wanted to talk to him. Simple as that. No one could deny that Michael Jackson was an amazing music artist. Even his voice had strong originality. Almost anyone could recognize his voice because he was super famous. In fact, many people in the whole world might know Michael Jackson, but not Michael Jordan. His worldwide fame was out of this world. People might not know who the current president of their country was, but they surely knew who Michael Jackson was. I'm happy to meet Michael Jackson in this life. Contemplating, Kazir suddenly realized a shocking truth. Wait a minute. Today is July 2nd, 2009. In his past life, Michael Jackson died on June 25th, 2009. It meant that Michael Jackson was supposed to die 8 days ago, yet the king of pop was still alive and kicking. Did I just save Michael without knowing? He asked himself and was elated by the fact. It seemed that his interference in the timeline changed another person's fate. This time, a positive one. He recalled their conversation earlier. Chapter 590. In their conversation, Michael Jackson talked about a physician who was hired 15 days ago. Michael was looking for a different way to treat his insomnia instead of using prescription drugs. So far, the treatment had been going well. Kazir gave him some tips, such as being active, doing exercises, and going to the gym, hoping to help. It was just a short bit of information, but Kazir found the answer. He realized that Michael had stopped depending on prescription drugs in this timeline. Michael probably thought that relying on drugs might not be a good thing. Perhaps the news about Heath Ledger's overdose affected him. After thinking about it, Kazir deduced that Heath Ledger's overdose was the reason why Michael Jackson looked for an alternative to treating his insomnia. Of course, Kazir's deduction might be wrong. Perhaps Michael just didn't want to use prescription drugs again. What happened with Heath Ledger reminded people that using prescription drugs might be bad if used too much. Kazir sighed in relief. He had done a direct intervention to save Heath Ledger. Perhaps this action caused some events to divert or never happen. If he was right, that meant that Michael Jackson wouldn't die from an administered propofol. That was the cause of his death, acute propofol and benzodiazepine intoxication. As for what these drugs were exactly, Kazir had no fucking idea. He just knew that propofol was a surgical anesthetic used to treat chronic insomnia. The doctor who administered the drugs to Michael Jackson was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 4 years in prison after 3 years of trial. Now that Michael Jackson had stopped relying on drugs, Kazir felt great. He recalled that he didn't have a chance to watch Michael's live concert in this regression. Kazir had been too busy to enjoy life itself. If Michael Jackson had a concert this year, Kazir would buy tickets for himself and Scarlett. The couple were not that busy this year. Perhaps after Scarlett's pregnancy. I can't believe that directly helping Heath Ledger indirectly helped Michael Jackson. I saved 2 lives. Although I'm the only one who knows about it. It felt great to know that you did the right thing, even if only Kazir recognized it. Kazir's thoughts stepped away from the unexpected encounter with Michael Jackson. It was a surprising one and something that he would remember forever. He was happy that he had helped the king of pop. I should have asked for a picture or autograph, Kazir thought. Kind of ironic, because Kazir was a famous director. Most of the time, people would ask for his autograph instead of the other way around. It meant that Kazir was a fan of Michael Jackson. Well, almost everyone was a fan of Michael Jackson. At least, Kazir had never heard of anyone who wasn't a fan of Michael Jackson. Still, Michael Jackson attending a party initiated by Sony Columbia is unexpected. I heard Michael and Sony are fighting over the shares of Sony/ATV Music Publishing. He weakly murmured while looking around. It would be awkward if someone heard what he said. Kazir had heard some rumors that Sony had a hand in the scandal that Michael Jackson was accused of. The two were not on good terms. Michael also accused Sony of sabotaging his album that was released in 2001, Invincible. Sony and Michael had a strained relationship despite the initial good impression. And now, they were trying to tear each other apart. As for the results, Michael Jackson lost. Michael Jackson was isolated in the music industry. His later albums lacked promotion and support. He faced cash flow issues and debt. Sony was a powerful titan in the music industry. Even though Michael Jackson was an icon, it was tough to face a hegemony such as Sony. Any music artist would fold against Sony. Suddenly, Kazir felt like Michael Jackson was just like him. Their respective industries were trying to kick them out. After Michael Jackson's death, Sony completely acquired Sony/ATV, including Michael Jackson's catalog. It was quite sad. It showed that catalogs of famous musicians had importance. There were many reasons why. Royalties. Whenever a song was played on the radio, streamed online, used in movies and commercials, or used by other artists, the owner would get a royalty. Licensing. The owner could decide who could use the songs and under what terms. Long-term income. Catalogs could generate steady income for decades. This was probably the biggest factor. These 3 were just some of the reasons why Sony and other record labels were eager to buy catalogs of famous musicians. After Michael Jackson's death, his catalog earned $100 to $300 million. Imagine, you're already dead, but a company is still milking you. Kazir stopped his inner monologue regarding Michael Jackson and Sony. This timeline was different from what he knew, so his knowledge might not be relevant anymore. Kazir was soon approached by a well-dressed executive from Sony Columbia. The woman, wearing a comfortable dress that didn't reveal much skin, extended her hand. "Mr. Grey, I'm Jezebel Salome, Vice President of Sony Columbia. I'm glad you made it tonight," she said, her tone both respectful and hopeful. Huh? Kazir was confused. He was confused about why Jezebel extended her hand for a handshake like they had just met for the first time. Kazir was also confused that Jezebel was wearing a dress. Most of the time, this serious woman wore formal office attire. Also, Kazir was confused that she introduced herself as the vice president. "Jezebel, are you bragging? You want to brag about your promotion?" "As expected of you, director." "That's right, I'm bragging," Jezebel said flatly and nodded. As expected, talking to talented people was easier. That was why she respected Kazir. Kazir was surprised by her honesty and shook her hand. Based on this promotion, Jezebel had done a great job these past few years. The Spider-Man trilogy probably helped a lot. "We're moving forward with 21 Jump Street," Jezebel said without hesitation. "Your script is brilliant, funny, and fresh." We think it has real box office potential. We'd like you to come and help us. Ideally, as director or at least executive producer. No reason for sugarcoating. She went straight to the point. Kazir raised an eyebrow. He had written the screenplay years ago, more as a side project. He didn't expect Sony to greenlight it so quickly. Chapter 591. I'm flattered, Kazir replied. His voice was calm but firm. But I'm not sure I want to direct a movie right now. My hands are kind of full with, well, life. The mention of Scarlett's pregnancy and his newfound appreciation for a quieter lifestyle was on his mind. He had done the non-stop grind before. He wrote, shot, edited, and attended red carpets. While it brought him success, it also stole time, moments, and energy. He spent so many years grinding on work like he was a non-stop machine. Now that he had a year of rest, he realized the allure of working less. In fact, he realized the allure of not working at all. Kazir was at the point in his life where money didn't matter. People would die of jealousy just to experience the life that he had, excluding the scandals, attempted assassination, getting cheated on, having his baby aborted, having no mother, and many more. On second thought, Kazir's life was not easy at all. Because of that, he didn't want his children to experience the hardships he faced. He now wanted to give everything to his growing family. Across from him, Jezebel Salome, the current vice president of Sony Columbia, gave a nod of understanding. She had read the room well and came prepared. She had created many scenarios in her head just for this conversation. She had Plan A, Plan B, and up to Plan F. Actually, she was already happy that Kazir was even considering the idea of working with Sony Columbia again. We know your time is valuable, she said with a business smile, adjusting her thick glasses. That's why we believe executive producer might be a better fit. You can express your opinion regarding the project since you're also the scriptwriter. Sony Columbia and the production crew will respect your vision for the film. You don't have to worry about the opinion of the director. Your opinion matters the most, Jezebel said. That's assuring. Kazir suddenly felt bad for the director who would take this project. However, Kazir would probably not interfere much with the production, unless needed. He knew that creative freedom was the situation all directors loved. You wouldn't need to be on set every day. We already have a list of directors if you choose to pass on the director's position, Jezebel added. Kazir tilted his head slightly. That did sound more manageable. He could offer some opinions during pre-production. He could participate in casting decisions, help guide the tone of the filming, and still be at home for Scarlett's prenatal appointments. Executive producer, Kazir repeated. He was thinking about it seriously. That depends on the negotiation, he smirked. He wasn't naive. He knew how studios operated. Offering a big title like executive producer didn't always come with a big paycheck. Sometimes it was symbolic. But Kazir Grey was not a nobody. He was a proven writer, director, and the man behind billion-dollar franchises. Sony Columbia had to offer him some bling-bling to convince him to work with them. Although to be fair, his position in this production would probably be symbolic. Still, money was needed to convince him. The least I could earn by being an executive producer is $5 million, Kazir added plainly. He was not trying to be arrogant, he was just speaking the truth. Jezebel's smile widened, although her eyes narrowed behind her glasses. Of course, she knew about Kazir's usual salary as an executive producer. She did her research. She was a negotiator, and the game had begun. That's fair, she said smoothly. We'll discuss it further with your agent. There's flexibility in the contract. Percentage shares for merchandising, DVD, and digital sales, perhaps a small cut of the box office depending on the agreement. Kazir nodded, signaling that he was open to it, but not fully committed. He was a bit surprised that Sony Columbia would offer him a profit share, but he wouldn't say no to that. I'll consider it and contact my agent, he finally said. My team will handle the setup and negotiation. Jezebel extended a hand, which Kazir shook firmly. It's a pleasure, Kazir. We'll make this one a hit. I really believe in it. Kazir offered a slight grin. So do I. Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum. We might have to look for them. But once they hear that I'm the one who wrote the script and will also participate in the production, the two will probably introduce themselves with enthusiasm. Both actors were already in Hollywood and had starred in movies. They could easily contact them. As Jezebel walked away to mingle with another group of executives, Kazir glanced up at the starry night sky. The open-air party was still in full swing. He watched guests laugh in glasses, clink, There were hired photographers snapping shots from the perimeter. 21. Jump Street was officially on track. It was surreal. A script he had written based on an old TV show would have its time in theaters. Thankfully, Kazir wouldn't have to participate much in this project, so he wouldn't feel exhausted. He was behind the scenes, probably not most of the time. Anyway, he might make more than $5 million this time. With just a small participation, he would make that amount of money, truly incomprehensible to the eyes of ordinary people. He sipped his drink and smiled. Hollywood kept moving, but Kazir Grey learned how to sail on his own without following the trend. He could make his own decisions, and people would respect him no matter what. He solidly created his foundation, and people wouldn't easily topple him, unlike before. As the music shifted to a smoother jazz tune, Kazir took another sip of the alcohol, savoring the moment. He had built this life, brick by brick, script by script, film by film. Chapter 592. On the first day of July, 20th Century Fox and Blue Sky Studios started with a bang. Ice Age: Dawn of the Dinosaurs was released. The movie was well received by both kids and adults. They liked the movie so much that it grossed over $1 billion. This was the first time Blue Sky Studios performed so well at the box office that they were congratulated by Rupert Murdoch himself. It was a great achievement. 20th Century Fox realized that they might stand equal against Walt Disney if they kept their performance strong, especially with next year's release of Wall-E. This animated movie was written by Kazir Grey and directed by Christopher Nolan. It would further enhance Blue Sky Studios' reputation. On the same day, July 1st, Public Enemies was released. It was a drama movie distributed by Universal Pictures. Starring Johnny Depp and Christian Bale, the movie grossed over $266 million. On July 10th, a comedy movie titled Brno was released and grossed $151 million. Starring Sacha Baron Cohen, this mockumentary comedy was distributed by Universal Pictures. On July 15th, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince was released. Obviously, Warner Brothers was confident in this franchise. After all, Harry Potter would remain one of the biggest movie franchises in the world, despite many fans hating J.K. Rowling. Just as Warner Brothers and many others expected, Harry Potter performed. Half-Blood Prince grossed over $1.1 billion. This is proof that Harry Potter will stay relevant for a long time. On July 24th, G-Force was released. This movie was about talking guinea pigs trying to save the world. Distributed by Walt Disney, it grossed $357 million. On the same day, The Ugly Truth was released. This romantic comedy starred Katherine Heigl and Gerard Butler. Distributed by Sony Columbia, the movie grossed over $245 million. These were the movies that performed well at the box office this month. Out of all of them, Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs and Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince dominated the month of July. Kazir didn't do much in July. He spent most of his time at home with Scarlett. The couple was just waiting for the days to pass in leisure. Then August arrived, and Scarlett's delivery was getting close. The couple agreed that they would go to the hospital 3 days before the due date just to be safe. The fluorescent lights of the hospital hallway hummed softly, but Kazir barely registered the sound. His legs bounced restlessly. His fingers interlocked, then unclasped, then interlocked again. He was sweating despite the cold atmosphere. He glanced at the wall clock, reading the time. He had done this so many times in just an hour. Every tick-tock of the wall clock felt like an eternity. The white walls of the maternity ward felt suffocating. Kazir was deeply nervous. "She's been in there for almost 2 hours." Kazir muttered. His voice was low and barely audible. Beside him, his father, Victor Grey, sat silently. His arms were crossed, trying to keep himself calm. Despite the distance, Kazir's family flew from New York to Los Angeles just to show support. They knew that today was important to Kazir. In fact, Victor had a camera ready to take pictures of this important event. He had done the same thing for the birth of Aaron's children. The elder Grey might not have been blessed in love, but he was blessed with 2 sons. They were now successful and could stand on their own. And now, his youngest son would have little lives to take care of, a sign that Kazir had taken another step in the stages of life, fatherhood. Kazir's older brother, Aaron, leaned forward and glanced at the doors of the delivery room. "It's normal, right? Twins take time. They told us it could take longer, remember?" he said. Kazir gave a stiff nod. but his eyes remained locked on the red sign above the doors. Delivery in progress. His eyes moved back and forth between the clock and the doors. In the hallway, Scarlett's relatives whispered among themselves. They were also waiting for the results. They weren't loud, but Kazir could feel their presence. Every time they looked his way, he felt more pressure to stay calm. But it was impossible. He now realized why men were on the edge of their seats whenever their partners gave birth. This was suffocating. "She's going to be fine," Aaron said again, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. Kazir exhaled shakily. I know that. But knowing it doesn't stop me from." The doors clicked open. A nurse stepped out, visibly exhausted. "Is Scarlett okay?" Kazir jumped to his feet. The nurse gave a warm smile behind her mask and removed her gloves. "Mr. Grey, everything went smoothly. Congratulations. You're the father of 2 healthy babies, a boy and a girl. Also, can I get an autograph and pictures? I'm a fan. Can I also get an autograph on my cleavage? I want to make a tattoo out of it, if that's fine with you, of course." Kazir didn't register what the nurse said in the latter part. Okay." For a second, Kazir just blinked. The words hit him like a wave. Indeed, boy, girl. He was now a father. Is Scarlett okay?" he asked again, needing to hear it. "She's resting. A bit exhausted, which is natural, but she's doing great. You can see her in a few minutes." Kazir exhaled. All of his stress disappeared. His father stood up and steadied Kazir with a firm hand on his shoulder. Aaron grinned wide. "You did it, bro." Kazir looked around. His family, Scarlett's relatives, and the nurse were all smiling. He felt his heart swelling. For the first time tonight, he didn't feel fear or stress or pressure. Just pure, raw gratitude. "They're really here," he whispered. "I'm a dad." He wiped his eyes quickly, but he didn't care if they noticed the tears. When the nurse finally gave the go-ahead after hearing the promised autograph, "Accept the cleavage one," Kazir walked toward the delivery room like a man stepping into a new world. Behind those doors waited his partner, his future, and the 2 little lives they created together. And as the doors closed behind him, the hallway erupted in gentle applause and laughter. A new chapter had begun. Chapter 593. The door closed behind Kazir with a soft hiss. It shut out the noise of the hallway. Inside, the world seemed still, quiet, warm, and white. Except for the nurses who were moving, the place was tranquil. The lights were dimmer and softer. They cast a golden hue over everything. Kazir's eyes immediately found Scarlett. She was lying on the hospital bed. Her head rested against the raised pillow. She looked exhausted, her face pale and covered with sweat. But her eyes were beautiful. They were gleaming, they were alive. She turned to him as Kazir stepped forward. Her lips curled into a small, tired smile. "I did it," she whispered, her voice weak but full of emotion. Kazir hurried to her side. There was a lump in his throat that he couldn't explain. He was emotional, a rare occurrence, even for him. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Then another kiss to her hand, gripping it gently but firmly. "You did it," he murmured. "You're incredible, Scarlett. Thank you. Thank you so much." She gave a soft laugh, breathy and faint. "It wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Looks like these kids will be a handful to take care of. They were crying loudly earlier." Scarlett glanced at the baby cribs next to her bed. She could already predict the future. Endless headaches because of 2 brats. They might have to hire a helper or a nanny. Kazir followed her gaze to the bassinets beside the bed. 2 tiny bundles. One wrapped in a pink blanket, the other in blue. A nurse was quietly adjusting the clothes around them, but she stepped back when she saw Kazir approach. He moved slowly and carefully. He was afraid that a sudden movement might shatter the moment and wake the kids, making them cry. He looked down at them. His children. The little girl was sleeping soundly, her tiny chest rising and falling. The boy, on the other hand, was awake. His eyes, barely open, stared ahead, his mouth making the smallest movements. "Can I?" Kazir asked the nurse, his voice cracking. The nurse nodded and gently lifted the baby boy into his arms. Kazir's hands trembled as he took his son, holding him close to his chest. The baby was so light, and yet, in that moment, Kazir felt like he was holding the entire universe. He couldn't explain it. He felt like this little life was so heavy and fragile that he was careful with his movements. Kazir raised his hand to touch the kid's face. Then it happened. The baby reached out and wrapped his tiny fingers around Kazir's pinky. Kazir froze. He felt like everything in the room stopped moving. His breath stuck in his throat, and before he could stop himself, tears welled in his eyes. He sniffled, then laughed softly as the tears rolled down his cheeks. He's holding my finger. Scarlett, I see it, Scarlett whispered, smiling weakly. She watched the father and son with affection. This moment should be recorded, she thought. This was a rare moment where Kazir showed true happiness. He knows you're his dad, Scarlett added. Kazir looked at her, then down at his son. Kazir could barely see through the blur in his eyes. I swear, he said quietly, to the baby too. Scarlett, and to himself. I'll protect you. All of you. I'll be the kind of father and partner you'll be proud of. The baby let out a tiny yawn, still clinging to his finger. Kazir stepped closer to the bassinet and carefully returned the baby boy. He leaned forward to kiss the baby's forehead. Then he looked at the little girl, still sleeping peacefully. He couldn't wait to hold her too. Behind him, Scarlett closed her eyes, resting. She had finally completed her mission, and she was happy as she fell asleep. As for Kazir, he stood there between his partner and his children. He knew without a doubt that this was the greatest moment of his life. Not a premiere, not an award, not a box office number. This was everything. It took him 2 lifetimes to realize that this was what he was looking for. The will to live for the people around him. He didn't feel alone anymore. He now had something to protect. He didn't want to kill himself anymore. Scarlett gave birth to twins on August 18, 2009. 2 days later, the couple returned to their home with a baby in each of their arms. They decided to stay in the house the whole month. Even Kazir rarely left the place. They took care of the 2 babies. They fell in love with them, although the couple admitted that it was tough sleeping at night because the twins usually had a duet of crying. Kazir sacrificed his night's sleep and changed their diapers, and even fed them baby milk formula because he didn't want to disturb Scarlett, who needed rest after a hard pregnancy. While Kazir was taking care of the twins, Hollywood didn't stop moving. News of Scarlett's delivery made waves in the entertainment world, though the couple declined any interviews or public appearances. Paparazzi tried to catch a glimpse of the newborns, but the house remained tightly secured, protected by guards. Inside their quiet home, Kazir found joy in the little things, such as bathing the twins, rocking them to sleep, and humming lullabies. Heck, he probably memorized almost all of the baby lullabies. His day and night were repetitive, but he didn't complain. Every yawn, every diaper change, every tiny smile made it all worth it. As Scarlett recovered, she often caught Kazir sleeping on the couch with a baby on each arm. Her heart melted every time. Chapter 594. August, despite being the last month of the summer schedule, still released some of the big movies this year. Some kids and teenagers might already be attending school this month, but it didn't stop Hollywood from releasing box office hits. On August 7th, G.I. Joe, Rise of the Cobra was released. This movie was based on the action figure toy line of Hasbro. Kazir received an invitation to direct this franchise, but the director declined. He didn't even bother to entertain it. Starring Channing Tatum and distributed by Paramount Pictures, the movie grossed $391 million. On the same day, August 7th, the film Julie and Julia was released. Starring Meryl Streep and Amy Adams, this comedy film grossed $185 million. The movie was distributed by Sony Columbia. On August 14th, District 9 was released. Distributed by Sony Columbia, the sci-fi suspense/thriller grossed $269 million. On the same day, August 14th, The Time Traveler's Wife was released. This sci-fi drama starring Rachel McAdams and Eric Bana grossed over $138 million. The movie was produced by New Line Cinema and distributed by Warner Brothers. On August 21st, Inglourious Bastard was released. Starring Brad Pitt and Christoph Waltz and directed by the amazing director Quentin Tarantino, this movie was produced by the Weinstein Company and Universal Pictures. The movie was also distributed by the Weinstein Company, United States, and Universal Pictures, International. The movie grossed over $416 million. It was the highest-grossing movie released in August 2009. Aside from movie releases, Hollywood also tackled some problems, particularly the wildfire that happened in Los Angeles, California, on August 26th. Wildfires were common in Los Angeles. Harold Whitsend was driving his expensive car. Being a producer of many box office hits, Harold was considered rich. In every movie he worked on, he earned at least $1 million per project. It all depended on how much profit the movie earned. Harold might not have had a share in the profits, but it didn't mean he was earning less. Many people would commit crimes just to get Harold's position. Besides, he knew that most of his success was because of Grey Pictures. To be precise, he owed everything to Kazir. His friend was the reason he reached this status. Harold knew that if he worked on other projects, the chances of success were not guaranteed. Only Grey Pictures had a high assurance of box office hits. So even though many studios were eager to hire Harold, he didn't leave Grey Pictures because he knew that most of his success was because of the company. So yeah, he was rich now. It explained why he was driving a Lexus LS 600 HL. Harold had no idea what the name really implied, but it sounded good, so he decided to buy it. He didn't know much about the specifications since he was not a car enthusiast. He just knew that he had to buy a luxury car to impress people, since he was now a top star producer. He bought the car at the price of $105,000. Yes, spending $100,000 on a car was considered a rich move. Only people who earned millions were comfortable spending that amount on a car. While driving, some people looked at his car with envy and interest. Some women who were basically nothing even tried to flirt with him. But Harold was a married man, so he didn't entertain the idea of cheating. He wanted to maintain the peace. He visited Kazir a few days ago and found his friend enthralled with taking care of the twins. It was something that Harold didn't expect to witness in his life. It seemed that Kazir could genuinely smile. He was happy for him. This further strengthened his idea of protecting his family and providing for them. In his line of work, it was tough to stay loyal because this industry was filled with sexy women who could seduce him. Furthermore, a few years ago, Elizabeth Cohen almost made him fold. Even though Elizabeth was in her 50s, she was still a bombshell, and she could seduce any man as long as she wanted to. Harold did his best to fight the seduction, and he was successful. In the end, he kicked Elizabeth and Mara Cohen out of Hollywood. As for where these mother and daughter were, Harold didn't give a fuck. Man, I can't imagine that I almost fucked my mom's friend. That sounds disturbing if you didn't know the context. Even if you know the context, it was still disturbing. This just showed that Elizabeth was a dangerous woman, and she deserved every hardship that was thrown at her. I just hope that she will not appear in front of Kazir with the excuse of meeting her grandchildren. Elizabeth didn't even meet Aaron's children, so she doesn't have the right to meet Kazir's twins. Was this a foreshadowing or not? Nah. While drinking, Harold recalled the meeting that executives had today. Kazir didn't attend the meeting, so Harold and Stella led the discussion. In this meeting, they talked about the release date of Ninja Assassin and its possible results. 20th Century Fox and Grey Pictures agreed to release this CCU movie in November, a less popular schedule compared to summer. But despite being less popular, many huge movies would be released that month. This was the topic that their meeting tackled: what might happen in November regarding the box office of Ninja Assassin. Chapter 595. Harold tapped his fingers on the steering wheel as he thought about the meeting. Stella brought up concerns about 2012, the apocalyptic disaster movie scheduled for November 13th. It had a massive budget and global appeal. People loved disaster movies. It had been proven so many times, such as Armageddon and Independence Day. Even Godzilla and Jurassic Park were considered disaster movies. Perhaps people loved to see the world burn. It was not surprising that Stella would be concerned. Even the executives from the Big Six were thinking about 2012 seriously. On top of that, Stella was also thinking about the Twilight Saga, New Moon. This romance movie would hit theaters just a week later on November 20th, targeting the teen demographic. This movie was about a love triangle between a werewolf, a vampire, and a woman. For some reason, females loved this genre. So much so that they became addicted to reading smut stories about werewolves. Something something alpha, something something beta, something something nodding. Twilight might be one of the biggest factors why this genre became so famous with young female demographics. Heck, even adult women loved reading this genre. Anyway, both 2012 and the Twilight Saga, New Moon, were two of the toughest opponents of Ninja Assassin in November. Both could threaten Ninja Assassin's performance. However, Harold remained optimistic. "We're offering something different," he said during the meeting. He trusted Kazir. His friend never let him down. Raw, bloody martial arts. Pure adrenaline. Stella nodded in agreement, adding that Kazir's name alone would bring in curious viewers. They had strong marketing. Ninja Assassin was part of the Continental Cinematic Universe. That alone was enough to attract more people. CCU was now a household name that even kids knew about. Grey Pictures even created trading game cards, and it was a success that made a lot of money. Instead of 2012 and Twilight, we should think about Fighting the Princess and the Frog. Walt Disney probably has the same thoughts as us, Stella added, and the people in the meeting room nodded. They started thinking about the plan. Ninja Assassin was set to be released on November 25th, the same day as The Princess and the Frog. This Disney animated movie was the direct opponent of Ninja Assassin in the same week. Harold stopped thinking about the meeting. They still had 3 months to think of a contingency plan in case Walt Disney attacked them or something. After all, Walt Disney had been holding a grudge against Grey Pictures for quite a while now. Their 3D animation department was having trouble competing with Blue Sky Studio, and Kazir Grey was one of the reasons why that was happening. Walt Disney felt threatened and might do something. If we can't find a solution, perhaps Kazir has won. That guy might not have the motivation for managing a company, but he knows what to do. Harold parked the Lexus in the driveway. The engine hummed, dying as he pulled the key out. The sun was already dipping low, casting a golden hue over the suburban neighborhood. He sat in the car for a moment, staring at his house. Despite his wealth and status in Hollywood, it was this, his family, his home, that gave him true peace. He was thankful and happy that he didn't throw away his family in exchange for having sex with Elizabeth. He acknowledged that Elizabeth was a bombshell of a sex woman, and he was proud of himself for overcoming his lust. As soon as he opened the door, 2 boys came charging toward him. "Dad," his oldest son shouted, a toothy grin spreading across his face. "Dad's home," the younger one echoed, clinging to Harold's leg with his tiny arms. Behind them, his daughter showed up. She smiled warmly. "Hi, Dad. Mom made chicken parmesan." "Nice." Harold chuckled, ruffling his 2 sons' hair. "You guys miss me already? I was only gone for a few hours." The kids nodded vigorously. Harold laughed. This was what mattered. The stress of studio meetings, the mind games of Hollywood politics. None of that could compare to this feeling. His job was absolutely stressful. He entered the living room, the kids trailing behind. His wife was on the couch with a book. She looked up as he entered, and a smile lit up her face. "Welcome home," she said, setting the book down. Harold walked over and leaned down to kiss her forehead. "Thanks. Smells like heaven in here. Chicken parmesan, right?" She nodded, patting the seat next to her. He sat, letting out a long breath. "Rough day?" "Not really. Just a lot of strategizing. The executives and I went over the November schedule. You know, trying to predict the future like we're prophets or something." "Is everything going to be all right?" she asked, resting her head on his shoulder. "It will be fine. I believe in my boss." Kazir actually has twins now." Harold smiled gently. "Twins, huh? That's amazing. I saw him the other day. He looked different," Harold said, his voice soft. He was smiling, genuinely happy. It was like the weight of the world had lifted off of him. "You think father had changed him?" "No doubt," Harold replied. "I never thought I would see Kazir Grey willingly change diapers, but he did. The guy was up all night feeding them so Scarlett could rest. You could see the exhaustion in his eyes. It's crazy. The guy who was once afraid of love is now loving a family wholeheartedly. Sounds like someone else I know," Harold's wife teased. Harold laughed. "Maybe. I guess seeing him like that just reminded me of how lucky I am to have you and the kids. You don't have to. You show it every day." She squeezed his hand. Harold kissed her. Again. For a while, the two simply sat in silence, grateful for everything they had. Chapter 596. September arrived, and only 3 movies released this month grossed over $100 million. First was Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. This animated movie was not produced by DreamWorks, not produced by Walt Disney and Pixar, and also not produced by Blue Sky Studio. The animation studio that produced Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs was Sony Pictures Animation. Yes, people might be surprised, but Sony Columbia had its own animation studio, and Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs was one of their biggest projects. To list it down, Sony Pictures Animation produced Open Season, Surf's Up, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, The Smurfs, Hotel Transylvania, The Emoji Movie, people hated this movie so much, by the way. Spider-Man, the Spider-Verse series. Out of all these, the Spider-Verse series was probably the most successful one. Anyway, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs was released on September 18th and grossed over $303 million. The second movie that grossed over $100 million and was released in September 2009 was Paranormal Activity. Written by Kazir Grey and starring Tobey Maguire, this horror movie gave a new recipe to the found footage genre. Because of many changes, the performance of Paranormal Activity was better than the original timeline. The horror movie grossed over $429 million compared to the original, which was $216 million. It was twice the amount. Kazir was not surprised. Paranormal Activity now had him and Tobey Maguire as box office appeals. More people were interested in watching it because of the two famous people who worked on it. 20th Century Fox was satisfied with the performance of Paranormal Activity. They didn't regret buying the script. They only spent $12 million, and the profit they earned was more than 20 times that amount. The company, being happy, decided to give Tobey Maguire and Kazir Grey some bonuses as appreciation. With this, Tobey Maguire had now changed his career. He was not just Peter Parker anymore. He now had other box office hits aside from Spider-Man, and more production studios would cast him in their projects. He now had steady jobs to work with. The third movie that grossed over $100 million and was released in September 2009 was Surrogates. Starring Bruce Willis as an FBI agent in a world where people could control robots while staying in their houses. Anyway, this movie was distributed by Walt Disney and produced by Touchstone Pictures, which was the live-action production studio of Walt Disney. The movie grossed $136 million. The executives of Walt Disney blamed Paranormal Activity for the low performance of Surrogates. After all, the two movies were released on the same day and fought for ticket sales, which caused Surrogates to lose. Surrogates had Bruce Willis as the protagonist, so it wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either. That was just it. In October 2009, the movies that were released were mediocre. None of them did great. Some were just barely doing well. There were no movies that could be defined as blockbusters. On October 2nd, Zombieland was released. Don't be deceived by its title or premise. Zombieland was not a horror movie. It was a comedy. Perhaps people loved this unique blend of zombie plus comedy, so the movie grossed $156 million. Zombieland was produced and distributed by Sony Columbia. Sony Columbia's business strategy was to produce mid-budget movies and release them on different schedules, hoping that they would make money. Well, their business strategy seemed to be doing all right because they didn't suffer bankruptcy. On October 8th, a romantic comedy titled Couples Retreat was released. The movie grossed $219 million. It was distributed by Universal Pictures. On October 16th, a thriller/suspense titled Law-Abiding Citizen was released. Starring Jamie Foxx and Gerard Butler, the movie grossed $166 million. The movie was distributed by Overture Films, one of the lesser-known movie distributors in Hollywood. This company was founded in 2008 and ended in 2010. It was very hard for a film distribution company to survive in this business because the Big Six would do everything to destroy them. That was one of the factors why this company didn't last. In this industry, a studio company that could distribute movies was a threat that needed to be taken down. We have so many examples, such as Orion Pictures, Carolco, and Relativity Media. New Line Cinema and Miramax might be part of the topic since they lost their wings after they were acquired by the Big Six. Only some studios that were heavily funded and protected could survive the purge in Hollywood, such as Lionsgate and A24. Even DreamWorks couldn't last with its live-action and animation departments. In 2009, only DreamWorks Animation would remain. As for the live-action department, it was acquired by Paramount Pictures, Viacom, and the company ceased to exist after Steven Spielberg left. On the same day, October 16th, Where the Wild Things Are was released. This movie had the genre of adventure, but it was also an animated film since there was heavy CGI in the movie. This movie was based on a children's book that had the same name. It was about a boy who sailed to an island where creatures called wild things lived. The movie was distributed by Warner Brothers, and it grossed over $135 million. Chapter 597. Leave this place now. I don't want any Japanese in my film. Get the fuck out. But I'm not even Japanese. I'm Korean, Enzo explained to the director, who was livid and clearly in a bad mood. The small-time director was fuming as he held his storyboard in a rage. He was crumpling his storyboard without care. Japanese, Korean, Chinese, or whatever the fuck you are. Get out. All of you look the same anyway. I don't want any of your kind in my movie. It will dirty my masterpiece. The so-called masterpiece in question was a small-budget horror movie that didn't even last a week in theaters before getting pulled out. What your people did in World War II is disgusting. You should be ashamed. Again, I'm not Japanese. I'm Korean. Also, World War II happened almost 7 decades ago. That's so long ago, and people today shouldn't be blamed for what happened in the past, Enzo explained. It doesn't matter. Fuck you, Ching-chong motherfucker. Why are you so mad about the Japanese anyway? Was your grandfather a soldier in World War II? Not at all. I just hate your people. Enzo was speechless. He looked at the other people in the audition room. This was a small-budget movie, so they couldn't afford to hire a casting director. Because of that, there was no filtering and actors could just visit the audition address. Some of the people in the room kept their silence, while others were having fun watching the humiliation. I repeat, get the fuck out of my movie. You don't have a future here in Hollywood. You curse too much. Enzo left the place with disappointment. This was not the first time Enzo was rejected because of his race. Your name is Hae-won Park, right? The director looked at Enzo's resume. Actually, it was Park Hae-won, but this was the United States, and the surname was placed at the end, unlike in Korea, where the surname was in front. I'm sorry, Hae-won, but we're not looking for an Asian actor, not even a Korean. The role is meant for a Caucasian man with blonde hair and blue eyes. But you didn't give any description when my agent got the script. Yeah, I just made the criteria right now, the director simply said. There was no reason to hide it anyway. He was the director, and he was in control of the creative aspects of the project. Not even the producer could stop him from making that decision. Your appearance doesn't fit the aesthetic. Enzo opened his eyes and groaned. He sat up and massaged his forehead, which was throbbing in pain. He then realized that he had been sleeping on the floor. That explains why my body aches. Unlike sleeping on a comfortable mattress, the floor was nothing but a cold, tough surface that didn't provide any solace. He had been drinking last night until he couldn't get up. So instead of going to his bedroom, he decided to sleep on the floor instead. He was too drunk to think clearly. He frowned as a throbbing pain hit his head. TCH. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He couldn't believe that he had dreamt about his past. The endless rejections had been a trauma that he would never forget. He stood up and confirmed that his body was mildly aching. Anyway, he didn't have the time to think about it. Today, or to be precise, this midnight, was important to him. After a month of endless preparation and promotion, the important date had arrived. Today was November 25th, 2009, the release date of Ninja Assassin. Enzo went to the bathroom and took a cold shower to wake himself up. After that, he drank 2 glasses of water to stay hydrated. He was hungry and decided to cook a cup of noodles by microwaving it. You couldn't really call that cooking, to be fair. Enzo didn't have the energy to cook anything else, but he was also too lazy to call for food delivery. If his acquaintances could see him right now, they would be surprised. Because the Enzo they knew was a strict and hardworking person. Well, that Enzo and this Enzo were different, but also the same. Enzo was a strict and hardworking person, but he was also a lazy guy who didn't like cooking and preferred drinking alone at night. While waiting for the noodles to cook, Enzo checked his mailbox by the door and found that the newspaper had been delivered. Being a celebrity, he read the showbiz section. Some movies released a few weeks ago performed well at the box office. Disney's A Christmas Carol, released on November 6th, grossed $85 million as of November 25th at the North American box office. 2012 was released on November 13th. The movie grossed over $116 million at the North American box office. The Twilight Saga, New Moon was released on November 19th. In just 6 days, this movie about vampires and werewolves grossed over $178 million. The Twilight era was quite strong around this time. Fans were either Team Jacob or Team Edward. The Blind Side was released on November 20th. The movie grossed over $50 million. After 5 days of screening, while reading the newspaper and the box office results of these movies, Enzo was thinking about how Ninja Assassin would perform against these blockbusters. Well, today was the time to find out. Chapter 598. Enzo stepped out of the limousine, and people screamed his name. He had experienced this so many times after becoming a part of the Continental Cinematic Universe. However, something was different tonight. This was not the usual cheer that he received. Something was different, but it wasn't because of the fans. It was about Enzo Park himself. He had changed. He now realized that he was accepted. He was accepted by Hollywood. He genuinely smiled and waved his hands. He was the last person to show up on the red carpet. He was the main event. Director Grey had already gone into the theater. Enzo received so much love tonight and confirmed that he had made it. He could now say that he had found his place in Hollywood. He worked hard just to reach this status. And for that, he was thankful to everyone who helped him. The screening of Ninja Assassin started around the same time as The Princess and the Frog. Both studios were in a bind and didn't know if they would make a move or not. Especially Walt Disney. They knew that The Princess and the Frog had a weaker stance against Ninja Assassin because CCU was more popular. Thankfully, the two movies had different genres, so they wouldn't conflict that much. Walt Disney wanted to make sure The Princess and the Frog wouldn't flop. They even thought of sabotaging Ninja Assassin and spreading bad rumors about the cast. The plan was approved by Robert Iger himself. However, their plan didn't even start when they realized that they had fucked up. They were trapped. The Big Six was not a harmonious organization. Each one of these studios would tear the other apart if given the chance. And this time, Walt Disney was in a pinch. Lucasfilm was a famous production studio that produced box office hits such as Star Wars and Indiana Jones. Furthermore, Industrial Light and Magic was under Lucasfilm. There was a reason why Walt Disney was eager to acquire the studio. Lucasfilm was perfect for Walt Disney, especially when Walt Disney was losing its power over live-action movies. Even their 3D animation films were struggling now that more animation studios were showing their strength. So Lucasfilm was important to Walt Disney. Unfortunately, a certain person decided to use the information against them. Kazir understood that this was a business move that could determine and change the trajectory of the future he knew. Also, Kazir was not fond of Walt Disney despite their many interactions. When scandals about Kazir surfaced, Walt Disney would always partake in destroying his image. So Kazir didn't feel any guilt spreading the news. He personally made a statement. It was also recorded. In an interview, Kazir said that if a studio successfully acquired Lucasfilm, unless he didn't have a good relationship with that studio, he would sign a trilogy contract to direct the continuation of Star Wars. Everyone in Hollywood knew that Walt Disney and Universal Pictures didn't have a good relationship with Kazir. Furthermore, Walt Disney was currently doing its best to acquire Lucasfilm. Kazir's statement was broadcast, and many fans became excited. If Kazir became the director of Star Wars, then the new trilogy would be a masterpiece for sure. Not only the fans, but even the other studios were excited, particularly 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures. These two studios had a close relationship with Lucasfilm. 20th Century Fox distributed Star Wars, while Paramount Pictures distributed Indiana Jones. As of now, Walt Disney is still flirting with Lucasfilm, but Lucasfilm is hard to get, and they still haven't dated yet. And if 20th Century Fox decided to court Lucasfilm, then it means Walt Disney has to show more and spend more just to win Lucasfilm's heart. Especially when Lucasfilm and 20th Century Fox had a past. Everyone knew that Lucasfilm birthed Star Wars while 20th Century Fox took care of the baby even though they didn't own it. How sweet is that? Kazir had diabolical metaphors. How could he even cook something like that? Anyway, 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures publicly announced that they would also aim to acquire Lucasfilm. Kazir had already promised 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures that he would direct a Star Wars trilogy if one of them acquired Lucasfilm. Either of the two would be fine, as long as Walt Disney failed to acquire Lucasfilm. Kazir even signed a contract. Now, he was legally bound to keep the promise. Even if the other studios failed to acquire Lucasfilm, it would start to hurt Walt Disney. In the original timeline, Walt Disney bought Lucasfilm for $4.05 billion in 2012. But it would be different this time. In Kazir's estimation, Walt Disney would have to bleed and spend around $7 to $8 billion now that 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures publicly announced their intentions. That was a painful punch to the balls for Walt Disney. and they deserved it. You tried to destroy my career, so I'll prevent your plan from happening. Walt Disney failed to get Marvel. Walt Disney failed to get Pirates of the Caribbean. And now, Walt Disney might fail to acquire Lucasfilm. No wonder Walt Disney was getting weaker every year. All of its important foundations were gone. Robert Iger was probably livid right now. His plan to buy Lucasfilm might not happen. His position as the chairman of the Walt Disney conglomerate was still steady, but he could see that the company's edge was vanishing. The executives would blame him for that, and he would suffer the same fate as Michael Eisner. Chapter 599. Because of the attacks that Grey Pictures launched, Walt Disney had a hard time reacting. Walt Disney's intention to cause problems for Ninja Assassin failed. It was too late to respond when they realized that the entire charade was actually Grey Pictures attacking them. When Walt Disney figured out the truth, they spread rumors about the cast of Ninja Assassin and tried to smear its performance. Unfortunately for them, the news about the Lucasfilm acquisition was far stronger than any scandal Walt Disney tried to push. No one even gave a fuck about their gossip. Most of the trending topics in the news and on social media were related to Lucasfilm, Star Wars, and Indiana Jones. The internet collectively agreed that the only director who could continue the legacy of Star Wars was Kazir. So when they heard that Walt Disney wanted to buy Lucasfilm, the fans rioted in front of their building. Lucasfilm had a weak reputation in this timeline when it came to live-action movies. Furthermore, people who kept up with celebrity news understood that Walt Disney and Kazir Grey couldn't work together. The two had bad blood after many years. So yeah, Ninja Assassin had a smooth performance while everyone was distracted by the buzz about Lucasfilm's acquisition. In just 3 days, November 25th to 27th, Ninja Assassin grossed over $41 million. The movie performed well, but some were skeptical of the box office numbers because this movie was directed by Kazir Grey. If anything, the movie should have earned at least $50 million within 3 days. People forgot that Ninja Assassin was an R-rated film filled with blood and gore. Even if kids wanted to watch it, they couldn't. The box office was affected because of that. In the same 3 days, The Princess and the Frog grossed over $27 million. The magic of hand-drawn animation was vanishing. Walt Disney could see it, and they were saddened by it. Their company had survived for decades because of hand-drawn animation. It was painful to see it lose its edge, but they had to accept the truth. The last hand-drawn animated movie by Walt Disney was Winnie the Pooh, 2011. After that, Walt Disney moved on and focused on 3D animation. Ninja Assassin and The Princess and the Frog continued their rivalry, but it was obvious that the animated film was losing. After 30 days of screening, Ninja Assassin grossed over $156 million, while The Princess and the Frog only grossed $91 million. With that, Grey Pictures proved that they couldn't be taken lightly anymore. They now had a solid foundation. The fact that they could threaten Walt Disney was a feat that was hard to achieve. Mwah mwah, Daddy loves you guys. You're so cute. While all this was happening, Kazir was showering the twins with kisses. The twins giggled as they enjoyed the affection. The kids were now 4 months old, and they were adorable. I can't believe I'm seeing you act like that. Stella Willow was shocked. This was the first time she had witnessed Kazir acting like a completely different person. She was a little jealous of the fact that Kazir had children. Before her, Stella Willow was still searching for her Mr. Right. My kids are so cute. I know. You don't have to repeat yourself. Stella was annoyed. She had visited Kazir because their plan against Walt Disney had actually worked. And now, she was asking her boss about his next plan. Kazir, what's your next plan? Let's see. For the next 3 years, I'll only focus on filming 2 movies. Oh, what are they? Stella was curious to hear his answer. The Dark Knight Rises and The Avengers, Kazir smirked. 2 movies within 3 years was easy for him. He had no intention of filming 1 movie per year anymore. He was now a better man. Days passed. Weeks passed. Months passed. 3 years passed, and it was now 2012. From 2009 to 2012, so many things happened. Ninja Assassin grossed over $814 million, while The Princess and the Frog grossed over $267 million. The Continental Cinematic Universe also introduced 2 new franchises, The Expendables and The Hitman's Bodyguard. Both were considered blockbusters and grossed $791 million and $826 million respectively. This further solidified that the CCU was still going strong. Wall-E, produced by Blue Sky Studio and directed by Christopher Nolan, was a masterpiece and grossed over $1 billion. Christopher Nolan was now a super in-demand director. Wall-E also won Best Animated Feature Film in 2011. It defeated Toy Story 3. Modern Family and Game of Thrones were also doing well. Modern Family had consistent production, while Game of Thrones was in its 4th season. Both TV shows were profitable. The Dark Knight Rises was released in 2011. After months of screening, the final part of the Dark Knight trilogy grossed over $1.11 billion. It was critically acclaimed, and fans agreed that the Dark Knight trilogy was one of the best trilogies in the history of cinema. It had high ratings on IMDb. You might think Kazir's life was smooth sailing at that point, but nope. Since Kazir's reputation was growing stronger and it was becoming harder to bring him down, Walt Disney and Universal Pictures joined forces once again to try and destroy his career. They accused Kazir of grooming, claiming that his then-wife, Scarlett Johansson Grey, had been groomed by him. It was a tough situation since they were being blasted on social media, especially when the couple had just recently gotten married. However, no matter what scandal was thrown at Kazir, he always recovered. On top of that, people were now getting tired of hearing about his scandals, so the grooming accusation didn't last long before it vanished. People weren't stupid. They knew that this was just an attempt to overthrow Kazir. Overall, Kazir's 3 years weren't bad, aside from some scuffles. Chapter 600. Final, Version 1. Version 1. Yippee! A young girl excitedly jumped out of a limousine, followed by a young boy. The two were twins, and they almost had the same appearance, except one was a boy and the other was a girl. The two kids were holding brand new toys in their hands as they entered their house. Kazir chuckled as he stepped out of the limousine. He opened the door for Scarlett, and the couple smiled at each other. The twins were now 2 years and 9 months old. There was never a time when the house was quiet because of the two. Yet, despite their mischievous antics, the couple still loved their children very much. Kids, don't run around. You might trip. While holding hands with Scarlett, Kazir called out to his children, who were happily running into the house. They sat down in the living room and began opening the boxes. Each kid had 2 expensive toys. It had been a week since the release of The Avengers. Kazir and Scarlett decided to take their kids to watch the movie. The kids were super happy when they left the theater. They started asking their parents for toys, and Kazir had no choice but to pamper them. His family was always his soft spot. The Avengers was the most awaited movie of the MCU in the past few years. Every movie of the MCU would intersect with the Avengers. So, when the 7-day screening grossed over $270 million, no one was surprised. Especially since the director was none other than Kazir Grey. Everyone could see that the Avengers would gross over $1 billion without a problem. Even international audiences were excited about the movie. The international box office grossed over $218 million in just 7 days of screening. In just 7 days, the Avengers had grossed over $418 million. It was a massive achievement. It was the fastest-grossing movie of all time, as of now. Kazir always delivered, and everyone who benefited from him would agree with that. As for Lucasfilm, before of Kazir's intervention, no one still acquired this studio. Kids, let's eat first before you play with your toys. It's getting dark now. You don't want to sleep late, Kazir said to his kids. Fine. The twins reluctantly put down their toys. The family ate a hearty dinner. Their daily activities were monotonous and almost repetitive, but Kazir placed great importance on them. He knew that one day, his kids would grow up and have their own families. So he wanted to cherish every moment he had with them. He was happy, truly happy. He had achieved happiness. He might still experience hardship, but he knew he could overcome it. He had a reason now. He felt fulfilled. After a few hours of playing with their toys, the kids grew tired and fell asleep on the couch. Kazir sighed, while Scarlett giggled at the kids' lovable sleeping posture. Kazir turned off the lights in the living room. He also turned off the lamp that shone bright yellow. He carried the twins. They were getting heavy now, and he knew there would come a day when he couldn't carry them anymore. Good night. He placed them in their bed while Scarlett tucked them in. The couple gave them forehead kisses before leaving the room. Kazir and Scarlett looked at each other and shared a passionate kiss. So, the kids are getting older now? I was wondering, how about another one? Babe, Scarlett giggled, but she didn't answer. Instead, she hugged his arm as they walked to their bedroom. As for what happened after that, Kazir could say that it was amazing. The end. Chapter 601. Final. Version 2. Version 2. Yippee! A young girl excitedly came out of a limousine, followed by a young boy. The two were twins, and they almost had the same appearance, except one was a boy and the other was a girl. The two kids were holding brand new toys in their hands as they entered their house. Kazir chuckled as he stepped out of the limousine. He opened the door for Scarlett, and the couple smiled at each other. The twins were now 2 years and 9 months old. There was never a time when the house was quiet because of the two. Yet, despite their mischievous antics, the couple still loved their children very much. Kids, don't run around. You might trip. While holding hands with Scarlett, Kazir called out to his children, who were happily running into the house. They sat down in the living room and started opening the boxes. Each kid had 2 expensive toys. It had been a week since the release of The Avengers. Kazir and Scarlett decided to take their kids to watch the movie. The kids were super happy when they left the theater. They started asking their parents for toys, and Kazir had no choice but to pamper them. His family was always his soft spot. The Avengers was the most awaited movie of the MCU in the past few years. Every movie of the MCU would intersect with the Avengers. So, when the 7-day screening grossed over $270 million, no one was surprised, especially when the director was none other than Kazir Grey. Everyone could see that the Avengers would gross over $1 billion without a problem. Even international audiences were so excited about the movie that the international box office grossed over $218 million in just 7 days of screening. In just 7 days, the Avengers had grossed over $418 million. It was an achievement. It's the fastest-grossing movie of all time, as of now. Kazir always delivered, and everyone who benefited from him would agree with that. As for Lucasfilm, 20th Century Fox acquired the studio this year, and Kazir would keep his promise. Kids, let's eat first before you play with your toys. It's getting dark now. You don't want to sleep late, Kazir said to his kids. Fine. The twins reluctantly put down their toys. The family ate a hearty dinner. Their daily activities were monotonous and almost repetitive, but Kazir placed great importance on them. He knew that one day, his kids would grow up and have their own families. So he wanted to cherish every moment he had with them. He was happy, truly happy. He had achieved happiness. He might experience hardship, but he knew that he could overcome it. He had a reason now. He felt fulfilled. After a few hours of playing with their toys, the kids grew tired and fell asleep on the couch. Kazir sighed while Scarlett giggled at the kids' lovable sleeping posture. Kazir turned off the lights in the living room. He also turned off the lamp that shone bright yellow. He carried the twins. They were getting heavy now, and he knew there might come a day when he couldn't carry them anymore. Good night. He placed them in their bed while Scarlett tucked them in. The couple gave them forehead kisses before leaving the room. Kazir and Scarlett looked at each other and shared a passionate kiss. So, the kids are getting older now? I was wondering, how about another one? Babe, Scarlett giggled, but she didn't answer. Instead, she hugged his arm as they walked to their bedroom. However, before they could leave, the lamp in the living room started flickering. Kazir turned around and tilted his head. Babe, return to our room first. I'll just turn off the lamp, Kazir said to Scarlett. Okay, I'll wait for you. Kazir nodded and approached the lamp. Strange, I thought I already turned it off. As he got closer, he took a serious look at the lamp and realized something. His eyes slowly widened and, the end.